Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome again to the Finding Gnosis show. I do hope you are exceedingly well this evening, this afternoon, this morning, this night, this day, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. We are going to discuss whatever comes up in conversation. Hopefully, you will have been inspired to say something meaningful. Hopefully. And we can get the conversation going. I do hope you can hear me. Sound check. We have Black Manosphere here already. Welcome, Black Manosphere. I do hope you are well, sir.
Thank you for having me. Yes, indeed.
Great stuff. Glad to hear it. SB, hello there. She says, let's traverse the cosmos through this medium. Lovely jubbly. John Francis, hello there. I do hope you are well. And Mike Donegan says, finding Gnosis needs Jesus. We all need a bit of Jesus in our life. Mike Donegan, so thank you for reminding me. I do hope you can come on here also. Everybody, anybody who's watching, you are welcome to come on here. And the link is in your live chat. So feel most welcome to step up here and say what it is you feel the world should think about. And Black Manosphere, you felt the need to come on here to say something. What is it you feel compelled to say, brother, at this stage of the night, the evening, the day, the morning, wherever you are? I know you're in America, so what time is it there? It's probably afternoon, is it?
Yes, it's about 1:30.
Mm-hmm. So what do you feel compelled to say to the word, brother?
Well, first I wanted to know, first I want to say peace and blessings to everyone, to you and everyone. Secondly, I just wanted to know what the conversation was about, or I thought I saw something in the thumbnail that said what is, and so I thought I was addressing that by saying I am.
That's the thing, brother. The idea at the beginning of this show is just to take some time for some introspection, just to reflect internally on what is going on, what is this existence, what is this place, what is inside my head, and what is the shared experience of all this. So it could bring up any number of conversation starters. So you read rightly, sir, and the floor is yours. What is?
What is? So the first is that I recognize in life is I am. I am alive. I am here. I have a mind. I have a spirit. I have a heart. I can express it. I have five senses. I usually go to the nature and bare minimum of things and who we are. Is a point in time that you couldn't see. Your eyes weren't open as a baby, right? You couldn't see and you couldn't use that sense. But over time you grow, your senses develop, and you perceive the world as you perceive it, and you express it back to the world as you perceive it.
So in in summation, then you are now. Are we here as well? Because you said I is. Have you got any proof that the rest of us are here too?
Yes, as I use my five senses, as I talk with you, as I conversate, as I feel you, as I, you know what I mean, as we then I acknowledge you too. You is too.
So what is? You is,
You
and
is,
I
we
am.
are.
I is
We
too.
are. We
We
is.
is. Amen, brother. So what's that all about then?
That means we have a power, we have an opportunity. It means we can take that time and opportunity to realize we are, I is, you is, and what do we want to do with that is? What is it? You know what I mean? It is whatever we want it to be. Do we have an imagination? Do we have a mind? Do we have something we want to build? Do you have some wood? I got some nails. You want to put something together and create an is and call it a hut, or, you know what I mean? A dog house, or, You know, you want to put it on the market. We can do whatever we want as long as we recognize we have the power and we are I is you is.
Mike Hike is in the chat. Mike, do you want to come on here, bro? He asks, does free will exist? So he's a bit skeptical that we can do everything or we can do whatever we want. What do you say to Mike Hike, who is asking that pertinent question? Does free will exist?
Absolutely. I've always felt free will. As soon as I could get old enough to understand my power, to understand I could take a life, I could give life, I could give love, I could give hate, to understand what I could do with who I was the idea of the free will. So once I could see that, understand that about me, now I need self-control because I could do anything. You know what I mean? But I don't want to do any or just any and everything. I want to use my free will to produce something positive.
And what made you come to that conclusion in terms of that's what you want to do?
Because I realized I was dangerous. I could be dangerous. I could be a danger to myself and a danger to somebody else if I don't use my free will to self-check who I want to be, how I want to present to the world, how I want to be perceived by another person. It's a power in it and a choice and a decision that I get to make, because one decision and one choice could put me in another place that I don't want to be, that I didn't choose for myself.
Okay. And I'm just asking these questions for exploratory purposes, okay? So if they feel a bit zany, I'm sorry, but it's just to try and get to the crux of what is going on. But why does it matter then how you treat others then in this strange existence, brother?
Because for me, I have feelings. I have a heart, as I expressed before. I have a heart, a soul, a spirit. It feels things. It exists. I acknowledge it, and I have to get control. So
Why do you have to get control, brother?
because I can be out of control. Like I just said, I'm dangerous. I can steal, I can rob, I can kill, I can do a lot of dangerous things that I can decide are good for me or bad for me. And with free will, I get to make the decision, especially as an adult. I get to make the decisions on how I want to feel, how I want to be, what I want to be around, and get into the power of that.
So I suppose what I'm asking is, what's the difference between wanting to do something dangerous and wanting to do something good? This is the phraseology that you're using. And why do you choose? Why do you? I mean, sometimes you want to do dangerous things, right? But you don't do them.
Right.
What stops you from doing them? That's basically my question.
Safety first, right? I have to protect myself in this life. I have to make decisions and choices that would help steer and guide me in life. And if I say, nah, that's not a good choice or decision for me, that's not going to get me good outcomes, that's not going to be good for me. You know, I have the knowledge of good and bad, right and wrong. And I have to make those decisions. If I want to do something dangerous or something thrill seeking, like go on a roller coaster ride or something like that, you know what I mean? But it can go deeper than that, right? You know what I mean? I could get a thrill from being an axe murderer, or you know what I'm saying, something, you know. So it's like, you know, something to children or something like that. Like, you know, we know these things to be true in life about people. So I get to choose, and I want to exercise my free will and show the rest of humanity what it is to be, what is, and you know what I mean. So we can start to be role models of humanity, so that we can decide, oh, this other human, we don't like that, we don't want them in our, you know what I mean, because there are people who want to do devilish things, and that's not something I want to use my free will for.
Okay, brother. What are the devilish things then? What's the kind of, if you had to give a definition of devilish things, could you elaborate on that? Because we need to get these definitions in place so we can be on the same page, brother.
Yes, devilish things are things that bring harm, psychological harm, physical harm, mental harm, spiritual harm. This is devilish. This will corrupt the soul, the system, the humanity, It will, these are things I feel will, deter us and, not help us be as strong as we can be. So devilishment is harming the psychological mind, the physical body, or the soul and spirit.
Okay, now you said you're a very dangerous man, as we all are. You're sitting at home now. You're talking to me online. What are the options here? What devilish things could you do right now that you're choosing not to do?
Right. So I could go grab my gun, go out in the street, go to the store, murder the first person I see.
And what's stopping you from doing that?
My own free will, my own understanding. That's not what I want to do, even though it's an option.
Yeah, but is it not the case that you're being pressurized not to do it because
No, I don't
it's not
feel any pressure.
it's not in your own self-interest? Because if you did that, you would be punished or you would be in danger yourself. So is it totally
But I
free
also don't
or
have to care. I also don't have to care about that. Like I could just do what I want. So you ask me what makes me not want to do that because it's not, and I don't feel to be, I feel that is devilish. I feel that is
Mhm,
wrong. And I'm
mhm.
using my senses, my understanding of how to live. That would not be helping life.
Well, I'm glad you don't want to do that, brother. But you could do it, as you said. Now, you said something interesting there. You said it would not be helping life. So, is that your view then? Something is good if it helps life.
Absolutely. Once we come into life through the womb or just into existence and knowing we are here now, oh, there's another person. They're here too. They came in existence how I came in existence through the womb. And you know what I mean? And certain understandings that says, hey, let me form humanity, let me form togetherness with somebody as opposed to um do something to them that I wouldn't want to be done to myself.
Okay. And tell us these things that you say help people. The things that we do that are good. Should we always be doing them, or is it a case that we do them as and when we can?
No, that's what we find with people, right? Because things have to be to somebody's advantage. Nobody has to do anything they don't want. So this is where we start to kiss ass or get on people's good sides, right? And start to, if we feel that their value and a worth to us and their humanity is, then we start to curate that relationship.
Yeah, but so that sounds quite selfish. Then it's only for us you're doing. It's only for yourself you're doing. It's not for others.
Well, it's in beneficial. It's beneficial to us to show us that we are human. We know that there are people here who don't care about us, right? Don't care if we live or die, and would do the killing. So there's different types of people and attitudes and spirits and that exist, and which one do you choose is what you want to show. We know the other sides. Even if I'm not, if I'm one way, there's another person that's another way, right? So it's now showing who you are and showing who they are so that we can decide, hey, do we want to go to war or do we want to make peace?
So there's a lot of diplomacy and interaction and thinking of the perspective of others involved in doing good. Is it fair to say that doing good then could be described as that which helps life uh, and is a win-win? So it's good for both sides of the action, the receiver and the doer.
Yes, I believe that once you come into life, that's all you want to do is live and feel what it feels to be alive and live and express that. And so yes.
I read something. Well, it frequently comes up that when you do good things, you generally receive a positive feeling emotionally, and your brain chemistry even receives a little uptick in serotonin and the endorphins. So, in doing acts of kindness and doing good things for others, there is a win for the receiver, biologically speaking, because you feel good doing it. Um, So that's the question. Have you ever felt bad doing good things? Have you ever like, or do you
Yes.
always feel good when you do good things?
No, I mean, I know there's things like risk and reward. Like there's things I'm gonna do as a man or just has to be done that I'm not gonna get any thank you for. It's just gonna keep things going. You know what I mean? And so I feel good about that. Um, that I helped keep things going instead of breaking it apart
Um,
or
Now
making it.
keep things going in what way? So I guess you mean keep things going in the way of progress towards a win-win situation for everybody. Is that what you is that it? Because you're
Yes,
trying to
yes.
move towards a universal position of well-being, and that is the ultimate goal, is it? Of all this keeping it going, because if we're living in a bad system, then you could say keeping things going is a bad idea. But when you say keep it
Well,
going, what exactly do you
yeah,
mean, brother?
let me be specific. Like I don't want to start an argument. That would be stopping things or you know what I mean?
Hmm.
That would be, you know what I mean? I want to keep the day flowing, keep things going in a positive direction. I don't want to be the one to be stopping it or making it go in a negative direction.
Mm-hmm. Now, is there ever a case to be made for going in the negative direction?
Yes, when it's I think when we decide, hey, we're the peaceful ones or we want, a certain thing and this other person doesn't. So now we have war. You know what I mean? Now what are we going to do? Are we going to let this non-peaceful thing exist and continue to cause destruction or what? So I think
Mm.
man chooses to eliminate. And so yeah, there's a time for everything for a
There's a
reason.
time. Okay. Anybody else want to come on? Please do. Link is in the chat. Black Man is fair. You're diving deep. I appreciate it. So, in terms of the weekend, what are you going to do on this journey towards goodness, universal well-being for everybody, and trying to keep things going? How are you going to try and orient yourself this weekend in that regard?
The same practice I've been doing. This is just a new year or a new day, a new time. But it's not new in terms of I not haven't been here before. So what I continue to do through life is maintain my head, maintain my peace, maintain my sanity, and just be a leader in showing you who I am and what it is and what it needs to be about, and then let everything else fall into place.
I like what you just said there, trying to maintain sanity and a state of peace in your own heart and mind. Now, is that because that makes you more useful to
Absolutely.
society?
Absolutely. Makes me more useful, period, to myself, to society, makes me feel better, that I'm not part of destruction and terror and, or non-peace. Yeah, the first thing I want to do is keep my own head and keep feeding myself music, foods, things that bring me that peace.
You see, that was going to be my question, brother. Could you give us a rundown into how Black Manosphere keeps his sanity, keeps that state of Zen that allows him to be a peaceful being ready to be of service?
Yes, I would say it's my thoughts for future. It's my thoughts for what I want to see in my life and time. And I think those things are positive and it's a dream that I hold and keep alive.
You mentioned also music and nutrition. What else do you do to stay sane?
Um
And describe the kind of the music and food that you use in your preservation of sanity as well. That would be interesting. Just I know it's very personal. You don't have to,
no problem. No
but you
problem.
could
I
just
like
tell us day to
mhm.
day, how do you stay on a level? And also, it would be interesting to hear, have you been off kilter before in the past? Because I know I have, and most of us have here on the show. we've happily announced that there's been times in our life where we felt bad, and then we've felt better, and we've described how we've got there, and we've tried to help others who are going through hard times pull themselves out of the mire and stand tall, But so it would
Right.
be helpful to hear your trajectory, like in what was the
Um,
worst? What was the worst kind of feelings you had? Did you have a dark night of the soul? And how did you pull yourself out of that? And how do you keep yourself out of that dark place?
okay. Yes, I would say, yes, there's times I feel like that. I felt like that in the past and feel like that in between, in between a day or week or, anytime. I think I want to get into my taste buds, you know what I mean? What do I got a taste for? And I want to be able to get money and be able to work and provide for myself and make sure I get the money to be able to get to the taste I like and things that I like to do. So that's key, having some type of sense of self and how you want to go about doing things. So a plan and a way of doing things. So yeah, getting into my taste buds and what I feel like eating today. When listening to things about relationships and love and content like that. Li- uh, Getting into deep thoughts about life and things. These are things that bring me peace or bring me joy or things that help me uh, um, not be in that dark place.
Okay, brother. Now you mentioned something there interesting. You like to learn about relations with other people and develop your mind um, in a sense that is pragmatic, so it could help you orient the world and help you help others. Um, Take your time on this one. But what are some of the most recent things or thing? What is something that you've learned recently that you feel others should know? Take your time on that. Just even if it's something not scientific, whatever just comes into your mind. As I said, meditate for as long as you like on that one. But what is something you learned recently that you feel others should know?
Hmm, that's a good question.
Yeah, take your
I
time, brother.
think
There really is no rush. So if you need to be quiet for 30 seconds or more, it's fine.
no
It's
problem. I
important. It's
appreciate that.
important. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think what comes to my mind is like psychology. I look at YouTube and people, I watch people, and I just look at how people get triggered by things. Somebody said something, now they're all out of whack. Somebody did something, they're all out of whack. So certain psychology and triggers, I'm learning people can't handle them. And I'm seeing where I kind of did learn how to handle them, or I don't let sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Certain things like that I see people psychologically break down to or fall victim to, especially in adulthood. Like you should be like past these things, but I see people very susceptible to a lot of triggers and psychology. And I learned that people are very susceptible to game and being used, and they don't have a sense of up, down, left, right, right or wrong, and they get fooled by somebody else's truth. Like I was taught to like never get caught in somebody else's truth. If you slapped a woman or robbed somebody or hit something, doesn't mean I did it, and I don't have to act like you feel like you and maneuver like I did live your life.
Okay, that's. I think that's very important information there. We need to be aware of ourselves. We need to be in control of ourselves, and we need to know our own likes, dislikes, etc., etc. We basically we need to think critically about what
Right.
others are saying to us and how it relates to us and those around us. So, do you feel most people are kind of in a state of weird hypnosis, in a state of, I don't know, some kind of social coma, whereby they are susceptible to being easily led?
Yes, I do.
And
And
why is
that's
that?
it's a coma because people are so separated. Like people don't. people don't experience other people. We don't live this rainbow. We all live the same life. Like, it may be advertised, like, so we have stereotypes, preconceived notions and things, you know what I mean? We have all these things going on in our head and in our experience of life, so it doesn't give us a vast experience.
Right, fair enough, brother. Um, Something to definitely think about. Before I introduce SB, how does one start thinking critically, in your view, so that we can face the world with a level of awareness that at least gives us half a chance? That's for Black Manosphere. How do you begin to think critically, Black Manosphere, when we're listening to others around us? How do you prevent yourself being just another lemming?
I want to, me personally,
And when did was that a I that's not something that comes straight away, is it? Do you think that's something that comes with age or education, experience? When did you wake up and say, "Hey, I'm no longer willing to be a lemming. I'm going to forge my own path using my own self-determination." And what is it that you advise others to do to think critically and engage in the world with personal agency?
right, that's a great question. Critical thinking. I just it goes back to me personally, my safety, my humanity, what I want to be perceived like. I'm critically thinking of that, and I'm aware of that, and thinking before I talk, thinking before I speak. How is this person going to react, or what am I going to get out of the situation, from just analyzing, critical analyzing, and understanding what I want to do and how I want to be perceived, so that I can get the best outcomes of all situations at any point in time.
Okay, brother. So is it fair to say it takes time to get to that point, and you have to spend a lot of time introspecting, sitting, thinking deeply about yourself and your life experience, and you have to take that time out from the rat race each day? You have to have or each week. I mean, do you have like, have you found like sitting alone on a park bench or on the sofa and just switching off the internet, switching off the television, just thinking, meditating almost about your own existence, your own experience is helpful?
Um, at this point, I'm on autopilot. I look at people and the internet and everything like entertainment, and how am I psychologically going to, um, how am I gonna be the puppet master in it? You know what I mean? How am I gonna, swing it my way? You know what I mean? I already been knowing how to treat people, you know what I mean? So dealing with people is not such a big thing to me. And now
Okay.
it's more about paying attention to other people and knowing how to master them.
Okay, brother. Well, I want to welcome SB, who has been frequently in the comments. So, SB, it's great to have you on the show. How are you doing?
Hi, am I addressing you as DNW or FG? How do I
Yeah,
address you?
D&W. D&W is cool, yeah.
DNW? Okay. Hi
Mm.
there. Hi, Black Manosphere. Is it Manosphere as
Black
it
man is
sounds?
fair, yeah.
All right.
Black
Hi
Manosphere,
there.
yes.
Hi,
Hi,
gentlemen.
hello.
Yes, yes. I'm
Hello,
listening. I,
SB.
I think you should finish your thought and then I could possibly add my 2 cents.
Black man is fair. Will you finish your point?
Yes, absolutely. The floor is yours.
He will. Okay, so SB, feel free to talk about anything on this show. As I said, there was a brief period at the beginning where people meditate and are asked to kind of go inside and think about whatever comes to their conscious awareness and come on when they feel compelled to speak. So, what was it that brought you on the show? Why do you feel compelled to be on here speaking? Is it something that we were talking about just now, or is it something that you'd like to bring to the fore for all of us to think about?
Hi. Oh, yes, sorry. Yeah, my somebody tried to call in and kind of mess up things. Can you hear me
Yep,
clearly?
we can hear
Okay.
you lovely. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Um, what compelled me to join? Well, I did say last time I would join this time. I actually, what was the question I asked you last time? I wanted to have a discussion about decoding words from like religious texts
Oh
and
wow.
along with ancient texts. But because we are going into the stream of consciousness of the I am and so forth, I'm like, okay, let me just honor what I said I would do last time. So as to the reason I am decided to have joined, okay, to answer your question, um, okay, so pose the question to me so I could like answer it
Yeah,
clearly.
simply the question at the beginning of the show is just an icebreaker, SB, and I am willing to go into what you want to talk about, which is words in ancient religious texts and their meaning, and perhaps, I don't know, the fact that some messages have been lost in translation, and just the effect of religious texts in general on the current zeitgeist. That would be an interesting topic to talk about. If you have information on that, feel free to bring it up. But yeah, we were just talking about simply what is going on, and Black Man is Fair was basically said he is, and he gave a whole monologue about being him and how he orients himself in the world, and basically what he's learnt in his life, in his existence on this strange rock that we're all inhabiting, and that is trying to get to a win-win situation in his interactions with others, trying to help life progress is basically how he sees good, and he sees bad as anything that harms life. Um, Now, that's the kind of guts of it. But SB, feel free to add your own thoughts or change the topic of conversation. We are easily we meander around all manner of topics on this show. So speak as you feel compelled to speak.
I appreciate that. So when it comes to good, bad, and evil, I have come to the awareness that I like operating from the status of what's the word? Order and chaos. I think it kind of helps me see things a lot more clearly, because I notice for those of us who still operate within the idea of dogma and religious doctrine, you know, I hear that. I hear the word of, oh, what's good and what's bad. And at the end of the day, I just feel like, okay, we either operate from order or chaos. And everybody's perspective is going to be very different. But I think the more you read, the more you dive deep into, you know, ancient texts, as I identify it as, uh, the more you get into like the whole etymology of words and how they're made up, especially in the English language that we speak. Um, and it kind of helps me to release myself from the bondage of some of these words. It's like, oh, if I'm not doing this, I'm not a good person. Like, what does that actually mean to be a good person? Does it mean like you're a decent person? Like, what does that actually mean? Right? Like, do you operate from a state of order? Like, are you paying your bills on time? Are you keeping yourself groomed and healthy and presentable when you leave the house? Or are you just chaotic and wanting to argue with random people and your relatives? Right? So I don't know if I'm making any sense to either of you gentlemen, but I thought I'd bring that
No,
up. Order.
it's very
Yeah.
interesting. It's very
Yeah.
interesting, SB. And I do agree with you.
Yeah.
Words are, in my view, extremely problematic. I mean, we spend our whole life, you know, listening, talking with them, and learning with them, you know. And then when it comes down to it, I don't think they're adequate tools for, you know, communication a lot, you know, because what do they mean half the time? And there is like little nuances and little strange alternative opinions on what they could mean. And then when you put them into a sentence, there's all these other words in there, and so they can sometimes be quite ineffective. And in that sense, they are problematic. It takes a lot of effort sometimes to get to a kind of consensus on matters, you know. But I suppose I'm less negative about words than I used to be. Because I believe that if you ask enough questions, if you spend enough time talking, you can move towards what both parties will agree is an acceptable level of consensus. Um, so, SB, in relation to the words in the English language, which I agree with, the English language is particularly strange in that it does throw up a lot of weird spellings that, you know, they sound like they could have another meaning, you know, and they read like they could have also have another meaning, um,
Like,
like weekday, like it could mean as American Zombie was saying, it could mean a day that's not strong, like like debt, going into debt, like is it sounds like death. Um,
yes,
there's so many, and it seems like there's so many that it might be by design sometimes, but I'm not saying it is, but it just seems like in the English language in particular, there
it's
are so
wrong.
many. Like hello, you could probably give me loads of them, but yeah, I would like
Like,
to talk about
mhm.
that and how you feel it affects us.
I was gonna add the word. What's the see? There's certain words I know what I'm trying to say. I'm not coming up with the exact title of the word. So like when people talk about praying to their God or their deity of choice, and then being being the prey or finding prey. Like, do you ever think
Mm.
about these things too? Like,
Well, yeah,
why is
that's another unfortunate one because there is the prey in terms of when you are religious and you make an earnest intention towards
yes,
the deity you believe in, and then there is being preyed upon in nature and being attacked by some animal that wants to eat you and kill you.
yes, yes.
So, and obviously in humans there are predators who prey on people as well. So that's another unfortunate, coincidence, I suppose. But SB, yeah, tell me what you think of these coincidences, and do you think it's wise to put thought into this, or do you think like you seem to put meaning into this, like there is something going on, whereas other people will say, it's just a coincidence. Stop worrying about it.
I think
Um,
I think a lot of people are operating in autopilot. Like, especially once you reach a certain state within life, like once you pass the age of perhaps the age of 30, and going onward, I do think there are things that we as a species, I guess I could say, should think about besides paying our bills and amplifying our financial acquisition and making sure all our ducks are in a row, especially out here living in different countries within the Western world. Um, it it's also important to not go overboard, because then there's that whole spiritual psychosis element that comes with bypassing religion, and as I kind of was mentioning earlier, the whole decoding of the religious doctrine, and also other books. Yeah, you don't want to go overboard with that. I also believe that as well.
yeah, so I think you're right. There seems to be a tipping point where it can be helpful in life to analyze situations, but then it can become, I suppose, something like paralysis by analysis, where it's debilitating to think too much about matters. Um, but SB, how do you keep yourself grounded in that sense? I mean, that is something I feel we could all benefit from hearing and learning about. When is it too much? Like, when should we stop questioning things? When should we try and rein it in a bit and get on with our daily life, etc., etc., rather than thinking about things too much?
I guess I could use politics, particularly American politics, because it inundates us. Because you're in England, correct? DNW.
Yes, I am. I'm in
The,
London, UK. Yep.
The UK. All right, I mentioned that because I'm in Canada, so I don't know
Hmm.
how the news, I guess the frequency of the news is out in England, but I don't know if you guys are inundated with American politics. But because we are north of the border from the United States, we are inundated with American politics till kingdom come, so to speak. So I will use American politics as an example. I hear a lot, especially on the live stream space through YouTube, of what Trump said and what this politician said and what that politician said. And I find myself like indirectly kind of trying to get people to think about what what the politicians are actually saying, because they are looking at everything at on a surface level. And I'm like, you guys gotta get past like whatever they're saying on the surface and recognize that these politicians, they're trained at a high level in their speaking style. What they say is not what they really mean. But if you're not, if you don't have an awareness of like how this public figure space operates on the planet, then you're just gonna, you're gonna be like one of the regular cogs in a wheel, in the wheel, I guess is the word. And thinking what they say is as what they say. Right,
Right,
I
right.
hope I'm making sense. Like
No, you
it's
are. You're making
yeah.
complete sense. It's like, don't take their what they say as gospel. Sometimes it's what they don't say that's more important than what they're actually saying. But no, absolutely right. And again, that's about thinking critically, SB. And it seems like you are somebody who thinks critically. Just this is apparent because you're even thinking about this at all. So, what do you do then when you're listening to these politicians speak to engage with the subject matter critically? How do you analyze what they're saying? What methodology do you use? I mean, do you? I mean, there has to be some kind of foundational matter here at hand. Like, what do you use? Psychology? Do you read body language? Do you look at the person's history, what they've been, what they've said before? Is it all culminating in what your analysis is, or do you take it as what is being said at the time? I mean, what do you do to think critically about what they're saying
Well,
and doing?
if I allow myself to listen to any politician, whether they are Canadian, Brit, or I should say UK, or even American, um, I would even include Israel as well, because they're pretty big in the news, of course. And if I am to listen to any of what the politicians say, oh, let's add Russia. So I just, how I decipher what they're really saying. Like I look at their body language, right? I observe like their hand placement. I observe like how they're positioning themselves. Um, and two, it depends. It depends on the politician. Like if they're like a very well-known politician, if I have the time and I feel up to it, I guess you could say if I feel bored, I like to decode or decipher what their name means. Like Trump is the easy one because we've always heard about the Trump card over the years, right? So his name is very easy to break down. But yeah, for the other politicians, I like to kind of break down the name. Okay, what is their names? Like, what does it mean? Okay, and then I get into other information. But for the most part, I guess to keep it light and airy fairy, um I think I'm also, how should I say this, I'm also kind of on, what's the right word, when you're trying to figure out like what's going to happen in the next 5 years, what's proposed to happen, what is the prophecy that is playing out behind the scenes, right? So when I recognize, okay, this is the prophecy that they're playing out in front of us, whether it be on either three countries, right? The world powers of the country. I could even include the other two, Russia and Israel. Um, yeah, I kind of recognize, oh, okay, this is a prophecy that they're playing out.
What
Um,
prophecies do you follow, SB?
I don't have. I don't have all the information, but one thing I am aware of is this AI that a lot of people are very afraid of, right? And then um I look at all the television shows and the movies, like when I do have time that I haven't watched or have yet to watch or have watched, I think about that information, because those writers and producers, a lot of them are trained in the high arts, or the esoteric, a lot of
Really?
them, right? So they put the prophecies in those movies and those films, but people that they don't see past the veil. They're like, oh, that's entertainment. I don't watch things that are of, and I know people like this that are of an entertainment nature. I don't watch movies, and they feel like, oh, they're important. And I'm like, yeah, it's nice that you live a great pragmatic life, but here I am talking to you, trying to break down things. Not you, obviously, DNW. Either am I talking about the
He.
panelist or the chat?
Hmm.
But it's like, yeah, they put the prophecy of what's to come in these movies and television series, and yeah, they make it all fluffy and entertaining, but at the end of the day, you know um that's the window to a parallel universe, right? They're just putting a parallel universe in front of our screens if we choose to to actually watch it.
So,
Yeah.
what prophecies, as you put it, are you particularly worried about at the moment, or
I'm
I don't know if worried is the right word, but what ones do you see as coming into fruition in the near future? And yeah, please go into detail as to what you think is going to happen, SB, in the near future, midterm, and the long term as well.
Well, I'm going to possibly shift and remove the word prophecy and just, I guess, talk about the films and possibly television series. What I can say is there is one movie called Civil War with Kirsten Dunst, and I thought that was a
Okay.
very interesting film. And another movie series, is called The Purge. Have you seen either of all the films that I've
Yeah,
mentioned?
I mean, I know the Purge. I haven't seen Civil War. I know the Purge. I haven't actually seen the Purge, but I know what it entails. Yeah.
Right. So,
What, one day a year you're allowed to go out and kill people, basically, and people go out killing like whoever they want, and so you get people killing all the homeless and the mentally ill and all criminals, etc. Whoever they view as unlikable. It's quite a horrible storyline.
it's
Uh,
awful.
yeah. So I mean, you're thinking there's something behind that in terms of it shaping the zeitgeist, or it's more sinister than that?
I think it's just like the deep subconscious of man in general. Like, I do find, when I've interacted with different people over the years, I've noticed sociopathy in like different people. I'm not going to claim that people just inherently are sociopaths um or psychopaths, but I do notice there's elements of those traits in a lot of people that I've dealt with
Right.
over the years. So, given the opportunity, there's a lot of frustration in different people walking the earth. So, the whole purge idea, once again, it's a parallel universe of what could happen. Not saying it will, I'm not saying it will occur, but it's, when I watched all, I think there's like three of the films, it, I don't know, it just seemed too real. Like, it just seemed like, why does this feel
Yeah, but
so?
is that not kind of because one view I might have about filmography and stories in general is
Yeah.
to enter into popularity, they have to have strands of plausibility, strands of, oh yeah, I could see that happening that is potential, that is a potentiality, because otherwise we would view it as batshit crazy nonsense, So the fact that it has entered into public conversation and it became popular, I would say, is because it there are things in it that, yeah, that could happen. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's trying to guide humanity towards it. It just means that is what a successful film or story is. It's something that can connect people to the narrative, utilizing parts of human emotion, human history, the human experience, and maybe, yeah, they're nitpicking, they're picking the dark bits or the more sinister parts. but it doesn't actually mean that it's going to happen. They're just trying to find connective strands to make us as an audience um, believe it as a plausible storyline. So we're not gonna lose interest. But having said that, I mean, could it not be also said that the Purge and all these the Civil War? I haven't seen that film, Civil War. These films, this artistry that you're bringing up, could it not be looked at in the sense that it's like Orwellian kind of literature, Orwellian film, in that it's trying to warn us not to go that way. Like you've seen 1984, right?
Yes, I have.
That is like a George Orwell was basically trying to warn us, in my view, about what could happen if we don't, wake up, and if we don't, wise up. And so, in many ways, it could be said that some of these filmmakers, some of these creative people, are painting the worst case scenarios just as a warning. Say, look, folks, this could happen if we're not careful. So we better make sure it doesn't happen. So is that not another reason for these films existing, rather than actually being, as you say, premonitions or prophecies, or ways of socially conditioning us to accept them? Could it not be the alternative, that it's a way that the writer is trying to wake us up to feeling disgusted with the elements in the storyline, so that we do not let it happen in society?
Yeah, that's a nice way to look at it. Um, I think I think it's bigger than just us as the layman, so to speak. I was gonna
Hmm.
also add another TV series, The Handmaid's Tale. Have you gotten into
Oh
that
yes, yes, I've seen that.
series?
I mean, I would say that falls into what I'm saying. I have seen that. I haven't watched all of it. I watched most of it,
Yes,
and that was pretty bleak. That was brutal.
it
But
was
again,
intense.
I would say that is kind of like a warning of what could happen. And the thing is, SB, I think the
Hmm.
reason these stories become popular is again because of the plausibility. You know, that we are going to quite we're going to places now in humanity where I suppose we were worried about totalitarian regimes before. Now we actually have the mechanism and machinery for total totalitarianism worldwide. You know, we have the possibility of an AI system of governance run by or operated or in favor of whoever designs it. So I suppose the point I'm trying to make is
Hmm.
that story in and of itself is another example of the bleak future that could be, and your role as a human is to try and fight against that potentiality. But do
Well,
you feel hopeful? Do you feel hopeful is what I'm going to ask you. Do you feel hopeful as a human being, as part of this species, that we can break the bleakness of the future that could be if we don't wake up and don't try to stop it from happening? Are you hopeful for the species?
I'd like to be hopeful, but what I do know is, um, as I've mentioned a little earlier, many people, besides like doing their duty and, going to school, getting all their good grades, and, thank goodness for all the surgeons on the planet, thank goodness for the architects and the lawyers, and, everybody that's doing their part at a very high level on planet Earth. I'd even include the professors and individuals like yourself, content creators. You guys, you individuals are very important to society as well, because as much as we're just talking and I'm not generating income from doing this, but it's this type of conversation is good for the consciousness, or the psyche, or whatever word for the mind, if I'm just going to be layman, so to speak. um I am hopeful. My only issue is, like, people don't want to listen. People don't want to, heed any warnings, or read. People don't like reading, right?
Okay.
People are not really into like audiobooks even. Like, they'd rather go on a game, no matter if they're like, 5 to 45 or even older. Like, they just want to like, cancel out whatever it is, sorry, whatever's going on in their real world, and just go into the
Hmm.
game mode. and I can talk
Okay,
about
SB.
games. Go
Well, you
ahead.
said
I'm listening.
people don't want to listen. I'm going to say, please stand on your metaphorical soapbox. And I know I'm putting you on the spot
No,
here,
no, you're not. I'm listening.
but
I like this.
please,
Go ahead.
please tell the world whatever it is you feel they should be doing and they should know.
Okay. I think most, if not all, of the planet has upgraded their infrastructure to a 5G technology. I believe it's China that they're running a 6G infrastructure. And if you've watched Black Mirror, they're scanning every single person's face, if I'm not mistaken, in maybe parts of China. So in Black Mirror, they touched upon that, and your value is based upon how people perceive you. This goes for like using Uber or Lyft, and how you interacted with the baker, and how you interacted with, I guess, your therapist or what have you not. But like, if you get a score that's like not successful, so to speak, you can be like shunned from society. Like, it could affect you even, I think, generating income, leaving the country, traveling, which would kind of be like same as leaving the country. Um, yeah, so China is apparently doing that. That's why we don't know too much about China in certain areas, but we do have television shows like Black Mirror. So I think I'm saying all of this to say, in order for the the internet, and the technology to advance, people are going to need to like advance themselves, right? The frequency, 5G frequency, is very powerful, and a lot of people cannot handle the higher the frequency, the technology goes. So if like Canada, UK, the United States, right? If the whole of the Western civilization upgrades their technology to like 6G and then 7G, people are going to need to raise their own frequency so they don't get sick and pass away, right? And because the world government can't tell us everything, they have to like soften the blow and give people other words to soften like the seriousness of this. So like the human population, like, we're literally going to have to raise our frequency so we can handle the changes that are going to come, which are inevitable. Like, there's Tesla robots, right? A lot of people are afraid of that because many people have
Yeah.
seen the movie Mother, right? And then I Am Legend. But oh, and then there's the Terminator, right? We had the Terminator back in the 80s. So at the end of the day, humans have to do their part. People just can't just be sitting down as cogs in the wheel. You got to do more than being a doctor or working toward getting your doctorate or what have you not, working a job, running a business. Everybody has to figure out like what they need to know. People just, I find a lot of people are like okay and not knowing, right? But eventually you're going to have to decide that, okay, I'm going to cross that bridge and know a little bit more than what the news is spewing out. And I'm not talking about conspiracy theory, not at all. Like, the changes are coming, technology is advancing, and in order for technology to advance, the frequency has to rise. You know how powerful 7G technology is, right? You remember COVID.
Mm-hmm.
I hope I'm not getting a little too far-fetched, but
No, no, I'm interested because you said we have to raise our frequency.
yes,
First of all, what will that do if we do raise our? First of all, what is our frequency? What will it do if we do raise our frequency? And how do we raise our frequency? There's the questions for you, SB. First of all,
yes,
what is our frequency? What will happen if we do raise our frequency? Okay. Actually, I'll give you four questions. What is our
yes.
frequency?
I
What will
love it.
happen if we don't raise our frequency? What will happen if we do raise our frequency? And how do we raise our frequency? There you go.
So because you remember the 5G network when they were upgrading the infrastructure, COVID conveniently happened, and I'm not speaking about anything relating to conspiracies, but I have a family friend, somebody in the family, so to speak, who's a technician for a telecommunications company. So when COVID occurred, he and his team, and of course the many of the companies connected to that world, were putting up the 5G towers all throughout. In my case, would be Toronto, right? So this would be like all the technicians in, I would say, the Western world, and wherever had to the infrastructure had to the telecom like the technological infrastructure had to be upgraded. So while the streets were nice and clear for the most part, they were doing their job and putting up these 5G towers, right? And doing all their wiring and everything. So in order for humans to what I think a frequency is, I've heard over the years, frequency is love. Like the highest frequency is love. And I realized that when my hormones, like my dopamine and my serotonin, is not in check and it's low, my frequency essentially is low. So I'm like, okay, maybe frequency is kind of like a hormone, right? Am I starting to make sense? Like I'm just trying to check in with you guys just to make
This
sure.
sounds a little bit like law of attraction, kind of The Secret, I think, where they talk about the different ways of feeling, and the highest one is joy, and there's all these different
Right?
feelings as you go up. Is
And
that what you're?
bliss.
I'm guessing you're on that kind of trajectory.
Somewhat, yeah, but like I'm trying to connect it to science because science is more plausible toward the everyday mind, and even like the minds on this space as well is my guess. So I feel like, yeah, you know, to make it make sense, like I feel like a frequency is kind of like getting your hormones in check, making sure you're not feeling too down and sad on a regular basis. Like get your levels checked, like see how you can have the dopamine, the serotonin, maybe the oxytocin, and whatever other great hormones that make us feel great all the time, so we can go out and work and generate money and upgrade our qualities of life. um have that continuously active and
Well,
flowing, like
mm.
thoroughly in your
so
system.
so basically, you're saying if we can raise our levels of oxytocin and
Feel good.
serotonin, the endorphins, the feel-good hormones.
Yeah, I
Now,
think I
I'm
think that
gonna
would
have to
help.
hit back a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
There have been like maniacal serial killers, and I'm sure
Oh.
there were maniacs in the Nazis, for example,
Oh yeah.
who maybe they enjoyed hurting people and they felt good about it. So how do we ensure, or are you going to say if we all concentrate on raising our levels of feeling good, that will deal with the anomalies? Is that what you're going to say, or that? What about the? I'm just sorry. I don't
I'm
really know what I'm
listening.
saying. Only
No,
that
I'm
I
listening.
don't. I
Go
don't
ahead.
know if it's completely correlated. I don't know. I don't know if it's like if we feel good, it may be that we become more selfish. I've heard that argument before. That when I'm feeling good, I'm not thinking about suffering. Therefore, I'm not thinking about what's going on in the world around me, and I'm not. Therefore, I'm. It's not something on my agenda to fix. Do you know what I mean? Um,
Right.
but having said that, paradoxically, I think that it is good if universally we all feel good. You know.
Yeah, because
Um,
that
mm.
way, besides feeling good, more women could become more strategic and get out of their uh not just feel good emotions, but like, yeah, feel good like internally, but be strategic so you're making better life decisions. So you're not just meeting somebody, getting married, and having a baby, and oh, he doesn't have any money. He's not working. There's no money in the family. You're going to have this baby. And he still has no money. So you have to go out and work a few months after that baby is born. And he might decide, well, he doesn't actually really like you. So you're stuck with his child and having to work and figuring out, do you have people to help you with childcare? So with women, besides the feel good hormones, feel good, and like feel good, whatever they call it, the feeling good in general, for more women to be strategic in their thinking and how they go about life. Um, and you were talking about, you mentioned like the sociopaths, right? Oh, they call them sadomasochists. Is that what we're looking at? The people
Well, I
that want
suppose
to hurt others.
that is a term. Yeah, that is something that, yeah, there are people out there who are sadistic in nature and they enjoy hurting people. It makes them feel good. It literally lights up the kind of dopamine receptors, and it gives them a serotonin rush, and who knows, it might even give them oxytocin. I don't know.
So those people, they operate from a strong primal level within society, and there's so much of them. They tend to actually do very well financially, in my opinion. They do very well because a lot of them end up getting into roles like, um, they become physicians and lawyers because there's something within them that's like shut off, right? So they can do the surgery, right? They can do the surgery, but at a high level,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah,
when it comes to like the maniacal individuals who are who are hurting people, and causing all the chaos and melee on the planet, I'm actually not talking about them. We'll put them in a corner, right? We'll put the ones that are not
right.
productive, right? The ones who are like in the prisons, for example, and you hear about the crazy stuff that they've done. We can name them, but we're going to put them in a corner. I'm talking about people like you and I and Jack Talcott and Black Manosphere and those in the chat who are listening, or just those who are listening and those in the chat. I'm talking about people who have their, what I would assume and hope that they have their wherewithal. They're trying to advance themselves within society, um, going through their day to day, taking care of what needs to be taken care of. That's who I'm talking about. um and I think it's like going back to the whole, you know telecommunications frequency and infrastructure being upgraded. In order for people to not pass away, as we all know what happened during COVID, yeah, people are going to have to do their part. Eat better, right? Eat better, detox whenever you can. Get used to consuming hot beverages, like flush your system. Yeah, try to be healthy. Try to be healthy mentally and physically. Stretch, because like, I'm just kind of naming all these factors that people could take into account, so they don't get caught up in the other wave, the other
Mm.
wave that's going to come. But I think 6G is to come in like 2030, so we have a couple years. And then 7G, they said, I did read, approximately it's going to come back by 2045. So we're going to be old. We're going to be pretty old by 7G. But for those of us who have children, it's to teach our children and the youth, if we can, what to do, right? Because humanity does, I do think humanity does need to advance. We're doing a lot of things that are very manual. And I mean, Japan is like 20 years ahead of most of the West, in my opinion.
Okay. That
Yes.
you've said an amazing amount there, Espi, and I do thank you for it. There's a lot to go into there.
Thank you.
You're
Yeah.
saying humanity does need to progress. Where would you like to see humanity get to? Where do we need to get to? That's what I'd
I
like to know.
just I had a conversation with another content creator the other day, and I said, like, he was showing footage of like a city somewhere in the States, and it was just all these people that what my mom would call down and out. And I just said, that I told him, I said, the government could just do a whole sweep. They can literally do a whole sweep and resolve this. Like, if you look at Dubai, at least the nicer part of Dubai, Dubai doesn't have this problem, but when you go on the outskirts, of course, the poverty lies in the outskirts of Dubai. But the main epicenter of where the, all the money is running, all the gold and all the affluence, occurs in Dubai, for example. Yeah, they don't have all that. They don't have all of the melee, right? They don't have all that sadness, for example.
But
Like,
is it not? My personal view is it's better that it's there for us to see, because then we know something's going wrong in society. And if we don't see it, if we do push it to the edges, we may not
mm,
see it, and there will be tragic casualties, etc., that we're not dealing with, that we're not trying
mm,
to solve, problems we're not trying to solve. So, is it not? Is it maybe Dubai has it wrong in that sense? It's sanitizing its society and making things look perfect when they're anything but perfect. And at least in some of these American cities, it's in your face, and we know there's work to do.
I think the governments have an ability to do a sweep, and whatever's going on with people individually, um, we have the opportunity, we have the technology, we have the intelligence, to be able to resolve a lot of things. Like, I do observe what's going on through YouTube, like the feeds and so forth, and I'm thinking, this is so avoidable. Like all these, like, whether it's a familial family issue, or like somebody put up a reel, a post about something, you can name it, and I'm thinking, this person's going to jail because they're spiraling. Why are they spiraling? But the way the system is set up is you have to seek the help yourself. A lot of people are not going out of their way to seek help, because sometimes people don't think that they need help, because a lot of people are, I guess you can say, like Instagram or TikTok content creators versus like a live stream content creator. Like this type of space is important because we're just communicating, right? But these other people, they're trying to make money through like the TikTok and the Instagram, and putting up all these reels, and like behind the scenes, they end up on the 6 o'clock news, and they have to go to jail, probably, for
Mm.
most likely for the rest of their life, because they snapped,
Wow.
right?
Why do you think that happens?
um Half the time, I'm going to put example as a woman, half the time, sometimes these women just reproduce. They don't find the right suitor, but they reproduce, and they keep reproducing until they realize, oh, they're running out of money. The guy didn't marry them. He gives money here and there, but she has to figure out how to generate the money. So psychologically, that does something to a mother, especially a woman that becomes a single mother. So that's the woman side. That's one aspect of, I guess, womanhood that some women, many women, end up going through. And then I guess for the men, I hear that a lot of men are going through, no matter I hear a lot of men going through stuff, no matter what their race is or even their culture. They go through stuff psychologically. So a lot of men end up, they are like on the verge of snapping, whether they do, Instagram or TikTok style content creation, or even working at a day job. I see, like, I notice, like, the beer stores, for example, or the alcohol, wherever they sell alcohol, it's popular. you know um I guess cannabis is popular. It's a great way for people to
Okay.
kind of get away from
Well,
whatever.
yeah. So there's lots of problems on both sides of the gender spectrum. Now, we have Black Manosphere here, and he is involved in, or he has been involved in the Manosphere online. So
Hmm.
it would be interesting to hear his thoughts. Maybe you two could have a little bit of interaction, because he's been talking to a lot of men online, talking about life and how hard it is being a man in modernity, and trying to G each other up and help each other out. And SB, you said you've gone into these communities, you've watched them, and I'm sure you've looked at the female side of things as well. So it would be interesting to hear both of you talk, and just talk about, put it all out there, the problems as you see them, and basically maybe is there any common ground as well. So yeah, go ahead, guys. Wherever the conversation goes, I'm sure it will be constructive to some degree.
Yeah, I'm open to it. Yes, I was soapboxing as you definitely clarify DNW. So Black Manosphere, go ahead. I'm listening.
I'm just listening to the things you're saying and talking about. And yes, as far as the men go, yes, there's a loneliness epidemic. And as far as I know about men, men need love, men need a responsibility, and it's the things that make them a man. You know what I mean? And I feel like a lot of men get judged because of who they are, the height, the weight, how they're dressed, or whatever. That as if they not a man or can't be a man. You know what I mean? So it's like a lot of times men don't get opportunities to grow. I feel like a lot of women have kept a lot of certain men out of the sexual market, which are the simps, the lames, and the corny, which I also feel those are the family men. And so there's a lot of theory and philosophy about what's going on, and a lot of real things that men are experiencing. And yeah, I just like to touch on them and bring up
That's
certain
interesting. You
aspects.
said they are the family. They have historically been the family men. Can you describe what those terms mean? So SB, she might be familiar with them, but for anybody listening, why they are why they historically have been the family men, and why you think women are pushing them to the side, and why you think that's detrimental for society.
Well, first of all, the society is built on family. Woman's role and responsibility to man and to society is to be in family. It's what makes her an honest woman through marriage and things of that aspect. So this is a key fabric to society. So when it doesn't happen, everybody's looking around to blame somebody. Well, you have to create it. So you have to go to the people who want to do it. And the simps, the cornies, the lames, those are the people who traditionally, hey, I want to go to work and just be about my family. And the alphas and the certain other categories of men, they want to take over the world, rule the world, have everything in it, and so they're not taking care of a family, and they're not going to be doing, what I mean. So it's up to women, and now through free choice, women have to choose that guy, but she's not attracted. She has an excuse. So I'm not attracted to that guy, I'm not going to do nothing with him.
Can you,
And
you
so
said the terms simps, cornies, and lames. Can you explain what they actually mean, brother? That's what I meant. Sorry. And then yeah, keep talking. You're doing well.
yes, simp, corny, and lame means you're not trying to do anything extra. You're simple. You're corny, as in the sense of, hey, it's not coming with a whole bunch of thrills and a whole bunch of craziness. Is going to be, the job is going to get done. It's a mindset. It's kind of, every man can't live like that or be that, because a lot of people want to try to not be corny, right? You want to be popping and you want to be popular and things of that nature. But those mindsets and aspects from adults, we understand, don't take care of business. They don't take care of the business at hand. So, yeah, corny, simp, lame is to take care of a business and the job, and simply at that.
Um, I what I do know about um I guess the age of what they call dating, I don't prefer to call it courtship, because courtship leads to marriage, whereas dating may or may not lead to marriage, right? So I what I guess I'll add is, for women, it's a matter of meeting somebody who has the potential to be a suitor. And a suitor encompasses several factors, because majority of the time, I don't always think it's like the woman that genuinely wants to reproduce all the time. Like a lot of more, I think a lot of the time it's the man that wants to carry on his lineage. So it's up to the woman to decide, okay, is this individual a suitor? Like, is he going to be the one to ensure that I am taken care of if after obviously I get married to him, or yeah, we marry, like he, we have the wedding and so forth, and the marriage occurs. I am to get pregnant. Is he going to have the capacity to make sure I am taken care of while I have to nurse this baby? after the baby is born. Okay, baby one, baby two, a couple babies come. You know, does he have the capacity to make sure this purchased home, you know, is going to be taken care of, like all the needs are met, or is it just going to be somebody that likes what I look like, he's interested in me, but he doesn't really have the capacity to be a suitor because he doesn't generate enough money, so I'm going to have to take on the masculine role and, not just to work, but like, put the money in, to let's help him build, as the word is going around on like a certain area of YouTube. um so yeah, I think it's a matter of like finding an actual suitor based on what you'd like as a woman. um what else is there? And besides the home, besides the babies, is there life insurance? Like, is there investments? Like, these are the conversations that need to be discussed, because at one point marriage was an economic agreement. Like, what's the right word I'm trying to say? It was an economic thing, but now that has, like, in certain areas of life, some people don't realize, marriage is an economic thing, right? Like, you're not getting married because you love this person only. Like, there's, you know children deserve a certain quality of life. So yeah, we need to remember how things used to be, even though women didn't have as many rights back in the 1800s. But like, we need to get back to certain elements of why women were actually getting married to men. Things are different. We are making our own money, but at the same time we are still birthing the babies, and women need to be taken care of. It is a hellscape, as you've mentioned, DNW, for a lot of women on this planet, especially out in the West, right? So um, it's me ranting a little bit, but I hope I made somewhat of a point. Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, I mean, all in all, from my perspective, it's just like, there's two people who are gonna do a thing and two people who are gonna, I guess, be talking about it. And my world and where I come from and watching men from a boy, especially my grandfathers. I have one father and I have two grandfathers. So before, what I mean, before I become a man, I got three individuals to look at about manhood and and how it's to the tenements of it. And one thing I realized is it's no excuses. You know what I'm saying? It's no excuses.
True.
Soon as you come with an excuse, it sounds like the job is not going to get done.
As a
And
man, you speak of, like, as a man, is that what you're
yeah,
referring to?
yes,
Okay.
yes,
Yes, I'm
yes,
listening.
yes,
Go ahead.
absolutely, yeah. So there's no excuses. And then for adults, all in all, period. Like, what I mean? If women want to negotiate, what I mean, some type of social contract with men, I mean, I'm sure man is open, but then there's an aspect to man of, does he love this? Does he love you? Does he love the job, the responsibility, and what this is all? Because it's about to span 20 years, right? 21, at least the first 21 to this child becomes grown.
Yes.
So I gotta be thinking, I got first 21, like for first 48, and all the things that are gonna come in life, all the curveballs, all the storms, everything. No excuses. I'm here, the job will get done, and that's it. And so I don't see two people or two like minds getting together to create family and continue family. And so I think it's had an effect on society. I mean, we've been watching women's liberation, women's empowerment, and things for over 60 years and a few generations. And I think we all can agree, hey, things are just not working out or just not going in the direction of what man, woman, and child needs it to be. Because feminism doesn't seem to be about man, woman, and child. Man is here to protect man, woman, and child under one roof. That's all he's needed here to do. If you don't have that job for him, then it's nothing for him to be a man about. His manhood comes through fatherhood. His manhood comes through, I'm taking care of the responsibility and handling the job. Once he goes off the job, no boy, no man, nobody respects the man that goes off the job. Man that says, "Oh, I'm not doing the job." You know what I mean? So we have to have two like individuals crews that want to stay on the job, no excuses, and we're gonna get through whatever it is in life that we go through. All your weight issues and your
Uh-huh.
psychological mindset, everything. We, man, woman, and child are gonna get through it together every step of the way.
So what I'm for regarding women is like I've noticed like a lot of women have been kind of like saying the same thing. A lot of us don't like working in these jobs. Like we have, from my personal experience, I've encountered a lot of maniacal experiences working with women. Like it's weird because I find sometimes not all women are not all women are, you know, are hateful to other women, but women have a thing towards other women, I notice, and this is not pitting women against women, I'm just speaking from my personal point of view. It's like they don't want you to generate money, especially if they want to be in competition with you, even if they don't look anything like you, they don't dress anything like you, there's nothing about you and them that are of likeness, right? So
Mm-hmm.
they decided in their mind that, oh, she's a little bit too polished, she actually cares a little bit too much about her self-care versus the other woman. So they see that you put effort into your appearance as a woman, and they decide to make it their mission to make life on earth in the workplace a living hellhole for you. Right? So HR can only do so much. You have to speak up. But if you're dealing with essentially a sociopathic woman, like a very jealous, sociopathic, woman who has to deal with whatever's going on in her own life, but she's taking it out on you, you know, after a while, you're like, you know what? I'm a pretty strong person, but you can have it. Right. So a lot of women end up going through those kind of weird experiences in the workplace. So for me, I'm all for women running their own businesses, finding a way to make money outside of what the husband's bringing in. Yeah, I'm pro business ownership for women, especially mothers. So if we don't have to go to the workplace, that's a lot of us, we would prefer that. But we want to make sure money's coming in our own bank accounts as well, you know, besides what you're doing as like the provider, you know. We're taking care of the kids for you, you know, we're being your wife, but you know, we're going to have our own money coming in as well. So we don't have to go to the workplace with a bunch of sociopathic women, with few, you know,
So it
decent
sounds like you.
women.
It sounds like you agree that women can be a big problem.
Of course, like women are very emotional, like by nature. We're okay. Like if we're gonna talk about, we're gonna remove the good, bad, and evil aspect out of the conversation, in my perspective, and we're gonna talk about order and chaos. Women, as much as I love being a woman, by nature we are naturally chaotic creatures because the birthing process is very chaotic, right? Even being pregnant is very chaotic. If we're lucky, it's not so bad, but it's pretty chaotic. Um, so naturally, women are chaotic, and especially if we are
But
not
what's the
self-aware.
solution to that?
What is the solution
Mhm.
to us not being chaotic?
Mhm.
Is that what you asked?
Yes. Mhm.
You can't. There's no solution to being chaotic. Like the birthing process, as I mentioned, is very chaotic. But what I was going to say is, uh, you have to get to, as a woman, I do believe in self-actualization, um, being self-aware, figuring out what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses, to figure out like, okay, what do I want to be, like how do I want to become a better version of myself? Am I an antagonist? Do I like being a really strong-minded individual, and you know, picking upon picking upon the person that tried to get under my skin, and feeling the weight of that, and feeling how good it feels, right? They call it, like, I guess, being in your dark feminine. But at the same time, like, how are you going to help people, right? Are you going to be the one to stand up toward the bully that's bullying the other chick, right? I kind of feel a little good about standing up to the bully, because half the time they're idiots, right? You can't just pick on people. But anyways,
Mhm.
I'm going on a mini
No,
tangent. So um
you're so good. I got you.
yeah, so for me, I just think like women naturally we're just going to be chaotic, but it's figuring out, okay, are you going to be chaotic, or are you going to be trying to work towards a state of order, right? Trying to figure out,
Right.
okay, are you going to balance this whole scene out? Because sometimes, like, being a human being, at the end of the day, you have to be on. And especially as a woman, especially if you're like aesthetically attractive woman, no matter what color line you fall within, right? If you look good, you look good, right? So you're half the time you're gonna, as a woman, you're gonna be a target, right? You're gonna be a
Right.
target. So
Right.
you don't
Right.
back down, and that's where I guess that the chaotic element comes in, because if somebody wants to challenge you and talk crazy to you, you have to know, you have to get that Michelle Pfeiffer, Catwoman, Selena Kyle. You got to let her out. You got to let her out. Like, you have to sometimes let people know you're not to be messed with, as the word or the saying goes. You have to
Right.
intimidate people when it's necessary, or else people will walk all over you to the point of you wanting to, the word is going around, deleting yourself. That's not your role on planet Earth. So you have to
Right.
you have to figure out how to be as a woman. You have to be strong on this planet. This planet is not for the weak. So if you
Absolutely
look
not.
good, you were born with, like, as a woman, you're born with like really like great genetics, so to speak. People always want to approach you and communicate with you and have conversations,
Yeah, you have
and so to
attraction.
forth.
You
Hmm?
have attraction power in the world.
Right, magnetism as well. Like,
Magnet. Right.
right,
Attraction.
not only are you aesthetically appealing to all walks of life, men and women, right? You have that magnetism, and you have that charisma, you have that confidence. Like, you're closer to the level of what I call self, almost to the point of being self-actualized, because not only is you were graced with great genetics, but you also are about like grooming yourself and upkeeping, self-maintenance and self-care, right? So you're essentially the goddess of planet Earth. You exemplify what the goddess looks like on the planet. That's the stuff they don't want people to talk about, right? We exalt the gods of planet Earth. Where does the goddess fit in? Oh, she's still here. She's still here. She's here in human form, but you you have to
It's
be
what
aware of what
actions.
you want. Sorry, go ahead. I'm
Right.
listening. Sorry.
What actions are the goddesses performing? What are the results of all this beauty and attraction and magnetism, and what is she parlaying all that into as a
So
fruit? We always, what fruit is it bearing?
so because you guys, men of planet Earth, you guys are essentially the gods of the planet, right?
Mm, mm.
Um the women, like, once more women know who they are, she doesn't even have to be like aesthetically that appealing. She just has to upkeep her appearance. Because I've seen women who are what I classify as plain Janes, or not so attractive, but I notice when she takes care of her skin, she takes care of her hair. There's something, there's something beautiful. Like, she's not the best looking woman, but wow, like,
Oh
she
yeah,
looks
we know,
good.
beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So many
They
people find
say that
it. Yeah.
they say that, but I'm really about like presentation, especially as a woman. Presentation, you don't have to have the best genetics, you don't have to be a Victoria's Secret model or an editorial model, or even like a lovely actress. You don't have to have the image industry look as a woman. You just have to put yourself together, and I see it all the time. These women, they're stressed out. There's no intention in their presentation when they leave their house, because they're in the day-to-day world. Nobody looked at them in all their life and said, hey, do you want to model for my agency? Or, hey, you would be great to be in this TV series or this next coming movie. Nobody has approached those type of women in all of their life. So they go through their
Right.
day-to-day feeling invisible. I would love to see more women. See, now I'm going on a mini tangent. I'd love to go, like, love to see more women realize, you know what? You got to like yourself. Because if you like yourself, you're going to attract more. within this life. This planet is, so to speak, magical, or whatever word you prefer to use. There's so much beauty on this planet. There's things that are unseen that we can tap into. I'm getting a little more mystical right now, but
Right.
it's not like you just have to decide what you want in life,
Right.
right?
Right.
So we were talking about like man and woman and relationships, and then I got into the goddess. So if more women realize, like, do the work, you don't even know what you'll attract. More, like, I'm fairly polished my whole entire life. But the more I polish I'm also and fairly slender. The more I've put more polish into my appearance, like, I just get free things. Like, my interactions with the general public are a lot different. People are warmer to me, no matter what walk of life that they're from. Doesn't matter their race. My interactions with the human race are like very different. And I'm like, wow, this is actually pretty powerful. Just imagine I just keep at it and learn what I need to learn.
Mhm.
I like I'm just going to be able to monetize very well. I just have to, you know, take the time. Anyways, you ask the questions because I'm going on a tangent at the
It's
moment.
no problem.
So
So
you
I asked,
ask the questions so we can streamline this conversation a little better. Go ahead. I'm listening.
right, so it's all good. I asked two questions. I asked what was the fruit of, her goddess, her being a goddess and a queen and on that high level. And then I also asked an earlier question because we talked about chaos and a chaotic woman and what would be the solution to that. And so I felt like stability, security, love, um, things that could secure her into where she doesn't have to feel chaotic or be chaotic because she's secured in a certain manner or aspect. And then as far as being a goddess and having all this magnetic attraction and can monetize it and have this really wonderful life, does that also mean not to have the family? Not for the Because I look at stability for man, woman, and child as it's all balances each other. You know what I mean? So that there's a certain need for that to exist and to be in it so that you're not so pulled off into the world and what the world got going on, which don't care about you anyway. And
Well,
getting into so many arguments and fights and things with women and battling as if you don't have a home to go to and things to do with your day, like you ain't even got to get into all that.
that's understandable. I'm just gonna, I guess, slightly sidebar and acknowledge, like, I think people or history has done a great job at having us forget that Lilith was Adam's first wife before Eve was a factor. And because Lilith said no, they demonized her and made her into what she's classified as now, and especially in games, video games, Lilith is deemed as a demon in video games, and I think within mythology as well. And but Lilith essentially was like a goddess, right? So because she said no and she decided to do her own thing, um, she was cast away within society as we know it today as like the bad one, the evil one, kind of like the harlot, so to speak. And women do want to be provided for and protected while also making our own money as well, right? Just always want to emphasize that, right? So yeah, women want to be want to feel safe around a potential suitor's company. Like we want that, but half the time there's so many weird stories about you know these women losing their lives even while pregnant, for example. But those are extreme stories. But
I get it. I get it.
yeah, just like eventually we might get to a place where women are feel comfortable like continuously marrying well and have the ability to have like raise a family, being comfortable to even allowing yourself to get pregnant, right? Because I don't know if most of you guys have heard like the birth rates in the West have decreased significantly, and apparently I've heard even throughout the world the birth rates throughout the world apparently um, have decreased. But I'll just stick to the West. That's not a coincidence.
Do you think men are eager to have babies and increase the which would simultaneously increase the birth rate?
I think you guys always want to carry on your
So so
legacy.
so so again, women are pushing back. Did Lilith push back on being like, why did society want to outcast her?
They don't
Was
like strong beautiful women. Like you have a mind of your
strong
own, you can think for yourself. You said no, I'm not gonna do
not
what you
gonna
said I
marry?
should do. So she was cast out, and then they brought in Eve. And then, we all know the story of Adam and Eve.
So both women, it went bad both ways.
Well, I mean, like women still are human, right? We're still human, but we're the ones that carry the babies. We carry the fetus. We birth the fetus, or birth the babies, I should better say,
Right? Is there
right?
a dedication to them after that? Is there a dedication to
Is there a
family after?
dedication
Yeah,
to
to the baby after the birth.
we like them? We're conditioned to like, yeah, you have the babies and you rear them, and but the reality comes in, like it's a lot. Like babies are gorgeous, and then they become toddlers
Do you
and they
think
start
certain women?
talking,
Do
and
you
then
think
like you
certain
have to
women are
feed
put?
them all the time, and then when you don't feel like doing certain things, you have to upkeep the whole mannerism of being a mom. There's times you don't want to tutor, right? But you have to tutor unless you hire a tutor, but you have to keep on with them in terms of their comprehension. Like there's a lot. But
Did she know that before going in?
the
Did
woman in general,
Yes. Did she
I
know
think.
all of what was coming ahead, having this baby and having to dedicate a life? Because my point is,
Mhm.
do you think certain women are maternal and family type women, real mothers, and certain women are not?
um I think some of us we'd like to be maternal, and then others, like, we were not always raised by particularly loving parents. Like some of us were raised by parents who were very duty oriented, and they feed you, they clothe you, they make sure you are raised in a nice suburban neighborhood. The schools you attended were appropriate. um, the life of crime is something you know of on watching the news, but in your day to day that's not your existence. The caliber of individuals that you're used to, I guess you could call it socioeconomics. When you're in a middle level of socioeconomics, there's a certain way, there's hidden rules at play, and people tend to follow those rules. So yeah, like sometimes the women give you the life that I think most people deserve to have. But when it comes to love, you're like, I don't know that word, I don't know what that means. But you had to learn to love yourself, especially as
Right.
a girl. You
So
eventually had to figure it out. Go ahead.
it sounds like everything starts in the home. It starts with two dedicated parents,
Hmm.
and it seems initially what you're trying to say, and that you need that love from the beginning, and to be able to have self-esteem and to be able to continue. Because my thing is, certain women, certain men and women, right? Everybody is not fit for every position. That's why I brought up cornies and the lanes and the simps, and I categorized them as family men.
Hmm.
And then I separate family women from women that are harlots, like you said, and got other things in mind that they want to do. There's also an aspect of you can be whoever you was and or was before you had the child. Then when she had the child, she grows up. A lot of women can say, I grew up by, having this child and changing my mindset and things and becoming more of a woman because I had the baby. Before the baby, I was hell on wheels. You know what I'm saying? I had a
That's a
lot of different
great
notions.
excuse. I hear that all the time. That's such a
I
great
mean,
excuse.
I'm just giving different scenarios for people, but my main point is a
Hmm.
woman that's already thinking before the baby is already, she's already maternal, she's already a mother, she already has considered a lot of different things, and she's all in
Hmm.
on her own accord, on her own mind, her own soul, spirit, work ethic, and everything. She's in.
Hmm.
So, I just, could see a certain separation between people. But all in all, I think, yeah, we all need to be nurtured and brought up in those great suburban societies. But we also know and have situations where we made it through without those things. So, as far as women wanting to get with the rich guy and live these well-off lives and things, like you said, for a woman that has that great genetics and that great personality and magnetic
Hmm.
attraction, she
Yeah.
can get more into those spaces. And then, but when they get into those spaces, is she going to be dedicated to the man and the family? Is she going to get up there and act, a fool, or is she going to get maternal, or does those um situations, circumstance make her more maternal?
I'm gonna also add, I think people, even women, I think we forget there's so many different archetypes of women, not just men, right? So like not
Right.
every woman is is gonna have a baby. You don't have to carry on your bloodline, but because we live in a post how to say, like, post, like, really strong, like, religious foundation, because the West is the West, like, is a Catholic and Protestant, like, system, like the what am I trying to say, like the foundation is based on like Catholicism and Protestantism, and
Mhm.
what comes with that, and the Bible, right? What's in the Bible, so like the morality and so I'm not going to continue trying to find the words that I know I'm trying to um say, but there's so
Who
many
is
archetypes
the
of
crack
women. Like, you
women,
don't have
right?
to carry on your bloodline if you don't want to, as women, but they make us feel bad if we don't. So how about give us incentive as women? Like, let's normalize child care. Let's normalize, like, stay at home mom, so she can be there for several years to rear the children, whether she wants to homeschool them. Let's give her the support, but
Right,
we all have choices. We all have choices to
right,
decide, like, who you're going to um choose as a suitor. Is he going to provide the life that you want, or are you going to be okay with the minimalist quality of life, where you can send your future children to a decent school in a safe neighborhood. Um, yeah, that's me ranting again. So continue. I'm listening. I'm
yeah,
listening.
it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, I mean, like you said, there's different types of women. I think, naturally, most women want to have a baby and have been thinking about being a mother, a young girl, and but
That's
and I
just
think most,
conditioning.
yeah, you don't think that's natural, that's something
I
in her
mean,
that wants
they
to
condition us.
have a
Like, they
baby.
give us the baby dolls. I was the Cabbage
Mhm.
Patch Kid era, so I'm definitely giving you my age group. But they always gave us the dolls since when we could remember. I loved Barbies. I loved my collection of different Barbies. So yeah, they conditioned us to, like, prepare for um reproduction, but marriage first, obviously. Like, marriage, finding the right guy, then marriage. and then reproduction. And you think about it, but as you get older, when you think about what you want to do in your life, and then you see the girls having the babies just outside of high school and during university era, you're like, I don't know how she's doing it.
And not married, right?
Sometimes she wasn't married, and I'm thinking, I don't know why this is intriguing, but I'm not here to judge anybody. Like, I just never thought that was intriguing by any means. Like, I've had family members who had children in their early years, and I just thought, wow, you're doing this. Luckily they had like people to watch the children while they went to work and all that stuff, but I just never found that intriguing.
Right.
Right,
And
but
then some women, right, they came into that circumstance, right? Sex creates babies, right? If there's no protection against this egg eating the fetus, then a baby is coming, or a
she
pregnancy is
has
there.
to be the one to go to the clinic. Like in my case, because I'm Canadian, we can just go to the clinic, to our family doctor, what have you not, and we can get what we need. Especially in our late teens, we had youth clinics, right? So you were able to speak
Right.
to the nurse practitioner who was in her mid in her late 20s to early 30s, and she's hip, she looks good, she's relatable, right? So you can talk to the nurse practitioner, and she's
Mm-hmm.
giving you the 411, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
women have to be smart even if they're in their late teens to early 20s. Like, you have to think about it. But my mind thinks about these things. Not everybody's thinking about these things. A lot of these girls are like, "Oh my god, he likes me. Oh my god, he likes me." No. Like, just sit back and observe.
I think she
But
likes
that's
him
just
too.
me. I'm just one person.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, as far as the majority goes, you know what I mean, and nature goes, most women are gonna have children, because it's
Hmm.
rare that, it's rare if a woman's a certain age and things that she doesn't have children, because most women have children before 30.
I know
And
the way the life
mhm,
is out in like Toronto, in the upper echelon neighborhoods, I do know of the mothers tend to be like in their late 30s to early 40s. And the reason for that is Canada is like known, like in terms of standards wise, like for their education. Like, you finish your education, finish your graduate degree, get your PhD, and then you settle down, right?
right, and then in that time, how much unprotected sex is she having
A lot of
through all that
the
time?
women out here, they're very like conservative. I'm not saying all of them are conservative, but they're pretty conservative. And the ones who aren't conservative, they're on birth control. So there's no
Okay, so there we
babies
go.
being had. There's no abortions being really done. They go to the clinic, right? Like, I don't know
Yeah,
how to
very
explain it. Like, it's
sophisticated, very,
just take
very
care of yourself.
sophisticated, very, yeah, very, upscale, very,
It's not this
um,
like, oh my gosh, she's pregnant. No, take you're an adult. Be an adult. If you're going to put yourself in a position in that manner as a woman, like, you go to the clinic if you must, but half the time, no, these girls are here, the ones that I know of, they're in their late 30s and their early 40s and having their first child, if they even have a child. A lot of them are
right,
owning heritage homes. They have another home out in like Mexico, or God knows where, so to
right,
speak. They
right,
have their real estate, they have their investments in order. They have their life insurance policy in check. Like, I'm not saying like a lot, but there's a good amount of women who are a little older and they don't have children. They're just financially stable, and they live a upper middle class quality of life, many of them. They're traveling several times out of the year. I know somebody, she went to Thailand with her husband for New Year's Eve just because she could,
And
right?
she has a husband, and they don't have any kids.
They don't have children. She didn't want children. She didn't want children, so she does high level banking. She's about to retire whenever she feels like it because she can. Her house is paid off. House is paid off. They own a couple other properties throughout the Americas. That's how it is for a good amount, especially of Canadians, different racial backgrounds.
Mm-hmm.
They have their cottage. A lot of Canadians have their cottage, so they don't have to leave the country.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them find ways to save money. So, the middle to upper middle class quality of life is standard out in Canada,
Got you.
right? It's just the culture out here, because we're basically the children of an imperialist society. So, yeah, I'm listening.
Got
Yes, 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 yes.
you. Yeah.
But I'm gonna have to hop
It's
off
it's
because,
very.
sorry.
Oh no, I'm listening.
I said I'm gonna have to hop off because I have some other duties to take care
Okay.
of behind the scenes. But I will try to listen when I leave the house. So I'm gonna hop off. If you guys are still running, I might join again. So, but I'm
Okay,
gonna
SB.
drop right now.
Well, I'm
Okay.
not sure if we still will be running, but I want to say thanks for coming on. It's been great to have you on, a
Thank
newbie,
you.
and you really
Yes.
took over in a good way, and you provided some great conversation there. So thank you so much, and I hope you'll come back soon.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. All right, you take care of yourself. Black
Take
man's here
care,
as well in
SB.
DNW.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Take care, SB.
So, guys, the guys who are listening, anybody want to come on? The link is there. We have Woke Before Karen. If you want to come on, Mike Dunnigan. If you want to come on, and whoever else is there, Der Poops, Youth in Asia 88. If you are an adult, you can come on. Mimsy Limbs, good to have you here again. If you want to come on, the link is in the chat. Global Solidarity, Retro, whoever is there, you are welcome to come on. Otherwise, we will be ending the show soon. Oh, there's already somebody here. We've got Pastor D in the house. Pastor D, hello. How are you doing, sir?
God bless you all, children. God bless you all, children. How are you?
Okay, there's no need to infantilize me. I am an adult, but I'm very well. How are you?
Well, pastors always say children, because children of
Yeah,
God,
yeah, 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 yeah.
You know
So,
what the
how
problem
are
is?
you, Pastor D?
Oh, good. I'm doing well. How about you?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm probably going to head out in about an hour, but other than that,
Okay.
I'm free to talk. So go ahead.
Well, you were talking earlier about the problem with womenhood and marriages and couples, and that's because we're not following the Bible. The Bible clearly
All
says
right,
that Eve was
Pastor
created
D,
to be
you're
Adam's helpmate.
Pastor D. I think you're coming through a little bit broken up there. Black Man is fair. Can you hear Pastor D clearly?
Yeah, he's a little broken up. A little broke, just a little.
All right. Testing,
Pastor D,
testing,
yeah.
testing, testing, testing. Okay.
It's not great, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, we're not following the Bible's prescription for biblical marriage.
Pastor D, is there any chance you could move somewhere better in the house so that we could hear you clearer?
Okay. I'll try. Let's see what we're doing here.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, hopefully, because it's not going to be a good conversation if we can't hear him, is it? Anybody else there wants to join, please do. Link is in the chat. Go ahead, Pastor D.
I'm gonna check out and check back in later. Okay.
Oh, we can hear you wherever you are now. It's a bit better.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, the problem with men and women is they're not following the Bible's prescription for a healthy marriage.
Okay, and what do you mean by that?
Well, the Bible clearly says that Eve was to be Adam's helpmate. Lilith was banned from the garden because she was rebellious. And the book of Timothy tells us that women are to remain silent and submissive. And if women just follow that prescription, everything will be okay.
What do you think of this, Black Man is Fair? Bit archaic?
I think, yeah, but I think there's some truth to it. I think women have overstepped a lot of boundaries within the freedom allowed, and the consequences and the effects back on humanity. Men have to deal with. Everything comes back to men.
Yeah.
So these are the reasons for her to maintain in a certain role, right? So that man can do his job and everybody can function.
Yes, exactly. Barefoot and pregnant. The man goes out to bring home the money, and the woman takes care of the children's.
Well, not to get that archaic and like really, like we want women to have their own freedom, have their own money, do what they need to do. Just take care of the family though. Don't lose sight of the focus of, why you're an adult now and what the focus is, what the
Yeah,
mission
but
and the job is.
feminism has told women you can bring home the bacon, fry it up in a pan, and then feed the kids, and that's not biblical.
Right. And now we have evidence, right, over 60 years and generations now that says that's not true.
Well,
Like
if they
there's
went back to the biblical prescription of being Adam's helpmate and
right.
remaining submissive, there's several verses about women, remaining submissive. Now we got
And
women with attitudes.
right. I think men have to find a certain class of women and be in that class of women. And because women are just as free as men, they can do whatever they want and whatever the
I
consequences
wouldn't go that
is.
far. I wouldn't go
That,
that
I mean,
far.
that's the reality we live in, that they have
Well, no,
freedom, they
you're
can do
right.
whatever they
It
want.
is, but it should be with the husband's permission.
Oh yeah, we know what it should be. You know what it should be.
You're right.
We all in agreement with that. But now we have to deal with the reality that it's not what it should be.
Yeah, that's true.
They have these freedoms. So now we have to, as men, we have to adapt to the situation and circumstance.
Yeah.
Because it's like, okay, what are we gonna do? Feminism is here, these crazy women with their attitudes is here, and are we gonna let them, run us over or mess up the family, mess up the infrastructure of, life and
Well, the Bible,
humanity, or are we gonna go around them and look for better women and restart life and humanity and structure?
spare the rod, spoil the child. That's what the Bible says.
Right, 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 right. So
Just give them a good beat down.
we can't help create that which we can't make use of. So we're
Well,
not
the
trying
Bible
to
does
intervene.
liken women to children, and the Bible says, spare the rod, spoil the child.
Right, right. I look at a lot of, the government allowing a lot of these things, I don't feel like the government takes in consideration what is needed. They just gonna do their business. And, the woman is just part of the business as well. She births the new human who's going to go to work and upkeep the society. So
Oh, yeah. Well,
or be in the jail and and be so it's all
or
business.
be a single woman and have babies and get a check.
Right.
That's,
And then be a
that's another
whore to the
problem.
rest of the men in upper class.
Well, yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because she's still gonna have sex. So she's still gonna pursue sex and things like that. So this is the things that we think of and we're, consider, and we got to make a way around, because I don't see freedom being like, I mean, they got the birth control thing and certain things on the law they're trying to implement, but her overall freedoms are still there, and she doesn't have to choose family or choose to do right, just like Lilith or some of the other examples.
Right. But, Lilith was banned from the garden because she was rebellious.
Right, which isn't a well-known story that's taught, from the
Oh, yeah,
Bible.
well,
Most
I'm a
people probably
pastor.
would not know that.
Well, there's two creation accounts. That's where they came up with Lilith.
Hmm. I've heard of it. Definitely, definitely.
You know?
And, women don't use
So,
these knowledges to the advantage, right? I'm listening.
well, no, we just need to get them to read their Bibles. I mean, look at the Muslims. They got the right idea. Put them in sacks.
Well,
Put
we
them in
right.
the
We're
burqa.
not. We're not in that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, that's religious based. You got to
You know,
be in that religion.
you just
Yeah.
pull that little burqa up and what you need, and then you put it back down.
All right. Well, in the West, with all this freedom, you ain't gonna see too many burkas and things of that nature. You're gonna see a whole lot of
Well,
opinionated women doing what they do.
you asked, you were talking about the prescription for fixing all this broken society we live in.
Right. And your answer was definitely the Bible. And guess
Yeah,
what? The
and you ain't got any
unless you
uppity
go to
women, no uppity
Mhm.
women in the Muslim countries. You smack them down.
Say that again.
There are no uppity
Oh, I'm
women in
not with
Muslim
any women.
countries because you smack them down.
Right, right, right. Yeah, I'm not gonna put my hand on a woman.
No, well, I'm just telling you what would fix everything.
Now I hear you. I hear you.
And you think I'm being serious? I'm being. This whole conversation has been very facetious. But
Okay.
I
That's
do know people in the southeast, the evangelical religion that they think that's the right thing. The man is the head of the household.
Yeah, I mean, outside of America, they say it's pretty much a patriarchy with men, men run a lot of the rules in the countries and things like that. So,
Well, Western
and the
Europe,
women are,
England,
hmm
parts of South America are getting more liberalized.
oh
Russia,
yeah, definitely,
less so, but they're heading that way. China, they're definitely headed that way. South Korea, you heard of the 4B movement?
Oh yeah,
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
their birth rate is 0.67. You need 2.1 to keep the population stable with indigenous people. So
It's interesting.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Personally,
I don't know.
I think World War II we had 2 billion people. We now have we're pushing 8.3 billion, and that's in one lifetime. What would be wrong if it went back down to 3 or 4 billion people?
I hear
Housing would
you.
be
I'm not
cheaper.
into. I'm not into like global population or killing off people or any of those types
No,
of
no,
things.
no, no. I'm just
Just
talking
making
about
more space. Mhm.
yeah. I'm talking about just not having as many kids.
Right, 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 right.
I mean, everybody in
But
America is
biblical,
screaming about that.
biblical is being fruitful and multiplying is biblical, right?
Well, yes and no. I mean, Yahweh the Father told Adam and Eve to be fruitful and multiply when there were two people on the planet. And I think he told Noah and his incestual family to do the same thing when there was only 8 of them. Now we've got 8.3 billion. I think we can lay off the biblical fruitful and multiply shit.
Right. But I know the average human being, once they reach adulthood, they're gonna want to have babies and be parents as well.
Not me.
So 8 billion, eight is supposed to double.
Well, it's supposed to hit it. They're saying 10 billion plus or minus, and then by 2100 it's going to go down. But I mean, we can't, the Western world, especially after World War II, led by England and most of Western Europe, capitalized the world. We exported capitalism.
Right.
And we cannot all live like people do in England and America and have 8.3 billion. Everybody has a car and a smartphone and a TV and a computer and a house and air conditioning and free. This planet can't sustain it. We could sustain 8.3 billion if people live like tribal Africa, countries in Africa, not all, but the tribal societies that are still left. But that's not going to happen. We're going to westernize it. It's too much money to be made by leaving them in huts. And people want all the shit we have.
Right. Everybody wants to move up in society. And
Right.
if they get
And you live
exposed
in
to
Africa, you want air conditioning. You know, you want a house that keeps the lions out.
yeah,
Well,
I'm
I
sure.
went to Tanzania about 14 years ago. Yeah, about 14 years ago. And there was this one tribe, and you know how they kept the wild animals out? They
Hmm.
piled a big pile of sticks, sharp sticks, about 15 feet high, all the way around their village. And they each lived in mud huts made with straw ceilings and a little chimney in the middle. Now, if you show those people, you know, a modern apartment or house with air conditioning and all the bells and whistles, you don't think they're going to want that shit?
Of course. But
Yeah.
what's the infrastructure that can put it together for them?
Well, we're
They
going
don't.
to. We're going to. Look how fast we did it with China. Nixon went out to China in 72 or 3, and I went to Canton in 1988. And that was the thing about rice farms. They had a couple big government stores, and that was it. It was bicycles, about 400 bicycles to every old vehicle. Now you see pictures of Canton, it looks more modern than London or New York.
Right. That's supposed to be the progression of it. We're supposed to get
Right.
to that.
And they were tribal. I mean, they were agricultural. They lived off the land. The recipe works for humans. You just have to get it in their society.
Right. Right.
And all the big companies figured out, hey, well, if we get the Chinese to buy into it, now we're going to get India to buy. They're buying into it. Africa's going to buy in all, not as uniformly because Africa's so many different countries, but they'll eventually buy into it.
Right. Where everybody wants to be civilized and have the best or upgrade from wherever
Yeah,
they're at.
yeah,
That's just a natural thing for all humans. If I could see it, I could want to be it.
yeah. And, you know, one of the rituals they had in this tribe in Tanzania was when the kids were like the male children were 13 or 14, they had to go out for 2 weeks and live on their own and prove that they could hunt and gather. That was their ritual to manhood.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, if you think they could replace that with going to the grocery store, you know they would. They they just don't, you know, they don't have the economic base for it yet, but they will.
Right.
They're
Right.
people,
Right.
you
Right.
know.
Right. Absolutely.
Now, places like South Africa and the places that have been westernized, you know, they're very, very modern, but there's still a lot of countries and tribes in Africa and Middle East and parts of India that have not caught up yet.
Right. They haven't been built up.
Yeah, right. And you know that General Motors and Kraft Foods and Philip Morris, all these companies, they know the recipe. They just have to figure out how to get it in there because people are people.
Oh, definitely.
You know, if
Definitely.
you had a choice between looking at a mud hut wall or, you know, watching YouTube or Netflix or, you know, whatever, what would, you know, naturally you'd want the TV.
Right.
You'd want the
Absolutely.
stereo. You want the car. You want the motorcycle. You want, you know, you want the smartphone.
Right.
And it'll, you know, we're pushing it that way.
Right.
Corporations run the world, not the governments. Governments defend the corporations.
Right. Yep.
But anyways, I'm just a side note.
No, I mean, it makes sense. Makes sense.
But again, the planet, you know, China didn't have very many cars 50 years ago. Now they've got General Motors sells more cars in China than they do in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
That means we got to have more oil. We got to have more steel. We got to have more plastic.
Everything has to go up.
Yeah. And it all takes resources. Everything comes from the earth. So if we don't control our population, nature will, and it'll be violent. Nature will just say, fuck you, and something drastic will happen, and boom, gone. or drastically reduced.
Right.
But anyways, that's my 2 cents as a fake pastor.
I hear you. I
I'm
hear
a
you,
fake
man.
pastor.
Yeah, we definitely got to expand and grow and civilize more of the world that needs to be civilized
Yeah,
and
well, within
create
reason.
more. Yeah, create more. Yeah, I agree.
But I see kids out and about now, and I just like, God, I hope your future is going to be something.
I think the
Hope
kids
you
will
don't.
be all right. They're coming up in a computer era. They're gonna master these computers and get with their productions and things. I think they're gonna be all right.
Now,
IT, IT
when I
industry.
was in high school, you could graduate from high school and probably get a factory job, or you go to college and probably get a lower level management job. Okay. When I was in school, and I'm was born in the early '60s. People were still putting together cars. People were still putting together appliances. Now you go in these factories and it's all robots. Now what's happening with AI is, automation replaced human motion. AI is going to replace human intelligence to a certain degree. So, it used to take 5,000 people to assemble a car. Nissan has a plant and it's 10 years old. They can assemble a car with 50 people.
Oh yeah, I used to work in it.
I bet you, okay, you've seen it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So, what are these people going to do? Everybody going to be an Uber driver and cut hair? you know,
Yeah, right. Trade, some type of trade.
right? Well, trades are good, but you're going to lose a lot of your jobs that had intellectual property, like accounting and law and journalists and writers. AI, that's prime territory for AI,
Definitely.
because accounting is just basically massaging numbers according to laws. Well, they've got all the laws in the database, and you've got Excel spreadsheets that the accountants are working on now.
Mm.
I'm not saying it's going to eliminate accounting, but it's going to. There'll be a lot of accountants that are going to lose jobs.
Right. No need for them.
Right, right.
I mean, I see people making up their own worlds right now anyway. Like that's why how I look at people. That's why definitions and things aren't making sense because like people are defining life for themselves.
Well, good.
And I expect the children to follow suit as well, be into their games and their hobbies and things and get their monies and things from what they like to do
Well,
as
as long as
opposed to
they
just
can do it,
working for the system.
as long as they can do it, as long as there's
Right,
opportunity
right,
there.
right. I hope things get bigger and better. Right, right. I think we're creating a lot of different things. Hopefully things just
Yeah,
improve and get
yeah.
better, you know, because
We'll see. I don't pretend to know the future.
yeah, you don't yeah, you don't seem particularly but optimistic about it, but
No, I don't because I've just seen. Like I was born and raised in Detroit, and now it's a ghost town. It's devastated because of
oh
most,
yeah,
automation and
yeah,
shipping
yeah.
stuff overseas, but mostly
Oh yeah,
automation.
yeah, yeah. The biggest thing there is probably the Detroit Tiger Stadium or whatever.
Yeah. When I was a kid, that was Briggs Stadium.
Right, right, right. That's probably some of the big infrastructure there. But yeah, it's just bad in Detroit, man. Yeah,
Oh yeah, yeah. Now
I've seen it.
pockets are coming back. Pockets are coming back. But
Mhm.
they had 2 million people in the city. The city was 135 square miles,
Wow.
and so whatever they can't bring back, they're just tearing down as far as housing and factories and stuff. But I mean, I was there a couple summers ago. My brother was driving me through these areas, and whole streets, whole neighborhoods were empty. Schools were
Yep.
empty.
Yep.
Shopping centers empty. All boarded up.
Yep. I've seen it. I've seen it. I'm like, wow. But
Yeah,
that means
yeah.
then there's room for developers and people to come in or move there and probably
There
develop.
is, as long as there's an economic base. Yeah. The problem
Right.
Detroit has is it's
Economic
got
base.
shitty weather.
Doesn't attract.
You know,
Yeah. But
not
if
as
it was
much.
if it was cheap enough, or
Yeah, but the problem with a lot of Americans is so fucking prejudiced.
right.
You know, they don't want the Hispanics, they don't want the Muslims.
Uh,
But you are seeing like Dearborn, which is a suburb of Detroit, and Ferndale and Hamtramck. They're all Muslim now. They don't like it,
mm,
but it's revived the neighborhoods.
mm-hmm. Very
You
right.
know,
You gonna take that good with that bad.
and that's why I have such a problem with the way we're treating immigration in this country. It's like we need these people. Women are only having 1.6 kids, thank God. Well, less misery in the world, but to keep the population at 340 million, we got to bring people in from the South. And thank God they still want to come here. I'm not saying give them citizenship, but, along the southern border, we need to have like Ellis Island facilities where people who want to come here can register, get a card. We take their fingerprint, we take a picture, we put them in a database, say, okay, you're here. You've got a couple of years to apply for citizenship. We're going to review your performance after a year, make sure you're working and not a drain on any resources. But we need these people. And, our current president's view on this is just export everybody, just deport them. And that's just wrong. But
That
that's
guy
just my
doesn't.
opinion.
Yeah, I hear you. No, I hear you. That Trump guy doesn't care. I mean, what's his goal for the deportation?
Just
If you're
deport
saying
everybody.
if you're s- if you're saying we need them though because they're bringing the
Yeah,
babies, and
they're
so
bringing
they
people. They're filling the
right,
houses. They're doing the jobs.
right, cheap. You know what I mean? Because I'm sure the
Yeah.
Americans already here want to do it. You know what I mean? But just
Oh, yeah.
incentivize them to better pay. You know what I mean? More
I, I drive
something.
up and down the street here and I see they're all landscapers now. I rarely see a Caucasian landscaper or a black landscaper. Or
Right.
50 years ago, it was Caucasian and blacks.
Yeah. Right. But they're the cheaper labor. Remember, you bring in the Hispanics and stuff for the cheaper labor.
For now, they are, yeah.
You know. Right. So I don't think you
But
just. I think you have to have a certain amount of mass deportation, but you can't deport everybody.
no,
You gotta, you know what I mean. You gotta leave. There's a plan. There's something more to that because you can't just cripple the society if you need
right,
them there.
right. And their argument is, well, they came here illegally. And I agree. Okay, so you broke the law. Your fine is $1,000. Now you have to register. You got to get an ID and you got to have a fingerprint.
Yeah, go
And
through the motions,
if you're,
go through the system,
yeah, go through the whole
get in
process.
the system, get the
And
process.
just like, right, if I break the law and by speeding, I pay a fine. So we need to determine what is the law for illegally coming to the country and set a precedent.
Right.
I don't think it's the biggest crime in the world, personally, unless you're a criminal, and most of them are not. So, okay, you pay $1,000. That helps us process immigrants, that money. And then we give you a review after a year or two. And if you're doing well, then you can proceed to citizenship, however long that takes. And I think you're seeing that in England too. I don't know if DNR is still on the line. I think he checked out. But I'm just,
Yeah.
it's just a realistic view on this thing because the stats are here. If you lose, okay, 2.1 is replacement to keep the population at 340 million. If you lose 0.5 people every 40, 50 years as the older people die off, you're going to lose 120, 130 million people. You aren't going to fill all the houses and the apartments and the businesses. That's just not going to happen. It's going to be like in
Right.
Detroit.
Wow, that's real. It's a good breakdown.
Yeah, but I don't think the average American is open-minded enough. They just see brown people and they don't like it. And we've been through
That's
that
not
before, haven't
good.
we? No,
Yeah, that's not good. Is that part of making America great again or something?
no,
Yeah,
nope.
that's the thing. Yeah.
But we've always
So
had that problem.
right, right. Yeah, like we always had that problem. Now this with the
Uh-huh.
new president, what are you gonna do about it, sir?
Right. And he
That's
thinks
all it is.
supporting everybody is the solution, but he's doing what his base wants him to do.
Right, right,
I mean, look how long it took for blacks to get equality in this country, and they still don't have it, but they've got a lot better now.
right. Had to come over civil rights, had to come with dying,
Yeah,
death. You know what I'm saying? Had
a
to go
hundred
through a lot.
years after slavery, you could finally vote. You know, it's just crazy. But
Right.
that's
And we've
what
always
prejudice
had
does
those.
to people.
Absolutely. And our government is the leading protagonist of it.
Yeah, that's right.
Because they haven't never said, no, we're not a prejudiced country. This is how we're going to do things. You know what I'm saying? We're going to
Yep.
show and we're going to do and we're going to empower our people. They never come with from the pro aspect of anything of,
No, nope. Because as long as the majority of people are prejudiced white, you're going to hold down that class. They did it to the white Irish when they came here in the middle to late 1800s. They hated
Mm,
them because they were Catholic.
mm.
I see it in England to some degree, just from what I hear from people who live in England. Oh my God, all these Muslims here. They hate it. But they've got the same problem. They're not reproducing at the levels to keep their country full.
Right. They're not having the big right.
No,
They're
in
not being
most
part of
Western
it.
countries,
Mhm.
you look at the stats and, it goes from as low as 0.7 to like 1.6 to 1.8. And that just doesn't keep your country at replacement level.
Now you need at least 2.1, right?
Yep, that's what the society, the sociologists say.
Right. Right. So then the government will have to take that into account and then
Right,
start to make concessions for the people to be able to have a family.
right. Have a
And
family,
I
or
think
if we're not having big enough families to bring people in from other countries.
all this outsourcing, like we're already here. Let us do the job.
Yeah, well, that's it's outsourcing and automation, mostly automation.
Right. I'm just saying nobody's ever negotiated with me and said, hey, I need you and I want to pay you for, you know what I'm saying? To this degree, I need you on this level.
Yeah,
And
well,
yeah, I just wish that could happen one day, but take some
in my
pride in the
generation,
already
they
Americans who are already here and who are American, who already been here.
yeah. Well, I don't know how to do that, but it's interesting. We'll see what happens.
Absolutely. You got the prejudice working on one extreme end, so
Well, that's all. Yeah, that's you know. Look at England and Ireland. Do you know the history of England and Ireland? The fucking
no,
English hated the Irish. Oh yeah, because the English were Episcopalian, the king's religion, and the Irish were Catholic, and Ireland wanted independence from England, and they fought each other, and still, I mean,
uh,
went through the '60s with the who was it was Irish Revolution, IRA,
mm, an Irish
English
Revolution.
or the Irish Revol, yeah, something like that. I mean,
Okay,
DNW can tell me more, but oh yeah, but they were all white people. White people hated white people.
yeah, if we don't have the same religion, we not the same. We different.
Yeah, they were different. You know.
We're different. And so everybody wants to take care of their tribe and their
Oh
people.
yeah,
That's the race in the world.
and you look at the election results for Trump 1.0 and Trump 2.0. The big cities went Democrat. The larger from mid to large cities, they all went Democrat. But the rural areas and the smaller towns, they all went Republican. Now, what does that tell
We need help.
you? Right. I mean, they're that's the small rural areas are mostly, white or whitish.
Right.
The larger cities are much more diverse. So the people in the larger cities are used to dealing with Hispanics and Muslims and Asians and blacks and Indians.
Right,
But
right.
the people out in rural Idaho,
Nope, they're not. But then
no.
you have to empower the rural people of Idaho.
Well, how do you do it? I
You
mean,
have to
I have a
get
friend.
them good job. I know what we want is like great jobs. Whatever the minimum wage is, double it.
Yeah, well, I think we should have a national minimum wage at least $15 an hour, but a lot of it is just prejudice. If you have grown up in a small town, like I have a friend who grew up in Idaho, some small town in Idaho,
Hmm.
there was like one black person in the whole town. We're talking 4,000 people. So if you're not exposed to people of different ethnic backgrounds, you're that's where prejudice is prone to be. Look at Hitler did to the Jews.
Absolutely. Yeah, we
You
talked
know,
about this earlier. Yep.
yeah.
Being exposed to
So
different
you can
get
you
their
can deem that.
rainbow.
There you
Hmm.
go. And look what they're doing to the transgenders now. Now I rarely hear of any transgender crime. I mean, there's been 4 documented out of how many thousands of mass shootings we've had. But they
Right.
just demonize the transgenders because it's a boogeyman. They don't know what it is. So until you get these smaller towns to be exposed to more diverse cultures, it's not going to happen. And they've got a lot more voting power because they've got the land.
Right. Right. So so then they just want to
Hello
move the people.
to Kugaduma who's joined. Kugaduma, feel free to interject at any
Yes.
point you feel compelled to do so, brother. Okay, as usual. Thank you.
No, this is a great discussion. You guys carry on.
Oh, okay. Well, we're just talking about, American prejudice and how smaller towns tend to be more prejudiced towards black or Hispanic or Muslim or Chinese. Um, and we need these people because we're not reproducing enough to keep the population at 340 million people in this country. I can't speak for England. I know England's reproduction rates are much higher.
Well, the problem with these rural communities, we call them red states, red counties,
Right,
is that
right.
they're insular. Insular. They're like
Yeah,
islands.
right. Yeah, yeah.
Nobody leaves. Nobody comes back with new ideas, or if they leave, they never come back. Right.
Right,
And
right.
the
Exactly.
and so they're somewhat like medieval villages in, say, Europe or the
Yep,
U or England at the time. They
yep.
just don't know. They don't know what's going on in the world. And if anyone comes, a peddler or something, they're watched with suspicion.
Yep,
What's going on
yep.
here? And it's understandable that they're afraid of everything. They're afraid of their own shadows. They're the most terrified people on earth. That's why they all got 15 AR-15s stacked in under the
Yeah,
bed. They're the most
yeah,
terrified people on earth.
yeah,
And
it's true.
and they're all about military victory, and they're all about fighting communism. But what they are is they're just scared all the
Yeah,
time because they're so afraid of anybody driving through town or anybody showing up trying to sell a new product or something. They're just terrified. And from that you get an America that's paranoid, isolated, insular,
Is,
racist,
is is that
doesn't
what they
care,
want
doesn't
there?
know.
Are they thriving there? Do they feel like they don't want to see anybody new? They just want to be left alone? And like, what is their
Well, no, they're
their
not
plan?
thriving.
Like, what are they?
They're not thriving, and that's why they elected Donald Trump twice, because
yes.
he's telling them he's going to bring a golden age and
Yeah,
make America great again. And you think that this is all kind of empty narrative, but it's not. This is narrative warfare, okay?
yeah.
And they get it. They understand. They're dying. They're dying. They're going extinct. And to the earlier point that these are the people that are going to reproduce. They've got the worst demographics in the country. If you want to find good demographics, young people, couples having children, even if the children, if it's not big families, one couple having 2 kids is not replacement rate. But if you want diversity and vibrancy and people that are looking to the future, don't go to red state America. Good God, those
No,
people, they're on heavy drugs, they're on heavy denial, weapons, spousal abuse. It just goes and goes, and those people, they're doomed. And I'm not even being mean. I mean, I feel sorry for them because America just tossed those people to the curb.
well, it's adapt or die. And I saw Detroit in my lifetime, and I'm old enough. When I was a kid, Detroit was still a thriving city. We had 2 million people in the city of Detroit, and a lot more in the greater metropolitan area. And because Detroit didn't adapt, they lost 2 million people. And there's literally streets that are just ghost towns.
Okay, that's fair enough, but so I'm not really disagreeing with you because your point about what happened to them demographically, is true. But I want to take some issue, and not to be mean, but to take some issue
No,
with this trope about, well, adapt or die. Um, those people in Detroit, they work for the auto industry. These are blue collar jobs. These are
I was
these are
about to
not
say
even high
that
school.
Chrysler
Yeah, this is
is
fifth grade.
should
Yeah,
be the
yeah.
biggest thing.
This is fifth grade education shit. Okay, seriously. And they were proud to have a fifth grade education. And they didn't have to read or write or do anything. They just had to turn that bolt. There was a bolt. There was like
and
they
now
had to they
automation
had
does
to
that.
yeah, they had to put the wheels on the car. That was their job,
Yep,
day in, day
yep,
out. Put the wheel
yep,
on the fucking car, get all the bolts
yep.
tight, and there's a machine for that. You just put the machine on the bolt tight. And I'm making a big deal out of this because the point I want to make is from that, you don't adapt. There is no
That's true.
adaptation
That's true.
pathway going forward. And
That's true.
when those jobs went to Japan and Korea and Germany, and I'm not saying that that's bad because I'm a globalist. I kind of had to be. Those people had no adaptation pathway. That they were done.
No, you're right.
And I don't mean they're done. I don't mean they're done because it's Detroit. I mean they're done because the only thing they ever knew how to do was put that bolt on that wheel as that car went out the gate. You know,
Yeah,
and you
and
don't
the
adapt from there.
economy
You
was
just
not very diversified.
Yeah, and a partial reflection of this was, I don't know if it was before COVID or during COVID, the admonition from the elites, of which I am among, okay, was learn how to code. Just learn how to
Right,
code. There's lots of
right.
jobs in coding. There's AI. What are you bitching about? Learn how to code. And you're saying that to a 58-year-old man whose only pathway to the future was to continue putting that lug nut on that wheel as the car went out the gate. And you're not
Hmm.
going to learn how to code. Are you fucking kidding me? Furthermore, none of his children are going to learn how to code. In fact, no one in his town, whatever town it is, pick one, they're going to learn how to code. They're not going to learn how to do anything because they don't have the resources, they don't have the mindset. The son was going to go to the factory and put the same lug nut on the same wheel that his dad did.
Right.
There's no pathway forward for these people.
Yeah, it's
And I
true.
don't know who you're going to blame for all this. You can't blame them. You can't blame them. They got
Not
suckered.
really. That's true. That's
They
true.
got suckered. And I try to be compassionate, and I understand why they elected Donald Trump. I hate the man. He's probably
I
going
do
to
too.
destroy the country, and he's going to destroy the people that elected him. I mean, this is so screwed up right now. I don't even know what to think. It's just so bad. And these
Yeah,
people got tossed. They got tossed to the curb. That's it, man. They got tossed to the curb. I
and
don't.
he
Th- I don't.
plays
Th-
into
I don't. I
the
don't think they. I don't think they have a story. I don't think they have a story going forward.
and Trump
Anyway.
plays into revenge politics. They hate everybody. They're here illegally. Deport them. And I say no. If they broke the law, then fine them and make them pay the fine. Then make them register with an ID card, a fingerprint, and if the ones that are questionable, put a fucking tracer on their ankle for the first year. I know it's extreme, but I'm just saying we need these people. And unlike our relatives who all came here through Ellis Island, the white ones did. The Plymouth Rock landed on the black people, which sucked, but I can't change it. And from the mid 1800s until the early 1900s, you could come here and just, as long as you weren't sick or had fleas or whatever, they let you in. And we don't
Yeah.
have those islands along the
Okay.
southern border.
Yeah, that's fine. And that wave of well, I call them refugees. They weren't. A lot of them were just seeking new
Yeah,
opportunities.
yeah,
But the Irish were refugees. Okay, that wave of opportunity seekers, they built America, and that's not a
they
joke.
sure, they sure
They
did.
did.
Absolutely,
They
absolutely.
full credit, full points. Okay, they did that. And then the trope is, well, immigrants are good. Well, they are good for the country. Elon Musk and all the tech companies, which I worked for most of them during my career, they live and breathe H-1B visas. When Trump was
It's
talking about
different.
canceling the H-1B visas, Elon Musk lost his shit. He says, "You
Yeah,
are
yeah.
not doing that." He
No,
lost his
India and
shit.
China, India and
Even
China.
though, even though he's a nativist and a white supremacist and a white genocidalist, but man, he wants that H-1B visa. Man, that's his candy. He's addicted to that.
Of
And
course,
and it's because we have to have them. But that doesn't save the people in the Midwest. That doesn't save them because they're not going to go work for Elon Musk writing
no,
AI code,
nope.
programming Tesla bots. I mean, Jesus Christ, what are you talking about? That's not going to happen. So they're doomed. And so, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and all the rest, they get their H-1B visa workers from India and Pakistan and even China
Oh
these days, which is a big mistake. But anyway, they get what they want. And the people in the Midwest, they're flyover states. People just fly over their part of the world. They don't even look down. Except, they'll, if you say, and he said, "Oh yeah, just learn to code, you'll be fine." It's just so frustrating, and America's going to be torn apart by it. And it didn't have to happen that way. There's so many ways we could have solved this, but they at least didn't want to. They liked it.
Yeah, I think a part of playing into what you're saying is the government bow to the corporations. And if General Motors wants to go to China and sell more cars in China than they do the United States, it's good for General Motors, but sucks for the United States. Well, we're going to build plants in China because we build a customer base and we build employee base. So as long as the corporations are the ones that make the policy ultimately, even though it's politicians, but the lobbyists basically influence politicians, it's not going to change.
That's right. That's exactly right. And how could it? And why would it? And why would it ever? These people are making money, and
Right.
and I guess
Right.
that's the answer. That's how we do it.
Yeah, it's the buck rules. And you're right. And a lot of these people that support Trump, I don't get it. They think he's a great businessman, so he's going to fix the country. Well, he did well in business, but he had a huge head start. I do respect what he did since then, but just because you're a great businessman doesn't mean you're a good politician and you understand what's best for the country.
I have a theory about that. Let me bounce this off of you and see if you agree or not.
All right.
Have you ever heard of prosperity gospel?
Yes, Paula White.
Yeah. Okay. So let's
Yeah.
go there. All right. So
All right.
prosperity gospel is, for our non-U.S. listeners, the prosperity gospel is, it's religion. It's
Yep.
charismatic Christianity. Basically snake oil. But what the guy says, the pastor, he comes on the stage and he says, "I'm a wealthy man." That's the first thing he says. "I am a millionaire a couple times
Yep.
over, and I
Yep.
got rich because I believe in Christ Jesus." And everybody's like, "Okay, I don't see the connection." And then he says, "Yeah, you send me money. You send me money that shows God that you're all about money. And I'm going to take your money. I'm going to pray to God for your prosperity. And the more
Yep.
money you send me, the more God is going to notice how much you support my church. And God's
Yep.
going to see you giving the money. And I'm going to take the money and I'm going to pray for you. And I'm going to give the money to God. God's going to love me and God's going to love you in exchange. You send me money." And it's prosperity gospel. Now, these people got Donald Trump. He comes to town. He says, "I am a rich man. You know
Right.
I'm rich. I'm so rich I don't have to give a fuck about you or anybody else. But I'm in your town. I'm a rich man. You get me elected. You put me in the White House, and I'm going to make America great again. And it's going to be streets of gold, just like in heaven. It's going to be gold ballrooms, and it's going to be every child gets a pony. The price of eggs is going to be nothing. Gasoline will be 29 cents a gallon, like it was in my grandpappy's days. You
Right.
give me the money, you get me elected, and I'm going to do this. It's prosperity gospel. Okay.
Right.
And that works. That shit totally works in the Midwest
Well,
and the Twin Cities. Why?
it's no coincidence that his faith office leader is Paula White, who is a big prosperity gospel. There's all kinds of clips of her, send me $1,000 seed and I'll grow it, with God's prosperity. But, you do think he picked her for a reason because she's so prosperity gospel.
Yeah, I
I'm
didn't know
just
that.
trying to prove your point. Yeah, Paula White, look her up. She's all kinds of clips of her on YouTube. What a snake oil bitch. She's a multimillionaire. She owns a condo in the Trump Tower.
Yeah, but the key is because of the connection to Jesus and worship
Uh,
and the righteous will be rewarded on earth and all this, and then the rapture, you will be
oh,
rewarded, for all, it's all a snarl, it's all tied together. And these are hopeless people, right? So back in the time of Jesus, if you think there was a time of Jesus, back in the time, it was supposed to be the same thing. The meek shall inherit, and the rich
uh,
man and the
uh,
camel and the eye of a needle and all this stuff. We don't know that any of that happened, right? But that was the story,
right.
right? And
That's the
it
story.
plays. It plays with these people, and you can go in there a complete snake oil salesman. But if you could hook it to the life and teachings of Jesus, you're in. You've got them. You're in. You're past the barriers. You're past the suspicion. You're past all of the obvious corruption. You're in. You're inside, man, and you got them. And you could
Yeah.
Pied Piper lead them with the trumpet right down the path to wherever
And
they're
I'll
going.
play into what you're saying. When you look at the election maps, the middle-sized to large cities all went blue. It was the rural areas that went solid red, and that's where the most religion is in the really rural areas.
Yeah, and there's always a tie for good or for ill, and maybe there's something good to this, but there's a tie, nevertheless, between people who are desperate, people who are stuck in poverty, people who have no pathway out, and ecstatic evangelical religion.
Yes. It's funny because I watch some YouTubes about these guys that go through these small Appalachian towns, and they're all dirt poor. Just dirt poor. All the stores are closed, and they're all Trump. They're all Trump.
Yeah, yeah. That it's and you think, wow, they're stupid. And I know there's that narrative, and I'm sure some of them simply are gullible. But there's something else there, man. They're desperate. They're desperate. And they're staring. They're staring into the void, man. There's no future. There's nothing on the calendar for these people. No future.
That's probably
Staring into
true.
the void. And man, they're desperate, and they're going to bring this son of a bitch back, this Trump, and the next Trump after him, and the three Trumps after that one. They're going to keep bringing them back because there's the money, there's the gold-plated Oval Office, there's the ballroom with the crystal chandeliers, and man, they want it. Oh, they want it. That's all they've got is the prayer, and the promise, of salvation, and riches on earth. That's all they've got.
No, I've seen it. I've seen it.
It's
Yep.
pitiful. It's just straight up pitiful because they're not going to get any of that. They're not going to be invited to that ballroom.
No.
They're not going to walk in that Oval Office and gaze and gobsmacked at all the gold plating. They're not. They're not. Nothing. They get nothing. They get nothing.
No.
They get all the drugs they can consume. That's what they get. That's it. And, and if you think that isn't, yeah, and if you think that isn't part of the mix, oh yeah, and then they'll throw in some red meat, right? We're going to deport 3,000 illegals a month, and if we destroy the entire U.S. agricultural sector doing it, well, that's fine because you're part of the agricultural sector. We're going to destroy you with one hand and reward you on the other with red meat. So, where's the complaint? And man, they're doing it. They're going at it hammer and tongs. And it's working. Sorry, folks, it
I
is
know.
working.
I've got a friend of my brother's who works for Stellantis, which is kind of like a Chrysler Fiat Daimler merger. I don't know if you're familiar with, but anyways, he works for Detroit Diesel, and he was talking about all these tariffs and how great they're going to be. And it's like, dude, if you tariff, you're going to close markets all over the world. Guess what? He's now on a 2-week rolling layoff,
Oh, geez.
and that was
Well, he does.
6
He doesn't
months.
want to hear
6
that
months.
now.
Well, I told him, and I didn't say "told you so," but he knows it.
Oh, go ahead.
I should, but the guy's a drunk half the
Yeah,
time, so I just can't do it.
I know. I'm just being mean, and I wouldn't do it either because once again, these people have there's no way out. They got no way out. They're on the
No.
Titanic, and the Titanic is sinking, and there's no lifeboat for them. And there's somebody there saying, if you just believe in Jesus, you'll be
Yeah.
raptured right off this boat right into heaven. You walk on
Good.
water, and they have
Rapture me.
nothing else. That's all they've
Rapture me,
got.
baby.
I'm going to
Okay.
survive the sinking of this Titanic by walking on water. That's all they got.
Let me ask you this: since you're in the tech field, I was, but it was more in the sales, so I don't really have the nitty gritty of it. There's all this AI scare. Now, I see a lot of jobs are going to be affected. The ones I can see would be like accounting, journalism, law. Uh, what else will be affected? Or can you tell?
Well, yeah, I follow it pretty close. I wasn't working in AI during my career. I was working more in information, uh,
Okay.
almost the dirty side of information, like how to get information from people who don't want to give it to you. But
Okay.
and that's my sin. So now, but I was AI adjacent. It was a rising thing when I was still working. So to answer your question, yeah. So white collar, I would call knowledge workers, right, including coders, people like I was, are they're cooked. They're done. They have no
You said
future.
coders?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Coders,
I
yeah,
figured.
coders. I would say anything that's really hands-on, like a nurse, is probably okay, but
Yep.
doctors, paradoxically, are cooked because they don't deal with patients. They deal with diagnoses. And
Right.
diagnoses can be done by AI at one
Yep.
thousandth of the cost. So they're
Yep.
cooked. A plumber is probably okay. And I do a
Yep.
lot of building myself, plumbing, electrical, kind of a
Okay.
hobby, but I'm pretty good at it. So I kind of know that would be hard to automate with robotics.
Right.
But companies that are doing logistics, handling materials, shipping and receiving, they're cooked. Even the truck drivers eventually will be out of a
Yep.
job because
Yep.
the cheapest thing is to automate the trucks and have them drive themselves. And people will say,
Yep.
Jesus Christ, trucks on the freeway going 70 miles an hour driving themselves. Yeah, that'll be a thing.
All I got to do to make it
Happen.
almost foolproof
And
is put the chips in the road. But okay, go ahead.
yeah, so is it a scare? Is it a bubble? Is it fear mongering? No, there's no
No,
way
I
they're
know
not going
that.
to do this because they can make money. And
Right.
so they're going to do it. If it can be done, they will do it. And if it's hard to do, they'll find a way. That's it. So what happens to the consumer economy when all these people who, let's face it, when I was a tech worker, I was making 50,000 a year. You know, for me to become a plumber, pay cut unless I'm going to run a plumbing company of my own, right? I'm taking a pay cut.
Right.
So you end up with an economy that used to be dominated by the consumer habits of people who are making $250,000 or more a year, now dominated by consumer habits of people who are plumbers making $60,000 a year on their own.
Okay.
And so the consumer economy implodes, right? So now you have all these people who thought they were free from AI because they were serving coffees, expensive lattes at Starbucks. Well, now they're out of a job because nobody who used to make $250,000 a year is going to buy an $8 latte because they don't
Right.
have any money
Yeah.
because they're out of a job.
Right.
So now the
Big
baristas
chunk
are
of
out
the
of work,
economy.
and who else? The hairdressers are out of work, and the high-end fashion companies are out of work, and so on and so.
Yep.
And people don't
Yep.
travel anymore because plumbers don't travel; they have work to do. So the people who used to travel to get places to go on vacation, they're not in the airline, so the airline industry implodes. And it's just this cascading thing that there's really no bottom to it. And then eventually the plumber loses his job. Why does he lose his job? Because nobody has money to do renovations. Nobody has money to replace the faulty water heater. They just have to put up with it. And so now he has no money, he has no income because no one can afford his services, which are pretty modest in
Yeah.
price and really important, but they don't have any money. So that's it.
Right.
They have to suffer. And he has to suffer because they don't have any money. So the whole thing implodes. And where does it end? It ends when no one has a job and no one has money. And then where are you? I don't know. Good question. Think about it.
So the guy that was running on the Democratic Party with the universal basic income, do you think that might be a solution?
No, No, that's never going to happen.
Okay.
No,
I'm just
no,
saying,
they
if
won't allow
nobody
that.
has any money,
Yeah, too bad. Yeah.
They were
Okay.
supposed they
So
were supposed to
do
do
we want to?
universal income.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. So what do we want to talk about now? If that's the case, if no one has money and no one can pay their mortgage and no one can keep their car, the car was repossessed.
trade,
No one's buying a
trade,
car. What are we talking about now?
trade.
Well, okay. You could say barter, but you can't barter at the Whole Foods or the Trader Joe's. They're not going to take your
No, no.
lightly used tool set in exchange for a loaf of bread. They're not going to do that. So
Maybe
it's
a local farmer would,
now, maybe a
but
local farmer if you have a local farmer. What if you live in a rural or an urban county, right? The
that's true.
farmer's
Yeah,
100
that's true.
miles away or maybe 600 miles away, 600 miles
Okay.
away. So, and this is massive societal change. And it probably ends with either a massive revolt, an armed revolt, like Marie Antoinette let them eat cake revolt, guillotines, and the whole
Right.
thing. Not that that solves the problem, right? Doesn't solve your problem, but you're going to get a
No.
revolt anyway because people are pissed and they're scared and they're revengeful, or
Yeah.
people don't revolt and they just wander off and they just perish,
Wow.
and then you have a massive die off, and there's not too many ways this resolves itself. It just doesn't resolve. It just goes the direction it's going. I did a video on this on my channel, I don't know, about a week ago, where I talked about cage fight between global heating and artificial intelligence development. And man, by the time it was like 2 hours long. By the time I got to the end of it, it was brutal. It even had me brutalized. I was like PTSD after that because man, this doesn't go too many interesting places, and most of them are straight down, just down, baby, just
So
oh
is it
God, it's
is it
bad.
a blessing that the Western countries are just dropping in fertility rates?
Well, that's one way on the way down. That's one of the things that happens on the way down. Women don't feel confident. They either don't get in relationships or they're in a relationship and they just beg their husband, I don't want to have children. I can't do it right now. Maybe next year, maybe the year after that. And they just don't. And so you're going down. And pretty soon you have a demographic that's dominated by old people who can't reproduce. And then there's no young people, there's no children, there's no one to raise or educate the children, there's no work for the children, no one's having children, and your population just ages out. That's it. You're done.
Yeah, but it
Empty
won't go to
landscape.
zero. It'll drop to 2 to 4 billion. I mean,
But
even the
yeah,
projections now.
that's true. And the way
at it is you get a
okay, so 999 people out of 1,000 don't make it, and the one in 1,000 that leaves you globally with 8 million people. That's a lot of people. And what are they doing? Well, they managed to pull it together. They managed to form villages and recreate agricultural practices, and they have their domesticated animals and a plow and a field and some seed,
Right.
and they build their village and they got their 200 people and they have a midwife and they have a carpenter and they have a blacksmith and they have their horses and their cattle and their sheep and their milk, and they just kind of figure it out, and they do it on accident, or they have enough people with skills who come together at the same place at the same time. They say, hey, we got some skills, let's do this, and they manage to figure it out. So you end up with a landscape that's mostly empty. I call it the scrap heap civilization. You have a landscape that's mostly empty, mostly can be gleaned for materials, but nothing technological, just scrap iron, right? And
Right.
villages that are what, 20, 30 miles apart, or 100.
And what happens to all the housing? I mean, you just we rip it down.
Empty.
You said
Oh, well,
scrap it.
you salvage it. You
Salvage
scrap
it.
it
Okay.
for the, and then you're going to go build your village somewhere else. You're not going to be in the urban
With the
landscape.
bricks
You're not going
and
to be in the
the pipe and
suburbs.
the
You
piping and
drive,
appliances.
you drive your 3-ton truck with whatever gas or diesel you could find. You drive it into the urban core and you strip the houses, you pile the lumber on, and you drive back out. And you do that twice a
Yeah.
year.
Yeah.
And then you
Yeah.
got building materials, simple wiring, plumbing. Maybe you have generators, probably you have solar panels. You can steal solar panels off of houses all you want, right? You can have a pretty good solar farm, so you can have electricity.
Yeah.
And okay, it's not the worst, but you won't have internet, you won't have visitors, you won't have a consumer economy. You'll just have labor. Everyone works, even the children.
So it
And
kind of goes back to the medieval villages to a degree.
to a degree, but it's not. We can't go back. We have to go forward, and we have to invent new ways to do things that are relevant in the current landscape, where everything is paved over concrete and asphalt. So you have to work with that. I mean, the medieval villages all became named cities, like Berlin and Paris, and they're gone, right? They're gone. You're never getting those back. So you have to create new medieval cities or new agricultural centers, and you could do that. You have to find the land, you have to find the materials to build up your village from scratch. And sure, you can do that, but how, will you have food? Will you have water? Will you have animals? I don't know. Somebody will, but it's not going to be anything like the current population. It can't possibly
Right.
be. The landscape just won't support the millions and millions of people who, have money,
Yep.
go to the store, buy food, buy bread, go home, eat it, watch TV. That just can't be supported after AI kicks everyone to the curb. It's just not going to work.
So again, are we building an AI god?
An AI god?
Yeah.
Maybe.
We've talked about that on this
Before.
there's
You kind of
AI, which is kind of
you
like
kind of cut out for a
ChatGPT,
couple seconds there,
and there's
Cougar Dimmer. You kind of cut out for a couple seconds. Can you repeat that?
yeah. Okay, yeah. So we have AI, which is like ChatGPT, pretty simple, narrow. We have AGI now knocking on the door, with artificial general intelligence, which is as smart and capable as a single human. And then we have ASI, artificial superintelligence, which is godlike intelligence. And we don't have that yet, but it's guaranteed. I don't know what it's going to look like, who's going to come up with it, but it's kind of unavoidable. And when we have ASI, yes, it's a contingent fact of history that there are no gods. But we just didn't have them. We don't have them now because they weren't there. But after we have ASI, you will have gods, and will you worship them? Will you bow down to them? Will you beseech them for redress and hope and salvation? Maybe, I don't know. But up until now, it didn't matter because the gods weren't there and they didn't listen. But now they will be there and they will listen, or maybe they won't listen, but they'll be there. If they don't listen, it's because they don't want to.
Interesting.
I mean, for a long time, it didn't matter whether God was real or not real. God was God was above it all. God looked down and didn't bother
Didn't bother.
to prayers. But that was all just a contingent fact of history, that there was no God and God didn't care. Now there will be, and God might care. And if you want something from God and God says, actually, you're kind of in the way, God could smite you. Could actually do that. Could smite the
Yeah.
people gathering outside the data center, threatening to unplug God. God could smite you with a hellfire missile from a drone, right? So this is all new. And people thought they had a relationship with God, and that God was benevolent. God was going to answer prayers someday, somehow, and prosperity gospel and all that. God now is going to look out in the data center for a security camera and smite your ass with a hellfire missile.
Yeah, kind of like China that has all that facial recognition shit. If you do something wrong, you're socially ostracized.
Yeah, or you get a hellfire missile.
Right. I go to extremes. Yeah. Right. I
Yeah.
don't know.
And anyway, guys, this was fun. I've actually been outside going for a walk, and my wife is now calling me, so I'm going to have to sign off. But this is a great conversation. Yeah, you guys keep it going, and maybe we'll talk to you later.
All right. See ya.
All right. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Is this the antinatalope?
Huh?
Is this the antinatalope that just came on?
Me? No.
No. Okay. You sound like the antinatalope.
No. No, I'm not that person.
You're Marcus.
You mean Mark Antinatalist? No.
No. Okay.
It's
All right.
Jay. What's up, Jay?
Yeah. Yeah. My name is J.E. Hey, Black Man is here. Yeah, I've been on, the Thought Provoker. I think you've been on his live stream. I've been on his stream as well too.
Yeah, I thought so. You sounded familiar. I thought you were
Yeah.
Marcus. But
No.
yeah.
Now, Mark has a very distinct voice that's like a good bit different from mine.
Okay. I've heard your voice before. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. So, yeah, what's going on? What was it? What was the conversational topic about besides AI?
Oh, it went all kinds of different places. Oh, how originally it was role models of men and women, and how families are not traditional like they used to be, and the falling birth rate, and what else?
Basically, evil world is cooked, right?
I might go out for a bit in a little while, so anybody listening, do come on now, because I'm happy to leave it running if you guys want to chat whilst I'm out for a bit. So, Divine, Yerf Dogs, whoever else is there, click on the link and come on, so at least you can talk if you want to. As I said, you don't have to talk, but at least you can be a bum on a seat, muted, and then if you do feel the need to talk, you will be able to.
Sounds good. I've got about 18% left on my phone, so it's going to be a few more minutes. I'm going to have to chime out.
No.
Okay, well, maybe you can come back on, Pastor D, if you've got a computer or something, if you want to.
Absolutely.
Well, you'll have to. Are you going to do that now or another time?
Just 5 more minutes, and then it's just going to naturally chime out, and the battery will die.
So you're not coming back on then? Okay.
Oh, later on, after I charge.
All right. I said I might not be around, Pastor D, so it's up to you if you want to try and sort that now. Try and sort it now. You can plug it in.
Bless you, child.
You can plug it in.
Okay, plug it in. I'm charging now, but it's not charging fast enough.
All right. Florida man's here. Hello, Florida man.
Florida man.
Hey, appreciate you. Hey, man, my phone need a charge, so I ain't gonna say nothing for about 10 minutes. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but everyone's phone needs a charge. What the heck?
Man, hey, y'all
I've
hold
been
it
on for an
down.
hour and a half.
Well, I'm fully charged up, so I can go for a good 2 hours.
We dropped. Oh, Pastor D dropped out. He's probably going to sort that out and come back. I fancy some fizzy pop. You know that? I don't know what. I don't really call it fizzy pop, but I fancy a soda, as they say. You know, I'm trying not to. Well,
What's your favorite flavor?
well, I drink Pepsi Max or cherry Pepsi Max. Mainly.
I don't think I've ever had a cherry
trying
Pepsi.
Trying to stay off the energy drinks.
Yeah, energy drinks are horrible for you. Yeah.
I had this drink yesterday that I really liked. It was an aloe vera one, and it was bloody lovely, man. It was made with stevia, and like that's a natural sweetener that has very few calories.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was absolutely delicious. It was a very replenishing, very very thirst quenching, and yeah, if I can remember.
Did it have little bits? Did it have little bits of?
It did. It had the little bits of aloe vera, and it was £3.10 for the actual bottle of it. And it was quite a big bottle. I reckon there was about maybe 3/4 of a liter, maybe a liter in it. Maybe, yeah. Hold on a second. Let me
around
look.
a liter.
Yeah, I reckon about a liter was in it. It was a nice hefty bottle, but it was.
I think I know which drink you're talking about.
I'm craving that now. It was so good. But no, because usually those aloe vera ones you get in the shops here, they're full of sugar. This one had stevia in it. You know, the natural sweetener that doesn't have many calories. So that drink, I want that drink. I really do. Now I did happen. I was in
Parasite.
I was in
it ain't
I bought
you,
it in
bro.
Chelsea, and I'm nowhere near Chelsea at the moment. So
it's that parasite that's craving that drink, huh?
Yes, brother. You know that. The gut parasite. The tapeworm.
Yep. You already know, bro.
I say that in joke, but I remember a few years ago being paranoid that I had parasites, because I used to work in landscaping, and I was thinking about all the times I rolled around on a pitch and stuff when I was playing rugby and stuff, and just even like picking up dog shit, and obviously I don't use my hand, but sometimes a little bit might get on you. You know what I mean? All manner of things. As a, just as an adult, you're in a world full of fucking parasites, and
There's a natural one. Look. Okay, look. You could die in a bank vault and it ain't no air in it, but your body will create maggots. So there is a man-made self-destruction, like it's that look, maggots ain't nothing but larvae parasites. So we have natural parasites that ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Those larvae create flies. So your body, once they find your body, oh man, the last place, bing, bing, bing. That bolt,
it's a
it's gonna
scary world.
be
Is
a
all I'm
million
saying,
flies
Florida
in
man.
there.
I agree with you, but it is a scary world. I mean, to think
Let's
there
go.
could be an amoeba in any of our brains just chomping away.
Look. Hey. I put logic to this. At the barbecues when them flies come, as soon as the barbecue grill started, it's flesh. So Beelzebub, bro. Beelzebub. That's the
Well,
Lord of
I'm a vegan,
Flies.
so you aren't you, Florida?
Yeah, I'm saying, but for those across the world, you know what I'm saying, you grilling, and as soon as you start grilling, that flesh start getting on that grill. The flies show up. That's that flesh. So naturally, look, Beelzebub is the Lord of Flies. And this
I don't know
flesh,
what the last vegan on the planet means, but if he wants to come on and explain that strange statement, please do.
A dead body cannot just create maggots. Like it comes from a fly.
no, but parasites. Look. We have natural parasites. Look. His body could be, you could die in a vault. It ain't no air. What's gonna, your body gonna start breaking down, but that larvae, it's a natural larvae, maggot larvae that turns to flies. Hmm?
Really?
Because look, the Lord of Flies is Beelzebub. Jesus talked to Beelzebub. I'm dead
Really?
serious. Let's go.
Wait. So have there actually been like studies that show that, uh, like like you said, someone could die in like a very enclosed space where there's no air and no flies or anything, and uh, their body was found and they had maggots all over them.
It's going to have it. No doubt about it. Beelzebub is
Interesting.
the Lord of Flies. Look, it shows. The barbecue shows it. That's animal flesh.
Yeah.
The flies start showing up. You be like, get out of here. Why? I put it together last week. I'm like, damn. It's because the Lord Beelzebub is associated with the flesh. And Beelzebub is the Lord of Flies.
Hmm.
Let's go.
Wait, by the way, are you a vegan, Florida man?
No, but look, there's a vegan star or constellation system out there. So, vegan. So the founders of Las Vegas are vegan. Hmm? Vegetables was created by vegans.
No, vegetable. No,
SB, do you want to come back on now, darling? Guys, the link is in the chat if you want to come on. I would appreciate it if you come on. We fill a few seats and then I can head out for a bit.
yeah, guys, come up and chat.
And
And
I
Okay.
don't
I
have to
think,
wait. So if you
No.
are thinking of coming on at all, do come on in the next 10 minutes.
I
oh,
I
and
eat
DNW,
meat.
I think the last vegan on the planet is probably Tyler, given the way they're speaking and the username they have.
Oh, right. Okay.
Come
Yeah,
on up, y'all. Come on up.
yeah, guys, come on up. Come
Yeah,
on
but
up into the
any
hot seat.
thoughts on Hargis Donuts? And don't do it because your name going to be on somebody's Lamb's Book of Life, and then they gonna come for organs if you dead or alive, huh? Thoughts on organ donor? Don't do it. Nah,
Why? But
don't
what if
do
someone
it,
needs? What if someone needs? What if you're terminally ill and you're gonna die and your organs could help save someone else's life? Why wouldn't you
man.
donate it?
Well, hey, see you next lifetime, huh? You will be back, huh? Don't
Wait,
do
wait,
it.
wait, wait. So you're saying, but you're gonna reincarnate if you donate your organs?
I mean, I'm saying for those that multiply by adult exercises that sexual sweat is used, that's a form of reincarnation. But I think this world is a prison, and there's a prism, like a color spectrum. Prism and prism is one and the same. So Father Time is Saturn. And ain't the myth your heart gonna be weighed type stuff? Ain't that a form of judgment? Or if your heart's too heavy, you'll be back, huh?
Yeah, in
That's not a,
Egyptian
that's
text. In
yeah. That's what I was
Egyptian text.
about to. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That's an Egyptian belief, right?
I mean, look. Egyptians had ain't Kim is chemical. So ain't that science? One of the first monsters in the Bible is mummies. Ain't Egyptians are
Yeah,
tied
all that. Yeah,
associated to
that's all the
mummies?
science. Yeah, they all tied into that. Yeah, afterlife and
Yeah.
preparing for it. Yeah, the whole
So
science of
so
it.
look. Okay, so vampires is a form of science. Shit, somebody want to live forever, but they had to go for the tree of knowledge. Bump living forever. If I'm gonna be a dum dum, I gotta be a diabolical leader of the world, scientist of the world, Craig. Yeah. Mhm.
A
The
vampire is
werewolf.
supposed to be. Yeah, he's supposed to be looking for blood. He has no blood, no reflection, no animation, and
Yeah,
he
because
wants it to live.
Okay. Okay, what is it? Because the blood is in the life force. That's in book Leviticus. And there's a discharge for the woman. You get away from the house. You go chill in the outhouse. And it's a proper discharge for the man. Huh? Because semen ain't nothing but white blood. And that's a life force, ain't it?
I
Huh?
guess.
Let's go. Huh? Huh? What else? Oh, okay, the werewolves. There's Lilith is in the wilderness. That's a night demon. Huh?
Wait. By the way, why is everyone all of a sudden so obsessed with the name Lilith?
Oh,
What is Lilith
because
and what does it mean?
look. Everybody's lithium batteries are charged up. Huh? Let's go. Huh? Huh?
What lithium batteries or what do they put in phones? What are you talking about?
Lilith is Mother Nature. Huh? Ain't it lithium? Ain't that a form of mineral? Huh? Ain't that in batteries? Huh? Ain't it lily pads? Anything with lily on it, bitch. Huh? Lilith jumped over a lily pad getting the hells from out of the Garden of Eden. Huh? Ribbit.
Wait,
Huh?
again, we're not. I don't understand that. I don't think that's what people mean when they use the word the name Lilith.
No, but still, that's a night demon. Huh? Oh, okay. Lilith came to you in a form of your wet dream, huh? Don't you find it weird that the spiritual dictates the flesh, but when you have a wet dream, the flesh dictates the spirit. Oh, the flesh say shit, skeet off and
Wait. Sorry, so you're saying that
wait.
you're
That's a
wait,
succubus. Oh, the succubus. Huh?
wait.
That's a
I'm asking a question.
spiritual. That's a spiritual soul sucker.
Wait, I'm asking
Soul
a question
taker.
here. So you're saying that Lilith is a demon?
Ain't that a form? She a night demon. The freaks come out at night. Freaks come out at night. Come on, Dirty Diana. Oh, Dirty Diana. Oh, anything after the night. Anything, anything after the sun go down. Oh, boy. Uh, uh, in America, the sundown towns. Them sundown towns leave the freaks and the killers come out at night. The lunatics. Uh, Lilith is a lunatic. Oh, howling at the moon. Yeah, all of that. Luna. Lilith was nocturnal. Lilith had natural night vision. Uh, uh, she in the wilderness. Anything in the wilderness have night vision off rip. Uh, venison. I mean, Bambi. Bambi definitely got night vision. Bambi trying to get the fuck up out of there, huh? Bambi is sought after vampires, werewolves, and hunters. Uh, Hunters. So
Well,
Bambi
look,
never stood a chance. But it's a horror movie named Bambi. It's a big um elk from the other side, a dead elk that's causing havoc on everything, killing everything. And it makes sense, huh? That animal is the most sought after, killed, and just wanted on the wall, mounted up on the wall and everything. It's
wait,
Bambi.
wait a
A
second.
deer.
Prey animal. It's a
Wait,
prey animal.
wait,
Yeah, venison meat. Yeah. So
wait,
in the Garden of Eden, that was
wait, give me a
on.
second. Wait, give me a second. DNW, SB just said
Okay,
that she's backstage in the chat, the
I'm
private chat.
sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know where that came from. Yeah. But in the Garden of Eden, that barbecue, that was venison meat. Oh, that was venison meat. That was Bambi on the grill. Oh,
What? There was no. What are you talking? There was no grill
man,
or in the Garden of Eden. What are you?
Abel killed Bambi, and that was the sacrifice.
No,
That
Abel killed his brother Cain. What are you
that
talking about?
the Lord in the Garden of Eden parking lot. You can't have a barbecue indoor. You'll kill everybody, huh? But that barbecue, that sacrifice that Cain and Abel had, that Lord which had nostrils, that was the first barbecue. It's going down at the barbecue. Oh,
He
What?
talking about the offering. He talking about the offering.
yes, the offering,
From Cain,
sacrifice. Oh,
from
it's still a
Cain and Abel.
sacrifice.
One
A
one of them
tax,
offered. They
a
both had to do an
tariff.
offering. They both had to do an offering, and
Yes.
was an offering of the grains, the best of his grains, and the fruits and stuff like that. And one came with the raw flesh, with the animal
Yeah.
flesh, and God chose the animal flesh. So he's talking
What
about
is
the
that?
barbecue.
That's agriculture. What is that? That's a farm.
And Cain got mad, and then he slew his brother Abel.
Steve, but look. Okay. Found out Abel was trolling Cain until he was stressed out. He went and smoked some Colombian gold, the best weed. See, Cain had all of the trees and herbs and everything. So Cain found a way to mellow out on that weed. But then Abel kept trolling him. The Lord wanted my gift, my tariff instead of yours. And then Cain stumbled on a cocaine plant, on a coca leaf,
It's a
and
crazy story.
he
It's a
went
crazy story.
paranoid.
Yeah.
So we got some. We got Yerf Dogs is here. I suppose he's the new
Yeah,
guy
let's
tonight because
go.
everyone else has been on here already. Yerf
Appreciate
Dogs,
y'all,
what's
man. I
going
don't
on?
know where that came from. Let's
I
go
just
though.
found the stream. What's the stream about? Who are you guys?
Anybody like to explain?
We are the Muffet babies, huh?
Muffet babies.
Muffet babies, yeah, mutants, huh? We're all mutants. Let's go, huh? That's
Oh
what
Wait,
yes.
Muffet babies is.
Explain the mutant part. I'd like to know more from your
Mutant, Muffets.
perspective. Oh,
X-Men.
X-Men? Okay, okay.
Yeah,
no.
X-Men. What is your
Teenage Mutant Ninja
superpower?
Turtles.
Yeah. Ain't it a werewolf on there? Wolverine. Wolverine is Freddy Krueger and a werewolf,
All
huh?
right. All
Yeah,
right,
let's go.
guys, settle down, please, for a moment. SB came back on. She said she wants to talk about organ donation. Now, why did you want to talk about that, SB, and what are your thoughts on it all?
Um, I guess it might get a little bit conspiracy theorist. I know there's some people that are vehement against hearing anything that might sound like conspiracy theory because they're like, it's not rooted in facts. It has to be statistical. But I feel like I want to address it because somebody in the chat mentioned they lost their sister. I'm so sorry about that. Um, as the organ failed. And I've heard these things happening. People receive donations, like the organ donations, and then the organs are failing on them, right? Even with all those anti-rejection drugs, some of these organs are failing. Um, I don't think that's by coincidence. Some but people might be mad at me. yeah, I just don't think it's by coincidence that these organs are failing, because those organs used to belong to somebody, and that DNA is still active even though the carrier has passed on, like their life force is passed on, but the organ is still a life force. The DNA is still active,
But that's
right?
why they take drugs to suppress their immune system to try and
Mm.
accept it, and that's I don't know. I think they have to take that for the rest of their life.
They do.
I mean,
You're
yeah,
exactly
yeah.
right.
So I mean, clearly, yes, it doesn't work in some cases, but it works in
Some,
most cases,
yeah,
doesn't it?
it
So
does.
that's the glue. So that is the DNA. Look, DNA is just like the word and, huh? And you spell DNA another way, you got the word and. DNA is the glue that glues that immune system that look, you get on my nerves, but I can't see my nerves, but you know what I'm saying? That man, that's powerful. Huh? I did not know that. That there's a
All right,
substance
Florida.
that you got to take. No, but for the rest of your life. Huh? That you done tapped into something that.
Well, it's either
Wait,
that or die. It's your choice.
SB. So
Yeah.
has
So
this phenomenon of the organs failing. Is that a recent phenomenon within the last 5 years or so?
no, sometimes the organs fail. Like I
Okay,
think, just like, these topics are
cards.
so
Look.
sensitive because people have had personal experiences, whether it be through them or a family member. So I don't, sometimes it's better to even leave these topics alone, because it gets metaphysical, it gets almost conspiracy theorists, and people are not trying to hear that, right? Like if I go in with people
Yeah,
that
they
has
need to hear
never
it. Look,
experienced
No,
this,
say what you
that's
gotta
car
say.
parts going
Say
out.
what you gotta
Ain't it
say.
car?
you're tempting us now.
No, no, yeah,
Yeah,
say what you
go
gotta
ahead.
say. If you think there's like any conspiracy theories linked to, then I would like to hear it.
I think, okay, call. I don't know if the call intercepted this interaction. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna lead back to the famous scientists like Tesla, Einstein, and I would say several and many other scientists. What I have read is they have been cremated. Like that is not by coincidence,
They
right?
was monsters then. They was vampires. Huh? You gonna cremate beasts and killers? Let's go.
Wait,
I'm just saying.
Oh, come on, man! I tell you,
No, no,
Florida. If you
no.
if you pop, I'm
Mm.
sorry, Florida. If you pop in again like that, I'm gonna have to
Bro,
kick
I'm
you off
dead
for
ass
the night.
serious, man. But kick me out for telling
But
the
you have
truth.
to wait for the other person to talk, bro. Finish talking. Sorry. Go ahead, SB.
I hope you guys can hear me because I keep switching my phone apps. Okay, so what I was trying to say is, okay, so Einstein, for example, he was cremated not because he was a vampire. I'm saying that he was cremated because, like, a lot of these scientists, they were deep into the metaphysics and the esoteric, especially Tesla, right? So what I do know is, as much as Einstein was cremated, they kept his brain. They have his brain preserved. So out of his whole body, they cremated everything except for the brain. So they held the brain on planet Earth. The brain is still in water, somewhere on the planet, sitting in water. And I don't even
That
think that's
makes
in
sense.
reverence.
That makes sense. Look, look,
That's not in
look.
reverence. That's like kind of disrespectful.
I mean, look. But it's a science, and they was sincere. Look. Okay, a astronaut,
Mm.
a astronaut has the same helmet as a person that submarines, but astronaut, not on the back of astro is dealing with marine like battleships and all that. Knots. So astronaut, look, the brain
Oh,
is the hard drive. The mind is the software. See, of each one of us, we have a brain that stores our mind. So it's electrifying that that DNA, that brain matter has so much DNA like residue in it that Walt Disney World was crying. His brain was put on ice. But ain't because of their man-made global warning that certain things from the ancient are unfreezing or thawing out. And look at all the movies of things thawing out. Huh? That's a form of cryo freezing.
Are
Huh?
you
That's
Okay,
talking
all.
about
Florida. Thanks for that.
cryogenesis?
Mr.
Yes,
Florida,
no problem. I got more.
have you been partaking of something this morning?
Just my thoughts.
Just your
Just my
thoughts.
thoughts.
Okay. Well, make
I'm
sure
deep in
that,
thought. That's
excuse me,
it.
sir. Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Make sure that you make room for everyone else to chat too, all right?
He'll kick me out to make room, but
No, we're
yes.
not
And
gonna
I'm gonna
no, we're
let my
not gonna
phone
kick
I
you
charge
don't
up
want
out.
to
for
kick
10
you
minutes.
out, Florida,
We're not gonna
because
I'm
I
kick
gonna
don't
you
I'm
like
out,
gonna
but
let
that.
you
my phone charge up for
can't
10 minutes
you
and then
know,
boy, I'm gonna be
overcome the
ready.
whole conversation. Leave room for other people to comment on what you're saying, sir. Okay?
No problem, baby girl. Let's get it, huh?
I thank you very much. Just leave room for everyone to chat equally, then we'll be all happy about it. Okay, I'm going to speak on organs. My sister had an issue with not taking care of her own physical body. So they decided that they were going to have an organ, a liver in this particular case. She waited on the chat in the for the longest time for the freaking organ to come through. It finally did. And her and her husband were contemplating a divorce at that time. And they said, if you're going to get a divorce, you're not getting the organ. So they pretended that they weren't going to get a divorce. She got the organ. In the meantime, you know, they're living their life as out loud as they possibly can under the circumstances. She had absolutely no intention on keeping herself alive enough to take the medicine that was going to keep the organ in her body. So I said to her, why would you take an organ from someone else who wants to live? If you don't want to live, why didn't you just opt out? She thought I was being and I wasn't. I was just asking her a direct question. I don't go for that crap. You know, if it meant my sister wasn't going to have an organ because she was meant to die and someone else was meant to live, that's a good thing because she wasn't contributing to society on any level anyways. It really pissed me off because she died because she refused to take the anti-medicine machine and the whole thing and go with taking the pills, and she had no intention at all to do any of those things. And that was what, 2, maybe 3 years ago? And to this day, this is what I think they should happen. When you need to have an organ, they don't just talk to husband and wife and the kids involved. They should extend that search into the family and say, what do you think about it? Do you think she should have one? Do you think she shouldn't? And I would have said, absolutely no, right from the very beginning. No, because she did not take care of the organ that God gave her. So why should she have a new one? All right, I'm done.
Thank you for sharing.
I
Um,
have
eh,
very strong
may I,
opinions on it.
um, may I add real quick before I go and let my phone charge for 10 minutes? Hey, Bill Cosby daughter, right before his trial, going to trial for that a couple years ago, um, his daughter was on a waiting list for a certain kidney transplant or whatever, and this is speculation. This would be conspiracy, but they took the powers that be, made it happen to where like that you can't get this here because you know what I'm saying? A switch was shut off, but
All right, Florida. Thank you
yes,
for that.
no problem. Hey, that's factual. She died. His daughter, one of the daughters, died because she was waiting for a supposed, you know what I'm saying, kidney transplant or something. Let's go.
She was never going to get a kidney right from the very beginning because of what he did. That was his sacrifice to what he did to other people is why she had to die. They killed her on purpose.
His son lost his life years ago. You guys remember that too?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I think like the
How did
early
his son die? How did
'90s.
his son die? How did his son die?
It was his
Supposedly.
daughter.
Oh,
They
Sorry?
unplugged the machines.
no, before the, this was years ago. I think around the what's it called, the OJ Simpson era. Apparently the son, this is what they said, he was changing his tire on the side of, I think the freeway. I think that's what you guys call it in the United States, the freeway.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Yes, yes,
apparently
yes.
he lost his life. I think somebody hit him. That's what the news said. But I do remember he did, like, the son lost his life in the 90s. So just
Mm.
speaking about this, the daughter. So you got two children that he outlived, like two different periods. Go
Wow,
ahead, you guys.
wow, wow.
Yeah,
That's
that's why I brought it
powerful
up.
how you wow. That's powerful how you phrase that, but it's real. Wow. In two different eras too. Like yes. Yes, the son see what it was. See, it was like, why would he pull over when he had the newest technology at the time was the run flats. A flat tire could run for at least 50 miles. So why pull over? You had a brand new BMW. You know what I'm saying? So all of that was fishy. And then I think one person seen him around like a lady of the night type person. You know what I'm saying?
I think his name was Ennis. Does that sound
Ennis,
familiar
yes,
to you
yes.
guys? Ennis.
Ennis,
Why do I
yes.
remember this? It was one of those stories that stuck out during that era. But you guys
Ennis
continue. I'm
Cosby.
listening.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
I've heard that usually whenever a celebrity has a child of theirs die, it's usually because the celebrity sacrificed the child so they can we can get famous and successful.
Yep, there's that. That's the esoteric information that many people don't dive into, so it ends up sounding like conspiracy. So you kind of just shy away from the topic if
Yeah.
people don't know. But like the fact that you mention it, like, it's clear that you have an awareness of this info as well. But yeah,
So
you guys
what is it?
carry
They
on.
need blood. They need blood. So
It
that's just like the thing in the Bible when the parents would sacrifice their kids to Molech and Baal.
mm,
Yep. Yeah.
it's
Sacrificing.
Same
their
thing.
deity. It's the deity that runs Hollywood. Not to be all, as I said, conspiracy. I keep saying the same word, but it's the deity that they honor, right? Like once you get into deities and worship, it's all under that umbrella. Like who's the deity that so and so, or a group of people or an organization, who is the deity that those people have to honor in order to make the image industry or the movie motion picture industry run, like creating the illusion,
Hey,
so.
hey,
Yeah.
hey, hey, hey,
Um.
baby. Hey, hey, look. This just came to me. That deity's diet was blood. Get it?
Wait, but and I was also gonna say too that they also say that that's why so many children go missing is because the elites use them as but a blood sacrifice to whatever god they worship.
Does Michael Jackson come into play? And I'm not talking about the how they tarnished his name. I'm talking about the music that he made and the one of the videos he made with the train tracks going into a tunnel. You guys never
Yeah.
picked up on some of his music videos
They
and
say,
him.
yeah,
Yep,
they say Michael
speaking about the
Jackson is
children.
heavy into their occult and heavy into a specific spirit. And there's a breakdown on YouTube about
No,
No,
about
Michael
that.
Jackson
Michael
is
was trying to
innocent.
wake people up, though. That's the
Yeah,
difference.
Michael was trying to wake people up, and that's why they tarnished his reputation like that.
Yeah,
But
So it
he
Michael
was
started with
actually
Thriller.
praising. He was
Right.
actually praising. He had a room full of mirrors. He had a room where he would go into certain trances and spells and do certain things.
Yeah,
And
they're just high
it's a
level.
doll like figure that looks just like him that he
Yeah,
would
like,
go
Alchemy.
into to go into his dancing trances and stuff like that.
yeah, Michael
No,
Alchemy.
was
They talked
in
about it.
what's the right word? Michael was a
indoctrinated.
high level, and as was his father. But as I said, like if people don't dive into this information on their own to do their homework on their free time to get into this, it's gonna sound like conspiracy. But Joe was what's the right word? It's not ordained. What's the right word? And is it called
Indoctrinated.
indoctrinated? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
Yeah,
indoctrinated because
Joe.
some say that Joe Jackson is Ice Cube father. Hmm? Jackson, O'Shea Jackson. Hmm? And
Oh
it's
shit.
and it's and it's and it's possible because look, Joe Jackson would frequent Los Angeles. Ain't his son the pop king of the world? Huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. Like Joe was or like in there's another word I'm trying to come up with. This is the issue with the English language. You forget words that you're trying to come out with. Um, but no,
Wizard type
Joe
wizard.
was Joe was Joe had the information, thus Michael, and they always said Michael was different. He was like like an older person as a child. Like
Okay,
he was
look. Okay, so
sorry.
Michael,
Yeah.
look. Michael Jackson. Michael. So Archangel Michael.
Yep. Exactly.
Michael, look at the play on words. Jackson. So he jacked the sun and moonwalk. A vampire hates the sun because and mirrors because a sun. I mean, the mirror reflects the sun.
But
The moon is a reflection of the sun.
so that
Let's go.
whole story that they sold to the world about Michael having this vitiligo. Michael
No,
is a full-blooded black person or
no,
eumelanated
but okay,
individual.
okay, look, okay, look. Sorry. That is a form of leprosy. So in Thriller, it showed it. What was Michael Jackson? A werewolf. Huh? Mike, that leprosy is a form of, I mean, that what he had, that came out during the court. The court, him going to trial for allegedly raping the boys or what, I mean, raping the boys or whatever, that
Hmm.
came out. But Thriller, that warning before Thriller comes on saying that, oh, I'm not into a cult, but you got a werewolf disease. And look at this. Elvis Presley is a vampire. Who did Michael Jackson marry? The king, the both kings
He
seeds
he
marry.
he married Lisa because Lisa didn't really want too much to do with the industry, but she was industry royalty due to bloodline,
Yes,
and
so they
she
had a
could care less
hybrid
about
baby.
the catalog. So in order for her to sell the catalogs to Michael, she agreed to marry him, but she did fall for him. She did
So they
eventually
had a
fall for
hybrid
him.
baby. Look,
Pardon?
look, a werewolf and a vampire have a hybrid baby. Huh? That's Blade, huh?
Michael was a part of the mirror universe, the whole changing lightning of the eumelanin to turn into pheomelanin, and he became a feminine energy. So he was born a black male. They sold us the story of this vitiligo, which, as you clarified, it's in the Bible. I read it as a child. It's actually called leprosy. The other word for vitiligo is leprosy. You're exactly right. So he went from eumelanin to pheomelanin, and then he started off as like full embodied male to embracing his feminine side. We all seen what we saw, right? Like throughout the years. So he was a part of Michael was definitely like high level. I'm trying to come up with. He was
He was
high
a
level in
grand
the
master.
esoteric.
He was a grand master. He could actually
Yes,
levitate. No one knew that, but
thank
yes,
you.
he could.
Thank you for sharing
Wait,
that.
wait, what?
I
He can
like when people
levitate?
know this information because yeah, he was high level, and it's sad that
Who
so
could
many people
levitate?
thought that he
Who can
was.
levitate?
Michael Jackson, apparently.
No, he was high level. He was high level, ordained or like indoctrinated in
A
the
priest.
esoteric.
So Levi. So the tribe of Levi could make things or levitate, probably, huh? And they wore Levi jeans because it's in the genes. Get it? Let's go, huh?
Wait. So wait. But if Michael Jackson was a high level grandmaster in the occult or whatever, um, you you guys are also insinuating that he was also innocent, because usually when those people are high up, they usually tend to be evil, right?
No, that's the thing. There is okay. When it comes to the the arts or the ancient mystery schools, right? So he's indoctrinated within the ancient mystery schools as his father. So okay, so I'm gonna go there. Remember the Times music video. He consulted one of the best, Steven Spielberg. He went to Steven Spielberg to have a movie about ancient indigenous Egypt made. Steven Spielberg, he's Jewish. Steven said, I cannot do that. Even though he wanted to, he said, I can't do that. So what ended up happening, Michael said, okay, I'm just going to make this music video. Some people liked it. Other people were like, no, this isn't factual, blah, blah, blah. Once again, that's Michael wanting to teach people. So he did that through one music video in regards to ancient indigenous Egypt, right? So where am I getting to?
It's okay.
You
Take your time.
guys continue because I'm
Baby
losing my
girl,
train of
hey,
thought.
I
Go ahead.
get what you're saying because look at the people who he had in it, including like Magic Johnson. So I
Yep.
get what you're saying.
Yep.
I just watched that video last month. I'm like, man, Mike was cold, bro. Eddie, Eddie, Eddie Murphy, they say was woke too, and put like messages in his movies. So let's go.
I'm can I add something? Okay.
Yes,
If
go ahead.
you know anyone,
Stop censoring yourself and say what you need to say, hon.
you're so beautiful. I love it. Thank you, Divine. You're so lovely. Okay, so what I have a few nieces. I have a sister who's like 10 years my senior. So I have like adult nieces. And I told them, I said, if you girls want to get into the entertainment industry, i.e., the music industry, you're going to have to know about the occult. Because if you do not, they will use you. Like they will spiritually and psychically use you. They will like
Yeah.
soul stack you. They will like it is so deep, but it's not. Oh, yes. To answer your question, it's not all evil. It all depends on what you want to do with the information. That it goes back to the order and chaos. So if you're thinking evil, you're thinking of Aleister Crowley and the bloodletting and all of that demented ish. It doesn't have to get to that place. Like you can use the information um, to help people. This is why we're having this conversation, because the more you know, the more you can help people. But it gets dark, but it gets interesting.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, go ahead.
oh, and then I think I'm some bouncing back. Yeah, so with my nieces, I said you have to learn about the occult if you're going to enter the entertainment industry. They don't understand that. They're just like, oh yeah, like I'm gonna be famous. No, no. Look what happened to Justin Bieber. Came from Canada, and he's successful. But have you seen him in interviews in the last 5 years?
Yeah.
Have you seen him? Have you
Yep.
observed his
Yeah.
his behavior?
Yeah. He's been really like depressed and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, like they didn't indoctrinate him.
They
He
sucked
knows
the
some
life
stuff,
out of him, is what they did.
but yeah, you got it. You got it.
I
He
just
wasn't
want to say, I
protected.
just want to just add, yeah,
No,
I,
continue. I'm all over the place. I trying to go with you guys
that's all right.
flow. Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
I, I'll, I come at it from another perspective. I kind of know people in that field, and I'm just not sure it's what you're describing. That's
Okay,
all I
so
want to
what
say.
what are you sharing? You let me know what you know based on what you're comfortable sharing.
I'm just saying I don't see what you see. Let's put it that way.
That's okay, because there's different levels to the music industry. Like
And how high up are
there's
you in the industry?
sorry.
How high up are you? How much do you know about the industry? Like, have
I
you been in it?
know just enough, but I
Have you
didn't
been
get
in it?
into the
Have you participated in it or the movie industry?
not I participated in the image industry at a very low level, and I didn't take it to a high level where I was like signed with like an agency. So I was only doing things from a freelance perspective. So that's why I mentioned I've done it at a very, very low level. So I've done the go sees, I've done a couple low level shows, but I've got my feet lukewarm wet, so to speak, but not high level. But
I just don't. I just don't see what you see, and not
it's
that I'm high
okay.
level,
It's
but
okay. There's levels to this, though.
yeah, I know. I know. I don't know.
Do you
Yeah.
do you see everybody in the entertainment industry throwing up like the OK sign, like the 666 sign? Do you ever notice that?
Yeah, yeah, a lot of them do that. Yeah.
Like you can be in the entertainment industry and not get into the high arts. Like
Mhm.
you can make money. You can make money for like years upon years and not cross over. Right? You can be independent artists like Tinashe, that R&B artist. She's independent. She's been in award shows, but she's independent, right?
Some
So
people
Interesting.
are
So
only YouTube.
I was going to say that. So it's up until a certain contract that you have to sign to like cross over. So like eventually, if she's more and more successful at an independent label, they gonna want her to sign to like a major independent distribution, like kind of like Young Dolph, like anybody that's successful independent that they want to sign some way or the other. But I get what you're saying, but it's all the bigger your contract or covenant.
okay,
Let's go.
if we're talking about hip hop, like one genre of hip hop, like that individual Tory Lanez, if anybody knows of this who this
Yeah,
individual
yeah,
is,
no, yeah, him and the whole Megan the Stallion thing. Yeah.
surprisingly, he's also from like Canada or Toronto, and he kind of got in too deep. He tried to get her to go independent, and then so said, so done. He's behind bars.
Yeah.
Like I don't think anything's a coincidence.
Yeah, they were saying that that whole like the evidence surrounding like what happened that night. It's really like
It's
um
fuzzy.
it's fuzzy. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Word fuzzy.
Yeah, I think what he turned one of his albums into that new form of digital art, and you
Mm-hmm.
being an artist, right?
Yeah.
A NFT or whatever it's called.
Mm-hmm.
That's what sealed his fate. Let's go.
But yeah, yeah. And with respect to the occult, like that's one thing that I've always like thought about is that people always assume that occult means bad, but occult could also mean just hidden knowledge that could also be used in a good way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just it's what where you would like to take it. Some people just don't want to do
Overall,
right
are
by
secrets
others.
good? No. Overall, secrets are bad. So I don't know about that.
No, but like I was saying, right? It's hidden knowledge. So at the end of the day, you don't know what the knowledge is. But if you were to able to access it, you can maybe use it in a positive way to influence like what you want.
Nah, I think the
No, and
more
anytime
you be,
you're dabbling in occult, you're not doing anything that's good. There's
yeah,
no
yeah,
way in
yeah,
hell.
yeah, dabbling
There's
with.
That's not
I'm
even a
sorry, baby
fine
girl. Go
line.
ahead.
That's definitely a no-no.
It's order
or
and
maybe all
chaos.
this
That's
stuff
the world that you're
is just
entering into.
from magazines and the media, and it's just people lap it up because it's wow, it sounds so interesting. I mean, there's obviously exploitation in the industry. No one would deny that. But all this
Yeah.
spiritual stuff, maybe that's just invented by people who want to sell magazines.
Maybe, who knows?
No, I believe that
Nah,
there's a certain
there's
amount of truth to it.
everything has spirits. So Satan is the prince of worship. Like he was a organ. Like he was an instrument. So an instrument used to worship the ultimate most. That's why he's the prince of the communication and all of that. But mhm, the
Has
devil's
anybody?
devices.
I'm sorry
I'm
for
sorry.
cutting you off. Has anyone seen the TV series American Gods? Out of curiosity,
I've heard of it. I've heard of it, but I've never watched it. No.
it's kind of touching upon what we're discussing.
I watched a little bit of it, but give us the basic. Is it just like a changing of gods from the eastern hemisphere coming over here, or what?
I guess my synopsis is there's the old gods and the new gods. The new gods would be like technology. What else is there? There's like
Robots.
technology, yeah, robots, anything that
AI.
like, yeah, like anything encompasses like what our world is today. And the old gods would be like Astera, which is Easter, and she's beautiful, and she's been clouded by Jesus and all the Jesuses. You know, like you guys
That's
have
in
to
the book
watch
of
it. Like
Esther.
it's really
So
interesting. It's
Easter.
really interesting.
Oh, okay,
Um,
okay. So it makes sense because look, the more technology means man's services are no longer needed. The more technology, so all the robots and all that, it makes sense. But go on what you were saying. I'm just excited to be around people that like get it. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry.
and it kind of goes on along the lines of like American history, obviously, because American Gods of the name of the show, and you know how it came to be and the gods that were worshipped during that era. And I was like, oh my gosh, like they're putting information. Yes, it's fictional, but they're showing the different deities. Throughout the planet. So it includes the Hindu gods, the Nordic gods, the African god. Like it's I find the show fictional, but it's interesting, like how they weave in history with their fictional interpretation, and like they include history. And I think the show is just interesting. Like
Hmm.
Anansi, he was just jaded African god. Um, yeah, just interesting. Anyways, you guys continue. I'm listening.
Could you explain, like, remember the black woman, the black guard that had sex with the white dude? That that was a powerful scene. Like she was saying that, oh man, I'm the goddess of this shit.
Um, what's her name? She wasn't Bastet. They include the Egyptian gods. I actually like how um they represent. They had the Egyptian or the ancient indigenous Egyptian gods. So I have to clarify that part. Um, Thoth and Anubis. I like how they were represented in the show. Like Thoth was very like he was ethereal and like noble. He had a noble essence about him. And then Anubis was dark, but he wanted to help. And they were both running the funeral home. So the gods of the underworld. Um, yeah, like I feel like I'm just giving away information for anyone that wants to watch the show. It happened back in 2012, but like
Okay,
you know,
so
yeah,
so isn't Anubis a dog? I mean,
yeah,
the one that's
yep.
dark.
The dog-headed deity of ancient Egypt.
Wow. Yeah.
The god the deity of the underworld.
Yeah.
So you were talking about the feather. Oh, sorry.
Wait, but wait a second. But just going back to the whole thing about uh the the occult. Um, I uh I do believe that there is some form of hidden knowledge out there that us humans don't have access to, that would just shake up the whole world if we knew about it. But I just don't know what the source of it is or where it's gonna come from. But I do believe that there is some form of hidden knowledge out there that is very powerful. That if humans got access to it, it could change and upend our entire reality.
Okay, so it makes sense that um they're going for the knowledge so they could man make a body. Huh?
What do
They
you mean? What
could
do you mean man make a
replicate
body? What do you
the
mean?
tree of life.
Well, I don't know anything about any tree of life or any. Personally, I think that they just invented all these religions as just ways to distract us because they realize that most people are gullible and are gonna just laugh up everything and believe anything you tell them. So that's why I think they created all these religions and
See,
imposed them on everyone.
But look. But religion and superstition is one and the same. So all those different religions from around the world is superstitions from around the world that
Yeah. Oh yeah.
holds man in a place. So if religion and superstition mean dogma, like just man-made rules put on your spirit, no, put on your soul. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying, but okay.
Okay, like I'm black. I'm from America. I'm from the South. If someone sweeping a floor and sweep somebody's feet, not trying to, that person gonna grab that broom and spit on it. That's a
What?
form of superstition, which is religion, but
What?
it stems.
The South has a lot of unique things that they do, such as voodoo and so forth and so on. They use it in their everyday lives. It's so much a part of who they are that they don't even realize that they're tiptoeing through the portion of life that is the occult.
Mexico's a
They are now
similar way.
getting backlash from that because they're realizing they're tiptoeing with Satan. Okay. So when you're doing that stuff, there's recompense for it. I mean, you're going to get lashed at because of what you're doing, even though it's become part of your uh, history, ancestry, or whatever through generations. Half the generations that have gone through this and done those types of things thought that that was the way you handled people, especially since they, at that point in time, they didn't have the power that they thought they deserved. And they're going to just use whatever they can. So they used occult knowledge and put voodoo hexes on everybody. Everybody down south does that. Why do you think I live up north?
Wait. So like, so have you ever experienced like someone putting a hex on you or anything, Divine?
No, but I know a lot of people down south that were my friends at one point. And when I found out what they were into, they're not my friends no more. And these were friends that used to be up here. They used to live up here and they moved down south. And
Yeah,
then
I
when
mean,
they were telling me what they were doing, it's like, I don't have a need to call you back. That's for sure. I'm not into it.
so what's an example of like a hex that they would put on
They would
people?
take these dolls. If they didn't like you, they would take dolls and they would get these needles and they would stick that doll with a needle on a consistent basis. And it would cause pain within the physical body. It was to be representing whoever it was that they had an issue with in that moment.
They had a movie representing that recently with the children. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. I can't.
So I don't need to be
Little
rude to
kids.
you at all,
Yes,
but I think you watch a little bit too much movies.
it's okay. I know people operate within
It's
the
not good
physical
for you.
realm.
It's an undue form of that's television is telling you what they want you to know at any given moment. So it's not a great source
Medium.
of anything for anybody to get involved with. I mean, they're only going to tell you what they want you to know.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be entertained in a way that isn't organic.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's sorcery.
why
I'm
would you
It's a
participate in it?
I'm
It's
of
like
sorcery.
going to a liquor store and buying every bottle of liquor there and just swilling it down. They're
Now
allowing
you're
you.
talking.
It's just not cool. You can't just buy into what they're saying on a television.
well. I'm only referencing it
It's
because you
programming.
mentioned it,
You're
and
being programmed on a
but
consistent basis,
it's
and you're allowing it.
no, but they're explaining it through movie form. So I only referenced it based on a movie that I watched. But if film and television is it's not your thing, I understand
it
about programs. I understand about all of that. But no, you continue. That's why I'm just gonna sit back and
well,
listen to you
this is
guys.
what I'm saying though is the more that you watch television, the more you're being programmed and you don't even realize it. You think you're gaining knowledge by watching these types of things, but in
You think
actuality, you're not gaining knowledge at
so?
all. What you're doing
You
is you have a reference point for something you have no understanding of.
I
So
don't.
if you stood back and you said, wow, I think I'd rather not have that kind of a reference point.
I also
I'm
have
going to
books,
stay away
by
from
the
the
way.
television. I don't need my quote knowledge from that. I'm going to actually do some research on it instead.
Okay, I have books as well, but I'm only referencing
books are only
the
other people's
movies.
opinions, honey buns. No, books are only
Yeah,
other
but
people's
I get it.
opinions.
You're older than me. I get it, right? So I like. Okay, so
What
you
says that
think
I'm older than you?
those
Excuse me.
writers,
Hello,
and
excuse me.
hi. So those writers
I'm out of
and
it. This is
producers, you
fucking
think
foolish.
that they don't have high level knowledge? You think that they don't mix fiction with knowledge just because they're in it's the entertainment industry, right? Like, okay, you guys continue. I'm gonna sit back.
No, I understand where you're coming from. I understand. You're saying that
I'm
because
confused. I'm being programmed.
no,
Like
that's not what
you
I.
can get information from various sources.
No,
But
yeah,
if you're younger, like you must not know what you're talking about. Continue. I'm listening to you guys. I'm just gonna sit back.
no, I understand where you're coming from. You're saying that because the people that work in Hollywood, they have access to a lot more information than the average person does. They can put it in their movies and TV shows to kind of subliminally like give you a sneak peek into like what's really going on in the world, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna sit back. It's okay. I'm gonna sit back.
No, I mean you say what you got to say. I mean, well, I think Divine left the chat anyway, so you say what you have to say. I'm not gonna.
No, I was just all I was doing was referencing the craft that was being discussed, I mean. And then so I referenced the movie, and then it was like, oh, why would you reference the movie? You're being programmed. It's not a good way to get information. And then I clarified, like, I do have books. Like, I have books. Like, it's not just the movies. Like, I have books, but like you can't just say everything that you know on a live stream. But once again, if the person's a little older than you, they have knowledge, not always wisdom. They have knowledge.
Or where did they get it from? They got it from a book or TV, something.
They apparently, the books are not always factual, apparently. So what do I know? So that's why I said I'm just gonna sit back and listen.
No, again, you can say what you have to say.
No, all I was really was referencing was what was discussed was like I guess the tree branch, and then wrapping the tree branch with uh, some kind of significance from the other person, and that's where you guys were talking about the craft,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then you know doing the craft on other people, which gets fuzzy because like you're imposing like that other person is imposing their will on another person. So
Right.
it's yeah, it gets dark. It gets
But,
dark, and you know
mm-hmm. So what
people
are
do
some of
what they want to do. Go ahead, I'm listening.
what are some of the books that you've read?
Sorry, what was the? You got to repeat yourself.
What are some of the books that you've read?
Mm, I still have more books to read because you can never know too much. I've gotten into like the Apocrypha. I think that's a pretty good read. It's a lot to
Mhm.
read. Yeah, the Apocrypha of the Bible. Um, what else is there? So there's the Way of Hermes. Um, there's a couple books. I'm like looking at them, but I don't have them right in front of me. So
And what lessons have you gained from reading them?
yeah, it's basically, I feel like instead of looking at life from what's good, what's bad, what's evil, I like to look at life from a order and chaos point of view. Because I don't like feeling shame. I don't like feeling bad about things. Like I notice especially in the West or in North America, the word like karma keeps getting like tossed in people's vocabulary, and most of these people are not Hindu, they're not Buddhist, but yet karma keeps coming up. And I'm thinking, if you don't practice that way of life, why do you think you're going to have to go through karma? Like why do you think that
I
karma
think
is going to
after Eastern philosophy,
yeah.
after America especially went through an Eastern philosophy stage, and yin and yang and all this type of stuff starts to come more into play, and
Yeah,
just
like
other philosophies of religion mixing into with Christianity or your normal daily life.
yeah, it's like why do you think karma is going to be a factor in your afterlife? Like if you feel bad about it, then go ahead, but if you weren't raised to be Buddhist or Hindu, like you don't have to believe in that. Like I don't
People,
believe in
I think
karma.
the Western world wants to add more of that to their being and their life and their, for more balance.
Yeah, I don't believe in karma.
Yeah, I don't
Like
believe
why
in
do you
karma
want to
either.
yeah, why do
Some
you
people
want
don't
to
believe in them walking
be
under a ladder or a black cat or superstitions and things. Everybody doesn't believe in it.
yeah, you don't have to believe in any of these things. Just try to try to be as integral as you need to be. Like you guys all have something that you walk with in terms of your point of view and how you were raised and what you honor throughout your day to day. Like we're all adults here, but certain things you don't
Yeah.
have to adopt. Like why I feel bad. Like what have you done so awful in your life where you have to feel guilty about it? Like let it go.
Mhm.
But I'm being very general.
Wait, so you say that you don't like looking at the world through a good and evil lens, whatever, order and chaos? So does that mean that you don't believe in, like, let's say, objective morality or anything?
Objective. So certain topics I'd have to look up. I'm not the end all and be all, and I definitely am still very human. But okay, you explain objective morality. What is your perspective on that or
So
your
it's
breakdown?
it's essentially the position that right and wrong and good or evil, good and evil are they're real things that exist outside of people's opinions or people's perspectives. So like if I were to tell you that murder is objectively wrong, like that means that it's a it's a genuinely real thing for murder to be wrong. Like it doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if you or anyone else believes it to be uh to be right, or it doesn't matter what you or anyone else's opinion is on the matter. It's basically an objective truth that murder is wrong. You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
You're right. So like you're right. So since you say
Maybe
you
I'm
don't really,
subjective. Maybe I'm more subjective because I just I want to know the actual story, even if people lie. I need to know like what led to this person getting to the point of canceling somebody else's life. Like
hmm
that's what I would want to know. Yeah.
right. So then what do you describe someone being murdered then as just another act of chaos and not something actually evil?
Some would say that murder could be like order.
In,
Like
in which way?
if say like a serial killer was finally caught and placed behind bars. There's certain countries that still practice corporal punishment, right? So based
hmm
on a certain country's laws, if they feel that the death penalty is valid enough, then under that country's laws or this like what region, um, yeah, some locations feel that it's valid. Like they're operating from a place of order within that particular region of the planet,
Okay.
right? Like they're operating from a place of order. Like let's release this type of energy or being off of the planet with this kind of DNA, especially if they haven't reproduced. This would be
Mhm.
order. So you're not replicating that same DNA to be left on the planet. All right. So I guess that's where order comes in.
Right, but I'm
Killing and
talking.
murdering. Yeah, it isn't the same.
Right, but I'm talking about I'm talking about from the perspective of the person that was murdered by the serial killer. Would you label the person being murdered by the serial killer, like what happened to them? Would you label it as evil or just another act of chaos?
I think they're just chaotic. I think a lot of people operate from a place of chaos.
So you wouldn't
Just
call
like
it evil.
what most people, like especially religious people, what most like religious minded, or just maybe if even if they're not even religious, most people would say, that's bad, that's evil. Like, yeah.
Right, but I'm talking about your point of view. I'm not talking about what other religious people think. I'm talking about you specifically.
What I would yeah, I think that would be pretty chaotic if somebody's out to like withdraw another person off of the planet, or as they call it, killing. Yeah, I think that's pretty chaotic. Like what is causing this person to do that? Sometimes they want to cause pain to another
Right,
person.
right, but I'm just fascinated by the fact that you just don't want to label it as something evil.
If I think it's evil, like the person's evil
Yeah.
because they went out of their way to take somebody else's life, I think they're mentally unstable. Like I think they
Okay.
operate from a primal state of mind. Like they don't even if they're a surgeon, right? They just
Okay.
some people are not mentally stable. Like they're smart, book smart, right? But some people are not mentally stable. Like you can get to the place of at a high level of society. Wait, at a high level of society and still have the desire to murder, like even secretly. No, you're not like that. That person's not mentally stable, in my opinion. It all
Okay,
depends on
so
the
everything's
situation.
okay, so everything really is just order and chaos to you. Okay.
And that's not hard. Like that's once you cross the veil, that's how people, especially like people that are operating from uh generational wealth, like the multimillionaires and the billionaires, they have a lot of this information, right? They know how to, gosh, they know how to
Okay.
control the pendulum in their favor.
Okay, so could you like break down your view of like spirituality and religion or whatever and your spiritual beliefs?
I think we are children of the cosmos, and DNA, like DNA is DNA, and I think we are more than just DNA. Like I think spirits exist, right? I think spirits exist. That's why so many people have these odd paranormal experiences that seem all wonky to most people. But I do think, there's DNA, and I do think there's also spirits. I think like there's so much information, but I'm just keeping it nice and light and feathery.
Nice
No,
conversation. You don't have to keep it light here. SB,
Yes.
one thing I'm thinking about is this order and chaos view that you have, and that's what's
Mm-hmm.
important, is in like trying to make the chaos into order.
Mm.
Um, who gets to decide what kind of order and why? Because is it just order for order's sake? I mean, surely it still comes back to what's good and what's bad. That's the question, because how do you define which? Because there's different routes you can go towards order. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, for example, the Nazis were very much
Mm.
into order. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So,
Yes.
do you want to
Yes.
go? Do you want to be a Nazi? I mean, what? How do you define what kind of order is the suitable way to the suitable goal? And does that not, in and of itself, mean you're still looking at good versus bad?
Right.
I
That's
also
the point I was trying to get at. Yeah.
I also think there's people like there's different degrees of like psychology. I just think there's like different degrees of how people operate within their lives. Like some people take things to an extreme, like the dictatorship and the totalitarianism. I think I'm saying different words but essentially saying the same thing. But I think some people take things to an extreme, like the Handmaid's Tale. Like the stories within the Handmaid's Tale was a good example. Like it's just there was so much
Yeah,
extremes.
I hear what you're saying, but again, if we're to take your worldview, and it is a worldview some people have,
Yeah.
that existence and the goal of humanity should be to convert chaos or to get order out of chaos.
Hmm.
But again, how do you rein that in? How do you rein the extremism in? And how do you put safeguards in place to ensure people don't go too far? Because at the end of the day, it comes down to you trying to convince them of a certain kind of order. And I'm asking you, what language will you be utilizing? How will you be defining that as
Okay.
the best form of order over
Can
other
I
forms of
make
order?
it very simple, even if it doesn't seem like I'm answering the question? So, um, men take care of the provide and protect for the women and children, and the women protect the children, right? So intrinsically, I just think I still have like my indoctrinated views from being raised Protestant, right? So there's elements of biblical, I guess, doctrine and dogma that is still within me. So there's still like that element of like good and evil. But for me, I just feel like, okay, like, like, are you stable? Like, are you here to try to hurt people? Like, are you trying to like make the world a better place, whether it be birthing children in a stable home, raising children in a stable home, I should say. Like, are you trying to um cause harm to other people? Are you trying to give people a hard time when you go into the workplace, or you're just doing your
But
daily errands?
again,
Like,
this is, as I say, I'm not picking on US because we all
it's
do this on
okay.
here. This is all in good faith on this channel. So
Yeah,
I know
I
you're new here.
understand.
We are all trying to get to some gnosis, as we call it, and that is you just mentioned harm there. But what is harm in your view? Like, so basically, in the family home, harm would be something that causes chaos, which would be which you feel would be a children not being protected, women not being able to look after kids, and
Hmm.
men not being able to provide for their family. That's what you view chaos as.
I would say so. Like, what's the point of us birthing the children if we're not getting the support from the individuals that help to give us these babies?
So, in your view, it sounds like it's about efficiency then. So, it's about being able to. What are you? So let's get into this. What is the provision here? What are we providing for the future generation then? Well, what is the goal here? To provide them with more order. Like what does that involve?
Okay, so most of us, I would say, if not all, we live in the first world, no matter what part of the planet we reside within or on. And I just think a part of it is to make sure we sustain a certain quality of life. That's not necessarily living, on the outskirts of society, like having a home that is being paid for or owned, food, water, shelter, all the basics. And then, you know, just hopefully we as women, we pair with like a a valid suitor, somebody that knows his place in society as a man. So if we're to have these children, we're going to be taken care of. So we're not living in squalor. We're not in a crap area. We're not having to like worry about our quality of life and like our safety, right? I know I'm just
Wait,
being very generic here, but
No,
yeah,
it's
go ahead.
okay. It's a place to explore your thoughts, and that's
Hmm.
okay.
wait,
Somebody
so
Jenny.
asked, "What's
wait,
order
so
anyway?"
wait, so for you, it's basically just about reinforcing gender norms and gender roles.
I think as women, like if we're gonna have these children to keep your legacy going, like we need the support. Like, what's the point of us continuously birthing the children if we're getting beaten up and battered and murdered? Like,
Mm-hmm.
if we're gonna keep this is like the planet Earth flowing from a first world perspective, I do think, yeah, certain gender norms need to exist, but it's also 2025. Like, we're supposed to be advancing psychologically, technologically in different areas.
Mm-hmm.
So like
Wait,
women, we're human. Like people keep saying, "Oh yeah, we just want the same exact rights as men." Well, just give us rights. How about that? Like, why does it have to be the same rights as men? Why don't you just give women rights, and like we'll keep having the babies as long as we're getting married and we're being taken
What do
care
you
of.
mean give women rights? What rights specifically?
Just just to function within this type of society that we live in.
but
What rights
do
don't
you
you
guys
have?
already have? Oh, okay, go ahead, yourself.
No, the rights that we already have right now.
What rights don't you have that you want?
No. I was talking about, there was a point when women were saying, "Oh, all we wanted was rights." Like, that through history, like in the 1920s and the 30s and so forth. The
What about
suffrage
now?
movement. No, we're good. Like, we're good now, but there's this gender war back and forth on the internet through other streams. Through other streams, I hear women going on and
I
on,
don't think
but
we're ever going to
we're
escape the battle of the sexes. I think that's been going on forever.
yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. Yeah. No, but for now in 2025, women, I think we're pretty good in the Western world. I don't have too many issues um on my end, but you
Mm-hmm.
go ahead. I don't know if I'm leaving blanks and
No,
confusing you guys even more.
no. I just want to go back to something you said earlier about the whole order and chaos, right?
Right.
So, what if someone's view of bringing of trying to bring order out of chaos is that they think that it's right to impose harm in order for there to be a greater good going forward? You know what I mean? Because for some people, they probably believe that they need to bring chaos into the world in order for there to be a greater order later on. What
But
do you think about that?
some people just like a lot, like you can, most of us have seen bits and pieces, or if not a lot of what's going on in the news. Like, I don't think there's going to really ever be real order on this planet. If it Once things get peaceful, somebody's like, nope, let's just war, right?
Okay, so
Let's
then
like,
in
people
that
want
case, then
peace.
okay, then why?
People don't want peace.
Okay, so then if you don't believe that we can ever get order on this planet, then don't you think it's a bit futile for us to continue going as a species then?
There's always going to be a woman who wants a baby, and to because they love the babies. The babies are gorgeous. They want to. They want to. A lot of people, like, they're very like religious. So whatever's in the book, they're just like, yeah, let me honor that. And then two, like those really religious homes, the Orthodox homes. They reinforce that with the girls, so the girls grow up with these views, right? And it's
Mm-hmm.
hard to shake that even in their adulthood because they've been conditioned, and then indoctrinated is the right word, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can't shake that out of some of these women. So yeah, they want to have the babies because they're doing their rightful duty as women, because we we have the wombs, we have the uterus. So we're supposed to do our duty as women because they've been conditioned to think that, instead
All
of
right, so
realizing it is 2025 and you do live in the Western world. We don't live in certain societies where you kind of should have the babies if you
all
want
right,
your civilization to keep going. But
all
out
right.
here,
So,
yeah, go ahead, I'm listening.
well, finish your thoughts.
What about a new world order? Mind you, I'm listening to you guys and I'm reading the chat. New world
Hmm.
order. Yeah, I don't think it has to go to extremes.
No,
Like,
but as
okay, would I prefer that lady that dropped? She's probably going to be like, oh, there she goes again. There's a movie with George Clooney called Tomorrowland.
hmm
I liked that movie. Like, everything was so advanced. It just looked like bliss. And just everyone just looked happy. All the international cultures are all modern. There's astronauts from each culture, but everybody looked good. Everybody was modern. Everybody was a part of the first world from all over the globe, just all living amongst each other. All the architecture, the cars they had flying cars. Like, I would prefer that society, but I don't think I'm gonna live to see that.
right. So, SB, what I want to ask you then is then, well, again, what's the pointing us? Well, what is the purpose of mankind? If as you said, right, if we're never gonna most likely if we're never gonna be able to like bring perfect order out of all this chaos, well then what's the point in us continuing to like to breed and to bring people onto this planet, and if it's all again pointless and futile, and we're not gonna ever get that perfect ordered world that we want.
It doesn't have to be perfect. That's why some of us were born with the gifts of being able to illustrate by looking at things, and then some of us have the gift of mathematics, like knowing how to calculate numbers just by nature. And we all have other gifts. So I guess we just do what our part. Some of us are moms, some of us are high level execs. Like, we all have different gifts. So I think we'll be fine. We'll all be fine. We're not in we don't live in war torn countries where you're dealing with dictators and autocrats and all that stuff. So
No, well, I just asked that question because you just said yourself that like you don't think we're ever gonna get like order out of chaos.
these people have, okay, you watch the news, like these people they're not, I don't think most of these people want peace. I don't
You're
think the
right.
people in
So,
power truly want peace.
well, that's what I'm saying, right? So that since the people that run everything they don't want peace, well, then how is it ever gonna ever get peace?
You just have to, like, be in your little ecosystem, try to observe what you need to observe through the power of um, the internet. You can get access to the news through the internet, and just hope that what's the right word? Just hope that a dystopian quality of life never meets our existence.
I mean, well, I mean, I have some bad news for you. I think the dystopian way of life is already hitting us right now.
What's the anarchy? Anarchy. That's also the word I was looking for. Just like hope that we never have to we will not ever have to experience this while we are all alive, and for those of us who do have children, that our children and our grandchildren, our future generations don't ever have to experience um you know
Well, that's what I'm
anarchy.
saying, right? Is that the dystopia is already here? I mean, like an example of it is the fact that um, there's we live in like more most likely the loneliest generation in human history. Even
Yeah,
even
I
with
agree.
all this social media and of these different ways of us being able to connect with each other, we're probably like the most divided and loneliest we've ever probably been in human history. So the dystopia is already here if you think about it.
And very
How do you know
self-conscious
that?
as
How do
well.
you know that?
Well, just look at Just look around.
No, but
You end up.
it is a question. It is a question, right? That it gets bandied about, but how do we know that? I mean, was there surveys done back then? I don't know. And the thing is, back then, how were people coping? Were they drinking? You know, were they doing things that were bad for them? Were they subjugate to religions that were abusive? What were they doing to get to cope with the loneliness? You know what I mean? You're people look. There are out of loneliness that didn't exist in the past, and I believe some people are more aware now of certain things. You know, like addiction, etc. So whilst there still is loneliness, I think it's a bit of a kind of rose tinted glasses thing of looking back and saying, "Oh, people were less lonely in the past." I don't know if they were. I think it's possibly much worse for a lot of people back in the past, even with their mental
I
health.
can
It just
jump in
wasn't
on this if
diagnosed.
you want. I can jump in on this.
Yeah,
Like
go ahead.
the research is kind of split. Yeah, there's a Professor Jen Twenge is her name, and she wrote the Generation Me series and the narcissistic. I've forgotten the book, the Generation Narcissism or whatever. So she points to the technology that we're all using, smartphones, etc., that are creating a lot of the loneliness that we see and a lot of the alienation. Then again, there's other research that's come out in the past year or so which tends to go against that, and it could be a case, leaving aside the AI stuff and the algorithms and all that, it could be a case of old man yells at clouds. Maybe excuse me, I'm sucking on a cough lozenge here. I've got a bit of a cold coming on.
That's all right.
Maybe the young people are all right. Maybe people like me, who are not growing up in this area and this kind of vibe now, we don't understand it, and we look at it and I think perhaps maybe we project it onto how we might have been and compare it to how we grew up. But maybe the young people are okay. Maybe it's not as bad as what we're seeing. I think, so the research is kind of 50-50 at the moment, it seems. I'm not sure. I think generally every generation kind of look back at the youth and go, oh my God, what the hell is going on with these people? But I think the world is so different now, and maybe young people are just finding their way, navigating through it, and the way they're going to do it.
I mean, look, the F-Dogs, look at it this way. Stuff we view as pretty crazy now was the norm back in the day. Extreme religiosity, for example. I know a lot of you guys would think that is a bit weird. But back in our childhood, that was quite normal. There was a lot of people. I remember there was a woman a few streets away from me who had an altar in her house and used to pray every night at the altar. And like, she was a Christian, she was a Catholic. But I mean, now people go, "What the hell is she doing?" You know what I mean? So these were kind of copes, and even you F-Dogs, you said you were kind of like a fundamentalist Christian growing up.
Well, I was in the Baptist church. Wouldn't say fundamentalist. Yeah, that's
okay.
But yeah, I was into it. Yeah.
But now you would look at people who do that as a bit strange, wouldn't you? But that was a norm for you back then. So, I mean, even me growing up, drinking heavily and all that, and I would view that as a bit fucked up now. You know what I mean? So I'm just thinking.
You say that. It's interesting you bring that to the drinking, because I saw something the other day. Young people aren't drinking as much and they're not going out as much. And I think that's a bigger problem than the religious issue. I think people should. I think young people should go out and drink more. I do.
Well, it depends how much, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
You know what, mate? I agree and I disagree, because it is without a doubt, it's a very dangerous world out there now. I mean, getting drunk as a young person out there in the big city is dangerous. There's a lot of violence. There's a lot of fucking insanity out there, as you said. And I don't know, some of that may be because of the breakdown in societal norms. I don't know. I just don't know. But then again, it could be another case of looking back with rose-tinted glasses at the past and think it was better, because I think a lot of stuff wasn't reported in the past. Like a lot of rapes, a lot of sexual abuse, a lot of rapes weren't reported, and I reckon a lot of violence wasn't really talked about, because as a bloke back in the day, you were taught to either fight back or not talk about it because it was shameful to fucking complain if you got the hiding, you know.
Yep.
So there's probably that as well. I mean, I'm not so sure about this insistence by a lot of people that, oh no, you know, it was better back in the day. I don't know if it was. I think
I'm not saying
the
it's
other side to
better.
this is we were ignorant in many ways as well.
I'm not going to say it was better, but
No.
I guess I would say growing up in a, like, coming of age when you did go out and get a bit smashed and, you know, and you get into a fight every now and then. I don't know. I think that was good overall.
Right.
I don't know. I think I don't know. Yeah, there's just maybe, like, what's the word, like, life when we were growing, like, for me, I grew up in the 70s, 80s, and 90s kind of thing. Life was haptic. Like, you could actually, you had real responses to real things you did, things that you could feel, things that were tangible. Everything's online now, and I think a lot of that's missing. But again, I could just be an old man yelling at clouds. I don't
No,
know.
well, you're right. And another thing you just said too, right, is that the young people don't go out a lot nowadays, and that, to me, again, is evidence that the young people are lonelier today than young people in the past. You know what I mean? Because, and not only that, but research has shown too that a lot of young people these days, they do feel disconnected from their parents, and they have a lot of trouble making friends and socializing. So that, to me, suggests that young people today are lonelier than young people in a previous generation.
I'm
Well,
not so
JE,
sure
I would
because
consider you a young. I would consider JE a young adult, young person. JE, I mean, I don't go around in forums of young people. I suppose you do. What are they saying? Are they lonely? Are they upset? What's going on?
Well, yeah, yeah, I know. I've talked to quite a few of them online and even in person, and a lot of them do feel pretty lonely. Yeah,
But
I
I've
would
also
say
read
so.
stuff where gamers who are online all the time, they don't feel lonely because they're talking with their mates. It's just a different way of socializing. And
I think there's been a shift. Sorry.
maybe. So I'll just say this one last thing. Maybe it's a case of, because the internet, it's easy to bring issues to the surface, and it's easy to find your tribe on the internet. So when you get tribes of lonely people finding themselves, it becomes easier to see. But maybe those lonely people were always there. They were just never
Yeah,
able to connect. Perhaps.
that's my opinion. You've hit the nail on the head. That's exactly what I was trying to say actually earlier. That is
Hmm.
exactly what I was trying to say. Now, the other thing I would say that is a factor in this, I think there's been a massive shift. Uh, and I was brought up in a family, and it's not a good thing. Well, I don't think it's good for the individual. It might be good for society, which is the funny thing. Well, we were taught to stiff upper lip, like it was a bit like obviously there was a lot of homophobia back in my day, yeah. And I'm not condoning that, but it was looked upon as a bit gay for you to complain as a man, yeah, about anything. You know, I'm sorry to use that
I'm
word, but
not
that was
condoning that, but
I'm not condoning it. I'm not condoning that, but that's how bad it was in terms of
yeah,
homophobia. They
that's true.
used
It's
the
true.
gay. They used gay as an insult. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
they used gay to describe anything that they perceived as not macho.
Let's bring
So
it back because it's a great insult.
if you complained about anything, like yeah, you could be called gay, basically, yeah. And if you showed any emotion, you were viewed as gay, yeah.
Yep. Yep.
So that was a thing, and there was also this thing where men were taught to be strong and silent, or at least only talk in a kind of practical, useful way, and not talk about themselves. You know, not talk about their problems because they were there as problem solvers rather than being the ones who had problems. You know what I mean? So there was all this kind of match. People nowadays would call that toxic masculinity or something, you know. But what I'm trying to say is, I think that was the culture of the time, and now online you do get guys talking about their emotions, talking about how they're feeling, etc., etc., etc. And that is a massive, because there was no, I don't think there was really a conduit for that back in the day. Okay, for men to talk about how they felt. So it is. I think that's a new phenomenon. I do. It's completely new. Not only do we have the internet now, but we have literally men talking about their feelings, which is something that never happened in the past. I don't believe it.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. It was completely abnormal. You know, for men to like start talking about their feelings,
And
but
you
that
know
is
that may
happening
not
more
be
and
a
more.
that may not be a net positive thing in the end. Like maybe
No,
that's
it may not be. It may be. It may, as I said earlier, it might be good for the individual, but it might be bad for the society. But it could also
right.
be
Okay.
bad for the individual because
Hmm.
I'll pick my old man for my dad, for example. He never complained about jack shit. Yeah, he could have. Yeah, but he had this inbuilt stoicism that was put into him, probably because of corporal punishment at school, probably because of his hard upbringing. Yeah, but in the end, I think it served him well. I might have thought of him as a stubborn mule. You know what I mean? But I think it probably served him well. You know, because he just never moved an inch on anything emotionally. And yes, that can seem harsh in our day and age, right? But at the end of the day, it is maybe going back to what SB is talking about, order and chaos. It is true. If we've spoken before on this channel about truth, what the hell is truth? We don't know. We can't touch it, yeah? So why fucking start dismantling your psyche and getting emotional when the truth is you could be talking till the cows come home about everything and there is nothing to get to in terms of concreteness. All you have is whether you're able to maintain stability or not. So in many ways, I think my dad got it right. But again, I'm not giving like him an accolade because he was a man of his time and that's what they were like back then. You know what I mean? So yeah, sorry if I'm going on and on, but does that make any sense to anybody?
It does, but I also feel like when people repress their emotions like that, it usually leads to like some form of like some form of mental health issue in the long run, like let's say depression or even health issues, because I think research has also shown that repressing your emotions and not talking about anything and just keeping everything bottled up
Well,
can.
you see, I think they let it out in different ways, JE. Like, in terms of masculinity, there are other ways of letting out your stress. And it wasn't necessarily about letting your emotions out in words. They let their stress out in their work, all right? In their sport or in their arguments. They had arguments over politics or they had arguments over religion or some ideology or whatever. But it wasn't done in, like, sometimes it got heated. But generally, there was a decorum, all right? But it was like you could get angry, you could get passionate about things. And that was a way of relieving your stress. It didn't have to be you going, oh, I feel shit. Oh, it didn't have to be that kind of relief of your emotions. It could be just letting off steam, going to the pub, having a few beers, you know?
Yeah. Okay.
Just doing things that let off steam, because at the end of the day, emotions don't really make sense, do they?
I agree with you, DNW. I mean, I went through the counselling and stuff, yada yada yada. And for want of a better term, I don't want to sound like fucking Andrew Tate or anything, but it was very feminine. I think counselling and psychology has been overtaken. It's the same with HR and corporations. It's a very feminized field now, fields. And I think for blokes, I think there's not bitter. I can't say bitter because obviously talking about stuff is very important. I'm all for it, but I think there's also, I agree with DNW, there's a lot of value in just going down to the local for a few beers. Even just going for, like, there's a group in the UK, I think it's the UK, where they're just guys who go out walking together. Like, they're just groups of 10 guys and they just fucking just go for walks. And apparently that's just doing wonders. It's like that kind of solidarity with your fellow men, kind of thing, yada, yada. Yeah. That can help a lot. So yeah, I don't know, but this whole talking online, maybe talking's only healthy if you're actually confiding in someone you can trust and who you've got a strong bond with.
I think that's probably, you've hit another nail on the head, you dogs, because you can't trust anyone on the internet.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's hard enough to trust people in real life.
I get concerned when I do see blokes and even women, like anyone, just sort of suddenly spurging online with all their emotions, and it's like, oh, yeah, that's not gonna age well. Don't do that.
Yeah, I've always said, I've said this, guys, and people have said, "Oh, shut up," but I've said before, like, look, there's a reason men have been taught to bottle emotions, right? And it's been going like that. We've existed on this planet for, I don't know, 300,000 years as a species, right? These old school bits of advice that are passed down, like, they're there for a fucking reason, all right? Because it means your literal survival, okay? Now, as a man, you have to realize you live in a dangerous world, all right? You are in competition with other men, whether you like it or not, for resources, be they women or financial resources or whatever, or work or, whatever. Unfortunately, okay? Now, given that, yeah, there will some people play fair in this world. They believe in sportsmanship. Okay, yeah, that is true, and they believe in a fair deal. Some people look for a win-win deal, but there's a lot of cunts out there. Okay, so if you're gonna be vulnerable online, be prepared to be eaten by sharks. Okay, be prepared for predators to come after you and use you for whatever wish they want to use you. As I said, there's a reason men have, for some reason, learned that bottling up their emotions is a better way to be, because if you don't bottle them up, they will be used against you by not everybody, by some people. And that's something to think about, do you want to take that shit on? By the way, it is good when people open up sometimes. They are very brave to do so, but I would say you don't have to do it. It's not a necessary thing. You don't have to do anything, and you don't have to talk to anybody about anything. Okay, don't think it needs to be a cultural norm. Is all I'm saying, because that's insanity. We live in a dangerous world. Am I making any sense?
Yeah.
Absolutely. You got to be real careful. I mean, someone on this stream, I think it was maybe 2 or 3 weeks back, was whinging about how he put stuff online and then people pushed back, and he said he didn't consent to getting the pushback. And I'm thinking, well, the whatever you put online, you are consenting to pushback, whatever it is.
Hi, Chippy.
I'm just laughing. Oh, sorry. I'm just laughing what you've happened to Divine. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. D&W. Wait, speaking
Yes, Chickpea.
to you. Yes.
What?
Now, you're just saying what I've been saying for ages.
Well, you see, the thing is, people want to find out things about your trauma and all this type of shit, but at the end of the day, nobody can understand your life except you. And so I'm just telling you, you owe nothing to you owe nothing to anybody. Nobody can understand your life except you yourself as an individual. You have a subjective experience. Nobody can get inside your head. So why does it fucking matter to them what you think or what you feel?
I'm not saying what I think. I'm saying.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm saying in general.
Oh, sorry. Ooh, dear.
I'm saying in general. I mean, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, dear. I've always said to you on this thing, which is one of the reasons why I come here, because of my paranormal experiences, that when you talk to people and they just listen to you and you get a bit of feedback, that you wouldn't believe how much that helps. You wouldn't believe it. It just really helps. What?
I mean, well, I think that's the opposite of what DNW is saying, Chippy. Yeah, is that he's saying that it's not good for everyone.
Well, it's good for me.
I mean, it's funny because I don't feel helped by listening to other people like, oh yeah, I feel that way too. It doesn't. I'm like, oh fuck, we're all in this shit together. It doesn't make me feel better knowing that other people suffer as well if I've suffered. You know what I mean?
No. It doesn't make. Well, it gives you recognition, and at the end of the day, there's nothing I can do.
But who gives a fuck about recognition? Why do you care about recognition?
Why
wouldn't you want to be recognized for something other than suffering?
Well, I guess it's because we're social animals. DNW, we want validation and to feel like we're not alone.
Okay, well, fair enough. But maybe you got to start thinking about what type of validation you're seeking out. Are you seeking the lowest common fucking denominator of validation, Or are you seeking validation that's actually worthwhile?
But D&W, right? When I came on here talking all my
A
weird...
validation that's worthwhile might be something that has lifted you up and lifted others up, and that has done something progressive rather than just, you know, complained. Look, sorry if I'm going on one, but these are just coming out of these are thoughts coming out of my head.
Mm-hmm.
What's happened to your lovely, lovely, grumpy things I used to talk about?
I'm actually very grumpy about being positive. So it's a weird one. It's a weird.
But that's why I loved you so, because you used to write this lovely, lovely, grumpy things.
No, I still think the world is a hellscape, Chickpea. But I think you can only say so much on that before you have to start trying to fucking get people to fix it. You know.
It can't be fixed. How can it be fixed?
Or trying to fix little bits of it at least.
Can't fix it. It's all dog eat dog till the grim.
Chickpea, you're not a physicist. Chickpea, you're not a biologist.
But no, but I've been.
Chickpea, you don't work in AI. You don't know what could be done. You don't know what can be done. With respect, me neither.
D&W, this planet has been designed that we all kill each other every now and again. All the animals kill each other.
Well, what you say designed, you have no proof of design.
I mean, I think, but you know what she means, right? Designed as in,
I'm gonna take a step back for a little bit. You guys can chat. We haven't heard from Kugaduma for a while, and Black Manosphere, but SB, everybody, feel free to interject as and when you feel compelled to do so. That's the rule here. Is just to let the other person finish their speaking. Feel free to slap each other, virtually in the face if anybody does butt in when the other person's talking. I know I've been guilty of it in the past, but thankfully people here have been very volatile to me when I have done so. So I expect everybody to get the same treatment.
Yeah, DNW is coming in hot. I haven't heard you this fired up having visited this channel. So I think it's interesting.
Good. Can I just say, okay, like I've had a lot of weird paranormal experiences, and just coming here, telling everybody, and hearing other people talk about their silly paranormal experiences has really helped me. And it has helped me, because I tell you something, it's a horrible thing to have had happen to me without being able to talk about it to anyone. Because when you talk about it, you get, don't be so stupid.
No, Chickpea, no one thinks you're stupid, Chickpea.
In the real world, you do. In the real world.
Why does it matter, Chickpea?
What?
Like you know your brain. You know your brain.
Not really.
Like, I don't care if people think I'm dumb. I've been told I'm dumb all my life until I got older.
Sorry, go ahead, SB.
Go ahead, you guys. Go ahead.
It helps. I guess I'm different makeup to you, but like, I've never talked about any of what happened to me, and it's just been sitting in my little brain, unprocessed.
So share.
Well, I did on here.
Oh, I just came back to my computer. My apologies.
On here. Yes, I've shared it on here. I won't go out and tell the rest of the world. I will never talk about it to the rest of the world ever.
Yes, well, you say Chickpea, you say you've shared it, but you haven't shared it today, and I'm not sure I've ever heard what you shared.
Well, I shared my. I should have died in a fire when I was 21 years old. I existed in another dimension before I came into this one. Before I was born into this one. And then in my late 30s, I took a massive suicide. I had a massive suicide attempt that I should not have survived. And the doctor said to me, you could not have taken what you'd taken, because if you didn't, you'd be dead. But I took what I took, and I know I took it. And I was in a coma for 5 days. And I know for a fact that something intervened to change the sequence of events. And I know it happened.
Well, you're here.
Well, but SB, I don't want to be here. That's the problem.
Figure out what you need to do so you don't have to return. I don't want to upset Divine.
I've got no choice.
I was have a reference.
Something keeps bringing me back. I know it sounds. I believe in reading
program. It shows how stupid and ignorant you are. Nothing you say is based on fact.
Who? Me?
SB, can you hear me, darling?
Yeah, I'm listening.
So you said something interesting there. You said you got to figure out how not to come back. Are you
Yeah.
kind of like a bit of a Buddhist in that you want to break the break samsara and basically transcend this world, not come back? Do you believe in reincarnation?
I think there's something to the whole reincarnation cycle. Divine mentioned something. I don't know if she was referring to me about being stupid and ignorant.
Did she? Divine, did you
I
say
don't
something?
know. No, I don't talk to people like that. That wasn't me.
Who was saying
It's
somebody
not
was
me.
stupid and ignorant?
Well,
Somebody
we don't
was
like that
like,
kind of
there's
conversation. We don't
nothing
like that.
based on fact.
I
Wasn't
heard that
me.
We
too.
don't.
How
Yeah,
stupid
it's
and
not you
ignorant
weren't
you are.
hallucinating. I heard that.
No, yeah,
You heard
I
it as
think
well.
I think I heard someone say something about stupid and ignorant as well too. Yeah.
Well, we don't like that on this channel. So whoever it was, we can listen to it later to find out. So they might as well admit it, because otherwise we could just rewind it. It's at 5 hours 7 minutes. But whoever that was, please don't talk like that, because SB's being called tonight,
Oh.
and she is new here, and she's very welcome here, as everybody is, and we don't do that here. So if you're in some kind of foul mood, please rein it in and just be cool, because as I said, SB is new here and she's as welcome as anybody. So don't talk down to her. That's what I'm
So
gonna say.
what was said as a matter of interest? It was all very ear noise to me. Oh well.
I don't know. It was obviously very quick,
Yes.
We're
but
listening, Chickpea. Sorry, go D&W. Go ahead, I'm listening.
yeah, I was gonna say, SB. I mean, to me, the thoughts I'm getting is Buddhism kind of makes the most sense in terms of trying to, you know, in the sense that either you come back here or life continues. So it's about trying to ensure that that life that comes back here, sorry, life continues anyway. And in many ways, I do agree. Like consciousness, the thing that is experiencing the awareness is the same in all of us. Okay, so whether you like it or not, the experiencer is coming back here, and it will be you in essence. It will be the experiencer in a different body. So it makes sense to try and make this world a better place, because you will be back here anyway as an experiencer. Not it may not literally be your essence, but it's an experiencer experiencing reality just like you are. So we should be kind of attached to that in a kind of pragmatic sense. It doesn't have to be spiritual to realize that's quite important. And in that sense, it does make sense to try and progress the world, make things better, because um, you know that is going to keep happening. You know,
Yes, I
do you
see
get what I'm
what
saying? Do you get what I'm saying? I saw to
Yeah,
SB. Sorry.
no, I'm listening, and I'm
Mm,
also listening to Chickpea as well, because she had
mm.
mentioned about she doesn't want to be here, but D&W,
But she is here.
yes, she is here. You're here, D&W. Sorry, Chickpea.
I know. I've had a lucky one.
See, you're laughing. You're
Well, I do
chuckling.
laugh about it. I
Yeah.
have to.
Right? If you don't laugh, you'll cry, they say. That's the word that goes around.
Yes.
You don't laugh, you'll cry.
Yes. But can I just say something, dear?
I mean, I'm sorry to say this, guys. Right now, this is
Mhm.
another thing I feel needs to be said sometimes.
Yep.
And if you have been through something in this life and you do feel very sad about it, well, whether you like it or not, other people cannot understand what it is you've been through. Okay, you've had a subjective experience that, I can't understand what it's like to be a billionaire. I really can't. I can try to imagine it, but I
Very nice,
can't.
I
I
should
really
think.
can't. What?
Very nice, I should think.
Yeah, I just can't imagine, like, ultimately what it would be like on a day-to-day basis. Uh, Same as I can't understand what it would be like to be a slave, all my life. This type of thing, I just can't imagine. I can be grandiose and say, oh, I can imagine it, but I can't really imagine that, you know. Being born into that system, being brainwashed, being indoctrinated to think that that's okay, and being shocked when other people say you shouldn't be doing this, because that was the case sometimes. That people were so victimized that they were shocked when people freed them from slavery because they felt they were so brainwashed. They had been literally indoctrinated from birth. So I don't know what it's what I'm trying to say is, if you feel burdened by something in this lifetime, I do believe sometimes that is your mission to as a cause. I used to think humans were inherently selfish because there seemed to be this thing where people who had a say, for example, they got some kind of cancer, then suddenly they went and did a marathon for that cancer or something, or they did a marathon for the cancer of their wife. And I was like, why do they always do something for that which they're experiencing, or that which their nearest and dearest are experiencing? Why can't they do something for people who are experiencing something that they're not experiencing? So, for example, why can't we do something for deaf children when we're not deaf? You know what I mean? Why do we have to? A lot of the time, humans have to have this kind of proximity to the thing that they're raising funds for or awareness for. Now, I know that's not always the case, but it is a lot of the time. So what I am trying to say is, you should try and make others aware of whatever it is that you feel is a problem in this world, concerning your existence. Because like, it's like my old English teacher said when I was a kid, what you know right well. He was talking about exams. So he knew in our exams a lot of us would be scratching our whatever, trying to remember something because we maybe hadn't studied so hard. So he said, what you do know, make sure you write well, okay? Because that's the bit that's going to you're going to be able to communicate. That's the bit that's going to be able to be relatable to the examiner, because they're going to say, yeah, I understand what this person is talking about. So it's the same as whatever it is you feel traumatized by in this world, whatever it is you feel is, pertinent to your life. I think you should try and communicate that in a way to the world, as in what you feel should be done about it, etc., etc., because you are the expert on that. Nobody else is. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right, but that's what, for example, that's what Chickpea was saying about her experience, right? Is that she's communicating her experience of what happened to her so that other people would feel less alone, right, Chickpea?
Yeah, but and this kind of shoots me in the foot in terms of what I said earlier about masculinity. But I think there's a way of doing it. You don't have to do it all the time. And that's the point I was making earlier, that some men are going all the time talking about this, that, and the other. Like the what do they call it? Black pill shit and the red pill stuff.
Yeah.
And they're talking kind of way of looking at the world all the time, complaining. And I don't know I don't think that's healthy.
No, I agree. It's not healthy.
That's what I meant earlier about males complaining and being, too in touch with their feelings online.
Right, because it's one thing to just it's one thing to just complain. Sorry, it's one thing to just share your story with someone else so that you guys can bond over your shared experience. But you're right, it's another thing to to take it to the extreme and to consistently and continually complain about it and not make any attempt to try to fix the issue.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll shut up for a bit.
Yeah.
But
no, go ahead, Chickpea.
Sorry.
No, I was done. You can go ahead.
All right. But D&W, we live in a world where 15,000 children or 25,000 adults every day die of starvation. The numbers are very, very high.
Wow, really? It's that much?
Yes. At the same time, we're raising and killing 92 billion land animals at the same time. And that's what sort of a species we are. We're not very nice, let me say.
No, but again, that's not our entire species. Again, with respect, Chickpea, I not all humans are doing that.
2%.
I mean, well, I mean, but DMW, I mean, most humans do in some way contribute to the animal
Yeah,
exploitation
but there's
industry,
humans
right?
what I'm saying to you is there's humans actively opposed to it, trying to
2%.
find solutions. You're making out that everybody is guilty of being implicit and willingly implicit and not wanting to change things. I'm telling you, there are people actively opposed to the way things are in the world in terms of the bad things, and they're trying to make it better.
Yes,
And what's
2%.
wrong with that? They
DW,
are
2%.
intelligent agents. They're the only people that can literally the only life that can do anything about the problems. So they're not all trying to fucking, keep things as they are. Some people are trying to progress things so that we can eradicate some of the problems.
2%, DW, it's 2%.
2% what?
2% of people are vegans. 2%.
Yes,
Only
I know, but
vegans.
it's a start, isn't it?
God, oh, DW, an optimist. What's this optimism all about? You never used to be like this. What's the matter? You were much
I wouldn't
nicer
say
when
I
you
wouldn't
were
say it's
not.
optimism, Chickpea. You're getting me wrong here. It's not optimism. It's fucking pragmatism. Realizing we're in a fucking hellscape reality. It is
Yes,
literally a war with reality,
oh,
and
great,
it's
good.
about trying to fight the horrible nature of it.
But
And I'm not saying we're going to win. We're in a war against reality, and reality is a hellscape. It
yes,
causes an unbelievable amount of suffering.
yes.
But to sit there cribbing and moaning and saying there's nothing we can do about it, well, that's not going to do anything, is it? I'm not saying we're going to win, but at least we'll go down fucking fighting. And by fighting, I'm talking metaphorically. We're going to go down using our ingenuity to try and bring about a reduction in suffering, a healing of the problems in the world.
DW, the Gnostics themselves call this a slave planet. They called it a hellhole. They themselves
I
called
know.
it.
What good did they do?
Well, they were all killed off, weren't they? The Roman Catholics killed them all, most of them, the Cathars.
Well, that's not very good, is it?
No, it isn't, is it, DW?
Well, it's not very good to allow yourself. If you are a force for good, it's not very good to allow yourself to be killed off, is it?
I mean, well, maybe they're outnumbered. DMW, it was out of their control.
Allow yourself to be killed off.
Well, I'm still saying
Someone,
it's not a very good. It's not a very good thing. They should have been smarter, shouldn't they? They should have went underground and fucking tried to survive.
Stop it! Stop it! If someone wants to murder you, DW, they can murder you. There's not much you'll be able to do about it.
But murder a whole people is a different kettle of fish.
Wait,
One person,
SB,
right?
wait, SB, can you
By the way,
elaborate?
guys, this is we haven't got into the terrible truth, which is AI. And Steve, Yerf Dogs did send me something recently. He sent me a video which I thought was really good.
Yes, it's very
and it
good,
was
isn't it?
you saw it as well. Yeah, very worrying. Kind of
It's bad.
a very worrying development in that it's been said that some of the AI insiders, the people working in the industry, are saying one thing in public and another thing behind the scenes in private conversation.
Yes,
Would you like to go into that a little bit? Because I thought it was very, very worrying stuff, but good to be aware of.
It's so I'll preface it by saying who knows what's real and what's not these days. I don't know who that guy is. He sounds credible. I'm referring to the latest interview on Diary of a CEO.
Oh, I saw that. Yes.
The guy's name is Tristan.
Yes, I forgot his name. Yeah, I'll go and get it for you. I'll go and have lookies.
And so basically, the vibe is, and I'm thinking also it dovetails with Emile Torre's work on this as well. In public, the things that we hear from the AI companies, it's going to achieve this, it's going to save our species, it's going to do wonders, yada yada yada, all these things. Whereas in private, they appear to be saying it's probably going to annihilate us, and therefore the question comes in: well, if it's going to annihilate us, why do you pursue it? And it turns out it's as facile as saying, well, if I don't do it, someone else will do it, so I want to be the guy that does it. Like a massive, I get the statue kind of thing.
It's an ego boost. Yeah.
Yeah. And so
I don't know. Look. To be fair, right? I get what you're saying, but I don't know if you could necessarily call that sinfully egotistical, because if you weigh in the factor that it's about who has the reins over the AI, who has the key of the ignition of the AI, who will be able to like literally control the future, then it does become I've got to get there first, does it not?
Well, the thing is, they all seem to, again, I'm not an insider, but they seem to be saying it's going to happen. Whoever does it, it's going to happen, and I may as well be the one to do it. And the thing that Tristan said, which I found most telling.
Sorry, can you just confirm? By it's going to happen, do you mean the singularity, or do you mean the fact that it's going to end our civilization?
Yeah, it's either going to end everything or cause such an upheaval, within the next decade that we have no idea what's coming. Basically,
I'm terrified at the moment, guys. I am. I told you a few weeks ago, I had this like existential fucking like horror came over me at night, and I was just thinking about like how weird everything's going to be, and yeah, it was a bit terrifying.
Take this into consideration. I think what Tristan said was quite important. He was talking about Elon Musk, and we can probably all think back. I think it was about a year or so ago, where Musk was saying that he wants to create some kind of consortium and get a treaty where different countries and different companies sign a treaty saying that they're not going to pursue this stuff, or they're going to focus on the safety guards, the rails of safety, And he seems to have abandoned that, and he's just now going, like you can see him on X, he's just going full on into Grok and AI. And so it's interesting that within a year he abandoned that whole idea of safety, and it seems that he's adopted. Fuck it, let's just go for it. Whoever does it gets the statue.
Exactly. I'm going to play devil's advocate here, and I'm going to say I understand why he's doing it actually, because if we're in a position where every other fucker's doing it, yeah, and it literally is about who controls the future, yeah, and the risks are that you'll be if you don't do it, you'll either be enslaved, yeah, for forever we'll be enslaved forever as a species under some other fucker's rule book, yeah, or B will go extinct. They're the two, or three, or the third option is we will have a utopia. Now they're the kind of the things here, or maybe four. It will be okay. It won't be that great, but it will be livable. Maybe that'll be a fourth one, but we'll ignore that one for the time being. So we've got. You are an AI expert. You have an ability to drive this machine, right? Now, you are either going to sit back and let some other fucker design it, knowing that it's going to be their rulebook controlling human destiny, right? When you had the potential to also get involved. I don't think you'd sit back because, as I said, you know that the risk, whether you get involved or not, the risk is human extinction. You know that could happen. So I would say it makes sense to get involved because if it's going to get developed, no matter who develops it, it could cause extinction. So why wouldn't you be in the race? You know what I mean? And if you're sitting back, I would say that's a waste of your, your agency, your expertise, your gift, because you could be the one driving the machine. And if you're a morally engaged individual, which a lot of people are, you might think I have the right way of seeing things. I have the ideology. Now the worry for the rest of us is. So I can see why he's doing it. I'm going to say I would probably do the same thing, Yerf Dogs, if I was such an expert. I would probably do the same thing.
The point of what I said, I'm not judging him. I'm just saying, as a signal, that's how I'm reading it. Like the fact that he did basically a 180. That to me, kind of, it's not 100% confirmation, but it does confirm. It dovetails with what Tristan was saying on that interview.
Yeah. I can, but we can understand why you can understand why he did it. So you're the same as me. You can. Yeah.
I'm not judging.
I'm not condemning him. I would say I would do the same.
Probably. Yeah.
Now, because what you're going to do? Sit back and let some other fucker, control destiny when you have the option. As I said, extinction is a risk no matter what. Like whoever is controlling the future.
But that's the other thing that apparently these guys are saying. I'm going to die anyway. So fuck it, I'm going to be the guy to do it.
Well, I mean, look, the point is, I get what you're saying. So the point is, he did try initially to get consensus on the importance of derailing AI and stopping its progress, right?
Not derailing,
But he couldn't
more
get.
just putting constraints. Like he wanted to get
Yeah. That's a better way of putting it. Yeah. So putting constraints on it, stopping its progress to the point of humans not being able to control it. Now, he tried that initially. Now the thing is, nobody came on board. None of the important players came on board. So he realized, what can he do? Only join in and try and outcompete them. Now the thing is, Yerf Dogs, the other side of this is, I can understand why people join in and sign that document. In fact, I think that was actually very honest of them, because humans being humans, there would be somebody who would lie, sign the document and lie. They were going to restrain their development, but then would go away and develop it anyway because they had the expertise to do so.
But that's the underlying thing. If I don't do it, someone else is going to do it anyway.
Exactly. What I mean is that document that he wanted to be signed, I would say would have been a waste of paper. All right, whatever, digital fucking.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if all the venture
digital
capitalists
ink
and
or
stuff
whatever,
on the side of the other
because
companies, if they all thought that it could have been seen as a play by Musk to gain advantage in the space.
Yeah. But also, do you get my point? It would have been if it was able to be developed, it would have been developed by someone.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and now they might have found it hard. They might have found it harder to do because it would have been in the shadows. They wouldn't be able to get the public, like, venture capitalist funding. But I believe there would have been somebody willing to fund it.
And it wouldn't surprise me if the VCs are not just funding. VCs aren't going to fund. Oh, excuse me, I'm just, like I said, I'm having a cough lolly here. The VCs aren't going to fund just one company. They'll be all in on different competing companies.
Yeah. And so that's exactly it.
You'll get a group of VCs who are probably seeding.
Being everything. Being a VC in this position must be glorious, because if there are four major players asking for a relatively, a sum that you can afford to pay, well, then you're going to win no matter what, But
they'll also be funding projects in China and other countries too. I mean, these they don't give a fuck.
But what does Cougar Doomer think? Because isn't he like the AI expert? Oh, he's gone.
I don't know where Cougar Doomer went, but hopefully he'll come back. We got Vegan Equilibrium here.
Vegan Equilibrium.
Hello.
He is back. How are you doing, sir?
All right.
So you're not worried at all about AI. I know that. You told us last time.
No, he's going to use ChatGPT to create even more pro-vegan arguments, right?
I don't know. It's a useful tool in some cases, but the thing is, like, it's certain AIs people don't realize are not fully developed, and they're using them as if they are. Like ChatGPT is, I guess, like, will make shit up,
Yeah, that's true.
And it'll make things up, and like. So it's kind of more of a tool to, like, help guide you in the right direction rather than give you the exact answer that you need.
Yeah, but I'm off the position that I think all these public-facing LLMs are just data fucking. Basically, they're just dredging society for data, and the real AI fucking movers and shakers are behind the scenes. They're they're using the public facing ones to build the monsters.
Don't forget the AI behind the scenes. They're putting that into infrastructure. Companies are using it. So a lot of it's not underground, because it's there, but it's not on Twitter, for example. Like they're
you got to pay big bucks for it. You got to pay big bucks.
They're connecting AI to water, to sewage, to electricity. They're going to put it into to cars, planes as well. I mean, fucking hell. What are you going to do when you find out your plane's being flown by fucking grok? Who's going to be the first to take that flight?
Say that again?
What are you going to do when you find out the plane you're on is being driven by grok?
Oh my god.
I'm going to use my
Ladies and gentlemen,
parachute.
I'm your pilot today. I'm Grok.
It won't be long. You know, you're laughing, but it'll probably be in another 10 years or less than 10 years. Planes will all be probably
Yeah,
driven by
probably.
AI. You know.
But the whole thing with investing and all that kind of stuff. There's a saying in investing circles: never say this time it's different. You know, a lot of people say that when it comes to new opportunities. But it's interesting that the kind of zeitgeist has actually changed, and people are saying this time it is different because whoever develops this and whoever ultimately holds the reins, if it doesn't kill us all, we are going to be permanently enslaved. There will be no way out of this
Red, that's
if that comes to it. This
Will
time it
happen.
is different. Then again, the other side of the coin is this has been raised before. You know, physical limitations. It could be there's just not enough water and energy
I think
to.
that we're not even like focusing on what the most terrible aspect of all this could be, which is like what Black Mirror covered, where you transfer your consciousness could be transferred into a state of eternal suffering, eternal torture.
you're right.
Like,
Well, that's kind of
as
what.
a,
No, finish your point. Go ahead.
no, that's it.
No, yeah, but that's kind of what your dog was insinuating, right? That this thing can enslave us forever and trap our consciousness and basically just do whatever the heck it wants with us, right? All right.
Oh,
So
mate, it is terrifying. Yeah, it is. And I've thought about that before, about how we are getting to the point where, yeah, they could either create, they could working with biotechnology, perhaps ensure that someone lives forever and torture them forever, you know, or they could, as you said, download their consciousness somehow or other. But I mean, I think we'll probably get to the stage where they'll be able to keep you alive, you know,
yep.
biologically. And that might be, to be honest with you, if they're able to do that, I reckon that'll be worrying, because that means they would be able to trap you forever. And you know, one of the things I'm getting more and more thankful for, this might sound bizarre, is that life isn't infinite. You know, that it is finite, because there is a way out. And I'm not saying like I'm not asking people to take the way out. I'm saying, like, there is that, like, I can see why older people sometimes are happy to go, you know, because they've seen enough, they've done enough, and it's like, in some
Well, they're
ways,
also old.
the fact
What?
that we die is merciful. Yeah, they're also old, vegan equilibrium. I understand that, but
Yeah, yeah.
the point is, would you want to live forever, given that that could mean you could be tortured forever, or imprisoned forever, or
Not
oppressed
yeah.
forever?
If I not in that state, obviously. If I was 25, better looking, better genetics, and you know,
Oh,
making a
here we
lot of
go.
money, then
So
yeah,
the
But the
like
point
function
is,
of you,
the
Ken.
point is, you could still be oppressed, no matter who you were,
sure.
Hell
But
or
yeah.
if I
tortured,
wasn't gonna be
or
oppressed, if I wasn't gonna be
yeah, but you wouldn't
oppressed,
know that. You wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know that. Don't forget, the infinity is a long time, and you'd never know what could happen in the future. So why would you want to risk it?
That's why they
uh,
went for the knowledge first and not the body. They could man make a body, huh? They could from ashes to ashes, dust to dust. It ain't nothing to make a body. What it is finding the right technology to harness certain things, huh? We're in the technology age to where it's render this, render this, but the soul, you can't replicate the soul. It's hard to do that, but
especially
finite.
since it doesn't exist.
It
Hmm?
doesn't. He said it doesn't exist, Florida.
No, the soul does. Okay, the soul is a
Prove it.
light bulb. Okay, okay, listen. This is my analogy. This is my breakdown of a soul. A soul is the light bulb. What encased that? That little glass. When there's light, the light is on. When there's darkness, it's off. But no spirit can dwell in a body that's dead, right? Right? A good
Uh,
spirit or
well,
or bad
are you
spirit.
saying that a soul? Are you saying that a soul is sentient, is consciousness, or
A soul is the inner being. The soul is your autopilot, man. So aren't
you're
all
saying a bunch of
souls?
very generalized, very vague statements? You're not
No,
actually.
but I'm saying, look. Okay,
Can you
look.
measure? Can you actually measure a soul?
You can look at your soul is your inner being.
What
Imagine
the hell
you
does that mean?
without your flesh, huh? That's you.
Okay, okay, but you are. That's very general. Like,
Okay.
can you
Your
narrow it down?
soul is a sponge. Okay, if you absorb a good spirit, your light is on. If you absorb
How do we
a
measure?
evil
How do we
spirit,
measure? How do
darkness,
we? How
your
do we measure these
soul
spirits?
is a sponge. That's
How
the
do we
best way I can
measure
put
these
it.
spirits? How do we measure the soul?
Spirit, you are probably drinking a wine of spirit, huh? Aren't
I don't
What?
spirits
drink. I
in
don't
the
drink.
drink
I haven't
and
drank
in
since
the air?
2017. I haven't
Wow!
drank since
Congrats!
2017. So
And what are
Congrats!
how do we
spirits in shot
measure the
glasses?
soul?
You
You
got
How
measure
do
off
we
the
spirits in
measure
spirits,
the
huh?
shot
In
soul?
glasses, ladies and gentlemen.
2017, huh?
Good one,
You
yourself.
got beside yourself, huh? Yes. See there?
How, how do we measure the soul?
I mean, hey, that's a good, but man, you'll be the next trillionaire if you could come up with a calibrated way to measure the soul. But they
So you
say
don't even know.
when
So you
one
don't. You
dies,
admit that there's no way to measure the soul. So how
but
can you
it's
even say a
there.
soul
Isn't
exists?
your
How do
inner
you know? How do you
being
know it's
there?
there? How do you know
Isn't
it's
your
there?
invisible man
Have you
there?
seen it?
Aren't I getting on your digital nerves right now? Huh? I'm getting on your digital nerves right now,
How do
bud.
you say, how do you measure the? You can't say a soul exists. You can't say, oh,
Man, the
it's
soul exists.
immeasurable,
The
and then you say it
soul
exists. You
exists.
don't know that it exists
The
because you can't measure
soul
it.
exists. Yes, the soul exists. That
But
sponge.
you can't
Hey,
measure. But you can't measure it, so you don't know it exists. How do
what
you know it
is
exists if
you?
you can't measure it? How
Are
do you know it
you
exists if you
via
can't measure it?
here? Who
How do you
is
know it
the
exists if you
remote
can't measure
control
it?
that
How do
is
you know it exists if you
controlling
can't
your
measure it?
vessel? Who is
How
controlling
do you
your vessel right now? Is it Lucifer or
my
what that's making
no
you
my
ask
brain
these
my
questions? Is that
the
parasite in
consciousness
you?
that, okay, do you want me
Huh?
to answer that?
Huh?
Do you want
Ask
me to
that
answer that
parasite.
question? Do you want me to
Go
answer that
ahead.
question?
Go
Okay,
ahead.
yeah, it's the consciousness that is coming from my brain activity. Okay, my the consciousness originates
That's
in
your
the brain.
mind. That's
That's
your
when that's
mind then. See
right,
there?
exactly.
The
Oh, here
brain
we go, we're
matter.
playing
That's
word
your
games. Okay,
mind. I
all
can't
right,
tell
okay.
what your mind
uh,
is thinking.
how do you
Huh?
know a soul exists if you can't measure it?
Man, your
How do you know a
mind.
soul
What
exists if you can't
exists
measure it?
in that
How
brain?
do you know a soul exists
Even
if you
if
can't
your
measure it?
brain
This guy's a
isn't the size
genius.
of ours, it's a
Genius.
mind that a mind dwells within that brain
Wow,
matter.
so deep,
Huh?
so spiritual and
Huh?
deep. Oh,
No, but I'm saying, look, each
this guy should be
that's the
should be
ultimate.
my
You
guru.
help yourself out. You got a mind, it's of your own. Huh? I can't tell
How
what's
do you know a
on your
soul exists if
mind.
you can't measure it?
Huh?
Yeah, okay.
Huh?
How
But
do you
your
know a soul
mind is
exists if you
there.
can't
Huh?
measure it?
Huh? Somebody can measure it. It's
Some
just
good
out
word
of your
salad.
pay
Some
rate.
good word, bro. Some good word salad.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we're here. I'm just showing respect. I'm not trying to Michael Jordan the panel. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Uh,
Wait, so you haven't been able to show vegan equilibrium proof of a solvent?
well, somebody ask his grandmama. Ask one of his ancestors that done transition. Huh?
Well, how can we ask them if they're not here, Florida man? They're not around, so we can't ask them.
JE, can you keep an eye on the chat? There's a good question from Loho.
Oh, so question: must everything that exists be able to be measured, or is this Western scientific thinking going out of hand? Just a question. That is a good question.
Yeah, we use that generally. Okay. Yes,
Everything is to be
thing
measured.
has to.
Everything is to be
That is how we
calibrated.
know something exists. We can speculate on things existing. We can hypothesize
They
about things
probably measure.
existing,
Okay,
but we only
look.
know.
Isn't it
Let me
Los
finish my
Angeles?
sentence. Let me finish my sentence. Let me finish my
Go
sentence.
ahead.
But you
Go
only
ahead.
know. Let me finish my sentence. But you only know something exists if you can measure it, or if you have some, or if you use some kind of deductive reasoning based.
Oh, vegan equilibrium. You're cutting out.
That's a sign to land your UFO. Okay, Hotel California. Hey, probably somebody in the state of California isn't calibrating, dealing with measurements, so the calendar was measured and evenly distributed
I'm
out
sure
of all
your
of the
friends think you're very
man-made
interesting.
time. Huh?
Anyway, yeah, you can either use deductive reasoning based on certain kinds of evidence that you have, or you need, like hard proof. And there's no evidence of a
Well,
soul.
the
There's no
evidence is
way to measure.
spiritual. It is
There's no
spiritual.
way to
So did
measure a
you see
soul. So
how I
there's no
put it
proof of a
together?
soul.
Huh?
You can only speculate or hypothesize about a soul.
Speculate. Well, there was specks of particles in the air that was supposed to be the Big Bang theory, but CERN is replicating that. So
He said
speculation
I said the
is
word
an
speculate.
action.
That means specks in
Huh?
the
It
air,
said ask for
particles,
the Bible say ask
string
for
theory.
discernment, but there's a CERN department that's spelled in all caps. Huh? Let's go.
Quantum theory, quantum mechanics, quantum matter, specs, spirits, souls. Yeah, the
Wasn't it a
technology
quantum
of the
leap?
soul and the
Wasn't it
air
a
and the
quantum
space
leap
time.
dealing
I'm going
with
to just say words and sound interesting and sound like I know what I'm
wasn't there
talking
a
about.
quantum leap? Dennis Quaid played in Quantum Leap that came on NBC,
Well,
but
this is productive.
Quantum Leap has to deal with time changing and realms, but there are different realms. Jesus came in walking on water. He came through
All
walking
right,
on the
too
portal.
much DMT, bro. Too much
No,
DMT.
that's not. No,
Too
that's
much
just common
DMT.
sense, but
All
all
right,
sense isn't common. Huh?
this is
All
called
sense isn't
psychedelic
common. How many senses do
psychedelic induced
man come with?
psychosis.
Does, isn't by nature, doesn't the Homo sapien have five senses? Huh? I'm just
I would
saying,
say we
man.
have more.
I,
I'd say we have
I
more than five
would too.
senses.
So how
Five
many?
senses. Five
Does
senses.
chakras and senses, are chakras and senses one and the same? Because I agree with you on that, huh? There's more. Is intuition a sense by itself, or does woman only have that? Because that is associated with the woman's
What kind of
intuition.
question is that? Is intuition a thing of itself, or do only women have that
No,
too?
I'm just asking. Look. Because look, a woman's intuition. You never heard of that? The woman's intuition, but
No, I've never heard of it. No idea what
you
you're talking
haven't?
about. First time online.
What? So intuition is close to institution to me. It's entering something.
Dude, I just think you're talking out of your ass.
No, I'm not talking out of
Yeah,
my
you
ass,
are.
man. I'm talking sense, but I'm all over the place. But it makes sense
No,
to
Steve,
somebody.
you have to overstand. You have to
I
overstand, Steve.
over and understand. So what does
You have
that
to
make it?
over and under and sideways stand. You have
Nah,
to diagonal stand.
this
You have
earth
to do a
is a
headstand, a
duality. It's a
handstand, a
duality.
footstand.
It's a duality.
What about the
But
triality? What
the
about the
devil went to
quadality?
and from.
What about
Yes,
the hexality? What
the
about the infinality?
well, that's the 8888 then, huh?
Damn,
That's probably
that's an
how
angel
the
number of
devil.
abundance right there. Yeah, angel numbers.
No, but
You
look,
just said the
a
888. That means we're
yes,
all blessed right now. You just
entity.
blessed
Look,
us.
the
Damn,
affinity
your
sign.
soul spirit, your soul drank a bunch of spirits and you blessed us with 888.
Hey, well, it's better me blessing you with sound than with blood because the word blessed is associated with blood. So, huh? Once again, the diet of the deities was blood because even with diet, ain't fasting, killing
Don't you
that
want to live it,
parasite.
not die it? Who wants a
Diet.
diet? You
No,
gotta
no,
live it,
no,
bro.
diet. If
No
you are
diets,
fat,
live it.
if you are fat, you need to put an S in between the A and T and run fast or just fast. Don't eat. But dying is associated with diet, right? 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 If you ain't eating, you dying. But diet, some done died on all types of diets.
No, man,
Huh?
you're wrong.
No,
You
I'm
don't need
not
to eat
wrong.
food to
No, I'm
live.
not wrong,
You
man. The
you live
word diet,
your life.
diet, diet.
You're eternal.
No,
Your
no.
soul is
Take the
eternal,
T
man.
off of the word
You don't need
diet
you never
and you
die.
got
That's
died.
an illusion,
Take
man. You
the
can't
word, no, it's
die.
not.
You can't die.
Fasting. Fasting from food involves
Why are
a
you spell
diet.
casting us, bro? You're
Fasting
spell
from
casting
food
us.
involves a
You're spell
diet.
casting us.
Take the
Don't tell me that I
T
need
off of,
food.
yes,
I don't need
words
anything.
cast
I'm an
spells.
eternal. I'm
You
eternal
run
light spirit
all
energy.
spelling bees, but you was cast under a spell by the witch over words, huh? That witch over the spelling bee is a witch. Hmm? She got a wand, huh? But
How many
take
times
the
have you
word
done
the,
a
the the
ayahuasca
word
trip?
diet. The word diet is spelled diet. Take the letter T off of diet, and what do you have? Die. Huh? If if your fat ass don't eat, you're gonna die of shock. Probably within 3 days, huh? They might be able to
Is this your way
recycle
of
your
feeling
fat ass
better about?
body.
Is this your way of
Huh?
making yourself feel better about all those
No,
cookies
no,
you had
I,
recently?
I, I feel
All
worse.
that junk food
I,
that you had
I
recently?
feel worse.
You're like, you know
Junk
what? I need
food,
to eat
but
or I'm
you
gonna
got
die, so
junk
I can eat all this
DNA.
crap.
You got junk DNA. We all got junk DNA. How much junk DNA do you have?
This is like a word association game with this guy.
Hey, words cast spells, huh? Your
Spell, yeah,
grandmama was
quit
hooked
spell
under
casting.
spells cast by
Quit
your
spell
freaky
casting,
ass
bro.
granddad,
You're
huh?
a witch.
Your
You're a
mammy
witch.
and
You're
grand
spell
and
casting.
pappy wouldn't be here without those words that cast spells, huh? That open up that magical portal. That huh? Hey,
Who's winning the argument, guys? In the comments, do let us know.
only argue in the month of August. I think that's the official month
Oh wait, we need to
to
get
argue in.
we
Let's
need to get
go.
life abolitionism against Florida man right now. That would be a good one.
Hey, and
LA
September
against
is the
FL.
official. Listen, September is the official month of the reptoids, reptilians, and
Oh yeah, here we
reptiles.
go. Oh
No,
jeez. Oh god.
remember.
Oh my
No, look,
goodness. Oh
remember.
no. Oh
The
god.
part
Here we go.
of the reptilian brain
Man,
is
bow down to David Icke. Bow down to your Lord
no.
and
You
Savior
got a
David Icke.
reptilian brain, huh? It
Go
is
bow down to your Lord
repetitive.
and Savior
It
David Icke.
is repetitive. What is the word remember? Huh? What does the word
Jesus Christ.
remember? One of your body members gonna have muscle memory. But it's through the
Well, I'm
blood.
gonna let the
I
chat
know, man.
vote for who you want me to
Kick
kick
me
off the
out,
stream.
man.
It's either vegan equilibrium or Florida.
Kick me out.
I'm
Hey,
gonna let
vote
you
on
vote in
me.
the next minute, and then you can whoever gets kicked off can come back another day.
A whole day? I gotta wait a whole day? This may be my last day on earth, man. I don't have no last saying words. Come on. I'll be back. I gotta do like Arnold. I'll be back. Let's go.
You're being very defeatist. How do you know you'll be voted off?
Hey, I'm Daniel. I'm Jeremiah. Shit, I'm prophesizing. Let's go. I'm a prophet for
We got
prophets.
one
Let's
vote for
go.
Noodles. Got one vote for Noodles. I'm sorry to say that. That's from Sanctuary Seeker. Guys, get your votes in, guys. Who has to go, vegan or Florida?
No, I'm not brushing him off. I feel like he's brushing me off. So maybe I'm digitally triggered. I may be triggered. So maybe vote him off. Keep me on. Help me out. I need help. This is the Dr. Phil show, right? Or let's go close to it, right? This is the digital Dr. Phil show. Don't send this lunatic back out there around them freaks. Heal, give me treatment, cure me.
Wait, so you're admitting that you have a problem then, right, Florida?
Yeah, I'm black. Yeah, I'm
No, no,
not
no, no.
black.
I'm not.
I'm
No,
not
I never. No,
OJ.
no, no, no.
Yeah.
Listen to me a
Oh, but
second.
I drank orange juice. But I'm not OJ Simpson. Let's go. Yeah, I'm black. Let's
No, I
go.
never. No one mentioned anything about race, man.
Oh, that was in the chat. I'm in the chat and I'm all over the place. I'm to and from it. I'm the north to south, the east to west. I'm everywhere. Uh,
I don't even know
Thank
what the
you. So
like.
it's two token black guys up here, huh? You can't go wrong, huh? Let's go, huh?
You're being very presumptive. How do you know that other people aren't black? I've
I
already said
know
I'm white, but
Manosphere.
anyone else?
I know if it ain't nobody else up here. I'm just going with former from former dealings. I know that Manosphere is black. So other than that, I don't know. I'm new. Let's go.
This dude literally has 3 black power fists in his name. LOL. He is black. There you go.
They're blind. They're colorblind. When they see that brown or black, they see white. Yeah. Let's go. Right? No. Go. Stop. Okay.
Right, guys. Anybody in chat want to come on? Please. The link is in the chat. And we can get it going. I will be muting people if they talk out of turn. Don't worry. So do come on if you want to. Yeah, I'll keep them both, and then I'll mute people when they talk out of turn, because they are very entertaining. And Florida Man is so resilient. He never stops.
Yeah, because I'm like an energizer bunny, huh? Resilient. You can't have zillion without the re in it. You can't have Rihanna without honor. Honor,
All right.
honor, Ella. Uh,
Well, folks, the link is in the chat. If you want the show to keep going, do come on. I don't know what's happening, but there is a kind of weird noise happening. I don't know whose it is, but yeah.
hey, somebody probably done went to sleep. Hey, what time is it over there across the pond? It's only
No idea.
7
Black
p.m.
Man is
here.
fair. We haven't heard from you in a while. Yeah, someone is snoring. Is it J.E.?
Manosphere done went to sleep, huh?
J.E., you
No,
there?
yeah, I'm
He
there.
sleep
What's
on
up?
his job.
It sounds like someone's snoring, but I'm looking through
Hell
it,
yeah,
and it's got
somebody
like
snoring.
everyone is muted. Black Manosphere, are you there? It's probably
Yeah,
Black
I'm here.
Manosphere. So it's not
Yeah, I'm
Black
here. No.
Manosphere either. So it's either a ghost in the digital machine, or there is somebody with Mr. Florida, and he's like sleeping
No,
beside him.
no, no. We go through this problem in the United States with sleepers that just so happen to go to sleep with their mic unmuted. They trying to do that.
SB is listening
Y'all
on the
better
go.
not
All
be
right, SB.
sleep talking. It's all right to be sleepwalking, but you better not be sleep talking. Pillow talking and shit. Yeah. You need to kick that person out, because they may pillow talk, They may be talking to succubus or or
Someone is mouth
incubus.
breathing.
Huh?
Someone hasn't learned to use their nose.
Yeah, shit. That person, you might hear them from sounds of getting raped by a succubus. If it's a dude, you might hear all of the wet dreams.
No, that's a bit too much. Too much, Florida. I'm gonna have
Yeah,
to give
that's
you
a bit too much.
Florida.
But it
Florida. I'm
happens.
sorry,
No,
Florida,
no, but
Florida,
that
Florida,
happens, bro.
Florida.
Come
I'm gonna
on,
give you a yellow
man.
card. I'm gonna give you a yellow card, brother.
Oh,
I
okay,
mean it.
okay, okay.
If
Just
you
don't
get another
find me,
yellow,
man.
you'll
I ain't
be
got no
off.
money.
I just sometimes I've just got to kick people off the stream, brother. And you've got a yellow card. It's just to keep the stream going along because I like you, but you are. Let's just say you take over the stream, and it's not your fault. It's your personality. You're very gregarious, you know,
Damn.
and
So what
that's
is Michael
okay.
Jordan and Kobe Bryant? No, see,
But
I'm trying to be
I
the
think
greatest
someone
ever.
like you should have their own slot. We should have like an interlude every like
Everybody
stream
says
where
that, man.
Mr.
Y'all need
Florida
to
gets
pay
to say
me,
what he wants
man.
for a couple of minutes. You
Yeah,
know?
pay me to
Do
hold
you hear what
your
I said, Florida?
platform.
We'll give you a little
Yeah,
interlude where you can speak freely.
I take
But other
euros.
than that, you seem to take over the stream.
I don't mean
And
to,
the
but
thing
I
is,
take
you do,
bricks or
with
euros.
respect, you speak in riddles, brother. And I like that
Well,
about you. It's an idiosyncratic characteristic that I find
I'm
rather
a
charming.
I'm a
But
Jew. I'm a
you speak
Jew.
like a
I'm
poet.
Jewish. I'm Jewish. Okay, I'm sorry. I
You
let the
speak like
cat
a
out the
poet.
bag. I'm Jewish.
You release your little pearls of wisdom in kind of riddles and poetic flow, and it is interesting. But it is look, let's just say, not all of us have the IQ to follow. So you be mindful of that, and tone it down a little bit sometimes. You know, we're not
Okay,
all on
man.
the same
Okay,
page,
okay,
brother.
okay, okay.
Maybe
Tap,
maybe
tap.
you're
Okay.
ahead of us, but
Yes,
be
I don't want to
humble.
be the head of the class because that's what
Be
happened to
humble,
Kennedy.
brother.
Uh,
Be
that's
humble.
what happened to Kennedy. I'm sorry. That was too much.
Yeah, we
I
all
don't
know
really
what
wait,
like
wait,
happened
that
to
person.
him.
I'm
wait.
sorry.
Actually,
Okay.
we don't know what happened. I said we all know what happened. We don't know what happened to him, do we? We don't know who did that. In all honesty.
It was the CIA.
Well, you see, the weirdest thing about that, and I've said it before, is the guy that shot Lee Harvey Oswald. Why did he shoot him? That was the weirdest one. Like that guy, Lee Harvey Oswald, had been caught. He was going to go to court. Yeah, he probably was going. I don't know. Can any Americans tell me? I mean, that happened. Did that happen in Texas? Am I right?
Hell yeah. So look, that was the
So look, he was
Dixie.
going to get the death penalty, wasn't he? He was going to get the death penalty. That guy, right?
That
Lee
was the
Harvey Oswald.
mob that stepped in. The mob
Yeah. Now
sent
what I'm
one of
saying is,
their.
why? Why did they step in? They didn't need to. He was going to get dealt with
That's
in
the
the courts. And
mob. No, they just silencing different levels of it. To keep
so what I'm
all.
saying is, they shot him because he was the fall guy. They didn't want it to come out. Yeah, it was in
Yeah,
Texas,
and
Dallas,
then
Texas. Yeah, I was right.
yeah.
Yeah.
That because you got to admit that's the most suspicious part of it. Like that, yeah, the guy got shot by some guy who had cancer. So obviously he had nothing to lose. He was going to die anyway. That's why he shot him.
Oh, he had cancer.
The guy that shot Lee Harvey Oswald had terminal cancer. Was going to die in a few weeks or something. You know.
He probably had
Uh,
to. He probably had nut cancer. So boy, he had big balls, huh? I
What
don't know
the
where that
fuck?
came from. I'm sorry. Hey.
I'm sorry. That was a step too far. I'm going to have to put you in the sin bin for a while now. There you go.
Oh my
You're in the sin
goodness.
bin, Florida.
All right. Wait. What about
Sage? Do you want to come? Anybody want to come back on now that Florida is in the sin bin? And I'm going to leave you in the sin bin, Florida, for about 20 minutes. Sorry about that, Florida. Do come in, guys.
Yeah.
All of you that are there, Yerf Dogs, Life Abolitionism, Sage, Artis, Artisy. Who else is there? Mimsy. SB's on the go, so she can't come in at the moment. That's okay. Catherine, it'd be great to have you on here.
Chickpea. Oh yeah.
Chickpea, you want to come back?
Yeah. What
Sanctuary
about?
Seeker.
Wait. What about Divine? We haven't heard from Divine in a while.
I don't know.
Divine, are you there?
What comment? What question is in your comments there, Yerf? Oh no, sorry. So the question from Yerf Dogs: is Florida Man one of Zombie's acolytes? I don't know. I can bring him on. Florida, you're temporarily we've temporarily lifted the sin bin for you to answer this question. Are you one of American Zombie's acolytes? That's the question Yerf Dog has.
Okay. The first thing, what is a acolyte? What is that?
Are you somebody who shines a little light for the man known as American Zombie, aka Maxed Out, who's a regular here? And Yerf Dog wants to know that.
No, but it sounds like, look, okay. It sounds like, boy, he could be in a terror zone like Mad Max. Wouldn't there be zombies associated with like on that Mad Max movie? Like, to me, zombies are cannibals. Zombies are cannibals. Don't they want flesh? Zombies
Okay,
are...
brother, thanks for that. Back to the sin bin. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
I feel like, you know what I feel like? I feel like a war general who has this like magic like warrior in a box, and I can just release him whenever I want. You know, I've got Florida in a cage rattling, being carried by 20 men, and he's this massive gladiator. And whenever someone annoys me, I'm just going to release him. There, I've released him. There you go. You're back on, Florida.
Yeah.
You can do your magic.
Okay.
See?
Well. Yeah. What's up, man? Hey.
Wait. Again. Divine Hazel, are you there?
We do love Florida. Don't worry, we love him. But
Hey,
he's got to go back. Any last words before you go back in your sin bin?
Okay,
Florida?
yes. Sin. Oh, okay. Sin bad, but okay. That was remember Dallas, the like nighttime TV show soap opera that used to come on in the 80s?
I do remember it. Yep.
Yeah,
remember
I do.
that? Who shot Jr.? That was coded for who shot JFK. Let's go.
Ooh, I never heard that before.
That's interesting.
In
Yeah.
all peace, bro. I'll be back later, man. I gotta vibe somewhere else. Let's get it now.
Florida, you're a cool dude, brother. You take care. Thank you for being on. All right, man. Take care, yeah?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. UF Dog says he's going to come back in a few. And Chickpea. Somebody left there, guys. Who left?
I think it was Vegan Equilibrium.
Noodles. Yeah, Vegan Equilibrium. That's a pity.
And what about Black Manosphere? Black Manosphere hasn't spoken in a while.
Guy the Sage, can you come on here? Gonna need you, brother, in a bit to run the show. It's getting a bit late for me. Is Gaia gonna come on? I haven't seen Gaia on here in a couple of shows, I think.
Yeah.
And Life Abolitionism, you're welcome to come on again. All of you are welcome to come on. So the link's in the chat. I'll put it in if you can't find it. I'll put it in again. But it's been an eventful stream, actually. I quite enjoyed some of it.
Yeah. Black Manosphere and Divine Hazel, are you guys there?
Yeah, I'm here. Abolitionists just be going off.
No, I wouldn't say it's going off.
That was Florida guy. Excuse me, the Florida guy.
Yeah, Florida man. Yeah.
Life Abolitionism is back. Hello there.
Hi. I actually have a question for you. Bernie Sanders just gave a speech talking about how AI was going to take everybody's jobs. I don't know if you saw that.
No, I didn't.
Okay. It would be, I guess I would I mean, if you get a chance, I would like to get your response to what he said. Like, this is not like something. It's not a question of is it going to happen. It's a question of when.
You're right.
I'm gonna look it up now.
I mean, I don't. There's nothing good coming out of AI. It's going to destroy. What he said is that AI is going to destroy the working class.
Is it 7 days ago?
No, I think that this came out today. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah. I've got it here. Okay, well we can give it a watch actually. 1 second, I'll just get it. 1 second, guys. Oh, I know what'll happen. I won't be able to hear it for some reason. But 1 second. Right. Okay, I'm gonna present this. Share screen. AI could wipe out the working class. There we go. Okay, guys, you ready?
For joining me. You know, in the midst of these unprecedented and crazy times, government shutdown, Trump's devastation of healthcare in America, climate change, the move toward authoritarianism, the horrific war in Gaza, the growth of oligarchy, etc., etc., etc. I want to take a few minutes talking about another issue of enormous consequence that just doesn't get the kind of attention I think it deserves. Everybody agrees that artificial intelligence, AI, and robotics are going to have a transformative impact on our country and the world. There is very little disagreement about that. There are, however, very strong disagreements as to what those impacts will be, who will benefit from these changes, and who will be hurt. So here is my take. Some of the very wealthiest people in the world, including Elon Musk, Larry Ellison, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, and others, are now investing hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars into these revolutionary, transformative technologies. Now, why is that? Why are they doing that? Is it because they want to improve the standard of living of the 60% of our people who live paycheck to paycheck? Americans who are struggling to pay for groceries, healthcare, housing, education? Maybe. Maybe they are staying up nights worrying about the working families of America. But I doubt it. I think it's because investing in AI and robotics will increase their already incredible wealth and power exponentially. Among other impacts, the artificial intelligence and robotics being developed by these multi-billionaires will allow corporate America to wipe out tens of millions of decent paying jobs, cut labor costs, and boost profits. The result? The wealthiest people in the world will get even richer while working families lose their jobs and their income. And unless we act, here is, in my view, I don't claim to have all the answers, but in my view, this is what is likely to happen in the next 10 years. Now, as a member of Congress who vigorously opposed the disastrous trade agreements that decimated communities throughout this country, I, like most Americans, want to see manufacturing rebuilt in the United States of America. But let us be clear. New factories won't mean much for working people if the jobs are done by robots instead of human beings. Elon Musk has said he wants Tesla to build millions of robots. And what will these robots do? Well, obviously, they will replace the men and women working in our factories, warehouses, and in restaurants and in other areas. That means millions of good jobs could disappear. It's not very complicated. And of course, it's not just Musk. Amazon, owned by Jeff Bezos, has already laid off 27,000 workers since 2022. The company now has more than 1 million robots working in its warehouses, and soon these robots will outnumber human workers in Amazon facilities. In 2016, Foxconn, the massive manufacturing contractor for companies like Apple and Google, replaced 60,000 workers in a single huge factory in China with robots. Now, the company is planning fully automated factories. And just a few months ago, Foxconn CEO Young Liu predicted that artificial intelligence will make it unnecessary for large corporations to outsource jobs to low-wage countries. You know why? Because robots will be doing most of the manufacturing work. However, it is not just manufacturing jobs at risk. Most of us want to see the United States develop a strong, clean, and efficient transportation system, including the production of millions of new cars, buses, and trucks. But if Musk and others get their way, those vehicles won't be operated by truck drivers, bus drivers, or taxi drivers. They will be driverless vehicles. Millions of jobs in transportation will be eliminated. This is not science fiction. It's already happening. FedEx is using driverless trucks to haul heavy loads along the I-45 corridor between Dallas and Houston through a company called Aurora. Walmart is using autonomous trucks for short-haul deliveries in Arkansas through a company called Gatik. Kodiak Robotics has partnered with IKEA to conduct driverless deliveries in Texas. Waymo is operating self-driving cabs in Los Angeles, Phoenix, San Francisco, Atlanta, and Austin. We all want to see more startup companies and small businesses, but for workers, that will mean very little if half of all white-collar entry-level jobs are eliminated over the next 5 years. And that is exactly what has been predicted by Dario Amodei, the founder of Anthropic, one of the leading AI companies in the world. As the ranking member of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, I just released a report finding that AI, automation, and robotics could replace nearly 100 million jobs in America over the next decade, including 40% of registered nurses, 47% of truck drivers, 64% of accountants, 65% of teaching assistants, and 89% of fast food workers, among many other occupations. And as bad as that may seem, I'm afraid it could be an underestimate. In June, the CEO of Ford, Jim Farley, predicted that AI could eliminate, quote, literally half of all white-collar jobs in the US, end quote, within the next decade. That's Jim Farley, Ford. Elon Musk said this year that as a result of AI and robotics, quote, probably none of us will have a job. If you want a job, that's kind of like a hobby. You can do a job. But otherwise, AI and robotics will provide any goods and services you want, end of quote. Earlier this year, Bill Gates predicted that humans, quote, won't be needed for most things, end quote, such as manufacturing products, delivering packages, or growing food over the next decade due to AI. So, my friends, here is a rather big question. If Musk and Gates and others are only half right in their predictions, what happens to the tens of millions of Americans who no longer have employment because they can't find jobs that don't exist? In this brave new world, how do these Americans pay for healthcare, food, housing, and the other necessities of life? But it's not just economics. Work, whether being a janitor or a brain surgeon, is an integral part of being a human being. The vast majority of people want to be productive members of society and contribute to their communities. What happens when that vital aspect of human existence is removed from our lives? Further, and now we get into some pretty deep stuff, the rapid developments in AI will likely have a profoundly dehumanizing impact on all of us. In many ways, it will actually redefine what it means to be human, fundamentally alter our relationships to each other, and the very nature of what we call society. Can AI and robotics be of help to us in many ways? Absolutely. I believe they can. I am not a Luddite. The goal, however, is to make sure that the new technologies being developed serve human needs and not just further enrich a small number of multi-billionaires. We do not simply need a more efficient society. We need a world where people live healthier, happier, and more fulfilling lives. So, where do we go from here? And again, I don't have all of the answers, but here are just a few ideas as to how, in my view, the advances in technology can benefit ordinary Americans and not just multi-billionaires. First, we must move to a 32-hour work week with no loss in pay. Think about it. Today, American workers are 400% more productive than they were in the 1940s when the 40-hour work week was first established. Artificial intelligence and robotics will greatly increase that productivity. Workers must benefit from that increased output through a shorter work week. A 32-hour work week with no loss in pay would be a major step forward in improving the quality of life for millions of Americans. Second, we must require large corporations to allow workers to elect at least 45% of the members of their boards of directors, similar to what already takes place in Germany. Workers need a seat at the table to best determine how AI is used in their companies. If Tesla workers were on their corporate board, I doubt very much that they would be rewarding Elon Musk with a $1 trillion pay package. Third, we must greatly increase profit sharing at our nation's largest corporations. In my view, workers should receive at least 20% of the stock in companies they work for. Corporate profits should not just be going to enrich wealthy stockholders and the billionaires who own them. Fourth, we need to substantially expand the concept of employee ownership in America. When workers own their own businesses and are more involved in the decision-making processes, they will make choices that benefit everyone in the company, not just the people on top. Fifth, instead of providing billions of dollars in tax breaks to companies that are throwing workers out on the street and replacing them with new technologies, we should enact a robot tax on large corporations and use that revenue to improve the lives of workers who have been harmed in this transition. Bottom line, AI and robotics will bring a profound transformation to our country. Nobody denies that. In my view, we must fight to make sure that these changes benefit all of us and not just a handful of billionaires. Let the debate begin, and we need your participation. Thank you very much.
Oh, how happy clappy.
Yeah, I mean, is it too little too late? I mean, that's the question. I mean,
It will never
he did
happen.
make some very good arguments there, and he put forward some very important points about the way the future is headed. Do we have time to turn it back and rein it in terms of, do we have time to give more power to the people and to ensure the power remains in the people's hands?
Power to the people, yeah. D&W, what we are seeing is what we saw with the Industrial Revolution, and prior to that, the Agricultural Revolution, where the rich took all the land and more land. And this is the next one. This is the next stage. As you know, I've got no faith in the world.
This is the next stage of rentier capitalism.
Yes. I know I'm a slave. I mean, obviously I know it. I'm working class. We're at the bottom of the pyramid. It's all to do with the pyramid. We're fucked.
This is the pinnacle of rentier capitalism, if that's the right word.
But do you still think that AI is a good thing?
Me?
No, DMW.
No, I think it's terrifying. Well, I think it's obviously terrifying, but we've got to try and work it towards our favor. And I don't know how we're going to do that. As I said, the only hope we have at this stage, I believe, is waking up the brilliant minds who work in the arena. Like I said this on my channel about 4 years ago. I think the messiah of humanity is going to come from some weird neurodivergent individual who just is so remarkably smart that they can hack into this system and do something that favors humanity, or a collective of these individuals. Now, they do exist. Clearly, there are smart people that are creating these this system. So there will be also smart individuals who would be able to hack into it at this stage and do something that would help humanity long term, as in ensure that it doesn't get utilized for evil. Now, the thing is, the minds at the top of these companies like Musk, Zuckerberg, etc., etc., I don't think they're as skilled as some of the people making the stuff. If they were, they wouldn't be talking so much. They'd be doing it. I think they're the mouthpieces. I think the people we need to try influence are the actual coding engineers, the individuals who are doing the creation, and we need to try and persuade them to work for us rather than against us. So the hope is one of them is listening. And if they were listening, life abolitionist, what would you say to them?
I mean, I don't think any of these people care. I mean, I think it's really up to us. I think at the end of the day, I'm still going back to my original thing that I've been saying the whole time. The only leverage we have is procreation. Because if we stop procreating, then you don't put people in this position. And also, they're still going to need people to do something. But it's going to be a very small percentage of the population. So if we dramatically decrease our population, then we gain some leverage. But when you have 8.5 billion and there's not enough jobs to go around, we have no leverage. We are completely screwed. I'm not sure why anybody would procreate knowing that their children don't have a future. They're not going to be a benefit to anybody. They're not going to be a benefit to humans. They're not going to be a benefit to animals. They're going to be scrambling to survive. And I'm not sure why people be so optimistic to think that there's a future for us. There isn't. They've been talking about this for so long. Not just AI, but they've been talking about wanting to decrease the population. It's not good for the environment. The way that Americans live, the way that the West lives is not sustainable. The way we, use so much gasoline, the way that we use disposable plastics, and it's not sustainable. This was inevitable, right? So I've been talking about this for a long time. Even when I was in my master's program, they pretty much dismissed me and said that I was being paranoid. A lot of people have been talking about this, and I'm not sure, because people need a Pollyanna world view in order to feel good about their lives. They don't want to think about the negative. They want to focus on the positive, that, things are going to get better. It's like...
This is a talk show. If you would like to join the conversation, please feel welcome to come on and talk right now. The link is available in the live chat on YouTube. This is a talk show. If you would like to...
I said, well said.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like what you say, because I agree with you 1,000,000%. But then I like people who see the negative side of life.
Hello to the newbies. Do come on and speak to us. It's always good to get a new voice. The link is in the live chat, so feel free to come on. Yes, Chickpea, I believe you have a question. Go ahead.
Well, I don't understand this right now. You're looking for Gnosticism, which means that you obviously don't have a very good attitude towards this planet, a very good, what's the word? I've forgotten the word, towards this planet. So why
Oh my God.
Stop it.
Oh my God.
Go on.
You're being very naughty here.
What the fuck?
What? W. I'll put the cats on.
Go on.
Fuck off. Actually, has anybody watched the stuff about the Great Reset that happened in the 18th century? No.
No, but I've heard about it.
Yeah, isn't it weird? You know
Yeah.
what? There's stuff on YouTube about it. I've never watched it before. Just sort of came into my feed, and it's bizarre, isn't it? But you know, I'll tell you something weird. My grandmother, who was born in the 1890s, I remember her talking about orphans being given away to the farmers. And I remember her talk about it. I didn't know what she was talking about. But that did happen. Because I remember Oma talking about it. But it's weird, isn't it? Have you seen some of the videos? Sage?
What was that?
I'm reading. I tell you what, guys. I'm reading. We have a new subscriber, the Ascending Ancient, and you should subscribe to their channel. I just have, and if you click on who they are, it says an emanation of the monad expressing, experiencing, and elevating itself and its creation. Boldly bestow benevolence and remain fierce in the face of falsehoods. Thoughts well thought, of deeds well done, of words well spoken, of far vahar. The I am, that I am, Jed I am, love I am, give thanks to creation. Very nicely put, the Ascending Ancient. I do hope you can come on and speak to us. We have UF Dogs back here.
But can I talk to Sage, please? And did you see that thing about the empty cities, Sage, where they've taken photographs of all these completely empty cities and the weird things about what happened to buildings, that all the ground floors were covered with soil. Really weird stuff. You've seen it?
No, I haven't.
Oh, the mud flood. It's a load of baloney.
Oh, if you say so, I don't know. I'm just saying it's so strange though how, I don't know. And the way, like, have you ever seen Cologne Cathedral? Anyone?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, Cologne, it's a building where you look at it, you think, now, how did humanity manage to do this? It's a bit like the...
Did you say Cologne Cathedral?
Yes, Cologne Cathedral. Have you ever seen Cologne? Have you been there?
No.
No. Well, Cologne Cathedral, you have to see to believe. You ought to go there. It is enormous, and it took 600 years to build. But it's the intricacy of it all.
Well, there's your clue. How did they achieve it? It took 600 years. That's, I think, the clue's there.
It's really no. The thing is, during this time, there wasn't paper on demand and all this other stuff. So you do think to yourself, how did they manage to measure all this? You have to see it to believe it. And the whole. I mean, our Westminster Cathedral looks like a little village church compared to it. It's one of those things you have to see to believe. Just like the pyramids and the temples in Aswan and places. You think
it is a huge building. I'm looking at it now, and I can't believe I've never seen it before. It's absolutely gigantic.
I know what you're talking about now. I'm pretty sure that's on like the list of like the world's biggest cathedrals. It's like on like the top 3.
Yeah,
600 years.
You should go inside. It's like you're in another.
Have you've been there then?
Yeah, I've been there. Yeah.
Oh, look at the freaking pipe organs they have in these things. It's freaking wild that they have had this art and science to the pipe organs for so
Yeah, but I
long.
don't know how they did it because they wouldn't have had any paper and pencils like we have.
Oh, well, pipe
Everything to do all
organs,
the maths
use
to do
a
it.
kind of alloy called spotted metal, and
I
it's
don't know.
literally about like a 50-50 ratio of lead and tin. And, the lead cools faster than the tin does, so it makes all these spots on the metal. But it's like, how the heck did they figure out this, alloy music theory science and
Well,
just
any of
get it
it. When you
down
look
to,
at
a spot?
how do they figure out any of it? When you look at the spires and all the stuff within the spires, and the glass and the windows, stained glass, it's like how did they measure it when they didn't have all the measurement stuff that we have at our disposal nowadays? Because that didn't exist.
What do you mean? They had measurements back then.
But not like we have now.
Oh no, they had better math than we had now, so their
Well, I don't
measurements,
know
even
about
though
that. I'm just saying.
shitty, worked better.
I mean,
Look into Leonardo da Vinci's bird eye view map of the city.
no.
He made a bird eye map of his city that that everybody's always bewildered. How could somebody have this level
Yes,
of spatial
exactly.
awareness back then?
Yeah. But they're saying about this that it was not built by humans. That the
Okay.
observatory wasn't built by humans. I don't
As
know.
an,
It could be true.
Somebody's breaking up there.
can you? Is it me?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
were
it's true.
breaking up there for a second.
All right. No, as an anarchist, I'm against government regulations, but I think corporations should be regulated because they don't exist in nature. They are created by the government.
Yes.
When they file their certificate of incorporation, they become a fictitious entity which
Yes.
is recognized by the state. So I have
Yes.
no problem with regulating corporations. I
But
think
they
there needs to
can't
be
be.
massive regulation to their ability to get rid of workers and replace them with AI. I don't think it's going to happen because it's not real. Government is not really being managed from the bottom up. It's really managed from the top down. And so these corporations are basically dictating public policy, and they're basically writing policy for their own benefit. So
Yes.
I'm not sure what's going to happen. We're going to need a general strike. We're going to need the people are going to need to have to rise up and do something before it's too late. But I don't think that they will. I think most people have no idea what is going on. They don't care. They're just really in survival mode, focusing on their little day to day activities. And I think we're screwed.
You abolitionists, you do know, don't you, that the corporation in law is a he, and he has all the rights of a human being, but none of the obligation. And his duty in life is towards his shareholders, not towards us customers. Do you
I
know
get
that
where you're
about the
coming from,
corporation?
but I don't get why you need to genderize companies.
It's
Like,
just, it's
why
law.
is the company a he? Like,
I
what's up with
don't know.
that?
It's written. I don't know. That's written in law. But I personally have
No,
my
it's
own
just written in
thoughts.
law that they're treated as people. Gender's not even in
No,
the law
he is.
books.
He's a he. I can assure you.
I've
You should
never
read
heard that. I'll have to look back into that, but I have not
Have
heard
you
that.
read the corporation? The book, The Corporation. It's in there.
No.
Yes.
That
Well,
might
it
be
says
colloquially to Chickpea. That might be colloquially true, but it's not literally true. It's not legal. It's not a
well,
legal issue.
they have a lot of rights. Right in the UK, our water companies charge us one heck of a lot of money for water. But at the same time, they don't do anything for infrastructure. They don't do anything about sewage. They don't do anything about anything. And the government's got no control over them whatsoever. None. Because at the end of the day, that water company, which is foreign, has got the right to do that because it's written in law.
Yeah,
But
I'm
that,
really confused with water management right now. The local AI freaking power centers are stealing all my river's water, but at the
Yes,
same
they're
time,
allowed to.
the past 10 years, both my apartments I've lived into have free water. It's not one of those, per rate utilities.
Yes,
It's just
lucky you. Well, you're very lucky, dear. You live in London. I pay something like £58 a month for a little bit of water. And
but
London,
that's
and
what I'm saying, that you live in London and I live in a fucking desert and I'm
yes,
having my
I
water
know.
stolen and
I
it's
know it's
still
all to
free.
do with the corporations. It's all to
It's
do
weird.
it's all to do with corporate law.
But
The
that goes
whole
back to
thing.
what I've been saying all along about having rights without duties. Corporations don't have duties, therefore they can't have rights.
Hooray!
That's
This
not correct. Corporations have duties,
you
but
have to have.
They don't. They only
maybe
have
not the ones
duty
you're
to their
thinking of.
shareholders.
They do have duties. There's laws, and also there is this thing called vicarious liability, where the directors of the companies can be held liable for anything illegal.
D&W, I'm afraid, the corporations. You must know the truth about London.
Yeah, but did you hear what I said? The directors of the companies have duties, and they can be held for something. It's called vicarious liability.
Yeah.
Basically, they're acting on behalf of the corporation to do things, and
Well-
if they do things that are illegal, they will be held liable.
Yes,
Well,
but
no,
Why do
it's
you
not.
think all those CEOs use plausible deniability?
No, it's piercing a corporate veil that you can actually hold them personally liable if they.
Yeah, that's that.
Race.
It's called vicarious liability. They will be held liable personally,
yes, but
and they can go to
D&W,
jail.
They are so wealthy. Okay.
That seems
When it
like
comes
it's
to
different over
fines,
the pond
they
with
can
that
pay
one.
the fines off just like that. They can pay the fines
Sorry?
off just like that. What?
No, it doesn't. I'm talking about things where you get there's negligence that causes death, and that they've literally broken the law. They haven't followed the law of the land to some terms of health and safety or whatever. They can be held liable, and they can be.
There
Yeah.
are thresholds that need to be met
D&W,
before
how
that kind of
come
liability kicks in.
we've got sewage on our beaches? How come we've got sewage on the beach? How come they're allowed to?
Chickpea, there's sewage in all beaches. Didn't you see
Yeah,
that
but how come
global
that's
warning that was
allowed?
showing that?
Well, it shouldn't be allowed, but you see, the thing is, it's like anything. It's like in a supermarket, right? If there's a spillage in one of the aisles, all right, and someone slips up on it, now if they go to sue the supermarket will have somewhat of a defense if they say we have a system in place whereby we check every aisle twice an hour, and it just so happens that the person slipped up during a period in between one of those checks. But we do enough checks. We have a system in place. Obviously, we live in a world where nothing can be perfect, but we do try to mitigate the problems. By putting in these systems. And that's the same with these companies. They will have systems in place following health and safety environmental law, whereby they say we're going to check that our the effluents and the byproducts of our manufacturing process don't cause pollution in the local environment. But sometimes things happen, and that's the thing. As long as they can prove they were following the law of the land, Chickpea, then they won't be held liable. But if they do, if there isn't a system in place, I'm sorry, that will be a situation where the directors can go to jail if it's serious enough. That can happen. You're deluded to think it's not the case.
DW, the law is full of loopholes. It is stuffed full to brim of loopholes.
Of course, but that's the same whether you're a corporation or not. I'm just saying the corporation. It's the same whether it's a corporation or a rich man.
Yeah, I know.
It doesn't matter.
Let me finish. Right. First of all, there's a whole loophole system. Then, of course, there's the whole masonry thing. Most judges are in the Masons, and those judges, when pushed,
not in every country in the world.
Goodness,
well,
more
I'm talking about the
masonry
UK. I'm talking about our water company in London. I don't know what goes on abroad. I've got no idea. That judge will do as he's told to do by his masters. I'm talking about London's water, because London, everything's polluted as hell. There's sewage in the water, sewage in the Thames. It's everywhere. You can't even swim in the Thames. It's full of shit.
Okay, D&W, didn't you write an article saying that we were being irresponsible if we didn't support AI?
Yes.
And do you still?
And I provided an argument somewhat for it in the sense that I was playing devil's advocate tonight, pretending to be Elon Musk, and you can kind of see where I'm coming from. If others are doing it, then the onus is on us to also do it.
No, but we don't.
We like it or not.
We would have no control over the means of production. They have access to AI. I mean, we have some AI, but not to the level that they have, and so we're at their mercy.
Thank
Can
you.
I just want to jump in if I can, just go back to the topic in a second. Sage, I'm just wondering, are you against having a chat at some point about your video on burden of proof?
No, I'm open to that in the future. It's just that at the moment it's more of a rough draft, and I don't want it being treated as a thesis.
Okay.
By the way, life abolitionism, I had to mute you because when you're not talking, there's this weird reverb. So can you unmute whenever you want to talk and mute yourself when you're not talking? Thank you.
Anyway, life abolitionists, I love what you said. I like your nice, grumpy take on life.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Be careful where you look for validation, life abolitionism.
Oh, is that? Oh,
Oh gosh.
are you making a dig at me?
Oh,
No, I'm not. I'm just making the
a
observation that maybe
shade
he
of
shouldn't be saying
piss.
maybe he shouldn't be saying thanks to you
Oh,
because you may be doing him a disservice. You may be giving him a false sense of security that he's thinking the right way when he might not be.
no. Who is it? Who's that psychiatrist who said just
Hello to the
because
Goblin
one is happy?
420. He says, "Hey guys, did you all miss me? I have no idea who you are, so therefore I can't, in all earnest truth, say I did miss you.
DW.
But maybe I did and I didn't know it. Maybe you were all I ever needed in life. Anyway, come on and talk to us, Goblin 420, if you want to.
Can I finish? DW,
Go
there
ahead.
is a psychologist or famous psychologist who said being happy in a very dysfunctional world is not a sign of sanity.
Yep.
Words
I know what
to
you're
that
talking about.
effect. Huh?
I know what
Yes?
you're talking about.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Well, I think that in and of itself is problematic.
Well, I don't.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you though,
It's just that
because
I think that's actually what's it called? Ableism or disableism, whatever. It's a prejudicial statement because some people are born through no fault of their own with a biochemical makeup that just makes them feel happy. What's wrong with that? It's not their fault.
But I was born the opposite.
So then he's saying that they're somehow mad. It wasn't their fault they were born like that. They were
they can still
born
change
with a
their
propensity.
neurochemistry.
They were born with a neurochemical makeup that makes them happy.
Oh, so are for people to criticize me because I've got the opposite then? Because I get criticized.
No, I'm just
for being
saying.
a grumpy
I'm
old
saying
man.
don't criticize anybody for things that aren't their fault.
Yeah, but I get criticised. You criticise me for being a miserable old dear.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. I just try and in a friendly manner try and prod you into a manner of thinking that would be more helpful for you.
Well, I've got a serious serotonin problem, and I have. So there.
I know.
Please, not enough
TW says
MDMA
we're
in
all
UK.
chemically imbalanced differently. I agree.
I tell you, if I could afford to smoke, I'd be smoking, but I can't really afford to smoke anymore. Do you know, guys,
Really?
if you want to smoke in this stupid land, you have to pay £20.
But you gave up long time ago.
Yes, I know. And you know what? I still want to do it sometimes.
I find it funny how, historically speaking, cigarettes are a poor person's, tobacco, and now in the modern world, they're like the uber rich person's tobacco. Who wants to pay $12 a pack for a cigarettes? Nobody.
Come to Japan, they're still cracking cheap here. They're about 300 yen or something, $3-4.
Ooh, you could get a little black market going, you dog.
Yeah, but Japan really focuses on the smoking market. There's not that many smokeless tobaccos in Japan.
Yeah, what do you mean smokeless tobaccos?
Like Swedish snus, American dipping tobacco, oral tobaccos. Or nasal tobaccos.
No, whatever you can get overseas, you can get here.
I just refer to the variety. Like you might find, one brand of Swedish snoosh, you're not going to find, this menagerie.
Well, you just need to know where to look if that's your thing. I mean, mate, the vaping thing took off here like crazy.
Oh, yeah, I did hear the vaping took off like crazy over in Japan.
Is it expensive to vape then? I don't know.
Cheaper than cigarettes, but still expensive.
All right. Okay.
Not cheaper than cigarettes here. Smoking's a really good cheap thing here.
Somebody left there. Who was that?
It's Hazel, I think. Don't know.
No, she wasn't here. She hasn't been here for a while. No idea. Okay.
Anyway, Sage, talking about serotonin, you have
Oh, it was
serotonin
Jay.
problem as well, don't you?
I used to. I don't
Oh,
have
who was it?
serotonin problems anymore.
How do you know that?
Oh,
Oh, I
zombie.
know that.
Oh, you
It's
know,
because,
okay.
yeah, it's because it's the same kind of thing. For over a decade, I had crippling, just negativity and depression and stress and just all this bullshit. And, then I went through all this process of finding faith and, going through, psychedelic therapies of
Oh,
my
right,
own
okay.
making. And, the psychedelics majorly affect serotonin, like it's not like, yeah, it's not like cocaine, which affects dopamine, it's just an addiction molecule.
Yeah.
All of the psychedelics affect the serotonin molecule. Like that's the main thing they affect. So yeah, it seems that through the process of of what I went through, that my serotonin's been fixed because I
Lucky
don't have that.
you.
I don't have that crippling depression anymore. The only
Yeah.
kind of depression I get nowadays is more situational depression, caused by isolation and, or bullshit in life, but so it's just a lot more toned down, I got more of that dopamine depression where it's
Oh,
like,
lucky
ah,
you.
shit, man, I don't have any friends and I don't got anything to do. Like, fuck, they haven't made a good video game in 10 fucking years. I might as well read a book. Like, fuck
Yes.
dopamine. I'm just going to read a book.
Yes. Yes. You know what makes me sick? That drugs are banned, because you know what? That really bugs me. It's all,
Oh, it
I reckon
pisses
it's
me
all to
off.
do with the top 1% wanting to keep us penniless as they can. You can't even have a bloody joint if you want one.
Oh,
'Cause
I
I
thought it was
know
funny
drugs.
because I'm getting threatened to be sued now for simply doing a survey. I think that the company that I did the survey through already knows just how knowledgeable I am and that I'm going to be talking about this shit. And they're like, okay, we need to put some slap lawsuit wording into this fucking shit. Like, all right, you already click this button. By clicking this button on the last page, you've already agreed that by sharing any information with anybody about this, we will sue you. I'm like laughing my ass off. I'm like, okay, I'm a judgment proof philosopher that's actually going to expose your fucking unethical bullshit. Like, all right, have fun with the fucking Streisand effect. Fucking crazy.
What are you talking
Oh,
about?
Oh, Swedish Match fucking sent me a slap lawsuit.
Wait. Slap you? Okay. You need. Okay, I'm not even going to. Do you know what a slap? I'm assuming you know what a slap lawsuit is.
Yeah.
All right.
What do you mean they sent you a slap lawsuit? Like, have they served you?
No, they haven't yet served me, but it's one of those, it's still considered part of the slap umbrella. It's still legally speaking, it's one of those things where that this is slap vote. This is slap intimidation tactics. It's
Why? What did you
fucking
do? What did you
what?
do? What did you say?
Literally, all I did was fucking do a survey, and literally just by starting the survey, it said, by starting this survey, you have already agreed that if you share any of this information, we will sue you. And I'm
Okay.
like,
Which state do you?
What? That
Which
doesn't
state?
make any sense, man. What are you talking about?
what?
Okay.
Like
Two people are
you started
talking.
a survey. You created a survey.
No, I didn't start a survey, like create one. There was a survey sent to me by Swedish Match. And by
Right.
simply clicking the start button on the survey, the next page said, by clicking the start button, you have agreed that by sharing any of this information, we will sue you, kind of thing.
Okay. That's a pretty standard clause. So what's the problem? What did they say after that?
No, that's not a standard clause. I've never gotten slap wording in any
That's not slap
survey.
wording. That's
That is
not slap.
definitely slap wording.
Okay.
Okay.
Slap
Which
wording is all about intimidating people. Okay, we don't want our consumers leaving negative reviews. We will intimidate them with lawsuits. That's a slap tactic.
No,
It may
what?
not be a slap lawsuit at the point yet, but it is a slap tactic.
Right. So no one's given you a slap lawsuit.
Not
That's
yet.
right. Okay.
But there is a likely situation where I may be receiving one because I'm going to be diving deep into this, the nicotine industry, and be exposing some of the fucking bullshit that's going on.
Okay. Which state do you live in?
Nevada.
I'm pretty sure Nevada has an anti-slap statute that you can file a motion to dismiss, and you can actually get sanctions for that. So I'm not
Oh,
sure.
well, it's interesting because I'm actually judgment proof, so it makes it all the more interesting.
What
Well,
do you mean you're judgment proof?
they would actually have to pay
When
you.
you're judgment proof, you can't be sued.
Well, no, it's not that you can't be sued. It's that you don't have any money to pay it. So it's
Yeah,
pointless.
so is that's what it is. Then you know they can't put you for fucking criminal charges on a civil matter, and they can't fucking get any money out of you. So you're when
You're a
you're
man of
judgment
straw.
proof.
You're a
What
man
was
of
that?
straw. They call it.
The amount of straw.
Yeah, that's a phrase they use here for people with little means.
Ah.
That doesn't mean they can't sue you if they've got sufficient means.
No, they can. The thing is, if you're on welfare, they could still sue you and make a judgment against you and enforce it through the welfare system.
Well, and it's not just about getting
Yeah,
monetary.
but then it becomes a civil rights
And they
issue.
could also have a system whereby
and my
they could
religious
also have a
beliefs.
system whereby it's in place for a set number of years, and if you ever come into money, they can take it off you.
Wait.
That part's very true. That part is true, that they can do a kind of thing where if you end up receiving money in the future, they can end up taking it.
But they could also literally sue you if you're on welfare, and even if it's a nominal sum, you pay back until you come into fund. And if you ever come into funds, they can come after you that way as well.
It's not just money though.
They can't take the money when your money is from the government. They can only take your money once you receive those funds.
No, I think you'll find they can.
No, they definitely they can't just take all your money. Oh, you can't have rent.
No, not all of it, but they can take a little. As I said, they can take a nominal sum off you just to keep you in the game, as it were. Like they can take 50p
but the whole
off
thing
you.
Is when you're that low income, a nominal sum is the difference between housing and going homeless.
All right, You're not entirely judgment proof because they can also get injunctive relief, and they can also get a declaratory judgment. So they can actually get an injunction to prevent you from continuing on with the survey. I'm not. Yeah,
that'll also be up to the judge, I presume, as well, in terms of whether they think you'll be able to, if they think the nominal sum is okay. It's not up to you.
Nothing's happened. All that's happened is that Sage opened a survey.
Nothing
and
yet.
There's a standard clause there, and that's what.
It's not a standard clause. I've never had slap wording on a single survey by any company I've ever done.
Let me ask you a question. What did they actually send you? Was it a cease and desist, or what was it?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't any formal, legal kind of article.
Was there not some terms and conditions before that,
just
though?
Terms and conditions of taking the survey. That's all it is. Yeah.
Basically, there would have been terms and conditions on the. There would have been terms and conditions on the previous page.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
There would have been terms and.
I accept, the terms and conditions.
But what I'm saying to you is the terms and conditions were on the page before. The terms and conditions were on the page before you clicked onwards.
No, they definitely weren't.
How do you know that? Maybe you didn't see them. Maybe they were at the bottom.
I looked at it thoroughly, completely thoroughly, and there was nothing there. And that's where the wording.
I find that is sloppy. That is sloppy. If that is the case, that is very sloppy on their behalf. But I find it very unusual that
somebody entered a contract with them having any.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that would be enforceable. I don't think that would be enforceable because if there wasn't any terms and conditions saying do not click on this unless by clicking on this you agreed to our terms and conditions, and those terms and conditions were if those terms and conditions were available for you to see. Then it's your fault once you click on it. You've agreed to abide by those terms and conditions.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. So I'm guessing there should have been some in place before you went on and clicked on it.
There definitely should
but
have.
You're saying there wasn't. That's sloppy on their behalf.
Oh,
and in my view, it wouldn't be enforceable.
Oh no, it's not enforceable, and it definitely opens up their company to legal liabilities doing shit like that. It's just fucking lazy and stupid.
I'm just gonna stay out of this.
Crazy.
But what type of information is it?
It was just a fucking survey on one of their new fucking products they're releasing, and fucking, I just instantly recognized that holy shit, they're going down the addiction model, and I'm going to be talking about this, and they're not going to like the fact that I'm going to be exposing the fact that Swedish Match, once.
Well, I'll be very careful because, as I said, I find it hard to believe they didn't have a warning before you clicked on it.
Hmm.
I know you're talking post fact after you clicked it, but
Yeah.
I'm saying there should have been something in telling you that if you click on it, you agree to abide by their terms and conditions,
Oh,
and
for
those terms
sure.
and conditions should have
Sage,
been
you're the kind of guy
viewable.
who's going to bring a lot of income to a lawyer one day, mate, and they're going to love you for it.
I know. I've been saying that for years, man. I'm going like I need to find some fucking good faith fucking career lawyer, man. He'll be realizing that fucking A, man, I'll make his fucking world.
No, I mean they're gonna screw you for fees. That's what I mean.
So, okay, sure.
Oh, D&W. You know,
Yeah.
the other night we were talking about the Palace of Versailles. You know, and you were talking about how they went to the loo and everything. Yeah. There's a video on YouTube about all this, about what this, and this guy reckons that the Palace of Versailles was not built by humans for humans. It's really
Oh,
weird.
for fuck's sake.
What?
No, it's just.
I'm saying.
I don't know. I mean,
Well,
come
he
on,
was
come
talking
on,
about.
come on.
He was
Do
talking
you
about.
do you think where do you think humans got all their knowledge from? Do you think we just picked it up off the side of the road?
I
I mean,
don't
we've
know.
been here for a long time, slowly progressing, and yes, we've had a runaway amount of progress in the last century. But up to that, we were doing things, we were building things, we were making things.
Not doing
You
much.
seem to think that the people of antiquity were stupid or Luddites or unable to do anything, but they were very skilled craftsmen. They were great stonemasons, carpenters, architects, engineers, etc., etc. They did amazing things. Why can't you just accept that?
Well, because yeah, the Palace of
You don't want
Versailles.
to, because you want to look for some magical meaning.
The Palace of Versailles is another place you look at it and you think to yourself, how did they do this? It's to do with the size.
Because of power, because they could concentrate power in that area, and they had the power, a huge amount of power in that part of Europe, and they attracted great minds because of that power, with the ability to pay.
Yes, okay, but the thing about toilets and people pooping behind the
They had fountains that were fed by gravity in Versailles at a time when there weren't other fountains around.
So how come they
were
could
amazing.
build fountains with gravity, but at the same time couldn't build a loo? How could they could do all that?
Well, did you see the artwork of the past,
Yes, I know.
Chickpea? We're a very skilled species. Stop talking us down.
Some
fucking gravity and fluid dynamics are complicated, Chickpea. That's why.
I mean, I think Chickpea. I think you think we were just
Pythagoras
chimps.
theorems have been
I think Chickpea thinks we were just a bunch of chimps throwing shit at each other like a few hundred years ago. No, they were great thinkers. They were great writers. They were great artists. They were great engineers. They were sculptors. They were fucking poets. They were great politicians.
Yeah, I wonder what's happened to them all.
Maybe better than today in some instances, because they actually were able to orate and speak and write and fucking remember things.
Go to New York now and have a bloody anxiety attack. It's so ugly.
But what do you think? What do you think they were living in 200 years ago in London?
Well, to me, I look at the pictures of it all. I
mean, I'm just talking about in London. I'm not talking about in Versailles. I'm talking about in London.
I've got no idea, really. I only know what I see in photographs.
Weren't they living in coal dust and piss?
I only know what I see in photographs, D&W. That's the trouble. I only know what I see in photographs. That's all I know. And what I read in books. And I must admit, the books don't make for very pleasant reading, I have to say.
Is it because you're reading David Icke?
No, I'm not reading. Well, I am reading David Icke, obviously. I'm still ploughing my way through it. I don't think he writes those books himself. I think someone dictates it to him.
Oh, I don't think he writes those either.
Oh, you think it too? Yeah, there's some pretty.
I've just read a few paragraphs of his books, and I get the vibe that he has a ghostwriter for him.
Yes, I think someone writes them for him, because I don't think he's got the brains to write this stuff.
Okay, so where's the European, the EU going, okay, let's ban David Icke's ghostwriter from our countries. Where's that fucking thing going on, huh?
Well, they all think, I don't know what's going on, but then being banned also gives you kudos, doesn't it? If you're being banned, there must be truth in what you say, by definition. So you don't know, do you? But I think.
Yeah, well, if you're really deeply engaging with critical thinking,
Chickpea.
you are going to.
Chickpea, that's not true. By definition, there must be truth if you're being banned. That's not true.
If it's being banned from Europe, They
That's
don't
like
like
saying
it's saying
relativism
just
doesn't
because
make
someone
sense.
got banned doesn't mean they're telling the truth.
All right, you're fair enough.
They could get banned for a hate crime, for example.
But he hasn't done that, has he? He's just
And
talking.
there's
They
no
don't like what he's
truth
saying.
in their
Well, he's
brain
not
that
banned.
sparked that
He's banned from
psychological
parts of Europe,
change into
16
hate.
countries.
He was banned actually for his COVID stuff.
But he's still banned from certain countries in
I
Europe.
never heard that David Icke was banned because of COVID.
He was taken off YouTube and he was banned from certain countries, I believe, at the time. Yeah.
When I heard he was banned from those European countries, it was because of the lizard people theory, and
No,
they were
it's
saying
because
he was
of his.
anti-Semitic, and they didn't want him spreading
It was
anti-Semitism in their countries.
It's because of his views on COVID. Yeah.
So then COVID's over. He should be allowed to go all over Europe.
Well, he is back. He's back on the road again.
Oh, is
all
he?
is forgiven.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought he was. I thought
he's
they
got
were
a new
like
book
banned
coming
for
out. He's got a
life
new
from
book
those
coming out. If you want to
countries.
buy it,
Yeah, I've already got it. Don't. But it is
if
very.
you've got money to
very
throw
vague.
away.
Very. You need a lot of a sort of Marcus type vocabulary to be able to master it easily.
SB, are you coming back on here, darling? TW. Because I'm going to go soon, guys. But whoever wants to come on now, because you won't get back on after I leave. But the show will be still running. Sage can moderate, but I don't think we'll let anyone on Sage. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
No.
We'll just, if they want to come on, guys, you have about 5 minutes to come on. If you want to come on now.
As I was saying, Sage, you need this sort of vocabulary that Marcus has got to read this book. I have to go and get myself a dictionary.
Fuck, I read all the any book that says that you need an advanced vocabulary, give it to me. I want to read it. Give it to me.
You're going to need to read this one because it's quite
Fucking A. The vocabulary in the Urantia book, that shit just cracks me up.
Also, it's not like it's more difficult than his earlier books to get through. It's weird. Maybe it's just me and my brain's dying.
The first book I read as an adult having a literary awakening was the Bible, so pretty much everything in comparison is pretty fucking, it's not much of a slog fest. It's pretty easy.
Well, I've read the Bible, but the Bible's easy.
That's what I'm saying, though. The first book I read, over 1,000 pages, and you wonder why I think almost every book is trash. I'm sorry, this amazing sci-fi is only 400 pages. This is a short story. Why the hell would I read this?
Do you believe in the Bible then, Sage?
No, I'm not a literalist, not at all. I more view it as a mythopoetic, a mythopoetic text.
All right. Yeah, I've actually developed the idea that God and Satan are the same entity.
Oh yeah, I could see that. I could totally see that.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
We're told it's two, but there's only one entity doing all this.
No, yeah, that's where it's always in the splitting, the whole Christian, there's God versus the devil, or the Gnosticism, there was a good God and a bad God that created a bad universe, and all this shit. And it's like, well, why isn't just God infinitely good and infinitely bad?
Yeah, but this is just a bad copy that we live in. That's what I believe.
Oh my God, the Urantia book, those emojis she had. That's fucking hilarious.
What?
That's what I'm saying. People look at the Urantia book nowadays and they look at it like it's Shakespeare. It intimidates so many people.
Yeah.
And the biggest thing with me with Urantia is I'm really glad I'm not a literalist, because holy freaking shit, they are trying to categorize and put everything in frameworks, and everything has different fucking times. Okay, the time in this versus the time in the Bible versus the time in this. Oh my God. Like, apparently the thing we're most confused about as a human species is time.
Yeah. But apparently time doesn't exist. It's just the now, according to David Icke.
Non-linear time. That's what I'm running with.
Yeah, you can't go back or forwards. It's stuck in time. I don't know. Actually, if you ever read 1984, you know what I found so weird about 1984? It was written in 1948. How he saw those black screens all over everybody's walls. And I think that's so strange that he saw that back in 1948. So you find that odd. Odd, isn't it?
Yep.
And
No, it
also,
reminds me of Philip K. Dick. Philip K. Dick actually went through this Gnostic awakening journey, and he literally wrote his whole thing down. There's this book called The Exegesis of Philip K. Dick, and it goes through his whole process because when he had this Gnostic awakening, he remembered that, you know, he would open up the door to his front house and he felt like he was, you know, in ancient Rome and the Romans were out to get all the Christians.
yeah.
It was like crazy shit. Like it was really interesting. It's like his version of the Red Book. Like and he has all that, and then he has the
Oh yeah, I've
Valis
heard of that.
trilogy, and the Valis trilogy directly ties into this exegesis. Like he never would have made his selling trilogy without going through this Gnostic awakening.
Yeah, I think I've heard of that
No,
somewhere.
that's where I feel lucky because I actually got lucky enough to find a copy of the exegesis before it went completely
All
out
right,
of print
guys.
and scalping and
Whoever's
everything.
there and wants to come on, you don't have to speak. You can sit back and chill out and then speak only when you want to speak. But now's your only chance to get on for the rest of the show because I'm going to leave soon. And Sage is going to be in charge, but he won't be letting anybody on. So, anybody there who wants to come on, you have about 2 minutes to click on the link in the live chat and keep your place. As I said, you don't have to talk, but at least it's an insurance seat in case you do want to talk at some point.
But Dean Dolly, you're just saying about that documentary about Palace of First Say. It's a very interesting documentary, I must admit. And he talks about this great reset that occurred a couple of 100 years ago, and the orphans. But like I said, my grandmother talked about orphans being sent all over Holland because she remembered it. Very strange.
Right.
Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just because I don't know. Maybe there has been a reset before. Because like history books, I think we're told a lot of lies anyway. Because the history book was just his story. That's all it
There's
is.
been a lot of resets. We are in the age of Kali Yuga after
Oh, you
all.
say
1 minute, guys,
reset.
to get on if you want to get on.
Oh, you know the reset because I've only just learned about this sort of concept existed just today,
So are
literally.
you referring to the more the human reset, or are you referring to the more
There's some,
metaphysical, like a universal reset?
well, I don't really know yet. I haven't got that far, Sage. I haven't got that far. It's just
Because basically during COVID, there were a lot of people talking about this thing called the Great Reset,
oh,
you
the
know, and
Great
it was more
Reset. Yeah, I've got the book.
about like the societal ends of things. It's like, you know,
Yeah,
like the things you were talking about with how they're, you know, converting everything into digital money. That's part of the Great
yeah. This is
Reset,
the next
you
reset.
know.
Yes,
But
just
then
like
there's,
the
you
Industrial
know, the
Revolution
grander
and
resets of the
yes,
universal, you know, reoccurrence of the, you know, the universe, you know, dies in heat death, and then another big bang happens,
yeah.
you
There's
know, like
something weird going on. If anyone
oh
says
yeah, the universe is cyclical. You know,
very
it's all
something weird,
it's always been here, and it always will be.
it's very strange. But it's very good. It's a really good documentary. I really enjoyed listening to it, even though it was weird to listen to because nothing was. I don't know anymore. Just saying D&W stuff. It's about the loos at Palace of Versailles because the Palace of
All
Versailles
right,
got
guys.
all those
I'm
beautiful
out of here.
fountains, but no
I'm
toilets.
out
So
of
they
here.
went behind
Look after yourself, mate.
curtains to do their dirty.
Yeah, I'm out of
Have a
here.
good one,
So
mate.
no fighting,
They should
no
give them
fighting.
praise.
Be cordial. Be
Praise.
nice. Don't start World War III. And if anybody does get out of hand, Sage, you know where the kick button is. But I hope that doesn't happen because everyone seems pretty cool. So thanks, guys. It was a good stream actually. There was a bit. Some of it was a bit odious, but most of it was really good fun. So thank you for that, and I appreciate you all. Okay, take care, everybody.
Bye,
Cheers, boss.
Grumps.
Bye.
Yeah.
Grump. Grumpy cats. Yes, I was saying, Sage, where are you? There you are. I'm still on the serotonin tablets. I take 60 mgs a day, which is a lot, apparently.
Serotonin tablets. Are you talking about like 5-HTP?
No, I take Seroxat.
Oh, you're talking about SSRI.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. I take 60 mgs a
Mm.
day, which is a lot because I'm only small.
Yep.
Every time I had a chemist say to me, "Are these really working on you?" I think I don't know what to say really.
They work for some people, but
Yeah,
my
they
God,
do
all they
work.
did for me is they just gave big ahedonia. The whole world went gray and everything was miserable.
Yeah, it
It's like,
blocks the world out, doesn't it? Because when I
yeah,
first started
I'm like
taking it, I noticed that.
literally in my brain, antipsychotics and antidepressants, they're the same thing, you know. And they
Yeah,
work on different receptors, but they're
yeah,
the same thing.
yeah. But when it comes to me, the sad truth is, like, there's people in Brave New World that have to be drugged to understand it. My brain needs to be drugged with SSRIs, and my body has to be drugged with codeine to stop the
Man,
physical
I need to
pain.
get into those. I swear that the only ones that have the only like fucking dystopian like prophetic things I have yet to see is like Fahrenheit 9/11 and freaking 1984. I've seen every other dystopian prophetic fucking sci-fi
1984 is a good
out
one.
there.
And you know what else they're doing now? Changing history. I've noticed they change stuff on the internet, and I've noticed that things.
Oh yeah, they're doing
you've
that big
noticed.
time right now. It's
Oh,
driving me
thank you.
nuts. I
Thank
can't fucking
you.
handle it. I'm going insane.
Oh, I thought it was just me.
Oh
I
no,
thought it was
the
just me.
AI is doing the semantic
Oh,
tunneling
thanks for that.
bullshit that it comes up with all this misinformation, all this
Yeah, it's
bullshit, everything's
misinformation.
wrong. It's a fucking mess.
It's
My
all
mom the other day asked me to spell dentist for her. So I go, she's asking, is it spelled with the E at the near the end or an A? So I go looking it up and it says it with an E is perfectly fine. Then I look it up again because I'm not trusting it and says, no, it's absolutely not right. And
Oh,
I'm going,
hooray.
okay, the first AI result makes me think it's like an English thing, like how gray in England it was spelled with an E versus in America it's spelled with an A. And
Yes.
I was going, well, maybe it's something like that. And then I look it up again. It's like, no, in England and America, you spell dental, with an A.
It's really weird. I've noticed it because I do a lot. I'm very much into the Mark of the Beast, as you know. And I remember back in the 90s, because I've always been very Mark of the Beast-ish, there was loads and loads of stuff about barcodes, explaining the whole thing of the barcode, how it's all made up. That's all been taken off the internet. Can't find it anywhere anymore. It's all been removed. I know a lot of people aren't interested in it. I am. And it's all been removed, this particular stuff. Gone. Because I was going to give it to D&W because he doesn't believe in it. Because, I'm a Mark of the Beast believer. I believe in it, unfortunately.
Well, we know her and she doesn't talk always, so I'm going to click Hazel and click her to the stage.
Oh, there she is.
She accidentally left, She's at more of a usual. I think we can trust her.
Hello, Divine.
Hi.
Hello. How are your trees?
Fine. We haven't gotten any AI out there to pick up the sticks yet, but other than that.
I'd be worried about that.
I was thinking about you the other day, Hazel. You were saying about the whole Mark of the Beast thing, okay? And you don't believe in it. Actually, you're very, very lucky living where you live. Because you've got your own well, you've got your own land. You can live off-grid, can't you? Totally.
If I chose to, yes.
Yes, you could.
Well, once you get your silly well fixed, girl.
You're very, very lucky. Because when all that starts, I'm screwed from the outset.
I don't think any of it's going to start. I think that's just a theory that they're going on, just to rattle everyone's cages and keep them thinking negatively.
More of the fear, culture of fear.
Yeah.
Keeps us all on the low vibration and more, our brains more permeable to the manipulation.
Thing is, Sage, I live in the middle of London, which I live near the city. And London is such a controlled place now. There are cameras everywhere. Everything's monitored. Everything's this, everything's that. So I'm seeing it every day.
And English is turned into white China.
In America, where you live, you're probably... Yeah, there's going to be places in the world where it doesn't happen. It will because it won't be worth the technology to capture you. So you're safe.
Oh no, they're doing it everywhere. They literally, I went to a public event with my sister the other day, and they had a drone following us in the sky.
Oh, lovely.
And it was funny. I was asking my sister, "So, what do you think about the drones surveilling us?" And she's like, "I'm a millennial like you are. We grew up with this fucking surveillance our entire lives. Like, why the fuck would I have any issue with it?"
They're so used to it. But Divine, you're so lucky. Your space and your guns. I wish I had a gun. I really envy you. I do. Yes. I tell you, if I was young enough to start again, I'd be getting on a plane with my 7 cats, and I'll come and live on a bit of your ground. I'll build myself a little hut to live in.
Military tactics makes me feel much more secure than any gun would.
I wish I had a gun. I really wish it.
Fuck.
I do.
People
You have
don't
to remember that
understand
everything
like
that's going
fucking
on right
actual
now.
survival
What?
shit.
Sorry.
No, but
You go.
it's London. Well, I think we're heading for a big fall personally. But I don't think maybe where I live, because I live close to the city, but I think the surrounding areas there's going to be a lot of trouble.
Well, don't you believe that it's all a cyclical thing, that it's been happening before and it's going to happen
Yeah, well,
again?
it's all
Just because we've
thingy. It's
never
all done
lived through it.
deliberately. It's all done deliberately. Yes, I know. Oh God, yeah, I believe that. Of course I do. I believe, Divine, that we are loose.
Right,
I'm just
exactly.
Yeah, we're loose. Of course I believe that. Yes, it's all done deliberately, all of it. Oh, I know that.
Well, knowing that the Earth has been here for a long time, and we've gone through the cycle many, many times, but we have not actually lived through one.
Yeah,
then
we are the lucky
obviously
ones.
everything's going to be fine because
That's the one that weirds me out. Is I think that we have lived through them, but I also think that that every time we relive it, we can change it.
yeah, that's
Well, we haven't done.
definitely an
Look at the
idea.
industrial.
So it's
Look at
almost
the.
like we're living in 3 different dimensions simultaneously. You
But
know?
Sage, we could have done it during the agricultural revolution when our masters threw us off the land. That's when it all started. And then they threw us off the land to go and work in the factories. Then
Oh
they
yeah, no,
threw
I
us off
was
out the
studying
factory
some
to
of
It
go
that
work in an
wasn't
shit.
time
office.
then.
Huh?
It wasn't time then. Okay, so
Well,
I think they said what 25,000 years, every 2,500 years or something like that. I actually did research that at one point and I completely forgot the details. That's the trouble with research. I don't remember at all.
yeah, you don't remember at all.
Yeah, so I think it's every 2,500 years that we go through the cycle.
Yeah.
And during the time that you were thinking, it wasn't time. It was too soon.
Yeah. But like, well, you know, I don't. you know, I've, you know, I feel about. Yes. Well, you know, I'm very aware of the fact that I've probably been living the best 80 years that working class women have ever known, and I'm fully aware of that fact. I've had an easy life, but I'm very aware that that's not the norm.
I find that interesting. Just like it has the easy life contributed to your worldview, you know, like how much of that has contributed to your worldview. Like if you lived through absolute like a hellish existence, like maybe you'd have a different worldview. And like I don't know, it's just interesting.
Yeah, I feel, well, I've read a lot of history books and I know a lot about what went on during the Second World War, and my ancestors died during that war, so I know a lot about it. And I suppose I just look around me and I just think of the 15,000 or thereabouts children that starve to death a day. I think about all the animals in the factory farms being brutalized every godforsaken day. And I don't like what I see very much. And at the end of the day, I'm a part of it. I'm party to it. I'm a part of it. And I am. Whether I like it or not. And that's what I see. And I do find people very, very, well, I don't know. You know, I don't know. I'm a pessimist, Sage, just like, you know, I've got serotonin problems. Sage, you know, it can't be cured. It can't.
It can. It's just one of those things that you know. It's like finding God. You never know if you will or not, and it's a really complicated process.
Well, I've looked long and hard, and I think the God of this earth is a devil combined. And when I meet him, as you know, I'm going to stab him in his eyes. Good
Because I
stabbing.
swear, I'm like, if the UK didn't pass that absurd 2016 drug bill, and they just had some fucking MDMA getting your way, like I feel like your worldview might change a little bit, and you still might hold on to this for a while, but I feel like things would just slowly shift a little bit.
Yeah, I'm a dreadful pessimist, Sage. I admit it.
Yeah.
I admit it. No, don't worry. I do know.
No, I sort of feel like the same thing though. That's where I vibe with you on that because MDMA is the only one I've never really had access to, and even when I've had access to, it's never worked. You know, like
Yeah.
and that now I've gotten to the point I'm like, God damn, all the MDMA's tainted with fentanyl and kills you and stuff, and I'm like,
I wish that they actually still have this stuff on market because this stuff is all about it's the empathy and connection drug. So that's like the best thing for a pessimist, you know. Like
Yeah.
I you know, like okay, I might like trust people a little bit more and not hate them as much. Like
No, you know, thing is, pessimism. Yeah, I am a dreadful pessimist. I'm
because
the worst.
shit, the
I don't know
psychedelics has
anyone as
gotten me.
pessimistic as
The
me.
psychedelics has given me some level of agapic love. I have that Jesus love for everybody, but at the same time, I'm still a fucking, you know, cynical asshole. I love you, but you say one thing and fuck you, I hate you. Even I still love you, but fuck out of my world. You're done. Like I am my first. I'm realizing that lately. I'm like, okay, I actually don't need to listen to my first my first what's it called when you first meet somebody? Not first assumption. Fuck, what's that called? Uh,
Your first impression.
Your
yeah,
first
impression.
impression.
Yeah, it's like I don't want to listen to my first impression because that's a complete dick. My second impression's still sort of an obnoxious asshole. I really need to be patient. Apparently, wait for my third impression.
Mm.
Because yeah,
Yeah,
my first impressions with everybody, even now that I'm positive and happy, my first impressions with everybody is still pretty much straight to the negative. I'm like, damn, that person's a fucking idiot. So I like have to reel it back and go, yeah, but what am I? I'm a fool. Like they're an idiot. I'm a fool. Like apples and oranges. We're still fucking fruit.
thing is, say, sad truth of the matter is like depression. Some people live with cancer. Some people live with blindness. I have to live with depression. There's no cure. Same as no cure for
You need to,
blindness.
you know what you should look into? You should look into the how Irish people use the English language.
Why?
Because it's really fascinating because for instance they'll say things like I'm currently fighting a depression. They don't say, you know, I'm they just it's like they use nonviolent communication with themselves. And it's really wild because the mental health of a lot of these Irish people is a lot higher than, you know, people in America and people in England. And I see it more and more. I'm like, damn, yeah,
Yeah, but
it's
then
the way we use
Ireland is
language.
Ireland is a beautiful country. I would add, no skyscrapers, buildings. I've been to Ireland. There's no skyscrapers everywhere. It's a much more beautiful country than
God, I'd love
England
to
is.
go visit Ireland. All my family's been there, and I've never been there.
Very nice. It's very beautiful. It is, and it does have a it's a beautiful country, and I
I'm
can see
realizing
why.
that all the people that are in my life that have traveled, none of them have experienced wanderlust except me because I never travel, and it's making me realize I need to make a new term for, you know, like the
You should go to
the
Germany.
yearning for, you know, a psychedelic travel. You know, we have
Yeah,
wanderlust, that yearning for actual physical travel, but where's the word for the yearning for the metaphysical travel?
I'll throw you in the back of my private jet and bring you over and so you can see it.
yeah. But if you want to, the best place to go, I think, is German countryside. Germany's got the most beautiful forests. You have to see them to believe them.
Oh, I'd love to see the
Forests,
Black Forest.
beautiful, beautiful forests. Some of them are the most wonderful in the
I've
world.
had a lot of spiritual experiences in the Black Forest, even though I've never been there.
Beautiful forests,
The
Germany.
Black Forest is like really spiritual. Well, if you think about it, that's actually where the Brothers Grimm's comes from.
Yeah, yeah. Germany's a beautiful,
And the
beautiful
Brothers
country.
Grimm at this point, that's like Jungian, like unconscious shit, like archetypes, you know? Like my first near death experience, or actually it was my second near death experience. My second near death experience, my grandma turned into a witch while I was drowning in her hot tub, and
Oh, lovely.
I
That
thought she
sounds
was,
fun.
I thought she was just trying to tenderize my skin before she ate me. You know,
Oh,
like
lovely.
it was just, you know, the devouring mother archetype, and, you know, all these Jungian and, you know, folklore kind of things bleeding together, bleeding through, and I'm like, you can't tell me Brothers Grimm at this point isn't like an intensely spiritual thing.
I've never had anything like that. Yeah. Like I have beautiful dreams as well. I've never had a bad dream. I have lovely, lovely dreams.
Oh
It's
my
being
God.
awake. It's
every
being
single
awake. It's my nightmare.
9 out of 10 of my dreams are all dystopians.
Are
Like
they?
they, oh yeah, they.
Uh,
It used to cause so much stress and like terror on me. Like I literally got to the point when I was young where I made insomnia like look easy because I literally wouldn't go to sleep because I would be like every time my ego's too strong. My ego's so strong I can't go to sleep because I know that if I go to sleep, my ego is dying for today and I can't die and my ego is all that I am. I have to stay awake forever. Like it was fucking bad.
oh, I'm totally the opposite. I sleep as much as I possibly can. Yeah, I love sleeping. I have lovely dreams. Beautiful dreams. I've never had a bad dream my whole life. Weird.
That
Even doctors
that's where
say
it's
it's
funny though
weird.
because when I was younger, they were all bad dreams, and now that
No,
I've
never
gotten
had
so
one.
healthy, I'm like they're interesting dystopias. Like, are you gonna say that you hate all dystopias? Like, you're a fan of zombie films, but you hate dystopias? Like, I'm like. I just added a little bit of nuance and, realized that, you know what, this doesn't stress out my body or my brain like it once did. And now I can vibe with it. Now I'm learning things. Like, one of the things I've learned big time is that, like, when entities and dreams start chasing you, like the only time they ever really catch you is when you let them catch you. Like when you bring the expectation forth in the dream that, oh God, they're chasing me, they're gonna get me, then they're gonna get you. But like and it's really wild, because that's where if you think they're gonna attack you, they're gonna attack you. And I've discovered this because I got to the point where I would expect them to run at me and then just stop and we'd start staring at each other. So I literally have fucking monsters and like evil fucking things run at me trying to fucking kill me, then just stop a few feet away from me and we just stare at each other in the face.
That's lovely. It sounds worse than me being awake.
I haven't had dreams in a long time, but like sometimes I'll wake up and I'll think I'm someplace where I was like in the past. Like I'll think that I was in my parents' home when I was like a child, and I'm like,
Right?
I have to remember like I'm not there. Like it's really weird.
That's been happening to me a lot lately. My God, I keep waking up and I'm thinking I'm in my old apartment or I'm in my RV or some shit, and I'm like, wait, no, I'm in the fucking place I love. Like, why the fuck is my brain going straight to these weird fucking places?
So, life abolition. Do you take? Did I ask you to take antidepressants?
No, I've never done that.
Why not? I'm clear because I've been on them all my life. I've been on for over 50 years. My
I
whole
just
life.
don't see the point. Like it's like I don't want to create a drug induced sense of happiness. Like I just want to accept life for
Yeah,
what it is. If I'm not happy with life, then I just have to accept it. I'm not going to take drugs to trick my mind. That's not
I
going to.
try to block it out a bit. Yeah, I've
As
been on.
somebody who loves being both sober and loves drugs, that sounds like a really responsible approach to take.
What? You talk about me?
Oh, I'm talking about life
Oh,
abolitionists.
all right.
I'm
All right,
saying,
guys.
as somebody that loves being sober and loves being under the influence, it sounds like a really reasonable, approach to take where he's coming from. It's like, okay, well, this is a medical thing that's okay, but it's if you're taking it and it's completely altering your life to that point, it's basically an addiction, and like being addicted to a pharmaceutical versus being addicted to meth, you're still addicted.
Yeah, I'm still addicted. Yeah, I'm addicted to both of them. It's not my fault. It's like it's Brave New World. I've got to be drugged in order to stand it.
I always find it weird because I'm
I'm
like,
ahead
I
of my
swear to
time.
God, the reason I have no addictions is because I'm addicted to everything. I'm addicted to knowledge. I'm addicted to having a morning cup of tea and enjoying the warmth and the nuance and the aestheticism. I'm addicted to everything in life. So it makes me so I don't get addicted to anything.
Well, and it's not like I'm actually depressed. Like when I'm alone, I feel fine. It's only when I'm around other people, like when I have to go to work or like it's
Yeah,
like I'm not
Oh, so it
generally
sounds like you're
depressed.
fighting cynicism. Is that what's going on?
I don't I don't know. I think it's in response to like my conditions. It's not really like I'm just sitting around feeling sad and depressed.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying that, like, I've noticed with myself where often I'll get outside and be around a whole bunch of these depressing normies, and, you know, it will make me more cynical. And being more cynical, you know, being more negative and distrusting and you know, of other human beings, then that will end up giving that feeling of depression. You know, it's like I'm fighting a depression because I'm fighting cynicism.
I don't. Yeah, I think when I'm around other people, I feel more lonely than I do when I'm actually alone. It's like I don't know. It's just
Oh, it's a loneliness thing. You don't feel connected to them.
I don't. I mean, I don't enjoy talking. I mean, I told you all I'm an extreme introvert. So like being around other. I'm not a social animal like most people. Like I know I get on here, but when I'm around like a large group, it just I feel more isolated than I am when I'm alone. So
Oh, I feel you. I just
I
went to
don't enjoy small
Thanksgiving dinner
talk. I don't
yesterday, and I
enjoy
went through that yesterday.
right. So a lot of people like if it's quiet, they feel like there's a need to just make small talk. I'm not like that. Like I enjoy quiet, and that's really that's why I live alone. But I'm you know with this economy being the way it is, it's like is that going to be a privilege that you know maybe I won't be able to afford to have a house to myself anymore? I don't know.
Yeah. No, I know
Like
what
I
you're
don't
saying
like
with that.
right. Like I could have a roommate or something, but I don't like. That's why I prefer to work all the time because I want to have my own space. I don't want to have to talk all the time and you know pretend like I'm okay. Like I guess the part that is more stressing for me is having to pretend that I'm happy when I'm not. Like if I'm negative or whatever, then I can just be negative. But around other people, if I have to put on a fake smile and pretend that's to me that is very depressing.
Hmm. Yeah.
I have that problem. Yeah.
I experienced that majorly in the past until I found like my true self and like found the power within myself. You know, it's like it wasn't an ego thing. You know, it was more of a power thing. You know, I recognized that I had this like power and I should trust in it.
So what I mean, Chickpea, what do those antidepressants actually do for you? Like, do they actually make you feel better?
They just stop me from acting on my depression because I'm prone to pressing all the self-destruct buttons. I don't act on my depression at all. You know, my home's very clean. I look after myself very well. I look after my pets, look after my plants. I don't act, but it's still there. I have been told by doctors that my depression is largely organic, and I've got a lot of suppressed trauma that can't be released because it goes back to when I was a baby. Basically, you can't release it, and that's about the total sum of it.
See, this
I
is where
Right,
can't
we
but
need
feel
to
good,
See, this is where
literally.
we need to discover more about how our GI affects our moods. Because did you know that 80% of the serotonin is actually found in your GI,
What's GI?
your gastrointestinal
All
tract?
right.
80% of all your serotonin is actually found in like your intestines,
Oh, I didn't know that. That's a new one.
right?
I thought it
So
was in our something to do with our brains.
yeah, exactly. And it's in our brains, and that's what affects our moods. But if 80% of it's in our body, then like obviously our body's at play too. And obviously that's a factor that we need to think about.
Yeah, well, no, this in my case, there doesn't seem to be a cure. So,
I'm like seriously going like, why haven't they just developed some kind of like freaking probiotic antidepressant? You know, something that acts in your your uh, uh, your intestines or whatever, and messes with the serotonin the right way. You know, oh, this drug is an antidepressant, but and it works on serotonin, but it doesn't work on the brain. It works on the body. That they should be doing that.
also, I think in my case, unfortunately, like a lot of working class women, I've been sucked into the city the way you do because you have to earn money to pay your rent and to live. And once you're sucked into the city, especially like London, it's very, very hard to get back out. I'm living in a world that doesn't really agree with me. I'd probably be better off living in the middle of the country somewhere, but I've been so army camped and cityized that I can't even get out anymore. If that makes sense. I'm totally conditioned for a life that doesn't suit me.
Oh, I'm the same way though. I
Yeah,
need to be living in a rural place big time, you
yeah.
know.
I'm
But
so conditioned.
I've been stuck in my hometown my entire life, never been able to escape, you know, and it's like it fucking sucks.
Lucky you having a hometown. I never had that even. I've been carted about all over the place, blah, 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 blah. I'm a total screw up.
Well, you're
And I
lucky
am.
you don't have a hometown. Hometowns fucking suck. My
Do
God,
they? Oh,
I
yeah.
can't tell you how much I've grown to love this state and how much I've grown to hate the city.
Oh, right. No, I don't
I'm
have a
like, you know
hometown.
what? No, I don't
I
just
have
hate
one.
everything about where I live. I love the historical culture of the state, but the people here, in the city, my God, they're some of the worst people in this fucking country.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. It's
I,
you know,
I I actually made my mom laugh the other day. I'm like, I'm really glad to be living in Section 8 housing because I live in the one part of my city that isn't just full of white people. Like, there's actually different people here. Like this whole city is just nothing but boring ass white people. And I'm like, I actually got lucky enough to where I live in a sort of multicultural area and I can meet people of different backgrounds, and that's pretty fucking cool.
yeah.
No,
Like,
I actually live in a black neighborhood. Yeah, this is a starter house, but I don't want to live here forever. It's been a total nightmare. Just having things stolen, being harassed, having people ring my doorbell all the time, people constantly begging for money.
oh,
Things
lovely.
are
I think
actually a lot higher in this neighborhood than they would be in another neighborhood. Like I don't shop here. I don't do anything here. Like if I want to go, shopping, I have to leave my neighborhood. So it's you said you live in Nevada though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say there was like I lived in suburbs most of my life, but when I decided to buy a house, this was all I could afford. And I didn't think anything of it, but since I've been here, it's been a complete nightmare.
Mm.
Jeez.
Like there's a drug dealer who lives down the street from me he's been harassing me the entire time I've been here. I just wish he would leave me alone.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't
See,
like
that's
that
just
sort
been
of
my
thing.
whole
No.
city. I've moved 2 apartments, and there's a drug dealer following me around in his ice cream truck.
Oh, lovely.
Oh yeah, almost every fucking night, 3 o'clock in the morning, you'll hear some fucking adults yelling and shit. You know, like fucking drug deals gone wrong. It's like this is so fucking stupid. And then of course everybody online is saying, no, it's not drug deals. They're stealing all the children.
Oh, God.
Of like, holy shit. Yeah, it was really funny because I looked online about that whole shit and everyone was like, well, they're selling ice cream in December because it's the only way that they can make money. They have to go out at 3 o'clock in the morning in their ice cream trucks, and that's the only way they can stay in business. And then the other polar side of things was, oh no, they're going out at 3 a.m. because they're stealing children. Then I found the actual sort of middle ground. Apparently, what's actually happening is a lot of drug dealers are buying freaking ice cream trucks and using them as fronts.
Actually, no, life abolitionism. You know what I find living in a world where you mustn't talk about your depression makes things a lot worse for me. Because you mustn't talk about, certainly not in the UK, you have to be happy and clap, although they don't look very happy to me. Because you know what? I'm the one with the cheerful home. I'm the one with the 7 cats. I'm the one with the hundreds of pot plants and paintings and everything in their home. And I'm the skinny one. I look around and see some right fat lard tars dragging their feet around, telling me I shouldn't be so depressed. Whereas I'm the one who puts on, who looks happier, if that makes any sense. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Yeah, we mustn't talk about it. Oh, you mustn't say a word. You have to be happy and clap. But they don't look too happy themselves, and they're very self-destructive, in my opinion.
Apparently, English humor is going foobar. You can't
Yeah,
use English humor at all anymore
not
because it's too
allowed.
negative.
That's all. It's not allowed. Yeah,
So
that's another
apparently,
thing.
Chickpea is like the Uber English comedian. Apparently, like she has the English comedy on par.
You know what? In this country, back in the 70s and 80s, there used to be in the mornings the most fabulous radio programs on a thing called Capital Radio. And it used to be such fun to listen to, loads of pop music, and you could have a couple of cigarettes while you're listening to it and everything. It was all good fun. That's all been destroyed. Everything that's any fun in this country has been.
Oh yeah, the communal activities. I know what you're talking about, like radio programs.
Oh, God, that used to be so good here.
My God, radio programs were the coolest fucking thing, and
They
I
were
feel
fabulous.
I'm like, okay, I know I'm basically a baby when it comes to all these generations this past century. I'm only 32, but I feel really fucking just taken advantage of the fact that my generation didn't have radio
You didn't have
programs
all
growing
that.
up. You
But that,
know,
yeah,
I'm like,
yeah,
I want serial radio programs. I want stories that the family
yes,
can hang around and listen to a story and
yes,
have a, cup of cider, a cup of whiskey to
yeah,
have some fun,
yeah. Because the British TV, because I did think about going back to my own country for a couple of years, but I came back because you know what? I come from Holland. The music and the radio, the TV in Holland is nothing like it is in the UK. And I came back for those things because it used to be fabulous in this country. Fabulous TV, fabulous radio, and of course the music. And that's all gone. It's all gone. I don't know where it's all gone to.
Media's gone weird. I can see it. It really does seem that the direction we're heading, India is actually set to take over the Hollywood. Hollywood's fucking dying, and India is
Dying,
becoming
isn't
the
it?
new
Yes,
Hollywood.
I know.
It's crazy. Look at some of these modern fucking Bollywood films, and they make any fucking Hollywood movie of the past decade look like garbage. And
Yes,
they're
yes,
and it's the
you
funny
should.
thing is they're basically using the same fucking format that Hollywood's done for decades that
Yeah,
they've thrown away. We don't really have fucking movie stars in America anymore. We have celebrities, but we don't have movie stars.
yes,
And
it's all
in
gone downhill.
India, they actually have it movie stars.
It's all gone downhill. Because I remember films from the 70s and 80s, the gorgeous men in them.
Oh, the 70s
They were
films were some of the
gorgeous.
best films of the century.
Yeah, they were joy to watch. And they used
My
to really help with my
goodness.
depression as well. Especially Michael Douglas and all his lovely stuff. I love
Yep.
him. Yeah, it was really good. That's all gone. Yeah, I know that. I do know.
I know it makes me feel really, really old as a film theorist that actually watches older films.
Yeah, I watch as well. I don't watch any modern stuff. I haven't watched TV for over 20 years. It's just shit. And I just watch all the old stuff, you get it on Netflix and YouTube.
Oh yeah, I'm always finding myself, oh, I need to clean something here. Oh, it's just put on this Western on YouTube. I've never seen this movie.
Yeah, I watch all the old stuff.
Oh, a Western from the 1950s, I'll check this out.
And I'll tell you something weird. When I was young people didn't yearn for when I was young, elderly people did not yearn for their past like they do in my time. I'm in my 70s. I'm still listening to music from the 70s and 80s. And so young people, that didn't happen.
Okay, you just reminded me of something funny because I just came up with this one the other day. I was like, okay, people don't understand how, hard millennials have had it the past couple decades because for us, the way time works is it's a flipper switch. There's only pre-Trump and post-COVID. That's it.
For me, there's
like we have the
80s.
nostalgia of pre-Trump and then we have the shit of post-COVID.
Yeah,
like that's the
late
only way our time registers in our millennial brains.
Yeah. Mine registers I was born in the 50s, and mine registers from the 50s to the late 80s. And after that, I don't know what's happened. God, don't ask. I don't even know. Don't pay any attention to it even.
Oh, 80s was all about, every government around the fucking world in the 80s was, pushing power into the corporations.
It's capitalism gone mad.
Exactly. The
I'm a
80s
little
fucked
commie.
up capitalism. Like, I've always been an anti-capitalist, but I've gotten to the point where I recognize that capitalism works differently at different periods in history. And then maybe even as an anti-capitalist, that they should have capitalism in certain periods of history, But it's like, that's why I'm always saying nowadays, I'm like, I'm a modern anti-capitalist, because, this crony capitalism, that started in the 80s has just gotten worse and worse and worse. And all
terrible.
this bullshit upon bullshit. Like, it's horrendous.
Yeah. You know what? Back in the 60s and 70s, 80s in the UK, you could get doctors and dentists on demand instantly, and the police were fabulous. Now it's all a load of old turds They're all, I can't even trust them anymore. I'm scared of them. It's gone completely down the pan. Everything.
God, all the bureaucracy in your country is run by nothing but nutters and wankers.
It's horrible. Yeah, it's scary.
Fucked.
England is becoming quite scary.
For
Yeah.
reals.
Scary. All Europe is, it's all Western Europe. It's not just England. It's all Western Europe. Western Europe.
Oh, so Eastern Europe is a glorious place now, you know, like nothing's run down. They built up mansions and all this stuff. They have all these modern cars. Just giving you a little bit of sarcastic shit there. Just because I love you.
Western Europe used to, I tell you, back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, we went to places like Belgium. Belgium and Germany and Holland were so pristine, you could have eaten off the streets and you could have been perfectly safe. Now you ought to see the bloody messes in.
Oh, I feel you with that one. My God, that's the one major fucking issue I have with my fucking apartment complexes. I have OCD. I'm on the third story, and all the concrete leading all the way up to the third story is soaked in trash juice.
Oh no!
Like everybody, you know, brings out bags of trash that's leaking, and all the concrete everywhere is stained. It's disgusting.
Oh no! That's very depressing.
Oh yeah, I'm always saying, like, I'm always going like, one of these days I'm going to get in trouble with the fucking apartment complex because I'm going to start power washing. They're going to be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Well, I'm doing your jobs, you fucking assholes.
That is awful.
This is a public safety hazard. I'm cleaning up my fucking area.
Mine is happening here in London too. Not where I live, thankfully, but it's happening in London as well, all over England. All that.
It just boggles my mind though. I'm like, they'll repaint the balconies, but you can't just put a fucking power washer against the concrete.
Yep.
I'm like, literally all I can think of is that maybe it's some bureaucratic bullshit between, you know, the HUD, the urban development housing, you know, and the EPA, where it's like, oh, well, you're allowed to build low income housing, but you're not allowed to clean up anything without all these permits and everything, because if you power wash the concrete, it's going to go down the storm drains, and everything already is doing that anyway. But since you're in a low income neighborhood, we're going to give you shit for it.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, but not where I live. Luckily, I don't have that where I live. You know where I live? I live in a place called Hackney, and Hackney gets terrible press for being a bit wild. It is a bit wild.
Oh, yeah.
But the streets and the pavements, Hackney Council cleans everything and cleans it and cleans it.
Yeah.
And they get such bad press.
Yeah, what is it with that? Why do people always act like people from Hackney are like the fucking hicks of England? They act like you're fucking rednecks or some shit. I don't get that.
It is such a lie. Hackney is very, very diverse. I mean, I live in a block of 20 people. We've even got Japanese people living here, and Mexicans, and there's an African person. There's me, I'm Dutch. There's a couple of Germans. There's all sorts living in it. A whole of Hackney's like that. It's very diverse, which is why I like it, because I like diversity. But Hackney, the council clean every day. Bins are done. This is done. That's they cut all the grass. And Hackney gets so much bad press. It really makes me cross, because you know what? The pavements are clean of rubbish, and they're cleaned daily.
Yeah, I guarantee you Hackney's fucking streets are cleaner than London's.
Yes, it is.
For reals.
Yeah, it makes me so cross, because I live here. This is my home. And it makes me cross to hear people complain. When you said something,
I think you know where I think that comes from. I think it comes from the monarchy and all the fucking posh people, you know, and how they just have to make all these classist divides and the power hierarchies, and you know, I think they just decided, you know, that we'll put them down to lift ourselves up. I think that's all it came down to.
It makes me so cross, because I tell you something. Yeah, the council and the council workers, all the rubbish.
Seriously, I would not be surprised if you found some fucking council talking about, you know, oh, in Hackney, there's nothing but all these roadmen, you know, carrying machetes, and it's so dangerous and all this shit. Like, I'd be willing to bet the posh people just fucking shit all over Hackney. And Oh, it drives me nuts. Like
Yeah,
fucking
really
A.
this bad press Hackney gets
I
really
used to
makes me
love
sick.
Posh until I got into fucking, UK hip hop and I started seeing the full spectrum of shit. And I'm like, oh, goddamn, Posh isn't Posh. It's just high culture, pompous bullshit.
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
there's enough pompous assholes in the world. We don't need more of them.
Yeah. Yeah, it really does bug me, the bad press this borough gets, because as soon as you say to somebody living in Hackney, don't live there, do you? And I think, oh, thanks for that. I love you too.
That was awesome, Hazel, Chickpea.
Yeah,
Oh, that's great. I love you too.
that's what I say to them. Yeah, I love you too. Because people always criticize this borough and get the noise that's given to you. It makes me cross.
Oh man, I've gotten
You
to
know
that
what, in
point with
Hackney?
myself where people just don't listen at all. Like you could be talking to them in person saying the sky is blue and they'll be like, "What? Sky? Huh? What, your name is Sky? What's going on?" And it's gotten so bad I can't help but just give them all shit,
Yeah.
like just
You know, in
completely
Hackney,
spin them around for fucking forever.
Even looks after its foxes. We've got quite a few foxes running around the place. This is central London foxes. And the foxes in Hackney even get sterilised. A couple of years ago, I saw a fox where she just had a sterilisation operation. You could see the square where her fur had been shaved off. You could see the little scar where they'd spayed her. And that's Hackney. So someone even looks after the foxes.
Yeah, that one weirds me out. I don't understand that one. I mean, they
What?
have fox hunts, but they also are having
Yeah, I
people
know.
fucking
He will look
spaying the
after them.
foxes.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
maybe I don't know. Maybe the fucking rich bastards are wanting to hunt robot foxes. I
You
don't
know what?
know.
The rich. You know what? Our royals. If you know that bloody Kate Middleton, everybody says she's lovely, lovely, lovely.
Yep,
Her and her husband go out killing birds for fun,
I could
and they
easily believe
compete
it.
with each other as to see who can kill the most.
God, I hate hunting for sport.
Isn't it disgusting?
Oh
Yes, I
yeah.
hate it too. You're not the only one. I
Come
loathe it.
on, hunting for sport might have made sense in like the fucking 1800s and shit, but
Yeah.
come on,
They do it for fun.
we've had shooter arcade video games since the 70s. We have first person home console shooters now. We have VR consoles. Like we really don't need to be doing all that bullshit with all the
No,
technology we have now.
they do it purely for fun. And you know, in this country, 92% of the land is held by the aristocracy. And us
Yep.
proles, working class, aren't allowed to even walk on it.
Wait, what do they do with the birds? What do they? I mean, do they eat them or do they
No,
give them
they just
away?
throw them away. Throw them away. They don't eat them. No,
For
throw them
real, they
away.
just shoot them and toss them in the fucking the
Just
swamp, man.
landfill.
They just let them rot in nature.
Yes,
It's
it's disgusting.
no fucking
This is
ethics, no
our
spiritual
king.
respect,
Doing this.
nothing.
The king.
It's just psychopathic
It's
behavior,
really sick, isn't it?
We're the elites. We're not, teenagers mutilating a cat, so it's all good.
Yeah. And you know what? The RSPCA, the Royal Society, blah, blah, blah. The king, who goes around killing for fun, is the patron. I mean, you couldn't make it up. That's how corrupt our world is. We shouldn't really be talking about this. I'll probably get the police knocking on my door tomorrow. It's true, though. And it really, and this is why I hate the world so much. It's this mindless cruelty everywhere, and it sickens me to the core of my soul. It just sickens me. It makes me very unhappy indeed. I don't like cruelty to animals. I don't like it. I think it's wrong. End of.
I just looked it up. It says that they have private families and they feed them to guests or they actually donate.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, it says that, but
Yeah,
they're
that's one of those
killed with
things
lead
where
bullets. So I wouldn't have thought that'd be
something in theory versus in practice are different things entirely.
they're killed with lead bullets. So I wouldn't have thought that'd be a very good idea. And they're killed randomly in the sky. So that lead bullet, blah blah. I don't know if I know, but
Yeah, and it's not
I
like
just
they're
find
all
it wrong.
bringing chaser dogs with them to, retrieve their kills. So, if they're not bringing any retrievers, if they don't have any retrievers and it falls in the distance, you know how lazy fucking people are. Are you kidding me? You really think that they're gonna go fucking trucking through the woods and swamps to go find that wooden fallen bird? No, they're gonna fucking let it rot.
I wouldn't believe a royal for all the tea in China. I wouldn't. A nasty lot. This country loves them. kissing and bowing. Oh God, there's no end to it.
It's so
I
fucking
hate
crazy
that
though.
about
Everyone
people.
around the world fucking hates the UK royals, but
Do
everyone in
they?
English worships them.
I didn't know that because yeah, I'm very anti-royalist, obviously.
Seriously,
I'm a
no. Over
commie.
here in America, like at least the smart, some of us smart ones were like, get rid of the fucking head of the
Ooh.
monarchy. We don't need some PR piece for the head of government.
Actually,
Like
Sage
what?
must tell you a good story, actually, because Prince Charles. Do you ever read the stuff about Notre Dame talks about the death of King Charles?
Vaguely.
And that somebody who no one thought would ever be king will become king. But do you know that Charles and Camilla have an illegitimate child, which they sent off to Australia? You know what I'd love to see? I would love to see this illegitimate child lay claim to the throne, and that will make fabulous reading.
Oh no, that's the same thing with Elon. Elon supposedly has an illegitimate child, and I keep going like, oh my god, I'd love to see him fucking take over the shit.
Yeah, I really, really hope this happens because that will cheer me up. That will really cheer me up.
Man, even if his illegitimate child wasn't better than Elon, I'd still fucking celebrate it just because of the fucking pain it would put upon Elon.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
a sadist, but at the same time, I do fucking love karma, and when
yeah,
it flows and I'm a witness to it, like I'm gonna enjoy the fucking river. I'm gonna fucking enjoy it.
yeah, yeah. But I really, because they say, that this is going to happen. Nostradamus first predicted this, and I hope it happens. I really, and I'm a horrible person. I don't hope something horrible, but then when Maggie Thatcher died, I was partying, so I am a horrible person.
I find it funny because I probably need to get back into Nostradamus because I have a huge bias against him right now
Why?
because when I was a child, he was the one thing that traumatized me more than anybody in this fucking world. Like all the Christians traumatized me, yeah, you traumatized me. All the atheists traumatizing, you're traumatizing me. But Notre Dame traumatized me more than anybody because
Why?
he was the one that was talking about the 2012 apocalypse and how the technology would take over.
Yeah, it's
And
coming
it
true.
was what?
But it's coming true. He talked about the Euphrates drying up, an army of 200,000 ascending on the
No, but he
west.
was saying that the AI and everything would be taking over and killing people in
Yes, it will.
2012.
It will.
And it's not, we're in 2025. The AI hasn't killed anybody in 10
Just give
years
it
ago. What are you
time.
talking about?
Give it time. Give it time. Because
Oh
I've read
yeah, no.
this stuff.
Basically,
I've
all
got
I'm
to.
getting at though with that though too is just just that fucking even graduating in high school, we got Mayan calendar pins. It was such a subtle passive aggressive fuck you to all the students. Congratulations, all your wasted effort. You're now gonna fucking die. Like,
Shall
like
I tell
I
you my? Shall I tell you my grim belief? I
huh.
believe that the Antichrist is a corporation, and I believe that. So that's how
I
grim
could
I.
believe that more than it being somebody like Trump.
It
I'm
won't
like,
be
yeah,
human
Trump could be the
beings.
Antichrist, but BlackRock is probably the real
BlackRock,
Antichrist.
yes, BlackRock. It can't be a human being by simple virtue of the fact there's not a person in the world. Not every person in the world, is going to follow the same person because of religion. So the Hindus and the Muslims and the Christians are all going to follow this one person who I believe is a corporation. All going to follow him. Yeah, but Nostradamus, I've got the books on the subject, and he talks about the Euphrates drying up, the army invading the West, which is what's happening now in Western Europe. And what else did he talk about? There's going to be a bloodbath. You can see it coming. So I tell you, there's going to be a lot of trouble in this country if it doesn't stop. You know what the government started doing? They are giving women who have 6+ children an extra £6,000 a year, which is being paid for by the taxpayer.
Oh my
But
gosh.
it's only the foreign women that have 6 children, not local women, because we don't. Lucky I have one. Most girls
Who
have stopped.
cares whether it's local or foreign? The thing I'm thinking about is that okay, just because you give them extra money, like okay, you're probably going to be cutting back the fucking child care services. So what does
No,
that
I
money
don't know,
actually
but
help?
that is going to cause a lot of problems because people are getting really pissed off.
Well, I don't
It's
know.
one of those. it's
They're
just one
not
of those
gonna.
things to me. It's like reparations. I'm like reparations of any kind always seem the stupidest thing to me because I'm like, why would you want a fucking a fucking participation prize for being a victim when you could fucking get ahead of the system and fix it before
But
it
we're
causes
victims.
it
We're
before it victimizes anyone.
Well, they don't want to do that. On my other channel, well, I don't even know if I have to talk about it here, but I actually proposed an alternative to reparations, which they like shut down. They're not interested. They just want the cash payments. Like what I was arguing for is that
Well,
we should.
some people, like really low income, uneducated,
No,
black
no,
folk might think
no.
that,
These,
but you get
these are
some,
the,
fucking really educated black dude, like who's that guy that was running for president, like Cornel West. You get somebody like Cornel West, he certainly ain't gonna be thinking that way.
they all want reparations. What I proposed was sovereignty, which is what Abraham Lincoln proposed. Abraham Lincoln didn't want us to be integrated. We were going to have sovereign land, and so they don't. They just want to remain under this current system and complain and whine. They don't want to actually like govern themselves. They just want to be.
Well, shit, it
It's
sounds like you just switched from reparations to fucking, the shit that they did with the Native Americans. Like, and did that really fix their
no, no,
problems?
that,
Fuck
that, that,
no.
my point. That's my point. The Native Americans got reparations because they were sovereign. So you can't get reparations while you're still under somebody else's government, unless you're going to have your own territory. Because reparations are not paid to individuals; they're paid to the sovereign. And if
That's
you're
my
not
whole point,
sovereign,
though, is that
yes.
you having your fucking tribal land and reparations that it doesn't fix any of the fucking tribal land problems. It doesn't fix any
I,
of these.
I don't know. I think Israel is getting reparations for the Holocaust. I mean, I don't think that it's you just can't get reparations when you don't have sovereignty. So it doesn't make sense to me. The whole point of reparations is to repair what was it's supposed to repair the damage. And so if you're going to stay under the system and then complain about discrimination and lack of opportunities and all that, but you don't actually want to build your own system, then to me, I don't take it seriously. And that is the reason why I'm not. I know I'm a black person here on the panel. As a black person, I don't support reparations without sovereignty. I don't want to be harassed by the police. I don't want to be a slave to somebody else's system. And
That's what
so,
I'm saying, though, is that sovereignty, you're still a fucking slave to the system, man. Like
you
you
know, but
you
it
think
better be
it's
your
pure
system.
freedom, but it's still a fucking label tied to the politics, tied to the slavery systems and all this fucked up bullshit.
No, no, because what they're saying, we're the minorities, and so in a democracy, it's always going to be tyranny of the majority. And it's because currently whites are the majority. There is their will that is, that dominates everything. And so, if you're not going to actually, I don't know, if you're not actually going to separate from that system and then you're just going to continue complaining about it, then to me, you are reaping the benefits of the system. I don't think you have any right to complain when you don't actually want to establish your own system. So you don't get to complain about the laws, you don't get to complain about the discrimination, none of that when you don't want to build your own system.
Hmm. Yeah.
Like my whole thing is divest first and then you can claim reparations. That would make more sense. But what would the reparations actually do? Like that's what I argue on my other channel. Like you're just going to go and go buy some shoes and go shopping, and that's not what reparations are supposed to be for. Reparations are supposed to repair what was
That's
the
what
harm.
I'm saying. Or they fucking ended up getting stolen by some bad actor and they get, funneled into some, corporate agenda or some shit, and
No,
it's like,
what would happen? And I wrote. It's not a book. It's a pamphlet. It's about 70 something pages long. It's called the. Well, I'm not going to say it on this channel. Um, but what would happen is if we got reparations, it would go right back into the system. It would be taxed. It would go back into
that's what
their
I'm saying. You
corporation.
need like a Black Wall Street at that point.
Well, that's what I argue in my pamphlet, which they were not interested in that. They didn't want to rebuild Black Wall Street. They just
Right?
want money.
No, I know what you're talking about. You know, I know what you're talking about. It's always one of those things where it's like I agree with the spirit of what you're saying, but that we need more nuance so other people don't fucking get confused and think you're blanket labeling an entire group.
Okay, let me be clear then. My book is, well, it's not a full book. It's a pamphlet. It's called The Black State Project. It's basically, I looked at Judenstat, which is the Jewish State Project, and I tried to make similar arguments for why the Jewish people wanted Israel. And I was making those same arguments to say that we should have our own state, and that after we get the state, then we can claim reparations. But they were just like, "Oh no, it's just a debt that is old, and we don't want a black state." I'm just like, "What are you talking about?" Like, they don't understand like they don't understand sovereignty. Like, I just felt like there was
See,
no interest in it. Like, they just,
see, I'm of the opinion that the diaspora is a much pure spiritually it's a much better state to be in than to actually create your own ethno state. I get the human want and need for that, but it just sort of also reminds me of the whole World War II and Israel kind of thing, because to me the Nazis actually won, not physically but metaphysically they won, because they caused so much intergenerational trauma on the Jewish population that they felt the need to create an ethno state to feel secure, and then they end up perpetuating the same systemic evils that their oppressors did on them on other people.
that,
You
that
know,
that's not true, because Judenstat was actually written in the late 1800s, well before the Holocaust. Like, they were already claiming, like they were already saying that there was a need for a Jewish state long
yeah, no,
before.
no, you're totally right. Zionism goes back way further than World War II. I'm just saying that, that Zionism hit that, critical mass during World War II. And I think that it hit that critical mass during World War II because of the intergenerational trauma that was, taking place.
Um, well, I don't know if I should discuss it on his channel. It's actually the opposite around. It's the opposite. Like, the some of the trauma was actually manufactured in order to create the need for a Jewish state. And they're still doing that right now. They're creating fault, like they're hyping up anti-Semitism.
Right? The false flags and stuff. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Say that everybody hates them, so you need to immigrate to Israel. A lot of it is not real. Like, it's not. I mean, when you meet most people, there's no anti-Semitism, and what they call anti-Semitism is really anti-Zionism. It's like, if you're not against paying all this money to Israel, then you
Yeah,
just.
no, they changed the definition of the word. They weaponized it against all of us to censor us all for free speech. It's craziness.
I mean, I don't like it, but I think that what they did is smart. I wish. I
Because
wish.
the whole thing to me is that the term anti-Semitism is a meaningless concept to begin with. Because okay, half the Jews say that humanist Judaism doesn't exist, that they're not real Jews. That, oh, if you appreciate our culture and you are part of our faith, but you're not part of our ethnicity, you're not a real Jew. So there's a racist element to this whole thing, and that's one of the biggest problematic things in it. I'm all for Judaism. I love Judaism. It's just when it becomes this, thing about genetics and, like I think it's screwed up that any organization that, like, oh, you have to get in this organization. We have to, get you into genealogy and prove that, you have this percentage of this heritage. Like, I don't think we should be doing that with anything, like they probably wouldn't be any of these white people with 1% Native American, and going, I'm Native American. That probably wouldn't be happening the same way if we never started that.
Right, and like, yeah, I could go in further detail, but I don't want to do that on his channel. I don't want him to get, a strike or something. It's a complete hoax, and I mean, we don't even have to say it, because a lot, like Norman Finkelstein has already said it. Like Jill Stein said it. Um, so I would rather defer to them, so I don't have to, be the one to speak negative about a group that I'm not a part of. But many of them will tell the truth. Like,
That's my whole thing, though, too, that it's like humanistic Judaism. We can all be part of this group. Like if you literally just appreciate the culture and have any appreciation for the theological framework of how just their culture and religion is set up, you are Jewish. And people hate to hear that. People, I would be willing to bet I would be called an anti-Semite for saying that. We're all Jewish. Oh my God, you hate us. What?
What do you remember the statement from Ann Coulter? She said that Christians were perfected Jews.
Oh my goodness,
She
I've
got
never
this
heard such an intolerant statement.
What did she say?
Like in the religious world, or like, not never, but like,
What did she
my
say?
goodness, that's terrible.
Life. What did she say?
She said that Christians are perfected Jews.
Christians are perfected Jews.
Yeah.
All right.
And Christianity literally is a Jewish movement, so for them to say it's a perfected movement, it's that the end result that just reeks of hubris and oh, that's just a very disgusting comment for someone to say. It's like you could say it's an advancement, of the Jewish, religion through time. That's a really a healthy way to say it, but
Well,
claiming
but
it's perfected,
they have come
definitely.
with the whole Judeo-Christian tradition nonsense. So if they're saying that the Old Testament is part of the same Bible, then what she said is technically true. Like it's just an extension of the Old Testament.
No, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying again, the wording, when you use the word perfectionism, it implies, that you're an elite, that you know better, and I have problems with that.
Well, I don't think she meant it that way. What she's saying is that the Old Testament predicts like the new covenant.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. There's this thing where you can, I forget what it's called. It's called like Christian logos or Christian logos, or I forget what it's called. But anyway, there's this theological term that basically has to do with that in every single book of the Bible, there's something that foreshadows Jesus. And more than that, in every single book of the Bible, you can dive deeper and say that these words are so much of a foreshadow of Jesus, that Jesus was probably in this individual. Like he was incarnated in this guy before he became Jesus, that has multiple emanations. Wild stuff.
Well, I actually was at a pro-Palestine protest, and Jill Stein was there. It was just like, I don't know. It was very interesting. And when I was there was a drone. Um, they were just spying on all of us. I'm sure I don't think I'll go to a protest like that anymore, just because I know AI is keeping track of all that stuff. So, um,
For me, it's not the AI that worries me at all about going to protests. For me, it's I know how energies work with me, and I know that I may be a pacifist, but the second the sword hits me, I'm live by the sword, die by the sword. So I'm like, I ain't going to a protest because if somebody some racist on the other side of the road maces me, I'm gonna be starting up some fucking splinter cell, man. Like the FBI is gonna be fucking like investigating me just because I'm going that fucking hard and that deep. It's like, nah, I'd rather avoid all that bullshit. I'd rather just stay fucking peaceful in my own peaceful area of the woods and avoid all that mess.
are you familiar with vegan gangs?
Vegan gains?
Yeah.
It sounds like some vegan bodybuilder, but I'm not familiar with them.
Well, yeah, he's a YouTuber. He's actually friends with Vegan Equilibrium. I don't know if Vegan Equilibrium is listening. I hope he is. Vegan Games made this video talking about how the Palestinians are they don't deserve rights because they don't have a state, and I'm just like, you're vegan. You're saying that they don't have rights because they don't have a state, but animals don't have a state. Like, what are you talking about? So
Oh,
you don't
huh.
you have more empathy for humans. I mean, for animals than you do for actual humans. And
Yep.
the whole thing with Palestinians is that they're called savages, which basically means that Palestinians are like animals. So if
Yeah,
you
it's dehumanizing. It's a
so it,
dehumanizing
but
word.
but vegans are supposed to be against speciesism. So if
Yep.
Palestinians are like animals, then vegans should have more empathy for Palestinians than they do.
Oh, I like that. Good
And
one, life abolitionism. Good one.
but vegan equilibrium was participating in this conversation, and he had no pushback. I'm like, what the
Man,
hell?
you were driving a steel dagger into the heart of hypocrisy. That was a good one.
They are completely hypocritical. I mean, I understand veganism as a, because you have compassion for
Yep.
animals, but they're so hypocritical. And I'm sorry, Chickpea, I'm not talking about you. I hope you're not being offended.
She's actually pretty fucking reasonable when it comes to veganism. Like, it's surprising. I have a appreciation for Chickpea, like, and how she can handle her own shit, but she doesn't like completely shit on everybody else. She'll shit on all of the human species, but if you're a vegan, she's not gonna just completely dump a dump truck of shit on you.
Right, the vegan activists are so full of shit. Like they're against the exploitation of animals, but they have no problem with oppressing humans.
Oh yeah, I brought in systematic discussions on this, and I've never had a single level of critical thinking on regard to my systems theory that I'm presenting them with. I'm going, this is just ecology and systems in action, man. Like, this is like how complicated the world is, and I'm just stating real life fucking things, and they're like, oh no, that's not at all. The other day I fucking mentioned that, oh yeah, I'm on Snap, and I'm fucking struggling to get food or blah blah blah, because this was when the government shutdown was happening, and I was saying something about just the availability of vegan products and just how it all works, and they were going like, you being on Snap and how grocery stores are stocked has nothing to do with the systemic effects of animal suffering. I'm like, what the fucking hell? Like, you really don't get anything? Like, I'd be willing to bet you, like, this dude's probably using an abacus, man. I'm using a fucking calculator. Like, fuck.
Well, actually, Brother Marcus asked, he was going to set up a debate between me and Vegan Equilibrium. And Vegan Equilibrium declined because he says that I'm operating in bad faith. I'm not sure which
Oh,
part.
he throws that word on everyone, I've noticed.
No,
Seriously, I don't think there's a single person in this group that I haven't heard Noodles or Vegan Equilibrium say that they're acting in bad faith. Like, besides maybe Marcus and maybe Yerf, but everybody else, like, I wouldn't be surprised if he said that to Divine, to
Said it
freaking
to me.
to Chickpea, yeah, he really loves to throw that label around with a quickness.
well, because I was calling out his hypocrisy for he's no longer an anti-natalist. Now he's saying that we should procreate in order to give positive care to animals, and I hope he's listening because
What the fuck? We got child workers in factories now, and you want to have palliative care for animals when we don't have child care for humans? Oh, holy shit. That's fucking nuts, bro. That's fucking nuts.
Brother Marcus wants to set up the debate. I'll still do it. Like it's not that I don't care about animals. I think the way to ensure animal welfare is by decreasing the human population. I think antinatalism does far more for animals than just changing your diet. Like, if you're going to continue procreating and you're just going to have a plant-based diet, to me that does very little. It does very little to decrease the demand for animal products. And you're also harming animals because of the crop deaths. So antinatalism avoids the crop deaths, it avoids the exploitation. You can't just change your diet and then think that animals are not being harmed by your existence. They are. Animals are being harmed by the deforestation, by the fact that you live in these large cities. And I'm so confused about what they actually believe, because they're saying that having more humans would actually save wildlife because we would ensure that the wildlife goes extinct. I'm like, what? I don't. That's
Yeah,
not.
you have to, that has to, preclude the notion that all these, humans being born are going to have the wisdom, not even just the knowledge, but have the wisdom to actually, be one with nature and not completely fuck it over. Everyone's still stuck in this manifest destiny bullshit of, oh, man versus nature. The only way we can prove that we are godly, beings, that we're still not Jesus, we're still not God, but the only way we can prove we're godly beings is to completely fucking crush and roll over this planet, just make it our bitch, instead of work with it. It's so fucking stupid. So stupid.
Well, if he was an atheist, that would be one thing. But if you're just a regular mainstream vegan, that makes absolutely no sense. Like, from my perspective as an anti-natalist, I think that humans are the most destructive uh,
Hooray.
when it comes to animals. So the priority should be decreasing the human population, not having more people to
So,
provide.
Life Abolition, I do have a question for you. I've seen you say that before, that apparent something like Efilism is more logical than veganism.
Right.
Is that correct? Because I'm curious to.
That's my personal opinion. I mean, but I guess I guess the disagreement may be with the definition of efilism. But I was listening to Gary's one. It was actually on Brother Marcus's channel, but what Gary said is that efilism is descriptive. It's a diagnosis. It's not prescriptive. So it doesn't tell you what to do about it. But what it says is that
that's not
life
true, but
itself is the problem. Not so he's not telling people specifically what to do about it.
That's not true. Gary said that.
Gary said that. Yes.
Oh, he's lying. Okay.
Well, it's on Brother Marcus's channel because I don't listen to Amendment, but I got it off of Brother Marcus's channel.
Yeah, Gary does that a lot. He tries to turn efilism into a descriptive worldview, but it's not. It's prescriptive. Somebody's echoing, by the way. Yeah, so that's what I'd say about that. I was just curious, like, if efilism is like, what do you mean it's better or more logical than veganism? I kind of scratch my head at that. I don't really get what that means.
Again, I think we're coming at this different because I think there's we're not using the same definition. I'm not clear what the actual definition is, but based on that definition, I would agree that life itself is the problem. It's not your consumer choices. I don't think that just by switching to a plant-based diet that you're going to liberate animals. Like, life is the problem. So if you were to
Definitely.
I think that's more philosophical pessimism, not efilism.
Philosophical realism, bruh. Like, fuck. That makes a shit ton of sense,
philosophical
man.
pessimism talks about, like, you could talk about someone like Julio Cabrera, who talks about the structure of existence.
Because I get where you're coming from, life abolitionism. I would agree. Efilism seems more logical. It's not a better thing or a more correct thing or a more ethical thing, but it is a more logical thing. And that's where I go. If that's more logical,
Sage, you don't
this
understand.
just shows how
Sage,
logic is
Sage,
fucking
that's not. You
worthless.
don't know what efilism is, mate. I'm sorry.
To be honest, though, I'm really going by a
Dude,
man.
we've never even had a discussion on efilism, and you're just claiming I don't know what I'm talking about.
I can tell by what you say that you don't know, because I do know that. Unfortunately, I actually know that subject really well.
I'm going by Amanda's definition, which I don't know what Amanda says because I don't listen to him.
You going by Amanda's definition?
I mean, yeah, I just listened to his video. Amanda says she did this whole video about efilism 2.0, and I was.
Oh, yeah, that's all bollocks too.
I'm confused about what's the. I guess the disagreement is whether it's about all life or all sentient life, and Amanda is now saying that it is about sentient life. No. She said it's all life. She said it's all life. That's her.
So all life is sentient life. What the fuck is that?
Life.
No, plants are not sentient. So
that's sentient.
Sentient life, and
all life is sentient life.
That's always been Gary's thing, that we should annihilate sentient life in order to eliminate suffering. That's efilism in a nutshell. So it is prescriptive. Ephilism 2, from what Amanda has said, she expands that to all life, sentient and insentient, that all life should be destroyed in order to annihilate suffering.
Jesus,
That's
sounds
the
like
fundamental
ethylism needs
difference.
to get into biology because they don't understand shit about what life is and what it isn't.
Then I agree with Amanda's version of it based on what you said.
That we
Viruses are
should
rocks.
annihilate all life by any means
No,
possible.
not that we should eliminate all life, but life is the problem.
Right. But that's philosophical pessimism. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, it's ontological realism. This is like ontological math. This makes complete sense. If you use the math on this and put it in the structures, you formulate it into a language, it makes complete sense.
Okay, so philosophical pessimism basically says that life is structurally defective. That's basically the point of it. And you can go back to Julio Cabrera, who, in his a critique of affirmative morality, which I'm actually on board with. I think he was right on the money. He talked about how existence itself is so structurally unsound that it results in moral disqualification, that it's actually impossible to live a moral life because of the actual structure of existence.
That's exactly the point.
Ephilism is something completely different.
It's so hard to do this because it's not laid out. It's just like, which version am I supposed to actually go with?
That's a good question. And I would say that it is laid out on ephilism.com and also on Amanda's website that she did with Antinatalism International. Their two definitions dovetail with each other very nicely. And Gary and Amanda are the two authorities on ephilism, as it were. So whatever they say is the definition in writing, that is the definition of ephilism.
Man, your epistemology is working in reverse today, Yerf.
Okay, I'm out of here. I don't want to put up with that kind of shit. I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
Wait, don't. Oh gosh, I didn't want him to leave. Wait, I want. Oh gosh, well it's too late now.
Gracious French exits.
Well, I guess we can talk. There's questions that I wanted to ask him, but I guess we'll talk about that later when he comes back, or because I was actually about to do a video explaining my views on ephilism, but I did want clarification on a few points.
Thing is, it will happen anyway because us humans are destroying this planet, and eventually we're going to make it unfit for any sort of life, human or otherwise. So it's all relative anyway. We will wreck the place.
Who knows?
I think we
Who
will.
knows?
I think we will.
The AI could fuck us over completely, or it could solve nuclear fusion, and we could start figuring shit out. And who the fuck knows? It can go in so many different directions.
Wait, why
They're
do you?
going to wipe most of us out anyway, because if they don't, it doesn't apply to any of us, because we're going to be wiped out anyway, because that's what they're going to do to us.
Wait, why did he leave though? Why did he just? What was? I don't. Does anybody know why he just left?
I'm afraid this conversation's over my head, actually, with this whole ephilism thing.
Stace, what did you say right before he left? I'm trying to remember what you said.
Just that it seems like his epistemology is working in reverse today.
What is what?
Epistemology. It's how you form knowledge. It's like it's like the philosophical, psychological framework on how we develop knowledge.
Okay, I didn't know that.
It just, life abolitionism was making a shit ton of sense. And, mathematically and logically, I see where he was coming from. I don't agree with it morally or ethically at all. But, the actual logic, the actual math pans out, if you don't have life, you're not even going to have these discussions on, what is a moral or ethical decision on what you eat, so life is the problem,
Well, life is the problem, yes.
Yeah,
well, I'm not an ethicist, but I'm just saying that if you were concerned with animal welfare, it would make more sense to be an ethicist than to just be a vegan who procreates.
Yeah, no, I actually sort of get that, but that's where, I don't know, it's just fucking weird, because people are weird, fucking ideologies are weird, energies are weird. I don't know. Fucking A.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll do, because he did invite me on his channel. Maybe we can do it on his channel or something. But
But isn't Yerf Doc a vegan antinatalist? He is, isn't he?
No, he's anti-natalist, but he's not vegan.
Well, Yerf Doc
Ah,
was vegan. Oh, I thought he was. Oh well.
Or because he hasn't said it explicitly, but he is against human supremacy. I mean, animal supremacy.
All right.
Did you say he's into animal supremacy?
Right.
That's interesting. I've never heard of that one before.
That's a new one to me as
Besides,
well.
like
Yeah.
some of the extremist animal liberation rights activists, some of
Well,
those
I'm
go
quite
a little
extreme
too
stage,
far
but
into the
I've never
deep
come across
ecology.
that before.
I love deep ecology, but come on, we don't need fucking, we don't need to be putting reins around ourselves and dragging the fucking horses behind us.
I've never, and I used to quite like
Supremacy,
it
though.
actually.
They absolutely are animal supremacy. Not all of them, but a lot of them don't have any empathy for humans. They're misanthropic, and they will always put the animal first, no matter what the circumstances are. And I don't understand the logic of that.
Unless it's a
Oh, I
cat.
really
There's
don't understand
Gnosis,
that.
life abolitionist. If one feeds one's cats on fish, one is not a vegan. That's the latest. Because I've
Well,
left the vegan
many
movement.
of them don't even think you should have a pet at all.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my God, you want to know the one that I keep fucking pissing off vegans with? I keep telling them, okay, are you wearing a cotton shirt? No, it's polyester. Oh, so you're really not wearing any vegan clothing? You're not a vegan.
I wear vegan clothing.
So many vegans though don't wear vegan clothing because
No, I wear
most
vegan
clothing
clothing.
nowadays is all made out of plastic and it's cheaper, more affordable. People are having harder times getting the access to these things, or people are having a harder time having the money to buy these things. So most people just around the planet are wearing plastic clothing
Yeah, I
nowadays.
know.
What do you mean by
So
plastic is vegan?
What?
plastic? No, well, plastic comes from fucking dinosaurs way back in the day and shit. Like
Oh,
it's
wow, you
still an
really are
animal
taking it to a
product.
new level, Sage. Wow.
It's still an animal product, man. That's all I'm saying.
You're
But
right,
people, oh, well, that was
unfortunately.
millions of years ago. It can't be an animal. It
You're
was
right.
millions of years ago. I'm like, how is it not an animal because it was millions of years ago?
You're right, unfortunately, yes. You
I
could say the
suppose
same
the
about.
deer
Oh, yes.
I suppose the deer 100,000 years ago, they weren't deer. They were probably just aliens.
Oh, yes, because what's his name? Noodles drives a car, and petrol comes from
Oh yeah, that's exactly
the
my point.
dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Well, the whole point is it's nearly impossible. Well, in a developed country, it is absolutely impossible to exist without exploiting animals. Now, if you were
See,
to
the
be
thing
primitive,
is that pisses them off more than anything is when you tell them the truth that veganism is a privileged movement. That's what pisses people off more than anything. Because there is a real truth to that, like people in other countries like Africa. I'm always trying to mention the bush trade industry, the food industry, the global food getting into the global south, all these structures, the land that they have that's, available for crops, all this different stuff that, people in Africa literally fucking go kill each other's neighbors' fucking animals to eat. They go out in the wilderness, go kill a fucking, chimpanzee to eat because that's pretty much the only, food they have available. And it's like, this is, not something we should shame them for as individually or culturally. This is something we should, work together as a planet to fix, because the bushmeat trade industry actually is horrendous because the bushmeat trade industries kills a fuck ton of big apes, the big apes that Jane Goodall kind of apes, the Coco the gorilla, sign language, doing all this sign language. Like, no human being around in this planet should be killing any of these apes.
finding Gnosis said to be careful what you say.
Yeah, that was a while ago. That was when freaking they started talking about the Israel stuff. Israel stuff seems to make the NW nervous.
But I love what you're saying about petrol and everything because, of course, I suspect that car tires are also non-vegan. I don't know much about all this, but
Actually, car tires, I think, are vegan, surprisingly.
are they? Oh,
Yeah, because rubber is made from latex, and latex is made from a tree. The only thing that's sort of different about rubber in car vehicles is that it's vulcanized rubber, which means that they treat it with sulfur.
All right.
But again, sulfur is just a chemical, a mineral. So yeah, I'm pretty sure tires are vegan.
All right. Oh well.
Really, nothing is vegan. Even plants are not technically vegan because they're pollinated by bees. And then there's also animal, like the decomposed animal material in the soil. So, but I think what they're talking about is the explicit exploitation of animals.
Yeah.
There's two different definitions of veganism. There's the exploitation, and then there's also extending human rights to animals, which that's Noodle's definition of veganism, which I've already addressed.
Well,
How
there's
that
actually a third element at play too, and that's the deep ecology aspect. And deep ecology aspect isn't saying that animals need to have more rights from us, but they're saying that that we're all living beings on this planet, and that we shouldn't have these hierarchies over each other. I'm not going to force the donkey to go carry me up the mountain, but if it wants to walk up with me while carrying a bag, then we can go hang out together and go walk up. That's more like the deep ecology angle.
then the logical conclusion would be that life shouldn't exist because
Yes.
humans can't really exist without animals. Like, I mean, you can say we have technology now, but many people don't have access to technology, and you use animals to plow the fields. You use dogs to help you. I'm not saying you should hunt, but to help you hunt. Cats protect the grain by killing the rodents. So
Yep.
it's a symbiotic relationship. I don't think that
Totally.
without modern technology, humans can't survive without animals.
Oh, totally, 100%. Definitely. Definitely. That's where it's freaky because I swear it seems like we're heading toward a future where almost all the animals are going to be extinct, but for some reason bees are still going to be alive because of all the aviaries, all the people that have been, working with bees for so many thousands of years.
Well, I guess in their worldview, all food would have to be lab grown, and then like who wants to live like that? Who wants to eat some lab grown food?
For reals. No, I feel you with that. And it just instantly brings me back to, you ever see that film Snowpiercer?
I haven't seen it, but I guess I should check it out.
Oh man, it's a dystopian film, future, global winter kind of thing. The world's freezing forever, and pretty much the only place with humans left alive is this train that just moves around the whole world
Oh,
like all the
that film.
time.
Yeah.
But I did see that.
Oh yeah, yeah. You remember those fucking food bars that they ate? They were like made out of fucking fucking cockroaches. They're like these like gelatin bars, and everybody eats them. And then they halfway in the movie, like you see them like open up the lid of where they make it, and it's like millions of all these cockroaches being crushed. It's like, yeah, like that kind of food, just like it's the same kind of thing, man. It's just like we need something that comes from this existence. We can't just we need to stop trying to become gods so much. Like it's fucking A. Why do we have this incessant need to, become gods?
Well, that's what I think. It's one thing for animals to have negative rights, but Nudist wants to give animals positive rights. That we owe a duty to give them positive care, and we should procreate in order to give positive care to. And I just reject that.
Yeah, the only ones I sort of agree with on regard to that are, the big intelligent apes, and elephants. Elephant and apes are like their level of sentience approaches our level of consciousness. And we should never be doing anything fucked up to these animals. I think to do so sows bad karma for ourselves.
So he never told me explicitly what I said that was bad faith. I'm not sure what his argument is. Because I didn't actually go to Finding Gnosis live stream and pull up the clips. Like I just summarized his arguments. There was no bad faith. I'm not sure what he's talking about.
You talking about Yerf dogs?
No, I'm talking about vegan equilibrium.
Oh, okay.
wish he would tell me specifically what was bad faith. Um, Maybe it was because I was talking about the rat thing that he said that we should just let the rats harm us and not do anything about it. Like
Oh my God, I remember that conversation. Okay. Holy shit, I remember that one. Yeah, that was fucking nuts, man. The Noodles was like wanting to make the Black Plague great again.
right, he doesn't care that
Seriously,
they.
like he had no level of common sense when it came to the public health side of things.
Well, because he's misanthropic. So even if the rats or spread disease, he's saying you should just let the rats infect you and just be okay with
Oh God.
it to exist too.
Ugh. Gnarly. See, I have no mind adapting and mutating, through symbiotic relationships with other beings, but, I ain't trying to go down that negative entropic route.
So I still would like to debate him. I don't. But to me, his version of veganism is absolutely evil.
Oh yeah, no, it does sound really not healthy in the least.
And so all of that right there, that makes me reject veganism because I just don't see any empathy for humans. Like, it's not just about animal welfare. It's basically a hatred. I'm not saying all of them are like that, but a lot of them are very misanthropic. They just hate humans.
See, I'm a what you call a real philosopher, not one of these modern philosophers that, goes to school. Like, Socrates, he did philosophy himself. He didn't read these books and all this bullshit. I'm like him. I do this shit by myself. And that's where, when it comes to veganism, I before I ever even met a vegan or entered the culture of veganism, I was diving into it. And, does this vibe with me? Does this work? I'm really into ethics and, I'm hugely into ethics. But the further I dove into it, the more I realized how absolutely absurd it was because I was realizing that they're basically diet fruitarians. That the Jainists, the most peaceful religion on this planet, they only eat fruit because they are so about the ethics of eating that they are like, I can't dig up this root and harm this plant. It hurts it. I can't do that. The only thing I can eat is fruit because it naturally falls off the tree. It's not prone to these stress signals or anything. I'm not harming it or doing anything negative in any manner. But the problem is all these fruitarians end up developing type 2 diabetes from all the sugar. So my thought was, okay, whether it's God or the universe, obviously we weren't designed to abide by these strict religious dietary codes, whether it's, religion, actual religion, or whether it's veganism, we weren't meant to be a strict eating species, we were more adaptable, we're omnivores, like we're adaptable, and it's just people do not seem to get that.
Yeah, well, Freely actually eats sugar. Like, it's not even like she's adding it to food. She'll just eat like spoonfuls of sugar.
Oh, that's so gross and bad for you.
And
Really
she's
bad for you.
I can eat sugar and I don't have diabetes.
You eat sugar, but you don't have diabetes. Yeah, but you eat other things, right?
Well, she's saying that she's a frugivore and that we need glucose. So,
Oh, well, frugivores are different than fruitarians. Frugivores actually eat things like mushrooms and stuff, nuts and mushrooms, from my understanding. But
right.
fruitarians, they literally eat nothing but fruits, and that's where their body doesn't have any other of the nutrients that counterbalance and help your body just be healthy and normal. You know.
Gosh, I wish he didn't leave because anyway, yeah, I don't know what, yeah, it's just, when he does come back, I do want to ask him some questions. So, I really need to get a clear understanding of what alphilism is before I can form a solid opinion. But I do think that this, uh, on its face, like life is the problem.
It's a neo ideology that's currently evolving. So to try to place it in strict categories for understandings, it's a little ridiculous. I get why people are doing that, but it's like I think you just need to get enough of a summary of a background, enough to form your own ideas and critical thinking. I think the way that people are doing this right now with the ephilism, like this is digital, archaeology, with Amanda and fucking Gary and shit. I think it gets a little extreme. But I see where you're coming from too, because I myself want to get a little into it, just not dive into it like everybody else is.
Chickpea, are you still there?
Yeah, yeah. I was just having a
What is,
cough.
what is your opinion about vegans who procreate?
Well, I'm a radical antinatalist, and I don't think that anyone should procreate. I haven't got a good word to say about this planet, actually. When push comes to shove, I think it's some sort of hellhole, in my opinion. It's all dog eat dog till the grim bitter end. And we're all caught up in it, even me, and I'm a radical vegan. We're all caught up in it, all of us. There's no escape. It seems we're recycled back in. I don't have a good word to say about this place, actually, when push comes to shove. I haven't. Not a good word.
Not a good word. I'm just sitting here loving my cats and I hate everything. I love these cats, but I hate it all.
Yeah. I love my cat. But no, ultimately, I don't have a good word to say. I think God is an asshole. And this is some sort of very, very bad copy of something. Or I
Okay,
don't know.
what would happen if you end up going into the afterlife and you see that God is a cat? How are you going to process that?
God's no got a cat.
What if he is, though?
Oh. I suppose I'll feed him some fish.
Yeah, you're like, I'll declaw the bastard.
I'll give him a fish dinner. Because I'm not a vegan anymore because I feed my cats on fish.
Ah.
Yes, I'm not classed as vegan.
So you're more of a pescatarian now.
No, I'm hardened little carnivore just like you now.
Oh, you're a full-on.
I don't eat fish. I don't eat fish, good Lord, no. But I buy fish for my cats. So if one buys fish, one is not a vegan. Got a cough.
Man, that shit always trips me out. I'm on the fucking third floor, and I swear to God, occasionally I hear noises, and it sounds like it's coming from upstairs, like it's on the fucking roof, and I'm like, it weirds me out, especially because it's almost fucking December, and I'm like, fucking A, Santa Claus is fucking doing shit. He's going out early because of the government shutdown,
Is it Christmassy where you are?
Oh my God, it's freaking everybody's playing Christmas music on the 1st of November.
Oh, wow.
Literally
Really?
everybody's playing Christmas music. There's Christmas lights everywhere.
Really?
Like nobody talked about Thanksgiving at all. Thanksgiving was completely erased from the global consciousness. And apparently Christmas lasts 2 months now because we're all poor as shit and we can't buy any Christmas presents. So let's make it 2 months.
But here in the UK, Tesco, our largest supermarket.
Yeah.
It has abolished the word Christmas altogether.
I could believe it.
Yeah, Christmas
I
trees.
could easily believe it. And London's a global city, and they're always about pacifying their language for the global demands. We don't want to say Christmas; it might offend the Muslims.
Yeah. So
why don't you just add Ramadan on the shit too? Then fucking lazy bastards.
I don't know, but they've been holding funerals in London Bridge, and that's okay. I'd like to see what happened if I tried to hold a funeral on London Bridge. But
Oh,
anyway, yeah,
geez.
Christmas has there's no Christmas spirit at all. I mean, I don't
My God, that
celebrate
reminds me of this video I saw a little while ago of this fucking Mexican influencer that went down to fucking Mexico with like fucking 30 people in like Ferraris and blocked off the major intersection that gets all their economic and everything through. And he posted a video of him and his friends blocking the area, and he started calling out the Mexican cartel and basically saying that this is his territory now, and he ended up getting killed by the cartel. I'm like, what a fucking idiot. What a goddamn fucking idiot. I'm like, that's insane. Like, holy shit. If you did that in America, you get probably have like federal charges on you for like economic terrorism. But in Mexico, and you're not even calling out the government, you're calling out the fucking cartel. Like, yeah, that dude had some serious, like, you can't tell me there wasn't some Darwinianism in action there.
I don't know anymore. I've been here for 70 years and I know less now than I did when I was a little girl. Because quite frankly, I look around me and it amazes me people breed. I just don't understand. I look at the
Oh, I
buildings,
feel
I
you
look
with
at the
that one.
roads, and
All
if
my
I was a
friends
little
have
girl
all my
already,
friends have like 3 fucking kids, and I'm
yeah, I
and
don't understand.
literally one of my friends, he has fucking like 3 kids of his own, and he is the legal guardian of his ex's husband's kids.
Yeah, I don't understand.
I'm like, you seriously have 3 kids and you took up the responsibility of your ex's 3 kids as
Yeah.
well?
They're obviously very optimistic, but I look around me and quite frankly, it amazes me that people breed. I just don't understand, especially when I look at all the skyscrapers and the tower blocks. I think, yeah, lovely, lovely.
I'm
You
just
bring a
starting
couple of
to
babies here.
realize, I'm like, why does it seem like atheists are the only ones that can breed without having fucking, a whole fucking, litter of fucking children, you know?
I
Like
don't
all
know.
the Christians will have like fucking 3, 6, 8 fucking kids, just a
It's not
fuck
just the
ton.
Christians, everyone's at it.
And then the
I don't
atheists will be
understand.
like, we'll just have an only child and we'll be good, you
I
know?
just don't understand any of it.
And
Never
I'm like,
understood it.
I've always been of the opinion too that I'm like, I think part of the problem is that parenting is such a fucking hard job because so many
Yes,
adults are such fucking idiots that you
yes.
really only should have one children.
Yeah, 'cause it's the
You
hardest
know,
job in the
I
world. It is the
you don't have
hardest.
any brain cells. You have ADHD like a motherfucker.
Yes,
Like if you have 2 kids, you're never gonna pay attention to one of them
yeah.
because everybody's just that shit nowadays. You know.
It's the hardest job in the world, and people just treat it as if I don't know. I don't understand. I've never. I'm so grateful to have lived in a time where I didn't have to.
See, I've gotten to the point where I'm open to kids, but I also am of the point where I would never want to have more than one kid. Like if I had
Well,
enough
you must have
control,
one.
if the universe didn't throw in random variables, like it's like if I had more control and everything, it's like I'd only have one kid if I ever have kids because
I
like
wouldn't want one
I
either.
know that I'm going to be able to devote all my love and energy into that kid. I'm never going to get distracted. Not like having 2 kids and a wife and all this job and all this
It's the most
bullshit.
responsible job in the world, and people take it very cavalierly.
Oh no,
Did
I
you know?
swear God's
Did
been
you know,
talking a
don't
lot.
you? Our
God's
first.
been talking to me a lot about children lately because it's like he's saying that I can have children, but at the same time he's saying
That's
you
your
probably don't
hormones
actually want
playing
them though,
work.
dude, because even though you think you want them, you're really into your independence and freedom and you like
Say,
yeah.
you're conditioned by nature and by the whole system to breed. It will
Oh
do
no,
that.
not me. Not me.
Yes, you are.
Not
That's why I
me.
got God talking to you. See, your brain will try all sorts of horrible little tricks because your DNA
It's
is
not my brain or
conditioned.
my body that wants kids.
Who is it then?
It's my soul.
Or your soul? Well,
Yep.
yes, exactly. What's what I mean? You're conditioned by your DNA. You're this. You're that. You're everything. You're a prisoner on this little planet. I don't know if you know that or not. And you're conditioned to breed
Of
by the
course, we're always
jailers.
prisoners. That's the
Yes, I
fun.
know. That's
That's
why
the
it's such a good.
fun.
Why do you want to bring another little prisoner in? For what purpose? That's what we're here for, to breed. For the loose.
Probably just
I
well,
believe
when
it's going to be.
the main things is just to keep our human species alive because it really
Of course.
everybody's talking about oh we're gonna have this mass killing off of these waves of
Yeah.
war and
Who's talking about that?
I don't buy that at all.
Who's
I
this?
don't buy that at all.
Who? But who's
Because
saying
there's a global population collapse right now. If they start
that?
World War III, we're all dead.
No,
We're
no,
just
no. There isn't. Only in the white West is there a population drop, but not in African places, and certainly
okay.
not
I,
in
I will admit
Arabia.
the global South might be a little different, but even in Asia, there's a global population collapse right now.
No,
India
that's
is
a load of.
different. India is different. It's not having a global population
Yeah,
collapse,
but the
but
thing is,
you
there's
look
so
at
many of them they
the
can
rates
barely
of
move.
children being born in South Korea and China and Vietnam and all these different places. Every country around the world right now is having a massive population collapse.
Oh, Sage. That I think a lot of that's. I don't care. Anyone says there's far too many of us here. This planet is not designed for more than about 1 billion people. There's far
Gee,
too
I don't think
many.
there's enough people here.
What?
I don't think there's enough people here.
What?
Seriously, I used to be exactly where you come from. I used to go like,
There's
there's
enough
way too
people.
many people on this planet. This planet wasn't designed for this. Now I'm like, there's not enough people on this planet, but the problem is that we're too stupid to have more people on this planet because we don't work with the fucking planet. I'm like, I guarantee you could have 10 billion humans living on this planet and not
Really?
cause
10
any
billion?
damage
Oh,
to
I
this
don't know.
planet. But
No.
we just won't do that. We're just shitty species that won't work together and accomplish that. But
Wait,
it
wait, wait, wait.
totally is possible.
No, the reason that we have factory farming is because of overpopulation. The reason that there's so many hormones in food, and I mean
Oh
pesticides.
no, no, that's capitalism, dude. Not
No,
that's
no, because
capitalism.
the only way that you can mass produce food for 8.5 billion is through factory farming and
Yeah,
pesticides and chemicals. Like
yeah.
it's not sustainable. It's not like there's enough land to actually grow food
It isn't.
organically.
That's like saying Thanksgiving is overpopulated because there's too much food.
Sage.
There's
Sage.
not enough food. There's not
I
enough
think
food.
your
There's too
hormones are
much
getting the
food
better
during
of you,
Thanksgiving, and
Sage.
there's not that many people.
How much of that food is actually grown organically? None of it.
None of it. Yeah, exactly. Well, unless you're very rich,
Or
of
okay,
course.
now you're throwing in entirely new variables. You're throwing in
No, it's not.
organic
It's the
versus.
same variable. The only reason that we're able to survive is because of technology through factory farming and all of those other uh, mechanisms to overcome overpopulation. But naturally, the planet
Okay,
can't
now I get where you're
sustain.
coming from a little bit.
Right.
Sage, there's barely any fertile land left. It's going to run out in about. There's only a couple of inches left of fertile soil. Do you know that?
Oh yeah, I know about that.
Yeah, well, when that runs out, they're going to kill us all off anyway. It's all to do with the Georgia Guidestones. The elites are going to kill off billions of us. They will do it.
So the
There
Georgia
were,
Guidestones,
They
you're
have
talking
to.
about those ones that were destroyed?
What? Yeah, the stones. Yeah, the Georgia Guidestones.
Yeah, the ones that were destroyed.
Yes. They will do it.
without modern technology, the planet could really only sustain about somewhere between 500 million and a billion.
See, and that's
Yeah.
where I'm saying if shit goes backwards with the worlds, there's no way in hell I'm having kids. But if the world does progress and get better, then I can have kids. You know, like I'm aware of that shit. Like I'm not gonna be fucking, oh yeah, the AI just fucked up everything. We don't have any food. Let's have kids. No, fuck that,
Well,
But
I
oh, the
suppose.
AI just solved nuclear fusion and now we have a limitless power and now we just discovered new things on agriculture and how to feed people. We're having the second green revolution. Then I'll be like, okay, sure, I'll have one kid.
Stop it, Sage. Stop it. Stop it. Life's hard enough.
You just feed my soul's energy toward wanting that with that negativity. You realize that, right?
Well, I don't know. I'm grateful to have not had any.
Although I think that's just me though too, because I've been told my entire fucking life by all these hateful sons of bitches that have literally assaulted me and battered me that you should never have kids. So, and I've gotten healthy to the point where I'm like, all these fucking people all are drug addicts and have kids and are going homeless and all this. Their lives are going to complete and utter hell. And here I am as an adult that's never had kids and I'm actually healthy enough to be healthy myself and be healthy enough to where if I had a kid, I'm not going to be, handing down generational trauma and bullshit, like
Hey,
I
it,
like I'm aware of this
no, but
shit.
that's not the only issue, though. It's not just your parenting; it's also society. That once they leave your house and become adults, they still have to survive in this oppressive system. And your parenting is not going to account for any of that. It's
Oh,
there.
mine does. Mine definitely does.
Unless you're going to take care of your children for the rest of their lives, are you going to have enough money to actually pay them so they don't have to work?
Get them
Because
on
they're going to have to
disability,
work.
bruh. Get them on disability. Like it's a
Say,
protest until we got universal basic income. Get
say,
everybody on it.
say, have you
Everybody
been
can't
having
get on
private
disability. Like
W about this? Sage,
What was that?
have you been having private little tets with D&W about babies and how lovely they are?
No, I haven't talked to him recently at all, really.
Are you sure?
Yeah. No,
Please.
he's been starting his live streams earlier, and it's been making between him starting the live streams earlier and then me not getting any notifications and just me being on the opposite end of the world, you know, waking up at later than most people. It's been getting harder to get online and definitely harder to actually talk to him.
Even though we've got a couple of kids hanging around your ankles, even a lot harder. Sage, life
Hey,
is hard enough.
I never said a couple, did I?
One. It's bad enough having one. They do not scream a lot. You might get a little head butter like my brother, screaming his head off morning, noon, and night.
Hey, I'll say it this way. I'd any day of the year, any day of my fucking life, I'd rather have one kid than one fucking dog or one cat or one
Really?
animal.
Sage,
Yeah.
stop
No, that's too boring for me.
Sage,
It doesn't provide me anything.
Sage.
Right, no. Well, let me finish because this is the reason why people procreate. They want to extract benefits. So it's not for the child's benefit, it's for their own happiness. And they
Oh
never
no,
care.
you are entirely wrong with that assumption here,
Sage, you're
brother.
taking the piss, Sage.
No, you guys are taking the piss, bruh.
No, you're taking
Apparently
the
I
piss.
found myself walking into the public urinals.
But you just said it. You just said that the child would make you happy. But what about the child?
Dude, my entire existence is to make its life happy, not mine. If I get happy as a result of making it happy, is that oh my god, I'm such a narcissist. I'm being happy because I made somebody else happy. Like this is why I love Ayn Rand, because everybody reads it as just pure selfishness, but if you invert it, it's like, wow, actually we're all selfish, but we can be selfish in a very good, healthy way.
I'm glad you mentioned her because I actually need to do content about altruism and why it's so evil. But yeah, it.
Oh yeah,
At this,
performative altruism is definitely immoral. You know, when you're performing altruism, that's not real good faith. You're not putting 100% of your will. You're not really changing systematic effects. You're just, poking at the fucking system at that point.
Sage, do you watch the TV?
Yeah,
I
definitely.
think you're being brainwashed by the telly. I think you and Sage, you're both being brainwashed by that big black thing on
Yeah,
the
I got
wall.
brainwashed by the television so much I created my entire new philosophy myself. I said, fuck natalism, fuck antinatalism. I made my own new one. It's the TV that done it.
It's just a brainwashing medium. You do know that, don't you? That's why it's so relaxing. That's why I stopped
Everything is though, girl. It's all about spirits and energies and the flow and the momentum.
I know.
but
That's
I
what
thought
I'm
you.
saying. I'm aware of that shit.
But I thought you were an anti-natalist.
I
For
used to be
me,
an antinatalist. I'm no longer an antinatalist. Now I'm a nurturist.
oh, Sage, really?
And nurturism is all about, that, okay, say that some horrendous situation happened, some grape attack, and some baby happened of it, are you going to criticize the baby for the sins of the circumstances of how they were born? Or are you going to try to support them more than, we should be supporting children throughout their entire lives. I don't care if they're an 80-year-old, they're still a child and you should still support them at 80 years old. Like, we don't know how to support each other as a species and we fail left and right.
Yes,
Our
and
bad
it's
parenting
designed that
creates all
way,
these
Sage.
societal problems and it creates
Sage,
all
it's
these negative
designed that.
feedback loops.
Sage, it's designed that way by our maker. It's all
Oh, well
doggy.
then I'm just editing God's code. I'm the hacker.
It's all designed that way by our beautiful God. We're all
Wait,
actually.
but let me just ask you this question though. They're not taking care of the people who currently exist. There's plenty of homeless people. There are people who don't have food.
Yep,
So,
exactly.
so what makes you think that they're going to take care of the people, of the new children that you would bring into existence?
It's more of a an idealism philosophy than idealism than a philosophy that is going to work 100% in a great manner in the actual practical world. I recognize that this ideology I have, there's going to be a shit ton of humans that are just going to throw it away, and even more of them, it's just not going to click with them. It's like it's such a basic thing to tell another parent, take care of your child, that they're not going to realize the full implications of that.
Right. So you're basically going to create children and this hope for the best. Like, well, I hope
No.
the
I'm wanting
system
to
takes
create
care of them.
I'm basically wanting to create an educational movement for all those that are already here, to where we recognize that if we are creating more life on this planet, we need to fix these societal problems. We need to fix all these systemic evils. We need to get rid of all these things that get rid of the agency of children without protecting them. We need to get rid of these things that oh, you're a genius but you don't have the accreditation. We need to find other ways of accrediting them. We need to find better, healthier ways to heal all of society. And healing all of society starts from the ground up, starts with the
Good luck
children.
with that.
Like
Good luck with
There's
that.
a problem with that, though. The problem is that the human species has existed for like what, 1 million years, and nobody has able no one has ever been able to create the type of society that you're talking about. So I'm not sure why you would think that you can procreate and then this is magically going to happen and your child is actually going to have a
Oh
good.
no, I don't think it's magically going to happen. I don't even think it's going to happen. But if I live my life by those ideals of being a parent that actually 100% looks at every single angle of the psychology, the spiritual element, the language element, just every single little thing gives the child patience and love and every avenue of possibility to grow and thrive in life. It's all about getting the human species out of this state of survival and into the state of thriving,
But
because
say,
our species is just surviving right now.
What
say,
And
about
I want us to fucking get past surviving. I want us to
say,
actually live.
what
say.
about the fact that your children will die? Is it fair to impose a death sentence on to a non-consenting human being?
Wait, what?
What about the fact that your children are going to die? Is it fair to impose a death sentence onto a non-consenting human being?
Well, we don't understand what life or death is. Like, fucking, for all we know, pre-existence is death, and or for all we know, pre-existence they still are alive. Like, we have no fucking clue what any of that really is. So, to make assumptions that it's a negative thing, it's just, I'm trying to get rid of biases on all sides, on the positive and the negative.
Right. So this is basically just crawling back into mysticism to say, oh well, we don't know that people won't suffer if they're not brought into existence. Because they may actually be suffering as a non-entity, and we don't know what's actually happening to them.
True. Yes, exactly.
Why, like, why would you defer to mysticism when you know that there are people on Earth who actually are suffering, and you're imagining that a non-entity is suffering?
Okay, now you're confusing me. We're talking about sort of two different thought experiments. It seems like you're trying to merge them together.
No, you're saying that if the person doesn't exist, that they still might experience suffering anyway. And it's just like, that's mysticism. That's not based on science. It's not based on anything. It's just a what if. But you would justify procreation for a person who actually is going to suffer, who you know is going to suffer. Why would you justify that based on a potential that a non-entity could still suffer?
Well, first of all, when it comes to the suffering of people already here, we don't know the quantity of suffering they're experiencing. To remove all suffering, that actually seems like that seems like pushing suffering out there in the universe to me.
It doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter the quantity of their suffering. All
Is that
suffering is
Seeker? Fuck, I'm gonna kick him if it's not Seeker, but it says authenticated by YouTube and everything, and we've seen him before. Is that you, Seeker?
Yo, yo, yo.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, man. Good to hear from you, bro.
right?
Let me make sure. Can you hear me pretty good or what?
I can hear you pretty well.
Okay. Yeah, it's just the Bluetooth. Sometimes this Bluetooth headset, it gives me a problem, man. Yeah, I didn't. I just clicked on the YouTube, so I don't even know what you guys are talking about. Don't mind me. You guys continue. Don't mind me.
Sage is having a breakdown. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm having a breakdown because I'm
Sage
not
is
an
having a
anti-natalist
breakdown.
or a natalist, and that means that I must be a natalist.
Sage has lost
Right. What's that, Chick B? What's that?
Hello. But Sage has gone crackers, completely mental.
Oh, he's got, yeah. Well, hey, ain't we all, right? Like, think about it, Chickpea. I was watching a video yesterday, Chickpea, and the guy goes like this. He says to everybody, right? The smartest people are like, he goes like this. He says Einstein in his time, to everybody, he was nuts. Can you believe that? In Einstein's time, he was deemed as a cuckoo and crazy and
yes.
That's funny. He's still nuts to me.
Right. But this is what I'm
like,
saying,
dude,
right?
you didn't go far enough, and you went the wrong ways in other directions. My God, you're boring.
Exactly, right? But this is what I'm saying. The guy was saying in the video, if they call you weird, then be glad because the weird ones are considered the intelligent ones. You know what I mean? Everybody, if you're not weird, you're stuck in the matrix, right? Because you're doing what the matrix is telling you to do.
Right.
Ultimately, you know what I mean? So that's the way I look at it. So let them, Chickpea, let them
Don't
be
listen
weird
to the
and cuckoo.
Maya. The Maya is bullshit.
Well, then I'm the
Right.
stupid one for being totally the opposite.
Man, you know what I was just thinking about right now before I clicked on this channel? I was just literally thinking about how the Christ, Jesus, woke up one day, realized that he was tapped in. This guy was tapped. He's not the Father, right? Nobody is the Father, but he was tapped in and just said, look, man, I'm going to go around telling people how to tap in, like, especially at that time. And like I drove by a church, like this guy was so iconic in his time that they created warships around him. You know what I mean? That's how iconic he is.
For
And I was just thinking about it. Like I was like, am I supposed to do that? Because they go like this. Hey guys, listen. They say a prophet is not loved in his hometown. He has to go out. He has to leave it. That's why
I
Jesus
hate my
left.
hometown so much. I've been
Yeah.
telling Chickpea and Life Abolitionist the past hour, this place
Yeah.
fucking sucks.
Facts.
And he
Facts.
wants to bring a baby into it, Matrix.
But you know what's weird though? I just find it interesting how we all live in these towns that have like a cloud over them. Like I feel like that's where prophets are born and made, are through grinding in the iron. Like that's how it's made. You got to go through that grind. You know what I'm saying? Like you burn, like the what do you call it? A locksmith. What does he do? Or sorry, what you would call? Help me out here. What kind of smith is it that welds metals together? What kind of smith is that?
Oh,
A blacksmith.
a welder or a blacksmith?
No, a blacksmith.
Yeah.
Right, a blacksmith. I'm trying to articulate the sense, but I'm having a hard time. Just as far as you like burning up the metal, and that's how you weld it, right? So it's like you really got to put people like us in these rough, harsh, unwelcoming environments. And I was talking to Life yesterday or the other day, Life, and I told Life, I said, bro, you're like identical to me. Everything you're going through and been through, I've been through it, bro. I know what it's like, 1,000%. I know what it's like to be around people that are just in their own bubble, but they want you to care about them, right? And it's just like, I mean, at the end of the day, we all found each other, which is just like that's. I give gratitude to the universe for that. That it's like, no, there are others out there like us that are willing to say, hey, look, you're not nuts. You're not nuts. The world is trying to tell you you're nuts. Like, look at Neo. If Neo would have never found Morpheus and all these guys, he would have went nuts. Especially at that time. Like I know, but I'm just like,
dude,
I'm serious.
I want to see that film. I want to see the film where fucking Mr. Anderson just starts losing his sanity. That sounds like a fun offshoot.
Right. But he ends up doing it. If you remember, in the last one and the third one, Mr. Agent Smith really starts losing it. He's like, why, Mr. Anderson? Why do you keep
Yeah.
fighting? Why do you insist?
Yeah, I
Right?
remember that.
And really, what
God,
is
I need to
that?
watch
Like,
those again soon.
but just think about it. What is that? That's the devil telling you, man, why are you getting off the ground again? Stay down, give up. That's what the devil does. See, it's okay. It's okay to fuck up a million times,
For
but you
reals.
just gotta keep getting up. That's what it is.
Be
Like
like
I've
Rock
had
Lee and Naruto, bruh. Have that resiliency, man. Like, get the living
facts.
shit beat out of you, have your arm fucking broken and shit, and still get the fuck up again and again and
Ex-
again.
I'm confused.
exa-
I'm thoroughly.
exactly.
You
Huh?
can.
What's that life?
I'm thoroughly confused. You can continue fighting all you want and get up all you want, but what about the non-consenting human being who never chose to play this game in the first place? Like,
No, you
why?
did.
You mean like
No, you're
me?
wrong. No, life, you're wrong. Life, you're wrong. Life, just think about it, bro. Think about it, bro. Because look, what I'm gonna tell you is, right? Let's just for Pete's sake, let's say your life is tougher than mine. You know what I say to you? I envy you. Because for some reason your soul chose to take tougher tasks than mine. So I envy you.
Yeah,
I
you do
envy you.
get more wisdom with the tougher paths, it seems.
No, I
Yeah.
didn't choose this. That's I didn't choose this, and I wouldn't have chosen this.
No, you did. No, you did. You gotta look within. You got to look within life. Life, I'm going to tell you this, bro. I don't have the answers. You have the answers. You got to look within. I can't tell you who you are. Only you can tell yourself who you are. The saying is, if you don't know who you are, the world will tell you who you are. And trust me, bro, 10 times out of 10 times, they give you a shitty narration of who you are because they're never accurate. They're
Oh,
never
yeah.
accurate about who you are, bro. Like, look at it this way, bro. What do I know about sitting here and telling you, hey, life, man, just from talking to you for 2 minutes, bro, I think you should become a cop, bro. I think you should apply and be a police officer. You might take that advice. Don't know, hear me out. He might take that advice, but that's bullshit advice.
Yeah.
That's garbage advice. I can't tell him what to do. Only he knows what he's got to do.
Right?
Dude, it's also shitty advice. When you say people can be what they want to be, but they can't choose to be non-existent because their parents force them to exist.
No. You're wrong. Listen. Let me tell you something. Check this out, life. I'm going to share something with you from the bottom of my heart, and you can take it how you are. When my mom birthed me 31 years ago, she actually wasn't able to have children. She wasn't. I'm not even lying, bro. She's told me the story a million times. She said a prayer, and even the doctor was like, I don't know what the fuck happened, but this doesn't make any sense. You're not supposed to have a child. For whatever reason, right? Like at the end of the day, there's a reason why I went through what I went through, because it's just like my body was technically not supposed to be here in a way, right? But for whatever reason, I chose to say, you know what? Fuck it. Let me take this task on. Let me see what it's going to bring and whatever. And when I dig real deep, I know I picked those two parents. I know I did. I know they sat there and said, look, are you willing to go and help these two people? Because I know my parents need me to help them figure things out, right? And I'm just slowly learning that, and I'm slowly trying to tell them, like, look, here's some of the answers I have for you guys. But all you got to do is really look within. It's not going to take a day or two. It's going to take how long you need. And that's honest to God, bro.
Looked within, and I decided that I didn't choose this existence. My parents forced me to exist, and that is my conclusion from looking within.
You're not looking within, my friend. That's not looking within. That's not looking within. Because
It's looking
you're
within, it's just not looking within deep enough. You need to
no, you
dive
don't have
deeper
to
and
look in
deeper.
deep enough. It's not about deep enough. You don't want to give yourself a headache, but you want to be okay. Look, life. This is how I'm going to explain it to you, right? Frequency and consciousness. How do I describe it? Everybody talks about it. Well, okay, Mr. Escape the Matrix. Why don't you describe to us what it means? Okay, I'll describe it what it means, right? Just like waves. You know, waves on an ocean? That's what consciousness is. They're kind of like a wave on a wave on a wave. And it never ends. It never ends. Plato talks about the cave To escape one cave is not the end all be all. You
Yeah, you just
escape
find yourself in another cave.
and another
Yep,
cave and another cave and another cave and kind of like
exactly.
those
Yeah,
what
for
are
what
those?
The Russian
purpose?
nesting
But hold
dolls.
on, but let me make my point. Hold on, let me make my point. Kind of like those Chinese dolls, where
Yeah,
the
the
breeding
Russian
dolls,
nesting dolls.
the breeding dolls, where you open it up and you open it up, you open it
Russian
up.
dolls make sense.
Anyways, sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, the
Russian dolls,
Russian
my apologies. Anywho, the point I'm trying to get at is consciousness is never ending. So when you tell me you looked within, this is what I'm trying to tell you. Consciousness are waves, like an ocean, wave on a wave on a wave. To really dig deep within, you got to grab your surfboard and pick a consciousness, a frequency, and when you ride it, you ride it with a genuine heart, right? Not talking about no. I really did touch the water and I didn't feel nothing. No, that's not what I'm talking about, bro. You didn't put the lenses on. You got to relax. That's the first thing you got to do. You got to relax, and let the universe do its magic. If you are genuine, it's going to be genuine back to you. Look,
Right.
bro, if you pray to the universe and you go like this, hey God, I fear you all day and I'm scared of you. Universe will say, okay, cool, keep being scared of me, keep worshiping me. But if you sit here and say, you know what, universe, you are so great, I can't believe everything you've done to me. You've opened up my eyes, you've given me wisdom, you've given me life. This is all beautiful. I am glad. You constantly give me money. I welcome money. And you talk like this, bro. You know, the universe is going to smile at you and it's going to say, wow, this guy shows gratitude. Okay, we'll keep giving him more.
For
Now,
real.
I'm not saying you're not in a position to be upset like you are. But life, you notice how the people that get a lot of reward, they're not always the best people. They're not always genuine. They're not like you. I'll tell you this, you ain't rich for a reason. You know why you ain't rich? Because you don't go around screwing people over. That's your fucking problem. That's your problem, life. But this is what I'm trying to get at, bro. People get to where they are because they're tapped into their frequency and the universe obeys that. But when
Okay,
you want to be,
when
but
do
when
I
you want to be, going. My fault. Going.
okay, so I'm sterilized. I'm homosexual. I don't have sex with women. Based on my circumstances, how can someone choose? How can my children choose to exist without me having sex with a woman and not? So you're saying that even though I'm sterilized, even though I don't have sex with women,
Uh-huh.
children can still choose to exist without my participation?
Yeah.
But okay. Can you one sec? Can you go deeper? I'm not following you. You're saying you're homosexual. I'm following you. But what's the children have to do with this? I'm
No,
not
no,
understanding.
saying that
Go on.
they chose to exist, that it's not, they don't exist because of their parents. So I'm asking you, how can my phantom children choose to exist without my participation? Or do I actually have to have sex with the woman and actually impregnate her?
What
I mean,
children are you talking about? Wait, well, hold on.
dude,
I want
the
to.
system could, the
No,
government
I want to
systems
answer.
could change and
I,
fucking
you're
be
saying that
forcing gays to fucking procreate, and they wouldn't
But
even
no, no.
have
But
to
let me.
have you
But let me
having
answer
sex
him.
with women.
you are saying
But let me answer him. But what children though? Do you mean biological kids that you would have with a female or adopted children?
I'm talking about biological children. You said that our souls chose to exist.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
asking you, how can a soul choose to exist without a parent actually procreating? Because if
Okay.
saying is true, then I should have about 10 children, even though I'm sterilized.
No, no. So okay. So I'll answer your question, right? So obviously we know just through biology, right? Like this is just the facts are the facts, right? In order for a child to be born, man, penis enters vagina. Don't care how you look at it. I don't give a shit. That's how a child's born, right? So when that baby is born, up in whatever realm it is, whether it's the astral realm, the heaven realm, whatever, where these souls are, they choose to come down to that child. Just like you. Now, obviously, your parents were straight men, straight women, right? And they've had you, and you chose to come down. But you, whether you're going to have kids with a female or not, that like whether you do or not, right? Then if you do, then a soul will come down into that child. But you don't have any kids. So you haven't brought any souls into this world.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is that, you
Yeah.
know, our
Why can't these
technology with
souls, why can't these
procreating is
souls,
advancing so much. I wouldn't be surprised if they could, you know, have sterilized people procreate, you know, grab some stem cell and stick it in some
Right.
embryo and shit. So it's like, it's not like
Yeah.
this thing where, you know, that just because you're gay and sterilized, that for all eternity, this is just the end result answer, you know?
hey, why 10 children though? Because you're saying that these souls can choose to exist without me having sex. I'm not understand. Like,
No, that's not what I. No, no, you're not. No, life. You're not understanding. A soul. Okay, souls are already out there, right? Whether it's reincarnation or whether they're just waiting to enter a body. So just hear me out. This isn't complicated, bro. Right? Souls are out there. Like my soul's always been out there, right? And when a new human body is born, a soul chooses to come down and enter that body. So if a gay guy and another gay guy are not able to have a child, then I don't understand what you're asking me. It's not relevant. Like, yeah, you guys don't have a child, and there's no soul entering that child. That's correct.
then
This
what
is
happens?
just,
Then what
huh?
happens to souls?
What happens to what?
If they don't procreate, what happens to those souls?
Those souls are just ultimately out there awaiting to enter bodies. That's all they're
Right? They're
doing.
just waiting.
That's all they're,
Choice
They're
huh?
in the
then.
queue line.
Then that means that the parents still chose to bring them to existence because it's because
No,
of this.
no, 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 no. That's not what I believe. Life. This is what I believe. Okay, check this out. Check this out. Right. Your first ever heartbreak, the first guy you ever got into a fight with, the coworkers that were always out to get you, you know, the people that were racist to you, everybody that's ever come in contact with you, you and them have already, prior to you entering this body, have already understood these contracts and were completely okay to come in and live them out. Now, you don't know it 100% like that, because then it's obviously going to make the game a little boring because you already know the game. But you know the very first time you ever played any video game that you didn't cheat, you didn't know about it. Like the very first time you played Super Mario, you didn't play it at your friend's house, it was at your house, right? You played it, you didn't know how the level would go. That is the most authentic way ever. You're like, oh shit, like, you know, look at this tunnel. Like, oh shit, I fucking tripped over the tunnel. I fell down, blah, 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 whatever. Right? That's like how your life is going. That's how all our lives are going. But what I'm saying is, prior to that, the soul already knew these obstacles, and it's like, so the fuck what? Like, a human thinks these obstacles mean shit. They don't. But part of the body, part of the carnal mind, when you intake this pain and suffering and all of that, the soul is able to obtain it. It's able to obtain some of these, and that's why we call it soul strengthening. You came down here to strengthen the soul more and more and more. Like if you ever watch the movie Defending Your Life, he tells the guy, he's like, that's the whole purpose of this, is to keep going forward, to get stronger and keep going forward, because it's consciousness. Souls are consciousness. Like, bro, let me put it to you this way, right? Let me put it to you this way. Does this not blow your mind, life? I would get a download. Now, you might not think it's a download. You're going to think the carnal mind is able to abstract it. Whatever. That's how you feel. I feel elsewhere. But how is it that I receive a download, and then like a day later, I'll watch one of these content creators, and he says literally the exact same shit that I received, and I didn't share this with anybody. So how is it that he got the exact same download as me? What am I
That's just
getting
the
at here?
hive mind, bro. That's
No,
the
no, but
collective unconscious, the
right, but
collective
this
conscious.
what I'm telling life. This what I'm telling life. Our minds, like these thoughts are not what you think they are. These thoughts are flowing everywhere, and they download to any mind they
Yeah.
want to. Like
Yeah,
they're
they're not in
everywhere, bro.
isolation. They're living things.
Right,
This
exactly.
exist right now. I don't want to exist. What am I supposed to do to no longer exist?
Okay, so this is what I'm
Get
going to
into
tell
some
you. This
Buddhism,
is what I'm going
bro.
to tell you. No. This is what I'm going to tell you. Right hand to God, life. Hear me out, right? Life is not easy. It's definitely not. Like this video game ain't, bro. Listen, how the
No,
fuck can
that's
I
why I
tell?
want to exist.
Hear me out. Hear me out. What's
Easy.
that?
I want to exist.
It's what?
Stoicism and Buddhism for
Dude,
people
the
in
You
your
said
question
position.
is hard
you're
is not.
cutting out. You're cutting out, Life. You kind of keep cutting in and out. Say it again.
It's not about whether life is easy or hard. It's about the fact that I don't want to exist. How do I no longer exist? If this was my choice, then how do I choose to no longer exist?
Okay, but this is what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to get to my point. Just hear me out, right? So I'm saying life in general is tough. It's never easy. It's tough. And especially I don't think people that have been spoon fed their entire lives should be going around telling people who have it tough that, hey man, it's all good, blah, blah, blah. See, I can give people advice because I was born in a third world country. So I definitely know what it's like. And thank God I've been around everybody. I've got to experience everything. So I'm going to get to my point, okay? Forget about the bio introduction. So what am I getting at here? I believe that negative thoughts, where any thought where it says your life sucks or I don't want to live or life is meaningless, all of that, I believe, just like how I said consciously we receive downloads, I believe I believe you're getting these downloads from a low vibrational frequency. Some might call it the devil. I'm not naming it nothing. See, I'm not getting into the whole thing about some red figure with horns and a fucking pick stick. That's what religion paints it out to be. But that type of frequency, 1,000% exists. Because I'll tell you this, bro. Every time I try crawling to the light, that frequency, whatever you want to call it, I don't care, comes running up out of nowhere. And it always tells me, hey, man, you remember that time you did this? You remember that time you did that? You remember that mistake? You remember this? Where is that frequency coming from? And then the second I do some gratitudes and I'm like, look, hey, universe, I'm grateful that I came here to learn lessons, that I'm just like anybody. We're all one conscience. We're trying to expand. We're trying to do the best. I'm grateful. That negative energy goes away immediately, right? People get into religion so what am I getting at? Let me land the plane. I don't believe that you don't really want to exist. I believe you are a battery vessel, just like I'm a battery vessel. I believe, bro, listen, check this out.
That is
I
very
believe,
aggressive that you're telling me I don't know what I actually want.
hear me out, bro. Hear me out. This is what I'm trying to tell you. I believe you are great for this world in your gifts, in your superpowers that you genuinely have. But I believe, just like a bunch of us, you are haunted by these negative energies. Some call them demons. I don't care what people call them. You see, it never ends. There's no absolute truth. There's no absolute truth. You can call them, psychology will call them negative thoughts. I will call them negative energies. Religion will call them demons. Whatever you want to call them. But that's what I believe you are experiencing. And
So
the reason I'm showing you love is because I know what you're going through. And I'm telling you there's light. There's light at the end of the tunnel.
you're not
Trust me,
answering
bro.
the question.
I
That's
was
not
next.
what I
No,
asked.
I'm answering your question. I am.
Why?
I'm telling you, I don't believe that you don't want to exist.
That's
I
not
don't
what.
believe that you don't want to exist. I don't believe you.
Dude, you
That's
need a
what I'm telling
temporal
you.
element. Dude, you need to add the
That's
temporal
the,
element or
that
it's
is
just
not what I asked. What I Okay, assuming that I do know what I actually want and I'm not retarded and somebody else knows what I want more than I do, and that
I
I
didn't
ask.
say. I didn't call
see
you the
that's
R
where you
word.
need that's
I
why
didn't
you need
call
the
you the R
temporal
word.
element.
I didn't call you the R word. I didn't
So,
call you that.
assuming that I actually know that I don't want to exist, how do I choose to no longer exist?
Assuming that you genuinely know that you don't want to exist. That's what you're saying, right?
Right.
And I'm
Dude,
telling
have
you
a
that
few
I
really
don't
hard
believe that.
ego
I'm
deaths
telling you
and you will
that that is
see.
from. Here, let me answer. I'm telling you, I don't believe that. I believe you are getting downloads from low vibrational energies.
You're
Because,
gas.
bro,
You're gaslighting me.
no, I'm not gaslighting you. I'm not gaslighting you because I'm giving you props. Bro, what
You're,
I'm telling you is you are unique to this universe. You
you're,
are unique.
you're,
Everything about you is unique. Look at you, bro. You got
you're,
two eyes, you got
no,
two ears, you got a nose. Bro, you are intelligently designed. You
that
are
is.
intelligently.
You're telling
What
me
is?
that I don't know anything about myself or what I actually want.
You say it again, bro?
You're telling me that I don't know myself and I don't know what I actually want. See, this is not.
That's what
I,
I was saying,
No,
Matrix. You
because this
need
is
to
what I'm
add a
trying to tell you.
temporal
This is what I'm
element.
trying to tell. No, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna talk to my friend the way I talk. This is who I am. Just like he's the way he is. Just like you're the way you are. So hear me out, bro. Okay.
Is
I'm
change
I'm
not
being.
part of who we are, though,
Uh,
too?
it is. And when I get to where
And
I
that's what
get
I'm
to,
saying. Just work on the nonviolent
okay,
communication,
but
a little nuance.
just hear me out. Hear me
If
out.
you
Hear
just
me out.
add a temporal element, if you
He
say,
understands.
at the
I don't know what
moment,
that
you might
means. I
not
don't know
know
what
what
that
you
word
really
means. I don't know what
want.
that word means. I don't know what that word means. Just let me
Temporal
talk, right?
time. Time.
Okay, but
If you add
okay, I
time
don't know
to
what it
the
means.
conversation, to
I'm
how you
not gonna
talk to people.
articulate it the way everybody articulates it. This is how I talk.
Oh, no
This is
one
who I am.
articulates it that way.
Right,
That's why I'm advocating for it that
right. Okay,
way.
just let me
I'm
make
not
my
putting
point
any
to it.
judgment on you. I'm just saying
Right.
that we could all
It's
do
all good.
better.
Believe me, I'm not even focusing on that. I'm just trying to get to my point. So
For
this is what
sure.
I'm saying. This is what I'm saying to him, right? What, like, okay, psychology would deem you as somebody that's having right now just some sort of mental health crisis or
Right?
whatever
Some
they want to
clinical
label it.
depression.
Right, to life. I'm talking to life. They
this
would
is
label it as just
no,
hear me
no, no.
out, brother.
You're
Are,
being so disrespectful right now. I do not have a mental health crisis. I am perfectly fine, and I know that I don't want to exist. I don't think anybody else can tell me
He
what
didn't
I.
claim that you
Okay,
did.
I
He
didn't
didn't
say you
claim that you
did. I
did.
said psychology would. I said
Yep.
psychology would. Because this is what I'm trying to tell you, right? Psychology is different than spirituality. I'm not saying the two don't align. I'm not saying they don't align. But what is a psychologist going to tell you? A psychologist is not going to tell you this shit I'm telling you. They're not going to tell you that you are fucking awesome. That you came here to fucking fuck shit up the way you're gonna fuck shit up with whatever power you got. That's what I'm saying. Just listen to me, bro. I'm not the most articulate guy, so you gotta bear with me. Okay, you gotta bear with a guy like me, like I'm whatever I am. It
Can
is
we
what it is.
second?
Huh?
We need to step back for a second because it hasn't been established. There's been no proof provided that I actually have a soul. No proof
Yes,
whatsoever. Where's the proof that I have a soul? Can you prove that?
okay. This is what I'm gonna say to you, bro. This is what I'm gonna say to you, right? What yearns inside of you? What's that burning passion inside of you?
Can you prove that I have a soul?
I'm trying to answer you, bro. What burns inside of you? What's your passion?
No longer existing. That is my passion.
So you are awaiting to go to the next reality, correct?
There is no next reality. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I don't believe there's another
How do you
reality
know? How do you know there's no next reality?
because nobody has ever been able to prove it.
Yes, they have. People have
Nobody's
died and
proved that
came
there's
back.
oblivion either, though, by that logic.
People have died and came back and told they came to tell the tale.
I
So
asked you.
yes,
Well,
I
that's
asked
more
you.
near-death experiences, but I get your point.
Where is the proof that I have a soul?
I'm trying to get you to understand that you do, but you're not listening. I'm telling you, what is that burning yearn within you? See, you're not even listening to me, bro. You're not even
It's
listening to me.
it's not necessarily even a listening thing, though, Matrix. It's also a thing of cognitive science. If you look into 4E cognitive science, there's
I
there's
don't have.
procedural memory or
He keeps
procedural
breaking.
knowledge.
He keeps breaking
Procedural
up. By the way,
knowledge.
he keeps
What?
breaking up. His life's connection is. It keeps like breaking up. I don't hear him too good.
I don't have a. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
You
Now
don't
I'm
have a
starting to hear
what?
it. It's
You don't
breaking
have
up
a
a little
what?
bit.
Yeah, he's breaking up. That's what I'm telling you. You don't have a what?
I don't have a burning yearning.
Yes, you do. Everybody does. Like, for instance, this is what I'm telling you. You know how somebody comes in here and for whatever reason, since they were a kid, they got a passion for music. Some kids got a passion for numbers. You ever see a guy that's got a passion for like music, but their dad forces them to be a doctor? And halfway through, they end up getting a midlife crisis and they're like, this sucks. I'm a musician at heart. Then they go back to learning how to do the guitar or the piano or whatever, right? What I'm saying is you have that. I know you're being a little stubborn right now and you don't want to admit what your burning passion is, but you have that. Even if it means something as far as deciding tomorrow you want to be a fucking MMA fighter or a boxer or something, because something within you, you just can't articulate it. That's that soul, bro. That's what that is. That's not your brain. It's not your mind. It's not your carnal mind. It's that soul within you. And that's why it's like, look, bro, if somebody doesn't want to be a fucking doctor, instead they want to paint all day, that's what their soul yearns, right? And that's what I'm trying to explain to you. You know what you are. I can't tell you what you are, but you know what you are. Everybody's had that time where they didn't want to be alive because life sucks, right? But what I'm trying to tell you is if you focus too much on that, if you focus too much on that, you're going to keep harvesting that energy, bro. And what's the saying? Comparison is the thief of joy. And we are living in one of the worst comparison times. We are living in a time to where social media constantly compares one another. What do you call it? Dating nowadays has gone really, really bad. Dating has gone really, really bad because now everybody just compares their relationship. Like, for instance, somebody can get into a relationship and, and their lady might be talking to 10 other guys. And that's like very, very common nowadays, right? And it's just everybody's comparing each other. That's all it is. So, yeah, bro, I get it, bro. We're living in a tougher time. We really are. That's what I'm saying. You could take a minute to just breathe and say, holy shit, this isn't an easy time to live in. And that, that's what I'm trying to do, bro. That's
Jeez,
what I'm
my
trying to do.
goodness.
I'm trying to
Everybody's
give
so
you
sensitive lately. It's crazy, bruh.
but what I'm saying is we have to be understanding. It's okay.
I,
Sensitivity,
I am
sensitivity.
understanding. Yeah, I think you're going a little too fast for your own good, mate.
How am I going a little too fast? I'm trying to show love.
Oh no, you're showing love, and I see your truth. It hits me, man. I just you're going a little fast. Yeah, I could tell that you were overpowering the conversation a little bit. You know.
Well, I'm going with the way I'm going. Like, it is what it is, right? But I'm trying to help the brother out. The brother's obviously having a difficult time, and he's going to need what he needs from everybody on how they send their energies. I'm not
True.
going to sit here and send my energy the way you might do it or how somebody else do it, but this is how I send love to him. And I want him to know that he is just as important as any of the 8 billion on the planet, that his part is just as important, and he can help me grow as well. He
For
has
sure.
something that's going to help me. I don't know what it is.
I'm an equal opportunity offender. When I can criticize on both sides, I criticize on both sides. You know,
Oh, and of
he was a
course,
little
criticism is
sensitive.
needed.
He was a little sensitive. You were a little pushy. You know, if you both work on that, we'll all, as we're always trying to work on things.
Yeah,
You know, then things should go better in the future.
yeah. I mean, I have my days to where I come in and I'm more relaxed, and I'll talk every like 10 or 15 minutes, and I'll only say 3 words every 15 minutes. But that just depends on how that day went. Like,
Oh, I
some days
totally feel
more.
you with that, man.
Yeah,
New day,
yeah,
different person. You wake up a
yeah,
new
yeah.
you each day.
And the thing about me is, one thing about me is, I am very much not a boring person. Like, I have only 1,000 personalities. I'm very bipolar, very weird, very stubborn, but what I do have is, I do have love for all souls, because I know it's not easy to be a human being. I know it's not easy. It's never been easy. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful for all the things I've been through, because when I see others going, and others can go through different type of hardships, I could sit there and be like, oh shit, look at this human going through a tough thing. Like, am I able to help? Do they need my help? What can I
Okay,
do to help?
now
Like,
now I need to give sort of a little analogy, for
yeah,
life, because just that he was saying that, this is not love. This feels like I'm being assaulted, and then somebody's claiming that they chose to be assaulted. And I get where you're
yeah.
coming from, but this is where you got to understand the other sides of things too. Like, I do not, appreciate or respect, how Christian fundamentalists behave toward other people. But
Mm,
there really
church,
is there's this saying that
church.
there's no hate like Christian love, and it refers to these Christian fundamentalists, that
Right.
just shove their stuff down your throat
Right.
and this and that, but at
Oh,
the same
facts.
time, you have to understand where they're coming from. And they are psychologically tormented every second of the day, thinking that if they don't save everyone they know, that everyone's going to hell. And it's all like Christianity, their version of Christianity is so nihilistic and dark. So it's
Yeah.
just we all need to do better about trying to understand each other's point of views. Always.
No, we definitely do. We definitely do. But at the end of the day, we're all different souls, right?
True. Yep.
Okay, like for me, okay, let me see how
No, and that's
easy I
why
can make
boundaries
this.
are so
No,
important.
but this is what I'm
It's like
saying.
I,
For
I'm not going to criticize life for leaving. If he really had to
yeah,
leave. Like if
right.
he needs to maintain his boundaries, good for you, dude. Like that's good.
No, do what you got to do, right?
Yeah,
For a guy like
exactly.
me, it's just very simple, right? It's like born in a third world country, left that one to go to another third world country, and that one I'm not even going to tell you about what I experienced. And then you come here, it's like, listen, I'm going to be completely honest with you, bro. I've never ever in my life bitched about it, but I've experienced racism like I can't even tell you the numbers, and I swear to you that at that time I was more oblivious than a newborn baby. Not oblivious. I was more not oblivious. Sorry, what's the word? Naive. I
Yep.
was more
No.
naive than a newborn baby. And do you know why I was like that? Because when I go to these places, whether it's the workplace or whatever, I'm just trying to get ahead. And I know that you're going to have people that were brought up a certain way, or they're not as open-minded, or they're whatever. What am I getting at? Till this day, I am so grateful for everything I've been through, because the soul is now just like it's giggling like a little kid, like, holy shit, universe, like you've showed me a lot. You've let me live. This is
Hell
called being
yeah.
alive. I'm
Nice.
I'm alive, and I'm kind of like, okay, like what other lessons are there? But right now I'm like, look, I'm just being honest with you. I love the lessons, but right now I am at a stage to where I'm trying to manifest like a wealth to help out my family. I genuinely am, and
Are
I
you
know
talking
what the universe
physical wealth or like emotional
physical,
wealth
yeah,
or
right, physical, yeah, physical, because I've been getting into a lot of manifestation and law of attraction and abundance and gratitude and all that good stuff, and I love it, right? And
yeah?
that's really where I'm at. Like I'm not a like you could sit here and point the shoot the finger at me and say, hey, brown man, go back to your country. It's like, oh, I'll give you love back. It's all good, because that's not my frequency. My frequency is not about human psychology anymore. I'm grateful that I took a very deep love in learning about it and learning in philosophy. But right now, the type of time I'm on is really manifestation, and
Ah.
I'm gonna stick with that for quite some time, because it's working. Like I'm seeing the numbers every day. I'm seeing the patterns. The universe is really trolling me right now. I think
See,
I
I have a
told you,
hard
like,
time
you know,
manifesting like all you folks do because, I used to come from that background of, the chaos worshiper and give me knowledge now, Sophia, give it to me now. Like I was
right.
a straight up, like a heroin addict with how I treated Sophia, and how much I was begging for knowledge. And nowadays I'm like so just chilled down and relaxed and humbled my ass down. And I'm like, even asking for the reasonable things seems unreasonable. So like I'll only ask about the reasonable things, and everything else, even if it's something else that's reasonable, if it's not some needed thing that's inherent to the logos and dharma, then it's like I can't be bothered fucking dealing with it.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And I mean, for me, what's worked for me obviously might be different for you, right? Like it's a little different for everybody, right? Like what works for me might not work for you. Um, you
I
know,
think it's just
for
also partially due to the fact that my faith, requires me to actually appreciate the negative as much as the positive. So
oh,
it's
for
like
sure.
So it's like my faith, I'm like, okay, sure, I want to have good experiences in life, but I also want to fucking get sick and not feel good, and I want these things, like, and
Right.
yeah, it's the kind of shit that nobody fucking gets. They look at you like you're fucking insane, but it's like, dude, this is how you grow and like actually grow. Like,
Exactly.
I'm not some, freaking, pain seeker, I'm not like wanting pain on myself to get pleasure out of it. I haven't warped it in that weird way, but it's different. It's more, it's less of a body pain turning into pleasure hedonism, more of like a philosophical aestheticism,
Right.
let's find limit it down to the few things that truly matter.
Yeah. Yeah. No. No. Absolutely. Yeah. And it's what was I gonna say? It's like see the pain. A lot of people obviously don't want to feel the pain because the pain it's tough, right? It's very
Yep.
tough
Oh yeah.
to feel it, and you can even make the argument we try and run away from the pain or whatever. But it's very good because even just talking to you, right? Like I know you're a man of wisdom yourself, just like me. You acquire wisdom, like we're wisdom acquirers type of thing, and it's just like that's why, like I say, what I preach to anybody, like what I've been preaching lately. Not that preaching is the way or whatever, but it's just like just go
It's
with
just a
what the
different
soul
format
yearns.
of pedagogy.
Yeah, yeah,
Nothing to fucking prop up or prop down.
right,
It's
right,
just like fucking saying that, an audio book versus an essay. Like if they got comparable material, well, different people vibe with different things.
right, exactly, yeah. But I mean, for me, again, like what I say is just like, look, just go with what the soul wants. Go with what the soul came here to do, because only you know when you look within. Only you're gonna be able to really communicate within and understand within and say, hey, this is what the soul wants. I can't tell, right? And so again, with the brother life, nothing but love, nothing but love, right?
Yeah,
For
no, same
for
here.
for
Like he wrote this comment, I'm not sensitive, I just didn't feel like I received any answers to my questions. And it's like, sensitive seems to be such a trigger word for everybody nowadays. And, there's such a thing as highly sensitive person. There's things of autism, neurodiversity, all sorts of things. Like this, it seems to me it's like that generational, that intergenerational trauma of, we have these hyper masculine cowboys pushing toxic stoicism, not the healthy stoicism, but the toxic kind, like
right,
there's
right,
it's like everybody's sensitive at certain points in their life, and we can be just it's not necessarily a bad thing, especially if you're sensitive and you're aware of your sensitivities. That gives you more awareness, more avenue for growth. So it can actually be a power, not a detriment. So
right.
and fuck, it was funny the other day. There was a big old fucking thing with Yurf was in here with MD Zombie or whatever, American Zombie, and they were getting in this whole fucking like it was turning into the fucking View
Ow.
on this channel. My goodness, it was just a chaotic fucking
Yeah,
gossipy fight between lots of people, and I was just like literally at the end of the fucking session, I had some actual heartburn. I'm like, I'm not gonna like people like some people would give me shit that I have heartburn. Like my fucking narcissistic dad, you'd be like, wow, are you such a pussy? You can't handle listening to people without having to take some Tums. But it's like,
hmm,
this is real shit. This is life. Our bodies react to stress, different things happen, our minds react to thoughts, like it's a
oh
fucking
yeah,
chaotic lava lamp.
yep, yep. And I mean, it's just like, but I really like American Zombie, man. He's that's a very good channel right there, a
Oh no,
hundred
I like
percent.
some of his shit too. It was funny. The first day he came on when everyone was fighting, I was really vibing with this shit. Like, and I'm like, man, of course I'm always vibing with the one person getting fucking attacked and shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It
Oh
always
yeah.
makes
Yeah.
it. It's like I don't want to have this social media troll dynamics, but I always feel like this is like the South Park Trevor's axiom, and I'm like the type C, like one person says something controversial, the other person attacks, and I'm the third person that attacks the other person,
Right.
It's
Right.
like fucking annoying. And I
Yep.
don't know, it was just fucking interesting shit because his first that first time he was on, he was talking some really interesting shit with what he was talking about evolution and that it seems like a lot of it's bullshit and that it maybe even some of it's bad faith and done on purpose,
Hmm.
but then the next one he was on, man, he was like talking 9/11 conspiracy theories. And my God, I'm just like, oh my God, I feel like we're talking about 30-year-old bullshit. My goodness, we can't talk about anything new and interesting.
Right, right. Sorry, I'm
So he's an
typing some.
interesting guy for sure.
Yeah, no, I really like. I believe the same things he really believes. You know what I mean? Like we're kind of similar.
Yeah.
Which is why like I really vibe with him. But yeah, no, he's a really cool dude. I've been on his panel a bunch of times. Um,
Oh, that's cool.
you
You've
know,
gone on to like he does a StreamYard on his channel or something, and you've
oh
joined
yeah,
on
yeah,
on
he
his.
does. He does one almost like almost every night. Almost,
Oh, for
I
sure.
want
I'll
to
have to
say.
check out his channel then.
Oh, he's yeah, you'll like it, bro. So if
Yeah,
you
I
just
didn't even
put
know he had a creator channel.
what happened was when he first came on here, we're like shooting the shit, and I'm like, hey man, like, I'm like, I vibe with you, right? And so he gave me his channel name. He's like, okay, this is it. Like, if you want to subscribe. So, but yeah, that's when I subbed. Sorry, I'm just oh, shoot, okay, so I gotta make sorry, I'm going through like my credit card thing, and it's like you ever go through it and you're like, ouch, I owe some serious money. You ever do one of those?
Nope, never
Ouch.
had a credit card.
Really?
Nope.
Oh, well, that's good.
I know apparently my credit's the only good credit in the family and it just keeps getting higher. And I'm laughing my ass off. I'm like, okay, I'm going to have a social credit score that's going to be like shit. And then a social score that's high, a credit score that's high as fuck. And nobody's going to be able to figure out shit.
Yeah.
Fucking A.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I gotta pay. I didn't know I owe that much. Jesus. Okay. Sorry, I'm just going through while I'm talking to you, but yeah, it's um
Yeah, keep a track of those interest rates and shit, bro. Don't let those fucking spike and sneak up on you.
yeah, 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 exactly. Yeah, yeah. So stuff doesn't add up here. Yeah, I mean sometimes they like to just kind of hit you with a big bang. Um
JE asked
so-
if you would link his channel in the comment section here.
yeah, 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 I will. Just give me one quick sec because I'm something's off about the banking here. Whatever, man. Just to shut them up, I'll give them the 200 they're begging for. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Give me 1 second. I'll put it in.
For sure.
1 sec. Sorry. Yeah, it's been. You know what, man? Like, dude, now like like fucking the inflation is just so horrible now that I'm literally like making these decisions that I wasn't making back then. Where it's like, should I get the bread that I really like or the fucking or the $2 bread? Like, it's just like, man, I didn't think it would get to this, right? So, um,
Oh my God, I'm
yeah,
so glad that I've been fucking aware of how I shop for the past few years now. It's funny as shit. I'm on Snap and my mom keeps going, how the fuck are you the only one that spends good at shopping? All of us, like, it's so expensive when any of us shop. Whenever you shop, we get out of the store and it's like, oh wow, that was $80 and that was like an entire week's worth of food.
yeah, right, 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 yeah,
It's like,
uh,
fuck, I've been on fucking Snap for years. I've learned not to buy the bougie fucking products.
right, right, right,
Especially since they're just making more of them and more of them and they're just turning into fucking absurd shit. I will
yeah.
never forget the day I went to the store and I found flaming hot cotton candy.
Flaming hot con candy, you said?
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. I think I've had the candy like that. It's like those like they're like balls kind of. They're like hot and sweet at the same time.
Oh yeah, it sounds like those like red cinnamon, or not cinnamon. Those
Yeah,
yeah, no, those are cinnamon. I think those like red cinnamon, like spicy, like candies.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. One of those. Yeah, yeah.
Huh.
Sorry,
here.
Serge. Keep cooking. I'm just doing.
Yeah. Escape the Matrix is doing his thing. I'm gonna post the link to my channel, my creator channel, if anyone's interested.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, it uses the Finding Gnosis thing.
November. Hold on. 9/16.
Oh, look at that. DNW is trying to prop up my show for me. Fucking StreamYard. Funny shit. Oh. Interesting. Fuck, my ADHD's hitting me for a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what it was. Fuck, I need to find that. Fuck, I was working on a perfect ambiance video last night, but the fucking bullshit software that comes with a PC fucking is refusing to work for me. Free alternative to Chip Champ or Clip Champ. That shit sucks. Holy shit. Only 39 minutes of the Culture Hustle sale going on. Good stuff. Can't believe that Culture Hustle is still such an unknown art supply.
Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Oh, thanks, JE. Appreciate the subscription. For sure. A good stream, but some interesting energy today, that's for sure. uh, fucking A, I need to get this computer situation fixed. Got to play me some Time Splitters Rewind. Fucking crazy. Bullshit graphics card stuff. All right. What do we got here? Trying not to leave it so quiet. Trying to see if I could find some random little fun thing to talk on. I swear though, the random fun things to talk on are devolving into BuzzFeed articles that lose all coherence. And then it's just not fun. At that point, we just be starting speaking skibidi skibidi skibidi. You know, skibidi skibidi skibidi. You know, that ain't fun. Interesting. Oh, it's fucking hilarious. Everyone left me out by my lonesome. Oh shit, I need to find that again. That's actually. I'm glad I remembered that. Fucking tabs disappearing. The computers don't like me anymore. I got 12 gigabytes of RAM and they're still like, fuck you. You have like fucking 100 tabs open. Well, that's why I have 12 gigabytes of fucking RAM. Fucking A. Modern user interfaces and OSs being so goddamn full of bloat. It's all bloatware. That's all it is now. What the fuck was I looking up? Damn. Fucking Agnolia. Lost it. Hmm. Oh, it's beautiful. Individualism is a mess. My goodness, I love enjoying that stuff, but there's no that stuff. That's snuff. That's what it is. It's that snuff. Love enjoying that nasal snuff, but ain't nobody to share that with. Ain't nobody to have a little sort of community. Fuck, there used to be sort of a nasal snuff community, but that shit, I swear to God, that shit's gone to crap since COVID. Just full of conservative old farts talking politics now. No old wise men talking philosophy and, sitting by the fireplace all chill and cozy. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Well, shit, I'm gonna give it 5 to 10 minutes, and if no one's back in 10 minutes, I think I might end it. Because I just don't have that right kind of energy for being the full-on host and entertainer. Got a little bit of that, what's it called? Emotional, what's it called? Emotional hangover from Thanksgiving. I didn't even need to eat or drink any booze. I still got a hangover. Yep. That was sort of interesting, though. Totally random bunny, totally random ADHD, but fucking A. Have you? Oh, let's do a 24-hour stream. Oh my God, JE. I don't even know if you could do that though. I heard that StreamYard cuts out after 14 hours. Because like fucking A, Hazel and me have kept it going on for on after DNW's left a few times now where we've kept the stream going. It's 10 hours right now this stream, but we've got it gone up to 14, 16 hours. I think we got it to like 17 hours at one point, and and we looked at the YouTube and it was like, oh, it only shows 14 hours, and we did it for 17. So I think there's a cutoff to the StreamYard. Although I don't know if it's like a paid version or an unpaid version. Like maybe you could pay a paid version or a paid premium version and get that. Who knows? What? 17 hours isn't long enough for you? Too short? Too long? I'm glad you found that entertaining, JE. Yeah, we need to get the Matrix back on, if anything, just to get that link to the too short. Oh my goodness.
Hey, so I just got back in my place. I'm here now.
For
Uh,
sure.
yeah, let me disconnect the data, and it might kick me out. If it kicks me out, can you let me back in?
Yeah, no, I should be able to do that.
Okay, let me see here. Okay. I guess I'm still in, right?
Yeah, you're still in.
Did it kick me out?
You're still here right now. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Yep. Yeah, I can hear you. So it didn't
Oh
kick
my
me out, right?
God, I just realized whoever would have thought that StreamYard and all these freaking teleconference things and stuff would have just turned into the ultimate Verizon commercial. Like seriously, every one of us, like in every stream and every channel, there's always somebody going, "Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Or can you hear me now?"
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
That's hella fucking funny, man. But yet T-Mobile took it over, and now Verizon's like not as good or some shit.
Yeah. Um,
That's
but yeah,
funny.
let me see if I could. You know what? What I'm gonna probably have to do is I'm probably gonna have to give you his channel, and you're gonna have to do it. The reason is the only way the only way somebody can drop a link is if they have a wrench.
Okay,
Like
here,
like
yeah, I should probably be able to do that. Let me just look it up,
yeah.
maybe. You know
No,
the
no, I
the
got it.
channel
I got it.
name?
I'll give it to you right now. Give me 1 second. I'm
Yeah.
gonna copy it. Visit channel. Copy the link. Here it is. So I'm gonna put it in the private chat for you. And then, because you have a wrench, don't you, on here?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, there. I put it. Because see, I'll try and type it in our chat, and you guys let me know if it comes up. See, I just typed it in the chat. Does it come up in the chat or no?
It's I just copied it in the private chat. I don't see it in the chat right here.
Yeah, see, because you need a wrench. But in the private,
There we go. Looks like I got it.
yeah. So that's his channel.
What was that no about, Jay? Okay, you just totally gaslit me, probably unintentionally, but holy shit, I literally dropped the link and all I see is no. For sure, Jay. Yeah.
Yeah, so
That's what I'm
I'm
saying. It's good for us to connect like that, you know, share each other's fucking channels and shit, you know. Like
uh-huh.
I swear to God, nobody fucking does anything like that nowadays on YouTube. Everybody went so antisocial and then blamed it all on YouTube, and it's like, guess what? It's both YouTube and you antisocial YouTubers that don't
Right.
fucking collab, don't connect, don't fucking message each other, don't refer to each other.
Uh-huh.
It's like fuck, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna cap. I'm quite the anti-socialist. I am. I'll admit it.
I'm still just tripping out over I made a video on the burden of proof on my channel, and it's been my first sort of successful video because all my videos pretty much just got like between 5 to 15 or views, but this one is just popped up to over 200 views. And it's all basically saying, you know, that I view that the burden of proof, you know, like it comes from Western philosophy, you know, that the burden of proof should lie on the person that makes the claim, you know. And I make the argument that I feel like that's really sort of intellectually lazy, you know, and that it's like
Uh-huh.
shouldn't it be on all of us, like even the most absurd questions, shouldn't we all be talking back and forth and be treating each other with some level of respect and this and that. And just I don't know, it's just interesting because it apparently it's a controversial statement.
Yep. Hey, I'm gonna mute for just like a couple of minutes because I gotta eat real quick, and then I'll talk to you. Okay. But I'm
All
still
right.
here. Yeah.
Man, you got me confused with that comment, Je. I don't get what vibes you're picking up on, like political vibes or something. uh, Interesting. I know, Hazel, your poor fucking phone. You should just call it magma. You should just start nicknaming it lava or magma or something because your phone, poor girl. Oh, I see. He must have accidentally said I'm an anti-socialist instead of saying antisocial. Is that what was sort of going on? I don't know. Something might have flown over my head, or I might be misinterpreting signals that don't exist. Sometimes that happens with the overthinker. Yeah, that's what I thought. Just missaid what he was saying for sure. That is funny. All right, let me go check that out. Need to fucking find a better software. I'm tired of freaking AI, or not AI. I'm tired of tech fucking companies blaming all their bullcrap technology failing on the consumer. My God, I upload a completely coherent file into a audio editing program, and it takes fucking 5 hours to finally get it almost done, and then it just glitches up and says the file is corrupted. No, the fuck it isn't. I gave you a clean file. Unless you're corrupting the motherfucker, it ain't corrupted. Uh, and again, they start blaming the specs too. Well, you probably have too many things running. Well, I fucking exited all my windows and I have 12 gigabytes of RAM. It should be able to use this shitty software. Technology. Fucking frustrating lately. Oh my God, all ads. Okay, apparently I have to ask that to AI because Google and Bing are just serving the ads. Okay, let's try this one. Shot. Yeah, I want to get that damn video made. That was a disappointment. I got a freaking ambiance video like completely fleshed out, perfectly made, and the software is just breaking down on me, not letting it work, even though I got it all touched out and fleshed out. And it was just a disappointment because I was totally gonna fall asleep to that yesterday. But nope. Yep. Wow, it got really quiet since it's just me. Although it's probably just me aware of my own quiet.
Unless you want to hear me chewing, so I'm going to be present.
That was hilarious.
Are you guys into ASMR? You want to hear some guy chewing?
Oh, that's funny. I'm into ASMR. It's just that I feel like ASMR went completely in the wrong direction that it was supposed to. Because like they just went full into just like the selling it to the fucking YouTube and shit, getting views and everything. And I'm like, dude, ASMR is a fucking art form. Why aren't you like perfecting this shit? Like make just the perfect ASMR videos and just do that. But apparently I seem to be working toward that goal. I mean, not with this video, but I wouldn't mind working on making some ASMR in the future that actually sounds good. Well, to me.
What kind of SAMR are we talking about here?
Oh, like the thing I'm doing was working on, and this is where this isn't really exactly ASMR, but they all have some level of crossover. The video I was working on last night, making an ambience video, is I took the Skyrim tavern music with the ambiance of the rain and the thunder and everything, and then I put Terrence McKenna lecture underneath it. Because I'm
Right.
like, Terrence McKenna lectures in Skyrim just fit. It's just perfect. Hearing some old hippie talking about mushrooms and evolution and machine elves, like in some fucking tavern with the thunder and everything, like that's just like pure fucking like that'll put my ass to sleep so quick. My God, philosophy that I could think about if I need to or want to, but rain and ambiance that I can just fall asleep to if I want to or need to. No pressures in either direction.
Mhm.
What's it doing? There, it should be there. There it is. Man, I was just realizing that video though. I was like, yeah, if I actually get this fucking working, I'm pretty sure there's gonna be some people to appreciate it because fucking A, you can't tell me there aren't a lot of fucking people into fucking mushrooms and fucking Tolkien. And if there's a lot of people into psychedelics and Tolkien, Lord of the Rings, and all that shit, then there's going to be a lot of people into psychedelics and Skyrim. Oh my god. Somebody I'm sorry that happened to you, Hazel. Well, what did it, obviously it's not getting to you, but what a little annoyance. Shit, that's how I met one of my exes practically, Hazel. I was fucking staring at the TV and somebody my ex tried to fucking get into a fight with me. And I was like, I wasn't staring at you. I'm not a creep. I was just watching the TV. Oh my gosh. Uh, funny shit. Funny. My gosh, I'm always doing that nowadays. Fucking all the oof noise, man. I sound like I'm somebody out of Wally. I'm like all physically healthy and physically fit or whatever, and I just like get out of a fucking chair and it's like fucking like old arcade video game noises. It's like some Street Fighter shit. Oh my goodness. And I lost my train of thought again. Yes, that's what it was.
All right. Oh yeah, I'm back. Sorry for keeping you hanging, bro. But thanks for. I didn't.
It's all
You know what
good.
it
It's
is.
bound to happen to somebody one of these days.
Yeah, it's like So right now it's 11:40 for me, and I wasn't able to get my first. Like I've been up since 8 a.m. Right, 8 a.m. in the morning, and so I wasn't able to get my first meal in till about 4 p.m. So you can kind of say like you could say like an 8-hour fast, pretty much, water fast in a way or whatever. Well, it's nothing, man. Like that's normal. A lot of people won't have their first meal till like later on in the day. But anyways, I ate it then, and then I just finished some of my training right now. I had to train late today because I was just had a very busy day. So I was just fucking starving, man. Like I had to leave you on your own, bro. I couldn't not eat. So.
Man, you're lucky. You're obviously one of those people that you can work out late at night and it doesn't fuck with your sleep.
Well, here's actually what I'm about to take right now. I kind of have to, in order to get a good sleep, is I'm about to take what you call it, magnesium, and this one it's specifically for sleep. Actually,
Oh, is
so
it like some ZMA or something?
I have ZMA. I have zinc and magnesium mix with B6, but this one is really good. This one that I take, it's got the, how do you pronounce it? It's with a G, glycoside. Let me see. I got it right here actually in front of me. It's glycinate, or however the heck you say it. I don't know. You know me, bro. My pronunciation is as good as a fucking rock.
Oh, dude, I
So
feel you with that one though, man. I got like pronunciation lexia.
yeah.
But at the same time, that's one that I'm definitely a hypocrite with other people on. Although it's probably just because everybody's been calling my old username lately Gaia the Sage. I'm like, Gaia the Sage? Like, what the fuck? I'm like, apparently the fucking high schools in America have gone to complete and utter shit the past 10 years.
Right,
And
right.
nobody has learned any Greek mythology.
That's funny, Gaia. It's Gaia, right? You go by
Yeah, it's
Gaia?
Gaia,
Oh.
you know. It just cracks me up though. Okay, it's a woman and it's Gaia. Like people are so confused over my fucking username. They're always misgendering me and they're always calling me Gaia.
That's funny, man. Yeah.
It's just like oh my god, it's just one of those little things. It's like this is a pet peeve for my ego. It's not like a pet peeve for my soul, not like hypocrisy is, but this definitely sets off my ego, and I'm glad I don't listen to it.
Yeah. No, factual facts, bro.
Yes, Hazel, Escape the Matrix is Seeker.
What? Wait, what did Hazel say? I
Hazel is
can't see.
asking is Escape the Matrix Seeker.
Oh, Hazel, how dare you? I'm
I
far
know,
away
how
from
could you
my.
forget our man
I'm
frickin' Seeker? What's
I'm
going on,
I'm
girl?
far I'm far away from the phone, so I can't even see the comments. But it's like, how dare you? You know who this is. I'm just joking. It's the name, right? The name throws everybody off. Even
Yep.
when did I came in? What was it? When was the last time um, um, DNW went live? It was a couple of days ago or whatever. And he's putting the banner up. He's like, whoever this is, I don't know who it is, but I'll give me a moment here. And then as soon as he hears it, he's like, oh, it's okay, it's Seeker. Okay, all right,
Man, I'm
welcome to the
glad you
panel.
know your boundaries because I saw you join that day and I like I never could join that day. I just saw how many people were of the like-minded in the same thing and I'm like this is just gonna be the same kind of thing all day, man. Like there was like 9 negative people in the group that day. There was like fucking Doomer Cougar, there was Life Absolutionism, there like every single person with either a negative viewpoint or a negative username was in there.
On the panel,
Yeah.
yeah. You know what was cool?
I was a little
I
worried for
ended.
you for a second there. I'm like, fuck, dude. Our positive enlightened brother just entered the fucking tree with the 9 negative Nancy's, bro.
No, you know what? Uh, okay, I remember now. I was organizing stuff when I was on the panel. So majority of the time, I wasn't even talking. I know they ended up getting into an argument at some point. I heard a big argument between some people, but it ended on a good note because it was funny when I was able to talk. Um, I started talking to what's his name, Mo Wisdom, and I liked some of the wisdom that this guy's got. And then he gave me his information and stuff. But it was me, Mo Wisdom. That what's that one guy? He goes by the name Black Man is Fair. That guy, you know him.
Dude, I'm sorry. I just got really distracted by Hazel's comments.
Oh,
Dude, she just wrote,
let
you guys change your thumbnails like I changed my undergarments. Oh
you
my
know what?
god, I can't breathe,
Uh,
girl.
no,
Oh
no,
my
it's just,
gosh.
no, it's really funny. It really is because I have been told stuff like that where it's like, bro, you got to stop changing your name, and then I go like this, but I'm not changing my name. I'm just using this name today. I don't change my name. I don't have a name. I'm a soul. Did you forget I'm a soul? I don't have a name.
Oh, I
You
feel you with
know?
that. I totally feel you with that. But I come from the perspective that usernames are like your names. That it's sort of like tattoos. That they should have meaning. They should have a
Yeah.
story.
Yeah. I don't listen. I don't ever use a name that doesn't mean nothing to me. Like
No, I can
Escape the
tell. And
Matrix.
obviously, you're talking a
Yeah.
lot about the Matrix lately, and your
Yeah.
your name is Escape the Matrix. It makes
Yeah.
sense. It
Yeah. Like
vibes.
I'll use that, and then that's obviously like not a name. Like it's funny because people like I've been to some panels, like other
Just
panels with
don't
this
make a
name.
username like Neo and Zion. You will confuse literally everybody on the entire fucking internet.
No, I wouldn't. No, no. I mean, for me, I don't really use names like that. But it's just I've used name like that, and it would be like and what you call it, like that's what they'll call me on those panels. Because obviously, like, what are they gonna call me? Like that's what my name says, Escape the Matrix. So some will call me Matrix, some will call me Escape, some will say the full name. Like I've had
Right?
people who are like, oh, and just like Escape the Matrix was saying, like they'll actually say the whole name. But yeah, I mean, to me, like you said, I look at it like tattoos. Like I've also used um, What's another name I've used more recently aside from those? Um, yeah, I know I've used others, but it's been these lately, you know.
Well, I
But
find
that's
it funny actually recognizing how impactful usernames can be because I love going back and getting nostalgic with all the usernames I've had over the years. Like one of my first usernames was Crazy for Darkness. And I remember getting in these public lobbies and gaming matches, and so often these black men would start overthinking my username and start going like, what's your username? White boy, you got African fever or something? Like he's trying to steal our women? Like people
right.
would always inject their own like cultural like fucking bias into my username. Like it was fucking hilarious. And the nihilist would be like, "Oh, are you goth or something?" You know, like everybody would be making their own assumptions.
No, right, exactly, yeah, yeah, and that kind of, that's kind of just part of like where now you're having to explain yourself to people. It's like no, like it's not what you think it is, right? It's like you try and tell them, nope, definitely not what you think it is. But I mean, I know you. Like, see, that's all that matters to me is like the people that genuinely know you, like me and Divine Hazel and the
Yep.
people on here. Like, we know what your character is. We know that that's not what you meant. And at the end of the day, that's really all that's always going to matter is the genuine souls that are willing to vouch for you and know you.
Dude, you need to like
Right?
fucking like drop me a link to your channel, either here or go to my channel, drop a link to yours. Like I need to check out yours too, man.
Yeah, yeah. It's if you just put Sanctuary Seeker, it'll come up. It's literally the only thing that will come up.
Oh,
If you
for
put
sure.
if you type in Sanctuary Seeker, it should come up.
Oh yeah, that for sure.
Uh,
That should be easy then, for sure.
yeah. Yep.
No, that's where I've been needing to find some like-minded individuals like you and Hazel, and I've been needing to. I want to start just rattling around our heads for a potential better fucking username for my channel because the Harmony Nexus is like, sure, it sounds sort of cool and stuff, but it also sounds a little bit too AI. It doesn't sound enough human, and it's also like fucking like if you look up, Harmony Nexus on the YouTube search results, it'll pull up like 5 fucking different channels, you know.
Right.
So that's what I was saying earlier too. I was like, but the big problem is that even with collaborating with friends and stuff, that it really has gotten on YouTube that just so bloated that it's like that episode of South Park where the boys are trying to make their startup company. Like is Harry Balls taken? Nope, no, that one's taken. Okay, how about Sweaty Ball Sack? Like they just come up with all these horrendous names, and the government person's like, yeah, that one's taken, like they come up with the most ridiculous name for their fucking company.
Right.
And then they end up discovering that, the Redskins trademark went out, and they stole the Redskins fucking company name.
Oh yeah. I remember that. Yeah. And it was even like with that NFL team, right? They had to change their name to the Washington team, right? I think it's called.
Yeah, that's what it was about. The Washington Redskins like trademark went out because there was all that controversy and they were supposed to change their name, but they still wanted that name. And then the boys took it, and it was like, please give us our name back for our sports team, And they're like, no,
Yeah.
this is
What?
brand recognition. Everybody knows who we are now that we're the Indians or the Redskins.
Yeah. The Redskins. Yeah.
Yep,
I
the
think so. What are
Washington
they?
Redskins. We're now the Washington Redskins, based out of Colorado, and we're not even a team.
Well, now what are
Just
they
some
called?
startup company.
They're called the Washington football team, I believe they're called.
They were the Washington Redskins. I don't know if they're still named that or not. Like I do not get into the culture of sports for shit. So
Right.
it's been at least 10 years since I looked into any of that. So
Okay.
but yeah, the Washington football team used to be called the Washington Redskins. They might still be, but I think that they changed it. Because they
Yeah.
were talking for about it being controversial for a few years, and I think that when 2 years of them saying this is controversial happens in all the mainstream news, I'm pretty sure they changed it.
Yeah. The last like football game that I genuinely sat down and watched would have been
They're called the
uh,
Commanders now.
The Commanders, okay, yeah.
So
The
they did
last,
change the name.
right? The last one that I watched for football, the last one that I watched would have been that Super Bowl 2017. Super Bowl 2017. It was New England against the Falcons, and that one, I don't know if you remember, but they were like they were down, like the Falcons were up like 28 to like 9 or something like that, and then Brady ends up getting like he ends up getting a bunch of freaking touchdowns in the last quarter, and they ended up winning. And that's why, I mean, Brady's really good. Like Brady, in my opinion, is the greatest quarterback ever.
Well, no shit. They
But
made a whole fucking South Park episode about him being like the cure
yeah,
to AIDS or some shit. I can't even
right.
remember what it was, but it was
You
like
want me
Tom
to?
Brady like has the best blood and it like cures everybody's problems, some shit like that.
So let me tell you something funny, right?
Oh
I
no, it wasn't his
played.
blood, it was his crap. That's what it
Look,
was. It was the
right.
fecal transplants. They were trying to steal Tom Brady's crap so they could make themselves healthy.
Yeah.
It
Let me
was
tell you
like their
something funny.
Ozempic.
Let me tell you something funny about
For
Tom.
sure.
So I played high school football, right? Like that was my I loved football in high school. And so anyways, I remember this one time we're doing a review. We're doing tape review of the other team. And so, the coach, but this was right before our coach was like, I want to show you guys something funny right before. And it's a video and it shows this guy in an office, this like geeky looking guy, and it's like it shows him going up to one of his coworkers, female, and he's trying to pick her up, and then she gets like the ick from him. She's like, "Ew, get away from me!" Right? And then
Yeah.
they're like, and now this is how you do it. This is the real way to do it. And it shows Tom Brady goes up to a different chick, and he does the same thing that the first guy does, and she leaves with him. She leaves with Tom Brady.
Oh my
But
goodness.
but you get the message, right? It's kind of like saying who you are, not how you do it,
Yeah.
right? If you watch the video, it's funny. I'm pretty sure you can find it if you put Tom Brady like picking up women or funny office video,
Yep.
something like that. But it was funny. It was a funny video.
For
It was a
sure.
funny video. Yeah.
Man, I swear I'm way too fucking individualistic when it comes to sports. Like, for instance, I recently discovered bandy, and I'm like, damn, bandy looks like a fucking badass sport. Like, why is everybody fucking playing fucking hockey? Like, a full length fucking court and not being a full contact shit. Like, fuck, that sounds actually pretty fucking dope. It's not fucking full on feminine ice skating, but it's not full on, hyper masculine fucking Canadian fucking hockey. Like, this seems pretty interesting. Like, and
Hmm.
it's like nobody even knows about it. Like, wait, bandy? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, are you talking about a booze? Like, don't you mean brandy? Like, people get so confused. It's like I seem to only really vibe with the sports that are like super cultural.
Right. Right.
Because that's like sort of like I recently discovered that basically the reason there's no world fairs in the world anymore is because the Olympics, replaced them. And that, so instead of having, world's fairs where we experienced each other's cultures and art and music and dance and fighting and all sorts of stuff, no, we just transferred to just the physical aspects of it. Who's the most able-bodied, who's the most fit, who can excel the most. It just became a pure ego politics game.
Hmm.
That's where I want to bring back world fairs. Seriously, Epcot cannot be the only world fair. That is bullshit. It's not even a world fair. It's a fucking amusement park. You have to fucking pay to get in and all this and that and all this. It's not a world fair.
Yeah. I mean, the world never is fair. That's the That's the most truest thing ever, right? The world is not fair.
Oh, I know, but that's where a world fair helps create a fair world. Do you get what I'm saying?
What's the steps that you'd be taking?
What do you mean?
Like, what are the steps you take to try and create fair world.
Oh, I don't quite yet know yet. I'm still at the the pre stages. I haven't quite hit the foundation, but I'm close to the foundation for trying to create a foundation to so hopefully we can work toward that as a future, because world fairs are brilliant ideas. And because the other side of the thing that replaced world fairs is just the fact that modern humans have gotten so fucking lazy. Because basically what a big part of it is that the world fairs, I think the last huge world fair was like in New York in the 70s. And basically that the reason that I haven't seen them in the past fucking 50, 60 or whatever, how many decades, the reason you don't see them nowadays is because the technology was one of the main driving points for the world fairs on the turn of the century. 1800s was all about culture, music, all this and that, but you hit that 1900s, all of a sudden it's 1960s world fair, 1970s world fair. You have cutting edge fucking computers and televisions and all this and that, and people were like, well, fuck, why do I need to go to another world fair and study more about these different cultures when now I being at this world's fair, I see that they have televisions, and now we have National Geographic, and I can just fucking watch this shit on the TV or read it in a magazine.
Hmm. Yeah,
So
I
it's
mean, better
definitely a
yet, or just
multi-factor systemic thing that's it's going to be a huge challenge to try to, actually create it in the future. But that's my whole fucking goal in life, is creating all these, idealistic philosophies where it's like, I get that it is idealism, but guess what progress is? Like you're not making progress going, oh yeah, we're going to make this and it's going to solve the whole world by killing us all. Nobody really thinks that way. Like when we're making progress, we're thinking of it in a positive, healthy manner.
right, right. Yeah, I mean, positivity in the world. It's like I said, it's really nowadays. It's more within. That's the best positivity you can get is within. Because if you go, they've always said it. I mean, remember they've always said it. You go searching externally, you're gonna just hit your head on a wall, man. It's never external. It's always eternal. It's always within. That's the saying, man. It's always within.
That just got me thinking, why isn't transternal a word?
Transternal.
Yeah, transternal.
Hmm.
It's like that liminal
Define.
space, that transcendent nature between the internal and the external. Transternal.
Oh, okay. Between so the internal world, as in the world within me and within you, like that kind of
Yeah.
world. Okay. Um. Yeah, that is a word if you said it's a word, right?
Yeah, it should be a word, but it isn't. But I just made it a word, so apparently it's a word now.
Yeah, you could create it, but I mean, I it could be out there, right? Let me Google it. Say it one more time.
Transternal.
Turn. Oh, let me see. Transternal. Hold on. Transternal Transternal refers to a surgical approach that involves an incision through the breastbone or sternum. I
Fucking AI and the internet nowadays, man.
didn't even know that's what the hell is transternal is.
Dude,
You're
I
telling me
literally,
one
I
thing,
literally
AI says
created,
another.
I literally created a new theory of evolution using a transgenesis theory of evolution. And if you look up transgenesis online, it refers to it's only a biological thing. I'm like,
Uh-huh.
words can have multiple different meanings in multiple different fields. You realize that, right, AI?
Right?
For reals.
Transternal. Yeah, I'll tell you this, man. You have taught me a lot of words because I know you're big with your words. You really are. Like sometimes you'll be saying words and I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, I
Right? But
swear,
it's it.
I'm being 100% honest to my soul, I think I worship and love language and words more than anything. I'm like,
Well,
yeah, I love God, but words, oh, they're so good. I love them.
yeah. And words, as we know, words are spells. That's
That's what
why
I'm
one.
saying. There
That's
really
why
are
one must be
spells.
careful. That's why
That's what
one
I'm
has.
saying. You want to get a sense of wonder in the world, just actually get upon that full actualization that words are
Right.
magic, that they are literal spells. It will
Right.
completely cause a paradigm shift in your worldview. You, all of a sudden, you'll be thinking about the witches being burned in Salem and going, whoa, what the fuck? Like, you'll be thinking about all sorts of things throughout history differently.
Yeah. Like they've been teaching. They've been teaching to not say stuff like understand, and say I overstand. You know
Yep.
what I
No,
mean?
I know exactly what
Like,
you're saying. That comes from the what's it called, the Rastafarianism, because there's the regular process of understanding that we all go through, but then there's the inner standing, of okay, now I have understanding, but how does this understanding relate to me? What is the relational aspects of this knowledge, of this understanding? And then past that, there's the state of reaching a state of overstanding, where you actually have a system, a broad systematic approach, and your understanding. You see it from multiple different perspectives and angles, and how they all interact with each other. Every single relationship, every single system, every single cog.
hmm
Yeah. Hazel needs to help me out with that. She's saying I'm not from this planet. I need to find out which planet I'm from.
I mean, technically, yeah, none of us are for souls, right? Like, if we're souls, we really aren't. Wait a sec, what the heck is this? Uh, Sorry, I'm getting this email. What the frick is this? I'm like multitasking. But yeah, technically speaking, none of us are from this planet, if you really think about it. Well, maybe the NPCs are from here. You know what I
Well,
mean?
Hazel has a really interesting perspective, because she has, she thinks that we each have our own like actual planet, like we're all sort of multidimensional beings, all sort of different multidimensional aliens from our own specific, corner of the universe.
Right. Yeah,
So
it's like the
it seems that she has puts a little bit more of that like the what's normally considered part of like the UFO culture. It seems that that's more in her spiritual beliefs.
right, yeah, yeah. And I've looked
It's
into
like I love exploring everybody's spiritual beliefs. I love
yeah.
practicing them. I love exploring them. If they vibe with me, I'll keep them. If they don't, I'll toss them away. But
hmm
I love testing out everybody's worldviews, because even if it doesn't vibe with me and help me grow spiritually, it helps me grow empathetically and understanding how other people view the world, and how to create healthy, positive shifts for all of us.
hmm No, absolutely, yeah. And I've heard about the beliefs that Divine has, as far as with similar beliefs like those, where it said, it gets into like star seeds and whatnot. Star
Ah,
seeds, and if you're a star seed, you come from like this planet, or
yep.
and as far as what your purpose is and whatnot. Um, so yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like culturally, where that sort of belief or that line of reasoning comes from, I think does come from that area. But she definitely, obviously, has her own, unique spin-off, her own version, that's true to her. So,
hmm
yeah. No, I think it's fascinating though, because I do think that that's interesting, because I've met multiple aliens on my my journeys with psychedelics, but I've never met any alien that comes from that UFO kind of cultural background. I've never met a Palladian. I've never met one of any of these different races of aliens. I've met non-corporeal, multi-dimensional aliens. I've met one that looked like fucking sea anemones. I met one that looked like fucking four-dimensional flesh. I've met lots of different aliens, but none of them have been the classical aliens. Not classical as in just standard. This is gray. These are all the aliens. They're all grays. No, I mean the Palladians, the this, the that. All the different groups.
hmm Yep. Yeah. No, sorry, I'm just kind of reading as I'm talking. Yeah.
Oh, it was good. I was just
Yeah.
raking my own brain. I was
Yeah.
thinking, just going, geez, if I actually get into that side of the alien UFO kind of shit or whatever, and I'm getting into the Hinduism it's gonna get really fun. The math is gonna get really dense.
Uh-huh.
For reals.
Yeah. It's hold on a sec. Yeah, it's just, I love the consciousness, right? Because it's like it never ends, this type of consciousness. Um, and it's just, it obviously expands and expands more. Now, we could say this to other people and they're going to think like we're nuts or we're weird. And I was getting into that earlier, if you remember.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
obviously, obviously, like I said, we're not here to please to other beings that are they're on their own journey, right? We're on our journey, they're on their own. But ultimately, like, yeah, honestly, Divine could have told me this a year ago. I would have been like, yeah, I don't know what this person's talking about. But now it's like everything out there does exist. Everything really exists, and it's like,
Oh, yeah.
and the gratitudes
No, I had one
again.
of those the other like a year ago, or all of a sudden I just had a download and it was saying that it's all possible at every angle imaginable.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I
Exactly.
heard. It was like it's all possible at every angle imaginable,
Right.
and
Right.
that's
Exactly.
exactly what you're getting at. That's the same thing.
Yeah. And obviously, we're both saying the same thing, but it's like, it's not my idea. It's not your idea. It's again, it's a consciousness out there that is able to download to you and it's able to download to me. You know what I mean? And that's what I've been saying to everybody lately. Like the whole, me, like at least for me, that's been gone. Now it's like consciousness,
Right?
right? And I don't associate the consciousness within the body. It's like, no, this consciousness is a download that anybody can receive if they're willing to receive it, so to say.
I think of it multifractionally. I'm like, this person's got an ego, an id, a super ego, a soul, like, and it's all bundled up. Like they're all fucking, puzzle pieces. They're all,
Right.
kaleidoscopes. Every different person is a different kaleidoscope. Huh? And you're saying those schizophrenics are crazy because you look like a kaleidoscope? I think they might be onto something.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just doing a email thingy real quick. Busy. Um, did I get this? Um,
That's funny with me because either I multitask to the point I'm literally have parallel processing going on, which like only like 1% of the fucking human population can do. Actually, I think it's 3%. But fucking other multitasking, no, I can't do that. And so it's basically either pure true multitasking or I got ADHD.
or ADHD, you said?
Yeah, it's like either I got pure fucking multi-processing going on. I'm doing two things at the same time, understanding both at the exact same time, or I'm trying so hard and I'm just getting ADHD.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And the older I get, the more I realize I'm so smart, but I'm falling apart because of it, and I need to give myself a fucking break just so I don't fall apart.
Yeah. No, if you need if you need a breather, right, give yourself that breather, man. You don't need to freaking give yourself a headache, man. 2060. Yeah, that's not what you need, bro. You don't need that, bro.
Oh, that's what I was looking up.
What? What were you looking up?
Vervaeke's 4E cognitive science. There's these four terms of knowledge that humans use, and it really helps you understand on like where people are. Like if you're explaining to somebody something really simple to somebody in really easy speech, you're literally saying the sky is blue to somebody, and they're going like, "What? Huh? What are you talking about? The sky?" Like it's one of these things where you look into this and it's like, oh, this is the difference between this kind of knowledge and this kind of knowledge, and I have this kind, they don't have it, or I have both and they only have one. And it starts to get you to understand a little bit why it's so hard for people to communicate sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here it is. John Vervaeke identifies 4 kinds of knowing. Propositional knowledge. This is the knowledge of facts or truths expressed in clear statements. This is the most familiar and widely studied form of knowledge, such as knowing that the Earth orbits the sun. Procedural knowledge. This kind of knowledge involves knowing how to do specific activities or sequences of activities. It is often implicit and gained through practice, such as knowing how to ride a bicycle. And this is where often when we're talking about these different things about faith and stuff, you know, one person's working with procedural knowledge, the person that doesn't really believe, they know what, you know, they know what religion or God is supposed to be like, but they don't actually have that procedural knowledge of practicing that faith and knowing what it feels like.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm listening to you. Let's see here.
Fucking hey, these
See,
computers.
if you ever hear me quiet, like I'm on a panel with a lot of yous and I'm quiet, it's because I'm usually doing stuff like this, right? And so I don't want you to think I'm ignoring you or not talking to you. It's just like, man,
No, it's all good.
honest to God, dude.
I'm vibing
So
with your
yeah,
energy. I'm sort of doing the same.
yeah.
I'm like, fucking
I'll
A,
tell you
man.
this. I'll tell you this, bro. Like, man, right now, bro. I swear to God, like, everything's just been so busy for me, man. And I'm just I'm like, there's no way I'm just now starting to adult. It's like I've been adulting even prior to 18 years old. I've always been working. But it's just like now it's like wow, man, I'm really trying to do like a million things all at what like if anybody needs an extra like 4 hours in a day, if any like it's really me. That's where I'm at. And like everything now is just like multitasking. But again, it's not only me, like we're all busy, right? All of us are busy. We're all trying to um, get things done, you know?
For sure.
Um,
That's what I'm saying. I'm just running off your energy, man. I'm trying to fucking see if I could fix out that fucking ambiance video I was making.
I almost thought you were going to say, I'm just trying to fix whatever problem you got. I thought you were going to say
Nah.
that.
Nah, I'm saying, you see, this is how I run my YouTube channel. Fuck my ego, fuck your ego. I'm making an ambiance music and uploading it for everybody's benefit so I can get my ass to sleep tonight and have a great night.
You're uploading it. Okay, I didn't even really know you go live like that, man. Or drop your channel.
I dropped my link on the in here.
Let me see. In the private?
It's no, it's not in the private. It's right. I could add it to the private though, if that makes it easier for you.
Oh, it doesn't matter. No, either way, I don't see it in the. I don't see it in the
It's
in the
right
in
before
the
I
chat.
sent the link to
Oh,
zombies.
there it is. There it is. I see you posted it as there it is. I'll subscribe to you right now. Harmony Nexus. That's
Yep,
you.
that's me.
Okay. Is that how you look like with the glasses?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, I didn't know you actually cam up. That's cool, man.
Oh yeah, no, I'm fucking honest and authentic, bro. I ain't hiding behind fucking like filters or masks or fucking AI or fucking cartoons or fucking avatars. Like, holy shit, Bran.
You know what's funny is, okay, look, this is just obviously between us, but I could see the resemblance in your dad in you. Because remember, you
Well,
showed me the
hopefully it's
pic.
minor.
No, 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 but you remember how you showed me how he looks like? Like that's
I'll have to have you find a picture of my mom at some point. Have you know?
right.
No, it is actually interesting because my family's gotten to the point where now that I'm an adult, they're starting to recognize how fucked up my dad is, and they're starting to see my mom, and they're starting to point out how much I look like my mom. And
So they're
it's like I
going.
never even mentioned my bullshit with my dad, and or my identity or looking like him or anything, and that they just instantly really picked up on. He doesn't look like his dad anymore. He looks like his mom.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe it's
So
one of
there's.
those things too that people don't just see our faces; they see what's behind our faces. You know?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, for sure.
Sorry. One more thing. Okay, so I could do this. Yeah, I don't. Fuck. It's kind of like that night. It's that time of the hour where it's just nobody else is able to get on, right? Nobody else is able to. Um, okay, I could use these two, I guess.
Well, DNW said not to let anybody on, and I let some of the usuals on, like Hazel and somebody that both he and I can sort of vet, like, no, this person's safe, But
Oh, so he told you that he told you don't let anybody on?
yeah, he's been saying that a lot lately, but nobody's
Oh.
been trying to join anyway either. So
Yeah, so it's funny. It could just be like maybe people causing problems on YouTube. I know with what's his name. Um, I know with American Zombie when I went into his panel, he was kind of like even strict on certain things that like it wasn't me, but he told certain people like, hey, don't say this, don't say that because it's he was saying something about the YouTube guideline. He kept saying that. I remember he's like YouTube guidelines, and I didn't really think anything of it, but I guess it could be, it could be getting like they're coming down on people. It could be that, like just, and maybe that's what's going on. Like he just doesn't want, he probably doesn't want any problems, DNW, right?
yeah, no, that's what it sounds like with DNW.
Yeah. Just says nope, ain't got, I ain't got time for that. I ain't got no time for that.
And I cannot believe how fucking evilly shitty this clip champ fucking bullshit is. Let's try doing that, and then click it again, and then watch it say the same thing. Because that's what they do nowadays. Put all the blame on you all the time. Weird. All right. This, that, then try it with the death turn thing too. So Life says his video is about to premiere, and Hazel says YouTube just gave the major whistleblowers their channels back.
Oh, did it? Okay, that's good. And what changed its mind to give people their channels back? What happened there?
Probably threat of a mass action lawsuit or some shit. That's my guess.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
They just didn't want to to even hit the courts because that would just be bad PR ever hitting the courts. So they just, they're like, okay, this is our version of a fucking settlement. We won't give them any fucking money, but we'll give them their shit back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then watch as a month from now, everybody's bitching again about how we got our channels back, but we've all been demonetized.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, jeez. Oh, what the hell's going on with me today, man? Sneezing everywhere.
Allergies acting up, it sounds like, huh?
Well, it's funny. I didn't ever think I have allergies. Like, you know what I mean? At least I didn't. I don't know of them. Right? Like, I don't know. I didn't know I have allergies, I guess. I probably do.
Well, they can change as you age, and the different periods of your life, different things happen. I used to have
No,
horrible. I used to have horrible allergies as a kid, and then it was the funniest shit because as an adult, I started using the nasal snuff. I've never had any nasal allergies since I started using that nasal snuff.
yeah.
I'm like,
No, but I mean, how do you?
Who knew that shoving tobacco up your nose would cure your nose from being allergic to fucking plant sperm?
Right. No, but I'm
I
saying,
always
how
love
does
that. Everybody always says pollen. I always say plant sperm. I love making people feel uncomfortable with all that plant sperm.
plant sperm? That's funny. Yeah. Well, I better start calling it a night, man. It's late for me. It
For
is
sure.
late for me, bro. It's always good chopping it up with you, bro.
Yeah, no, it was a blast. It was a fun one.
Yeah, man. I'll see you around, huh?
All right, you have a good one.
Peace, bro.
All right, peace. All right, well, I think I'm gonna get going for tonight. Try to work on my own channel, see if I can get anything fixed. But it's been a fun day at the Gnosis channel. Hope y'all had some enlightening or interesting conversations discussed. Stir up some inspiration, possibly. All right, well, this has been Sage DeForest signing out.